In a Gotham City apartment, a beautiful woman who just had a date was suddenly shocked into a frenzy by a single sentence. Leon patted the shoulder of the Latina beauty beside him. Liz? Or Sally? My name is Maggie, darling. The beauty lazily turned over, leaning against him with a smile. Want more? Leon glanced at his watch and suddenly said, You should go. My daughter is coming back. What? Maggie jumped up in fright, hurriedly putting on her clothes, almost putting her skirt on inside out. She was just here for fun, not wanting to be a stepmother. Watching her flee in a panic, Leon stifled a laugh. Actually, it's to teach my daughter. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. At the door stood a 1.6-meter tall blonde girl, 13 years old, yet with a maturity that didn't match her age. As soon as she entered, she complained, Godfather, was that big-breasted lady your new girlfriend? Your taste is getting more and more one-dimensional, just liking those with good figures. Leon felt a bit embarrassed. Kara, you saw that? I have supervision. Kara rolled her eyes. Next time you bring someone back, have her clean up a bit. There's still traces on the bed. Not only could she see dust and creases, but she could also smell the lingering presence in the room. With remarkable clarity, her recently awakened super breathing made her senses ridiculously sensitive. Leon sat next to her, stroking her blonde hair. Hang in there, you'll be able to control your abilities in a while. Gotham, just a bridge away from Metropolis, was a paradise compared to a hell, and the crime city reputation was no joke. Kara didn't respond. She still didn't understand why she was experiencing these changes. Was it just because she was a Kryptonian? Leon knew full well, but couldn't say. 6 months ago, he was in a small town in Ohio, stood up by a girl he was supposed to meet, and then a meteor fell from the sky and landed right in front of him. What meteor? It was a spaceship marked with an S. Inside was Kara Zor-El, a Kryptonian. It was also then that his Godfather system activated. After finally persuading the wary Kara to come home, a mysterious department showed up, forcing him to go on the run with her, eventually hiding in Gotham, where he became her Godfather. If it weren't for this broken system, I wouldn't let her call me Oniakan. Leon complained inwardly. Could Kara successfully control her superpowers? Would the mysterious department pursue them? How long could they hide in this crime city? Just then, Kara suddenly stood up, her gaze alert as she looked out the window. Someone is watching our apartment. After drifting to Gotham, this place was a gathering of oddity smugglers, illegal residents, and violent elements all gathered here, with the highest crime rate in the US, and the highest ratio of crazies in the world. The Penguin, the Joker, and Bane had divided up their territories neatly. The Diamond District where they lived was the Penguin's turf. But despite the many downsides, there was one benefit. There were so many illegal residents that Leon and Kara were particularly safe hiding here. Although the gangs were bad, sometimes they could really act as a protective shield. After 2 months in Gotham, Leon found a job, and Kara went to Gotham High School, managing to integrate somewhat. Are you hungry? I'll make you some noodles, Leon asked. Noodles again? Now when I see my classmates and teachers, they all look like giant noodles. Kara pouted. Shouldn't you see them as bones and flesh? Leon teased her. Since she had been in the sun, Kara's superpowers had been popping out like opening a blind box. She could effortlessly lift cars and toss them around. Her body was as tough as steel, and later she developed super breathing and supervision. At first, she saw everyone as bones and blood vessels, almost breaking down and locking herself in her room to bear it. Now, she could finally barely control it. Godfather, you are abusing children. Kara shook his arm playfully. In Kryptonian terms, you should lock me up in Phantom Zone. Leon surrendered. All right, let's order pizza. Yay. Kara hugged him tightly. Ouch. You're going to crush me. Leon yelped in pain. Kara quickly let go, sticking out her tongue. I didn't mean to. She had so much strength now that everything she touched broke. Humans seemed like paper in her eyes. Leon sat on the sofa and opened the system panel. Name, Leon. Goddaughter, Kara Zor-El, Intimacy, 49. Ability, None 50. Intimacy to draw ability from Goddaughter. 80 for the second time, 100 for the third time. Just 1 point away. He stared at that 49, feeling an itch in his heart. This past half year hadn't been easy, from Kara glaring at him warily to now having an intimacy level almost over half. It all relied on patient coaxing. He didn't want to raise this future Supergirl into a monster like those from his homeland. After all, they were the true Kryptonian ancestors. If she turned out wrong, the Earth would shake. Half an hour later, the pizza arrived from the street next door, delivered by a straightforward Indian guy who clearly just went through the motions. What superpower could he draw with intimacy, just 1 point shy of 50? Would Kara get into trouble at Gotham High School? Was the pizza delivery guy just there to deliver a meal? At that moment, Kara suddenly pointed at the pizza box. Something inside is moving. Leon tipped the delivery guy 15, holding the pizza, and shouted, Kara, come out for dinner. Coming. Kara immediately dropped her pen and ran out. Leon patted her small hand. Go wash your hands. Kara splashed some water on her hands, took a deep breath, and blew on them whoosh. The window rattled violently, almost falling apart. Kara, Leon shouted angrily. Kara shrank her neck. I just wanted to dry them. Can't you be gentler? Leon had no choice. No using your powers until you can control them. Besides, if I hit you, it hurts me. He was already too lazy to hit her unless he had kryptonite. He couldn't hurt Kara at all. Kara sat at the dining table and tore off a piece of pizza, stuffing it into her mouth. Leon wasn't very interested in pizza after eating too much white people food in the early days of his crossing. He almost had an issue, and he preferred to learn how to cook noodles instead. Unfortunately, he had no talent and could only boil noodles by now. I am going out. Don't open the door for anyone and don't expose your powers, Leon instructed. Seeing someone in trouble, can you just stand by and do nothing? Kara pouted. Leon didn't have time to think. Maybe. He closed the door and left. Kara looked at the door, recalling the words from her textbook. If you don't help others today, others won't help you tomorrow. The night in Gotham was overcast, with a ridiculous disparity between the rich and the poor. Those who couldn't survive drifted like ghosts on the streets. Leon walked along the well-lit areas, nearing his workplace when suddenly 2 robbers wearing clown masks jumped out of an alley. Asian, hand over your valuables. One waved a spring knife, while the other had his hand in his pocket, presumably hiding a weapon. Leon's heart raced, and he asked, Do you have a crime license? The robbers were stunned. Do you need a license to commit a crime? At that moment, a big guy in a black suit came over and said, This is Boss Cobblepot's territory. You can't commit crimes here without his license. The Penguin's rule was that you needed a license to commit crimes in his territory. Who are you? The robbers turned back, wary. Was the big guy one of the Penguin's subordinates? Would these 2 robbers obediently listen? Would Leon be able to make it to work smoothly tonight? At that moment, the robber wearing the clown mask suddenly laughed. Cobblepot? What is he even worth? As the 2 criminals in clown masks turned their heads, the big guy made his move. He kneed the man on the left in the stomach, causing him to collapse instantly, then grabbed the knife from the man on the right and stabbed it into his shoulder. Thud! The screams were piercing. Frank, watch out, Leon shouted. The criminal on the left pulled out a gun, and Frank stepped on it. Crack. 2 idiots. He slammed their heads together, knocking them both out. In Gotham, seeing blood was too normal. Leon didn't even blink. Need a ride? Frank asked, panting. Of course. Leon happily got into the car. They were considered colleagues, and he didn't want to be labeled as accomplices. In no time, they arrived at their workplace, the Iceberg Lounge. This nightclub belonged to the Penguin on the surface. It was a bar and casino, but in reality, it was a money laundering den, a breeding ground for criminals. 2 big men in black suits at the entrance greeted Frank and Leon. The boss is here. Hurry in. Once inside, the ambience of a dance hall from the last century hit them. The Penguin loved this vibe. It was even more lively inside, with a giant iceberg in the center, women singing and dancing on stage, gamblers waving cash and shouting at the tables, socialites, bodyguards, and bunny girls all squeezed together, hormones swirling. Leon said goodbye to Frank and walked towards the bar. He was the bartender here, having done this in a past life, and as an undocumented worker, he had no other job options, so he managed to get by here. Most of Gotham's jobs were under Wayne Enterprises, much like Umbrella in Raccoon City, controlling everything. When he first arrived in Gotham, he went to Chinatown, and the owner, seeing a blonde girl with him, immediately reported him, saying he was a copper fetishist just because. Kara was white and he was of Asian descent. They didn't look like relatives. Since then, he never trusted his own people again, taking Kara to the Diamond District, where he managed to stand firm at the Iceberg Lounge. Mr. Victor sent some wine. The head waiter called for him. They'll go. Leon chose a French Bordeaux, mixed a few glasses, and carried them down the corridor. The noise outside was just to cover the real show was inside. At the end of the corridor, 2 suited men recognized him. And when they opened the door, the conversations inside suddenly stopped. Who was sitting inside? Who was the Penguin having a secret conversation with? What secrets would Leon hear while delivering this wine? At that moment, a sharp voice came from inside. Let him in. Inside was a long table with several people seated. Leon glanced at the pictures and information on the table, quickly averting his gaze had nothing to do with him. At the head of the table sat a short, chubby middle-aged man, with a nose resembling Pinocchio's, dressed in a well-fitted black tuxedo, smoking a cigar, with a black umbrella. Beside him, this was the Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot.Mr. Cobblepot knew wine. Leon handed over the best glass. The Penguin sniffed and said, Satisfied Bordeaux, I like it. Are you Chinese? Yes. Leon nodded, staying composed in front of the supervillain. I appreciate your attention to detail. You never call me the Penguin. The Penguin smiled. Respect, you understand? Some people just don't. He suddenly glared at a young man in a suit. Tommy, what did that fool from the Falcone family give you? Dare to betray me. The bald man beside him suddenly slammed Tommy's head onto the table bang. His front teeth flew out, and his mouth was full of blood. This bald man was Victor Zash, the Penguin's most trusted henchman, a psychopathic killer who counted his kills even after committing them. It wasn't me. He threatened me with my mom. My mom is half paralyzed. Tommy cried out in desperation. The Penguin took a sip of his drink just because of an old woman betraying me. Don't worry, your mom will be fine. He waved his hand. Victor dragged Tommy away, and a bang was heard from behind, followed by silence. Leon lowered his head, having spent a long time in Gotham. He was desensitized, but such directness was still rare. Betrayal is the most disgusting, like poison, slowly rotting your heart. After giving his speech, the Penguin waved for Leon to leave. Leon quickly set down the other bottles and was about to leave when Frank approached him. Boss Cobblepot said, "You're the bar manager from now on." Leon paused. There was no way to refuse. The Penguin liked to use people with weaknesses, and his weakness was Kara. Be happy. Following the boss, you won't have to worry about women. Frank said, puzzled. Leon rolled his eyes, but didn't say out loud, "I'm not worried about that right now." Being a manager means being the first to come and the last to leave, working all night. He said helplessly. Moreover, it might involve getting involved in the Penguin's dirty business. Of course, the Iceberg Lounge was a legitimate establishment. Was a promotion a good thing or a trap? Did the Penguin really trust him? What kind of trouble would Leon encounter as the manager? At that moment, the club suddenly lost power, and the whole place erupted in screams, followed by gunshots. Look on the bright side. You can earn $5,000 a month. Frank advised. All right, I guess that's considered good news. Leon pushed the wine towards him. Soon everyone in the bar knew he had been promoted to manager. The former bartender came over with a group of people to congratulate him, and Leon handled it with a few words. A bunny girl approached him. "Are you free tomorrow morning? Want to have a drink?" She was eye-catching with her blonde hair and blue eyes, but Leon lost interest immediately when he saw a customer slip a tip in her outfit. People at the Iceberg Lounge were just for casual chats. No need to get deeper. And oh, I have someone waiting at home. He waved his hand. As the night deepened, the club's patrons gradually dispersed. After staying up all night, Leon was so tired that his eyelids were drooping, he just wanted to hurry home. The Penguin? He hadn't seen him all night and didn't want. He was too lazy to get involved in gang affairs. Back at his rented room, Leon shouted, "Kara, wake up!" No response. He took a sip of water, walked to Kara's door, and knocked. Still no sound. Leon felt a pang of anxiety and climbed out the window to the life ladder, an old-style steel safety passage of the building. Peering through the window, he saw no one in the room. Not listening again. He sighed and climbed up to the rooftop. Kara was standing at the edge of the roof in her Spider-Man pajamas, looking up with her eyes closed, her blonde hair tousled by the wind. She loved Spider-Man, saying that the Spider-Man in comics was a good friend of the neighbors, and she wanted to be a hero like that. "Kara, what are you doing?" Leon shouted several times. Kara turned her head as if just waking up, her expression dazed. "Godfather." She looked a bit pained, and Leon quickly hugged her away from the edge. "What's wrong?" "The world is too noisy." Kara buried her head in his arms. "Since last night, so many voices have been coming in. I can hear them through the walls, even from streets away. And what others are thinking." Leon felt a jolt in his heart. Super hearing and mind reading. The Godfather just thought, if only there was Professor X to take me there. Kara suddenly said. Leon's face darkened. "First of all, there's no Xavier School for gifted youngsters in this world. Second, can you not listen to what others are thinking?" Being seen through like that felt like being naked. It was terrible. "I am not going to listen to you. Countless voices will come in." Kara said, feeling wronged. "I'm trying to control it. Please don't send me away." Li Ong's heart softened instantly. "I promise, no matter what happens, they'll be with you." Kara hugged him, her eyes reddening. Kara has only been in school for 2 months, and she hasn't attended classes for half of that time. With mind reading and super hearing, can Kara really control it? Will the school come looking for her? How should Leon, this Godfather, help her? At that moment, Kara suddenly looked up. Someone downstairs is saying they want to catch a blonde girl. At this moment, Leon was also feeling a bit tired and said, "Kara, if you can't sleep, just get up and eat something." At this time, all Leon could do was to keep her company a little more. Perhaps the most important thing was to take her to a place where there were no people. This way, they could minimize distractions and allow her to get used to her abilities. But the problem was, unless Leon changed his name to Bruce Wayne, he didn't have that kind of financial capability. "I'm not hungry." It was obvious that Kara was becoming increasingly agitated. The noise around her was so chaotic that it felt like her head was about to explode. There was no way around it. Leon could only call and order a few tacos from a nearby shop. When the delivery arrived, and she saw it was tacos instead of noodles, a slight smile finally appeared on Kara's serious face. "Thank you, Godfather." Leon himself also ate a taco. After she finished eating, she touched her soft golden hair and said, Take a good rest for a few days. Carla nodded. Back in her own room, Leon closed the door but didn't dare make too much noise. Instead, he quickly lay down and went to sleep. He hadn't closed his eyes all night. He wasn't made of steel and was already extremely tired. But just then, a scene appeared before him that invigorated him. Name, Leon. Prod G. Carla Zor-El, affection level 50. Ability, can be used once. Leon immediately felt awake. It had been a few months since he received his special ability, and now he was finally able to see some results, giving him a sense of not wasting his efforts. Thus, without much hesitation, he chose to draw first. In his impression, anything related to a lottery was about luck. If luck was bad, no amount of mysticism would help. Drawing target, super goal. Abilities, flight, super hearing, super healing. Heat vision, super breath. Kara had too many abilities for Leon to take in at once. The sun provided Kryptonians with comprehensive enhancements, giving them superpowers in almost every conceivable aspect. And Leon could draw one of them. He suddenly felt a desire for all of them. Drawing successful. Gained ability, super physique. Super physique, basic enhancements in various aspects of physique, such as super strength, super healing abilities, etc., will continue to strengthen as he absorbs solar energy. Physique encompasses multiple aspects, including strength, speed, endurance, and so on. Suddenly, Leon felt wide awake, even feeling as if he could break the bedboard. His previously fatigued body seemed to have become as hard as iron. Opening his eyes, he noticed the world seemed to enlarge in his view, clearly seeing the black dots on the ceiling. There were also enhancements in other senses. However, unfortunately, super physique did not include heat vision or super hearing. But thinking about how Kara didn't have heat vision either, Leon felt relieved. As a father figure, he had to leave some dignity for his daughter. Moreover, in Gotham, having a good physique was the most important thing. Otherwise, facing the likes of Bane, who could easily break backs, and Batman, who claimed to never kill, but only cripple people, having a good body was essential. However, upon further reflection, Gotham also had the Joker and the Riddler, making intelligence equally important. One could only say that Gotham was extremely cruel, forcing people to develop comprehensively. But having something was better than having nothing. Excitedly rolling around in bed for a while, Leon realized he couldn't experiment with his abilities at home. So he fell into a deep sleep. In the adjacent room, Kara could hear everything clearly. Since Leon was the closest to her, she forced herself not to listen to her father's thoughts. But even so, the sounds of him rolling around were quite clear. She didn't understand why her father was so excited. After quite a while, she finally heard her father's breathing as he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Kara couldn't help but think about the little moments with Leon. She had already been over 10 years old when she arrived on Earth. Children at that age have a certain understanding of the world and their own values. Moreover, having personally experienced the destruction of Krypton and having memories and habits from her life there, her integration into Earth life was initially quite unsuccessful. It was Liang's immense patience that helped Kara adapt to life on Earth. He taught her the Earth languages, including not only English but also his native Chinese. He would personally cook for her, even though Kara found herself tired of noodles. He played games with her, making her feel like family. Because of this, she gradually accepted Leon. In her eyes, he was her only relative on Earth. Yet even so, Kara occasionally thought of everything about Krypton. After all, that was her homeland. One could say that Kara was very different from her cousin, Superman. When Clark arrived on Earth, he had no memories of Krypton and had considered himself an Earthling from a young age. But Kara found it challenging to do the same. Childhood memories often impact a person's entire life. Especially after discovering her uniqueness, she felt increasingly different from Earthlings, making true integration difficult. Under Liang's guidance, she had to carefully hide her abilities, disguising herself as an ordinary person. Because once even a hint of her powers was exposed, those around her might see her as a monster. For Kara, this was exhausting. She seemed destined to be different. Thinking this way, Kara also felt a bit sleepy, and it seemed that the growing drowsiness caused the noisy sounds around her to gradually diminish, no longer affecting her. Kara knew this was a sign that she could gradually control her abilities, just like before with her supervision and super breath. When they first appeared, her eyes could almost penetrate any material, clearly seeing the bones and organs of everyone. But later, she managed to master it, right? So, Kara didn't pay attention to the fading sounds and fell asleep. After all, no matter what, she would eventually master these abilities. She just didn't understand why they appeared. Was it simply because she was a Kryptonian? In fact, Leon didn't sleep for long before waking up. Because his physique had been enhanced, he felt not the slightest fatigue. Instead, he felt energized. If it had been before, he would have needed to sleep until at least 5 in the afternoon to wake up, and even then he would need an alarm clock. Moreover, after waking up, he would go through a period of lethargy. Of course, if he had scheduled something in advance, the situation would be different. Men without a partner experience significant differences. But regardless, being full of energy was key to achieving great things. Just like Bruce Wayne, who was busy being a playboy during the day and transforming into the Dark Knight at night. Leon doubted whether he was even human and whether he ever needed to rest. Leon didn't make much noise. After coming to the living room, he glanced at Kara's door, which was tightly closed. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to see through the door, nor did he have super hearing, so he couldn't tell if Kara was asleep. The enhancement of his physique mainly improved his physical qualities. His eyesight had indeed improved a lot. He used to be slightly nearsighted, unable to see clearly at a distance, but now it was as if he were wearing magnifying glasses, able to see even a mosquito flying by clearly. It just wasn't magical enough to see through everything. His hearing was similar. It was as if his ears had been hollowed out, allowing him to detect even the slightest sound of the wind, but he didn't have Kara's mind-reading ability. Those might belong to separate abilities. After all, Kara's powers were activated slowly. Then, Leon went out to buy dinner. Gotham is a big city with a population of about 3 million, almost as large as the neighboring metropolis. Therefore, food from all over the world can be found in Gotham. Leon intentionally didn't take a car, but started jogging instead. He felt as if he had wind beneath his feet, with every step seemingly shaking the earth. A light jump in the empty alley felt like he could defy gravity and soar into the air. His super physique made him feel a power akin to that of a superhero, as if he possessed an incomplete Kryptonian bloodline, still able to absorb solar energy. This was the most impressive aspect of Kryptonians. They could continuously grow stronger and had an inexplicably powerful biofield. If he weren't responsible for the child, Leon would have loved to find a deserted place and indulge in the thrill of his extraordinary strength without restraint. Before long, he passed through the Diamond District and arrived in Chinatown. After such a long distance, he felt no fatigue at all. Carla had a high tolerance for Chinese food, and children generally preferred bold flavors, with a tolerance for spiciness even higher than Liang's. So, Leon found a Chinese restaurant that hadn't been altered much and ordered a few dishes. Most of the workers in the restaurant were Chinese, and Leon felt as if he was seeing his former self. If he hadn't been reported, he might still be washing dishes in some Chinese restaurant instead of working at the Iceberg Club. After eating at the restaurant, Leon packed the leftovers for Carla and then went home, placing them on the dining table in the living room. Seeing that the front door was still tightly shut, he felt that Carla must be asleep. Considering that although the child was a Kryptonian, she hadn't slept all day, he decided not to wake her up and instead went to work. After all, he had just become the bar manager yesterday and needed to be more proactive today. There were no incidents like the robbery that happened yesterday on the way. In the Diamond District, the Penguin does not allow random robberies or violent crimes. The Iceberg Lounge had already opened before Leon arrived, but guests were not yet allowed to enter. It was still early, but there were already a few customers lined up outside the club. The Iceberg Lounge is a very famous place throughout Gotham. As soon as Leon arrived, he noticed that there were unusually many Penguin gangsters on guard today. Each of them was dressed in suits and ties, with weapons in hand, or at least on them, possibly even guns hidden under their suits. What had happened? Although he was now the bar manager, many of the gangsters still ignored Leon. Only those who had previously tasted his cocktails spoke up. Someone is provoking us. Don't make a scene when you go in. Leon was immediately let in, filled with curiosity. At this moment, the club was dimly lit. Upon entering the hall, Leon was struck by the sight of blood all over the floor. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the blood had turned dark red. Looking up, he saw a corpse hanging in front of the ice mountain in the hall. It was the body of an elderly white woman, with her neck and arms draped in white cloth. There were obvious wounds from sharp weapons on her body, and the blood had already been drained, making her look like a terrifying mummified corpse. No one dared to touch the body. Everyone kept their distance, with all the staff hiding to the side, their faces showing fear or shock as they stared at the corpse, with no one showing any interest in working. Leon is naturally the same. Although it is Gotham, such a scene is quite rare. Moreover, it can easily cause physical discomfort. Several maids can be seen gagging on the side, or simply hiding away, afraid to look. Leon hurried to the bar area. You all go to the back room. Don't stay here. He couldn't understand why the Penguin's men let ordinary employees in. Hearing Leon's words, these ordinary employees belatedly ran to the back room. The burly Frank approached. These idiots are definitely going to get yelled at by Boss Cobblepot. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression became serious. What is going on? Frank simply replied, She is Tommy's mother. Upon hearing this name, Leon immediately understood. Tommy had betrayed the penguin and was dealt with by Victor, but Cobblepot had promised to take care of his mother. Clearly, this was not the way to take care of her. It was evident that someone took advantage of the Iceberg Lounge's closure to do this. Therefore, this was seen as provocation, a demonstration, and a slap in the face to the penguin. This is the mob. Not only do they easily get into trouble themselves, but their families also suffer. Leon didn't ask more questions. He wasn't interested in such matters as long as they didn't affect him and Carla. It could be said that Carla was Leon's only concern in this world. He wouldn't care, even if it were the end of the world. Soon, the penguin arrived. He was in a special car, holding his umbrella like a cane on the ground, accompanied by his loyal followers, including the bald Victor. As a child, Penguin Cobblepot's father died of pneumonia after being caught in a heavy rain. His mother insisted that he never be without an umbrella, and the dutiful penguin complied, even enduring ridicule. Now, no one dared to mock him anymore. Thud, thud. The sound of the umbrella hitting the ground was dull, like the tolling of a death knell. Boss, the henchmen in the Iceberg Club immediately stood up. Almost everyone present was dressed in black suits, making them look like a group of Wall Street elites rather than street gangsters. Moreover, Gotham's gangs had a characteristic of often being organized by families. For instance, the opponent this time, the Falcone family. The moment the penguin saw the scene, his face was as cold as frost, and he spoke up. In Gotham, anyone who hears the surname Falcone must be cautious. Once upon a time, the Falcone family was a colossal force that controlled the entire Gotham, and both the legitimate and illegitimate sides had to heed the Falcone family. Once, the Falcone family was like a mountain in Gotham City. At that time, the mayor of Gotham and the police chief colluded with the family's leader, Carmine Falcone. Even a mayor and police chief had to follow Carmine Falcone's orders. Carmine Falcone was known for his ruthlessness and expansionism, earning him the nickname the Roman, and the Falcone family was once referred to as the Roman Empire. However, all glories are in the past. Just as the great families of Gotham have fallen, the Falcone family can no longer be spoken of as before. Although Carmine Falcone has retired, his daughter and son are still active. Penguin Cobblepot has countless grievances with the Falcone family, and some of them have carried on to this day. The Falcone family's foolish son lured his people into betrayal and slapped him in the face, which infuriated the penguin. However, he quickly controlled his emotions, walking more and more like a penguin, swaying from side to side. This matter would not be settled easily. The penguin Cobblepot, using his umbrella for support, walked to the center, stepping into a pool of blood, not caring even if his shiny shoes splashed blood. His feet were turned outwards, looking particularly comical, but no one dared to laugh. Tommy is a good kid. He is filial to his mother and a good partner, sincere to his friends. I believe he would also make a good husband and father. But, wearing a top hat and a tailcoat, the penguin passionately began his speech. The damn Falcone family has harmed him, causing him to lose his youthful life, and now they have cruelly killed his mother. His sinister gaze swept over his henchmen, and he saw some were flustered, some were still fearful, but more were filled with anger. To avoid making it difficult to lead the team in the future, Penguin Cobblepot immediately shouted, "We must make the Falcone family pay in blood for their debts. I will definitely retaliate against them." "Yes, boss," the henchmen shouted in unison. Then, the penguin raised his arm and called out, "For Tommy! For Tommy!" Almost everyone shouted along, as if they were on the side of justice. To fit in, Leon also raised his arm. The penguin Cobblepot then nodded. What the gang feared most was a lack of cohesion. Once the hearts of the people scattered, it was basically not far from collapse. "You all disperse." With a wave of the penguin's hand, the henchmen scattered. Then, the penguin looked around and said to Leon, "You are the bar manager. You will handle this matter next." This left Leon somewhat helpless, but he could only nod. To avoid conflict, he asked, "Mr. Cobblepot, what should we do?" The penguin Cobblepot casually replied, "Our Iceberg Club is a legitimate and law-abiding establishment. When faced with such illegal events, we naturally have to call the police. Although the Diamond District is maintained by us, when it comes to the police's turn, we still have to let them handle it. Otherwise, what are they for?" Not long after, several police cars arrived outside the Iceberg Club. By this time, the customers waiting outside still didn't know what had happened. They only knew that the club hadn't opened its doors to guests until now. With the arrival of the police, they immediately set up a cordon outside the Iceberg Club. A mature and handsome police chief got out of the car, flashed his badge, and asked the staff, "GCPD, who called the police?" The penguin-suited henchman had already left, leaving only the staff and the manager. As he said, the Iceberg Club is a legitimate establishment. At least legally it is. "Commissioner Gordon, I call the police." Leon stepped out of the crowd. He had just been responsible for comforting a few timid maids. "It's you." James Gordon saw Leon and immediately asked, "How is Kara?" "She's fine. Thank you, Commissioner Gordon." Leon smiled. Although the two were not old acquaintances, they had met before. At that time, Leon was reported for copper smelting and almost ended up in jail at the Gotham Police Department. In the end, it was Kara who played her age advantage, crying and making a scene at the police station, which led to Commissioner Gordon noticing them. After understanding the situation, James Gordon helped them register their information and even helped Kara find a school. His actions touched both Leon and Kara. At that moment, James Gordon patted Leon on the shoulder and said, "I'm also a father. This is what I should do." The lovely Kara reminded him of his daughter Barbara, which is why he helped Leon and Kara. Although Kara had no identity information at the time and was undocumented, it was a trivial matter for James Gordon, who had already become commissioner. "Are you working at the Iceberg Club now?" Upon hearing James Gordon's words, Leon replied, "Yes." He didn't say much more because James Gordon had a different expression. Before James Gordon became commissioner, he already knew the Penguin. Therefore, he was well aware of the Penguin's actions and knew that he controlled a vast underground world. Leon works for the Penguin, and he has to have doubts. What is going on? At this point, the officers have already arrived inside, and Commissioner Gordon immediately asked, "We don't know either. We just found out when we came to work." Leon then spoke up. James Gordon naturally did not believe him. "You all tampered with the scene, and there are footprints from dress shoes in the blood." Perhaps they had never seen such a scene before, as they initially wanted to wipe away the blood. "But I stopped them and did not touch the body." Leon couldn't possibly say that just a short while ago, the Penguin had given a speech, could he? James Gordon snorted at this. Soon, the officers of the Gotham Police Department identified the person. The identity of a deceased was revealed: Maria Saxon, 58 years old, with a son named Tom Saxon, who could not be reached. Upon hearing this news, James Gordon already had an idea about the situation and immediately asked, "Where's Tom?" Leon answered the question inappropriately. "Tommy is a good kid." He repeated the Penguin's words, of course only the first two sentences. This undoubtedly told James Gordon that Tommy had once worked for the Penguin. Therefore, James Gordon snorted coldly and said with great disdain, "Good kid? Not being scum is already a lot." But he did things that only scum would do, causing trouble for his mother. "You need to come with us to the police station to give a statement." The officers took photos of the scene and then took the body away, while the staff of the Iceberg Lounge were questioned about the situation. Only Leon, as the one who reported, naturally had to go give a statement. The Penguin had once said that James Gordon might be the only good person in Gotham City. But unfortunately, Gotham is a place that cannot accommodate even one good person. From detective to chief, no one knows how many assassination attempts and attacks James Gordon has endured. Although the current Chief Gordon is still a good person, he has undoubtedly become much more shrewd, no longer as reckless as he was in his youth. But his hatred for evil will not change. In the Gotham Police Department's interrogation room, he sat alone in front of Leon, taking his statement. Once the statement was completed, James Gordon immediately asked, "Leon, you should tell me the truth." In the earlier statement, Leon was clueless. "I know the Iceberg Lounge is a crime scene for the Penguin, and this incident must be related to his illegal activities. As long as you tell me and become my informant." Before Gordon could finish, Leon interrupted him. "Chief Gordon, you are a good person." Over the years, countless people have told James Gordon this, so he immediately felt uneasy. "When Kara and I first came to the city, we received your help. Now, through hard work, we have finally managed to survive in Gotham City, which is not easy. She is studying well, and I am working hard just to ensure she grows up healthy and happy. If it were when he was younger, James Gordon would have used every means possible, even threats and inducements, to get Leon to help him. But now, Chief Gordon understood Leon's words. He couldn't harm Leon and Kara. This is the shrewdness he has learned." Seeing James Gordon's expression soften, Leon immediately smiled and said, "Of course. I am also a law-abiding citizen. If something happens, I will report it immediately." With the step down, James Gordon nodded and said, "You can go." Leon stood up and extended his hand, saying, "Thank you, Commissioner Gordon." James Gordon didn't speak, just looked at him, and eventually reached out to shake his hand. After leaving the police station, it was already late at night outside. Leon took a glance at the Iceberg Club. It was closed today and had been cleared out in no time. Since he wasn't working, he headed home first. The Diamond District was tense, so even this late, he didn't see a single robber on the streets. Normally, Leon would have been stopped several times. Of course, someone as clever as him wouldn't go out. After all, a certain race has astonishing talents in the dark night. As long as they don't show their teeth, they can achieve invisibility. Anyone who encounters them would find it quite a headache. Bang, bang, bang. With Leon's current physical enhancement and sharp senses, he suddenly heard the sound of a cloak rustling in the night. Looking up, he saw a black figure passing over the rooftop. Batman. Leon felt indifferent towards him, but perhaps because he worked at the Iceberg Club, he tightened his body and hurried home. The Dark Gotham was a realm of tight-fitting costumes and perverts. He was neither in a tight suit nor a pervert. Godfather. As soon as the door opened, Carla came out of the room. Although children are prone to sleep, Carla was exceptionally gifted and only needed a short amount of sleep to feel energetic. It seems you're feeling better. Seeing Carla back to her lively self, Leon was immensely pleased. Carla cupped her hands over her ears and said, with a pop, "It disappeared, but I can still try to listen." Cough, cough. Leon quickly went over and hugged Kara onto the sofa. "Kara, have you forgotten our agreement?" Seeing Leon so anxious, Kara couldn't help but smile. "Of course not. I won't use my superpowers lightly." Kara had already decided not to use her mind-reading ability easily, because after listening for so long, she found that the world was not only noisy, but also that people's hearts were very dark. This is Gotham, after all. During the time Kara was listening, it almost made her feel depressed. Almost everyone was thinking about how to scheme against those around them or plotting a crime. Therefore, after mastering her ability, Kara immediately blocked out these noises. Under Liang's gentle guidance, Kara shared this with him. Leon was glad that he didn't overthink at the time. Otherwise, his persona would have collapsed in front of Carla. The human heart hides the ruin of the entire world, so it's best not to try to understand others' inner thoughts. Leon warned Kara. The ancient said to inquire about actions, not about the heart, and there is some truth to that. As long as one is human, there is always a dark side within. However, Leon did not say much more and prepared to lead by example. His bad habits had already diminished significantly, except in situations where it was truly unavoidable. After all, desires are part of human nature. The next day, Kara hurried to Gotham High School to attend classes. The principal's threats were no joke. If Leon had money, he could use it to ensure that Kara didn't have to attend classes on time. But clearly, he did not. Leon stayed at home to rest and went nowhere. In the afternoon, Carla returned home from school, and Leon made dinner for her. Carla threw her backpack onto a chair and said, "Godfather, there's an outdoor activity at school this weekend, and the teacher asked me if I would participate." "Why not participate?" Leon was making fried rice while watching a video and replied with a question. Although he couldn't cook, he could still boil rice. So after cooking the rice, he specifically learned how to make fried rice. As for cooking dishes, that would have to wait. Kara seemed to be wrapped up in the old sofa, and she deliberately played with it, saying, "They're all too childish. Don't you have any friends?" "No. We don't even have common topics," Kara answered without hesitation. Compared to Kara, who had experienced the destruction of Krypton and had been on the run, even her peers in Gotham were indeed too childish. "That's perfect. Outdoor activities are meant for you to make friends, and maybe you'll find some common topics." Leon scooped the fried rice out of the pan. He felt that Carla was very much like him. In his previous life, when he was in school, Leon also hated activities like green camps and outings. But after growing up, he realized that participating in appropriate group activities was still necessary. "Godfather, why do I feel like you're trying to send me away?" Carla said with a skeptical look. Ahem. Leon suspected that Carla had read his mind again, but he couldn't show it. He knew a French girl who had studied in China. Her Chinese was excellent, and most importantly, she had a sweet appearance, with beautiful black hair that made him feel very close, and she also had long legs. Leon naturally wanted to meet up with someone when Carla, this burden, was not around. Carla didn't know that Leon considered her a burden, but she was already familiar with that expression. The small but spirited Carla earnestly said, "It's really time for you to find me a godmother. Otherwise, others will really think you're smelting copper." Leon quickly brought out the fried rice, blocking her mouth. "Is it good?" In the apartment, Leon watched Kara treat the bowl of fried rice in front of her with utmost seriousness. "It's really good." If it weren't for the frown on Kara's face, Leon would have believed it. "How does it compare to the Chinese restaurant we went to before?" "About the same." Kara then swiftly finished off the bowl of fried rice. "It's not that it was bad, just a bit bland. For someone who just started cooking, they either don't dare to use seasoning or use too much." Leon belonged to the former. Then, Leon ate a bit himself and thought it was okay. "All right, I'm going to work now. Be careful at home." "Got it." Although he had superhuman strength, there wasn't much change in Liang's life. Someone once said that superpowers are no match for cash power. Spider-Man Peter Parker still couldn't pay off Aunt May's loan. Superman Clark Kent even had his adoptive parents' farm taken away by the bank. Besides that, many superheroes live on a tight budget. Leon had no thoughts of "I don't eat beef," nor did he want to be a citizen of his country or even an ancestor, especially since this was Gotham. He didn't want to be targeted by some tight-clad pervert. In his past life, Leon lived a life of low desire, and now it was the same. He just wanted to live steadily, improve his life, and raise Carla healthily. He was accustomed to being an ordinary person, not some savior. For an ordinary person, having a job and even becoming a manager was pretty good, right? As for what Penguin was doing, it had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't be morally bound by the phrase, "with great power comes great responsibility." Walking down the street, Leon only felt warm in his body, a sense of strength slowly growing. Although sunlight rarely shone in Gotham, its energy was everywhere, and Leon was slowly absorbing it. The Iceberg Lounge. It was business as usual today, just like nothing had happened yesterday. As the bar manager, Leon naturally didn't have to do much work himself. Unless a customer specifically asked him to mix a drink or deliver something to Penguin and his crew. However, Penguin hadn't shown up all day. Even his little subordinates were hardly seen. With Penguin absent, the two managers were the highest authority, but Leon didn't feel much relief. Instead, the workload increased. However, for Franklin's sake, he still worked diligently. Time quickly passed into the late night. The number of people in the casino had decreased, all gathering at the bar, making Leon and the others' tasks heavier. The bunny girl waitresses were reaping rewards, with the seams of their outfits stuffed with tips. Suddenly, a group of people burst in through the door. This group was well organized and dressed in similar attire, although not in the same suits and ties as Penguin's men. They were anything but ordinary. As soon as they entered, they immediately opened fire into the air. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. No one was there to watch the commotion, but rather, they instinctively ducked and fled for their lives. Only a few seemed experienced, quickly looking for places to hide, either in corners or crawling under the gambling tables. Then, the largest gunfight Leon had ever seen erupted. Many innocent socialites and debutantes fell. Their pure-colored clothing instantly stained blood red. The few Penguin subordinates did not sit idly by. They immediately took out their weapons to fight back. The intruders, on the other hand, were merciless, firing bullets as if they were free. Leon was not idle either. His reaction speed was extremely fast. When this group of people barged in, he quickly pulled down the woman next to him, who was chatting. This white woman claimed to be from South Africa and was not familiar with Gotham, preparing to invite him to explore Gotham together. At that moment, Leon hadn't decided whether to agree or not when this incident occurred. "Call the police quickly," Leon shouted at her, who was somewhat stunned. If she really came from South Africa, then he could say he had witnessed the unique characteristics of America, or rather, the characteristics of Gotham. The woman trembled as she took out her phone and dialed 911, but the line was busy. At that moment, Leon suddenly felt a pain in his arm. He raised his hand and saw a bullet mark left on his arm, but it hadn't penetrated. Moreover, the mark was healing at an extremely fast speed. Super physique. What Leon extracted should be the current strength that the Penguin possesses. Otherwise, bullets would leave no trace at all when hitting someone. Seeing this situation, Leon immediately felt relieved. Indeed, in Gotham, having a good body is very important. In just this short amount of time, the Penguin subordinates had been completely wiped out. Originally, the number left was already less than usual, and the opponents were also elite, so fighting against fewer numbers didn't last long at all. For a moment, the entire Iceberg Lounge fell into an eerie silence. All that could be heard were heavy breathing and a woman's sobs. "Come over here, gather together, don't move around. Where the bullets won't have eyes. We're not here to slaughter indiscriminately, so be smart." Following this, these people immediately took control of the scene. With the Penguin's subordinates all dead, the others naturally stopped causing trouble and obediently gathered together. "Miss Sophia, you're safe." At this moment, a voice spoke up. Tap, tap. The quiet club was suddenly filled with the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. The sound was very faint, but Leon, with his enhanced hearing, could hear it clearly, even forming a three-dimensional image in his mind, as if he could pinpoint her location. The sound of the high heels stopped. The woman had already arrived in the center. She glanced around and saw the disheveled socialites, then smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although we are a gang, we are not senseless murderers. As long as you behave, I guarantee you will live. Of course, don't expect the police to come to your rescue. They behave like dogs in front of me. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Sophia Falcone." Clearly, some in the crowd recognized Sophia's name, even those who didn't tremble at the mention of the Falcone surname. Sophia Falcone, the daughter of Carmine Falcone, the legitimate heir of the Falcone family. She was known for her violence and filled with rage, earning the nickname the Executioner. Seeing the crowd so quiet, she was very satisfied and asked, "Now tell me, with the Penguin gone, who is in charge here?" She gestured for one of her lackeys to grab a bartender, who immediately exclaimed in fear, "Not me." "Then who is it?" The bartender quickly pointed in Leon's direction. At that moment, Leon was comforting a South African woman. Sophia got the answer she wanted and immediately pulled out her handgun, shooting the bartender dead with a single shot. "I hate traitors." Sophia Falcone blew on the muzzle of her gun and smiled faintly at Leon. Sophia Falcone appeared to be around 30 years old. The age of white women is often hard to gauge. Some you think have reached adulthood, but are actually only 15, while others you think are very young may already be 30. As an Italian, Sophia's prominent nose stands out, followed by her bright, large eyes filled with fury. Her smooth black hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a black evening gown, casually draping a coat over it. She looked more like a noble socialite than a gang leader. Her gun seemed to be casually aimed at Leon. Liang's body suddenly tensed up. Although he didn't want to take action, if it came to that, he couldn't continue to hide. If there were no one else around, Leon would have acted long ago. But in front of so many people, if he revealed his strength, countless troubles would await him. Even Superman Clark wouldn't dare to expose his true identity, let alone him. Moreover, Leon had his family with him. "Don't be nervous." Sophia's voice became magnetic and hoarse. "As long as you behave, I won't kill you. I wouldn't trust you for a second." Leon could only let go of the South African woman and walked over. "What's your name?" "Leon." "Leon? Good, call your boss." Leon took the phone that Sophia handed over. He didn't know the Penguin's number, but he knew Frank's. Frank was also one of the Penguin's trusted aides. Soon, the call connected. "Who is this?" "Frank, quickly put me through to Boss Cobblepot. There's trouble." Frank didn't ask many questions, just replied, "Hold on." After a short while, the Penguin's gloomy voice came through. "I hate bad news, Leon." Upon hearing the Penguin's voice, Sophia immediately grabbed the phone. "Unfortunately, Penguin, you need to hear this news." Sophia Falcone said into the phone. "Sophia." The Penguin clearly recognized her and was somewhat surprised. "You bastard killed members of the Falcone family and kidnapped my brother. In return, how about I blow up your iceberg lounge?" Sophia said, filled with anger. The iceberg lounge was the Penguin's most cherished place and a point of pride. This struck at the Penguin's lifeline. The Penguin was silent for a long time before finally saying, "It's just an iceberg lounge. You don't really think I'd care, do you?" Although he said this, it was clear to everyone that it affected him. The Penguin Cobblepot continued, "And Sophia, you should be grateful to me. I've taken care of your competition, and the Falcone family will be yours from now on." "That's right." Sophia laughed, but her smile was cold. "I should thank you, you piece of trash, but I also have to give my family an explanation. I'll make sure your men go down with you, along with your club." "Wait." The Penguin immediately said, "If that's the case, I don't want to kill that idiot Alberto. He knows his sister doesn't care about him. Isn't that a good show?" Upon hearing this, Leon keenly noticed Sophia's change in expression. Clearly, she cared about her brother, contrary to what she had said. "What do you want? What do you want?" "Sophia?" Sophia fell silent. She didn't want to reveal her intentions, but it seemed the Penguin had already guessed them. If she didn't care about her brother, how could her actions be so swift? The Penguin had just sent people to capture her brother, and she retaliated against the iceberg lounge immediately. This caught the Penguin somewhat off guard. However, the Penguin had already won. "Time's almost up, Sophia." "What do you mean?" Sophia asked, somewhat flustered. The Penguin Cobblepot then hinted, "If you don't understand, you can go outside and take a look." Sophia immediately pushed through the crowd, signaling Leon to follow her, her gun still pointed at him. Once outside, Sophia trembled. She saw a huge bright light appear in Gotham's dark sky, casting a silhouette of a bat on the clouds. "The bat signal." "Ha ha ha ha." The Penguin laughed heartily over the phone. "Let's go." Sophia immediately hung up the phone, knowing they couldn't stay any longer. She took Leon and headed back inside. But once they entered the club, chaos had already erupted. Boom! With a few low explosions, the entire iceberg lounge was suddenly filled with smoke. Crack! Horrific screams and the sound of bones cracking echoed through the club. Clearly, Batman had already taken action. Damn it! Instead of fleeing, Sophia rushed inside. In the obscured visibility of smoke, she couldn't see clearly and could only vaguely make out a shadow darting through the haze. Only Leon was unaffected. His vision was enhanced, allowing him to clearly see Batman's agile figure. Batman's suit was filled with high-tech gear, grappling hooks, a bat cape, projectors, and a bunch of equipment strapped to him. This was not something a rich kid could afford for such high-end cosplay. It screamed one thing: money power. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Sophia fired at the shadow. "Everyone retreat," she shouted while shooting. Her men quickly reacted, retreating outside while simultaneously firing at Batman. Batman dodged and weaved, and when he couldn't avoid it, he turned his back, using his cape to block the bullets. Clang, clang, clang. All the bullets were deflected, and then he set his sights on Sophia. Like a human bat, Batman lunged toward her. But Sophia, being unscrupulous, ran outside first and shouted, "Leon, stop him." Leon is not stupid, quickly stepping aside. However, Batman has set his sights on him. Seeing Leon in uniform, and likely a gang member, he shows no mercy, planning to take Leon down as quickly as possible before continuing the chase. Faced with the attack, Leon naturally tries to defend himself. Batman is ruthless, aiming for the joints. It is said that Batman never kills, but for an ordinary person after being taught by him, it's often worse than death. Bang! Leon blocked Batman's attack, which clearly surprised Batman, and then continued to unleash a flurry of strikes at Leon. As the essence of human combat, Batman is proficient in almost all fighting techniques in the world, and his attacks are sharp and fluid. No matter what kind of movement, he can launch an attack without any pause. Leon could only respond instinctively, relying on his speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. Even so, he was still hit several times by Batman, though it didn't hurt much. This surprised Batman. In Gotham, few could withstand his attacks. After all, many of Gotham's supercriminals do not excel in strength. Even the Penguin cannot withstand a few moves against Batman. With such abilities, why would you join a gang? Batman paused and did not continue attacking. He analyzed that although Leon had no combat skills, his sheer physical strength made him difficult to deal with. Leon's characteristics are speed, strength, and a lack of fear of pain. He seems almost inhuman. Seeing Batman staring coldly at him, Leon immediately said, "Shit, I'm not her person." "But you're one of the Iceberg Club," Batman replied. He naturally knew that Leon was not a member of the Falcone family. It's just to survive. Not everyone is born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Leon replied coldly. He had been inexplicably beaten up. Although the other party was Batman, Leon didn't have a good expression. GCPD. At that moment, the sound of police sirens finally rang out. The Gotham officers arrived, even slower than Batman. But that's to be expected. Leon turned around and found that Batman had disappeared without him noticing. The officers opened all the ventilation passages, finally dispersing the smoke, allowing them to see the situation inside. The Iceberg Lounge was almost riddled with holes, with bullet marks and blood everywhere, and many people had died. James Gordon said with a grim expression, "These damn gangs are cancer to Gotham." They immediately began to secure the scene. With so many dead, there had to be an explanation. It wasn't long before the Penguin arrived. "Jim." The Penguin opened his arms towards Commissioner Gordon and exclaimed warmly. However, Commissioner Gordon did not look at him and simply snorted coldly. "Oz, was this your doing? How can you frame me innocent?" The Penguin, Cobblepot, looked aggrieved. The Iceberg Lounge has always been a legitimate and lawful entertainment venue. Who would have thought it would attract others' jealousy? If you were innocent, then there are no bad people in Gotham. Commissioner Gordon sneered. The Penguin didn't team mind and turned to Leon and the others, suddenly displaying a friendly smile. "You all did well. Bonuses will be given later. Take 2 days off." He then went to deal with the Gotham Police Department. Everyone gave their statements, including the Penguin, as the Iceberg Lounge was his territory. By the time everything was finished, it was almost dawn. At that moment, the bald Victor approached the Penguin and whispered, "Should we retaliate?" "Retaliate against what?" The Penguin replied expressionlessly, "What benefits would retaliation bring? We are a gang, not mindless fools. Never do anything without profit. Of course, we need to pacify our brothers." Wayne Manor. A Batmobile sped through the tunnel into the secret Batcave, sparking along the way. The hatch opened, and Bruce Wayne jumped out, removing his helmet. "Master, from your grim expression, it seems tonight didn't go well." An elderly voice spoke, and Alfred entered with a tray containing hot coffee and a warm towel. Bruce Wayne's mind was solely focused on Leon. He was someone he had never seen before, and if he didn't investigate Leon thoroughly, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. For him, he wished he knew everyone in Gotham. He picked up the coffee, ignoring the towel, and said to Alfred, "I want to investigate someone." "I've already helped you investigate." Alfred was indeed the butler hero, having been with Bruce Wayne for so long. He understood his character well. When they reached the supercomputer, there was indeed information about Leon. He had come to Gotham under an alias and brought along a daughter. But it was clear that she was adopted. As for his previous background, it was classified top-secret information. Alfred set the tray aside and said, "Master, you need to think this through. This might be related to some mysterious department." However, before he could finish, Bruce Wayne began to decrypt this top-secret information. "All right, you're always like this." Alfred had no choice. He was already accustomed to Bruce Wayne's personality. Soon, the file was decrypted. When Bruce Wayne opened the top-secret information, The records were immediately displayed. Leon's personal information, as well as his previous life in Ohio, seems rather ordinary. Just a typical American youth going about his days, either flirting with girls or doing nothing in particular. But soon, Bruce Wayne clicks on a satellite video. Although the video is blurry, the situation is somewhat discernible. In the video, a spaceship lands on Earth, and Leon goes to greet it, opening the spacecraft. Then a girl climbs out from inside. "Oh, this is not good," Alfred says in a pure British accent. It seems that this girl is an alien. Bruce Wayne nods in acknowledgement. Even worse, someone has helped them conceal their tracks. Otherwise, they would have been discovered even in Gotham. Well, should we consider the possibility of aliens destroying Earth? Alfred makes a joke, but Bruce Wayne frowns seriously. Seeing this, Alfred has to say, "Don't take it so seriously. Maybe she's just a survivor." As Bruce Wayne's butler, he tends to be more optimistic, a ray of sunshine in Bruce's life. "I'm wondering if there might be other aliens on Earth." Leon got a few days off. The Iceberg Club had been damaged and would obviously need a few days for renovations. At the very least, those bullet holes needed to be patched up. Moreover, it was unclear whether the club's reputation would be affected by this incident. However, that was something for the Penguin to worry about. Before leaving, the Penguin encouraged Leon a bit, seemingly optimistic about him. With the freshly received $1,000 bonus in his pocket, Leon was also planning to buy something for Carla. But even now, as dawn approached, most shops were still closed. Leon could only go to the nearby Chinatown. Sure enough, even though it was just past 5 o'clock, the breakfast shop was already open. After buying a few steaming meat buns, along with 2 cups of soy milk and a few fried dough sticks, Leon hurried back. Fortunately, the Diamond District was right next to Chinatown, and with Leon's current physical condition, he controlled his speed and jogged back without breaking sweat. "Godfather, are you unemployed?" Carla asked while eating a bun, watching the news on TV. The news was still reporting on the Iceberg Club, and Carla knew he worked there. "No, I'm just taking a few days off," Leon himself replied while eating fried dough sticks. "Godfather, I heard that the Iceberg Club is the lair of the Penguin, and the Penguin's reputation is well known. Even Carla knows about it. However, this is something she learned from her super hearing before. So, she's somewhat worried about her godfather." Leon sat down next to Kara. "Gotham is full of gangs. Even the Chinatown we often visit is under their control." This made Kara silent for a moment. Then she looked a bit confused and said, "Doesn't Gotham have Batman? Why is it still like this?" "Because he is also a vested interest holder." Leon chuckled. Unfortunately, Kara still didn't understand. However, she didn't think much of it. As long as Leon was fine, that was all that mattered. On Earth, the only 2 people she cared about were Leon and her cousin. The reason she came to Earth was to chase after her cousin, Carl L's spaceship. She had arrived safely, but she wondered how her cousin was doing. During the past few days of rest, Leon hadn't gone out for the first 2 days. By Friday, Kara went to school, and he went out in the afternoon to meet that French girl for some fun. The girl was also in Gotham for work, and she worked at a subsidiary of Wayne Enterprises. She had slightly permed curly hair, big bright eyes, and sweet features. "Hello." She greeted Leon in Chinese as soon as she saw him. It had become somewhat rusty since coming to America. Leon, it's not easy to get into Wayne Enterprises, is it?" Leon glanced at the prominent sign behind her that read Wayne Pharmaceuticals. I wanted to get into the headquarters, but I didn't expect to be assigned to a subsidiary." Leon replied, but from the expression on her face, it was clear that she was proud. Wayne Enterprises has a presence in various industries in Gotham, and working for Wayne Enterprises is equivalent to being someone important in Gotham. "What about you? What do you do in Gotham?" Leon had gone through this many times, so he smiled and said, "Now I'm a manager." "Oh, where?" Seeing her relentless questioning, Leon could only reply, "Iceberg Club." Leon thought of the news from before. She paused for a moment and said, "Maybe I can go play there when I have time." "Welcome." Leon quickly noticed that Leon had suddenly become a bit distant. So, instead of suggesting they go for a meal, he ordered coffee. Leon also began to talk about topics that Leon didn't understand, seemingly highlighting their lack of common interests. Given this, Leon checked the time and said, "It's getting late. I'm a bit tired and want to go back and rest." Leon seemed worried that Leon wanted to continue their time together, especially since it was dinner time, so she quickly responded. Leon smiled and said, "Me too. My daughter just got out of school." At that moment, Leon's expression changed again. She didn't expect that Leon already had a daughter, which made her feel even more distant. But no matter what she thought, Leon gracefully said goodbye. He had come to Gotham's financial district for this trivial matter, located at the southernmost part of Gotham, near Blackgate Island. Thinking that Kara hadn't eaten, he made a call home to tell Kara that he would buy food. After that, he didn't walk back, but took a car instead. It was obviously faster to drive back to the Diamond District, as it required crossing 2 districts, the Municipal District and Gotham's Old Town. About half an hour later, Leon returned to the apartment in the Diamond District carrying dinner. However, he felt something was strange. What was this inexplicable silence? Kara. Leon opened the door and shouted inside. However, he was surprised to find that the person sitting on the sofa was not Carla, but another woman. He had seen her just a few days ago, Sophia Falcone. Although he knew it was unlikely that anything had happened to Carla, Leon still angrily said, "This is not a place for you to come." Where's Carla? He hated situations like this the most, when someone interrupted their peaceful life. Seeing Leon so anxious, Sophia smiled. Everyone has someone they care about, and she loved using this tactic to control others. However, Leon's fury startled her a bit. "Don't worry, I just had a chat with her," Sophia said with a smile. Clapping her hands. "Come out, darling." Carla's door opened, and she came out with her hands behind her back, looking at Leon with her big eyes. "Godfather." Seeing that Carla was fine, Leon finally felt relieved. He looked at Sophia and said, "I have nothing to do with you. What do you want?" Sophia stood up from the sofa, feeling uncomfortable sitting. "I saw what happened the other day," she said with a hint of intrigue. When she left that day, she glanced back and was surprised that Leon could actually stop Batman, which piqued her interest in him. Otherwise, he would just be a bartender, and Sophia wouldn't have bothered with him. This made Leon stare at her intently. Sophia felt an inexplicable chill, as if she were being watched by a beast rather than a person. So, she didn't finish her previous statement and instead said, "Don't be nervous. I didn't bring anyone else, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Carla glanced next door and gave Leon a look. In her gaze, the wall couldn't block their sight. One could see many people through it. So, she looked at the Godfather with eagerness, as if saying, "Let me take action. I could defeat them all." Leon shook his head slightly at her. Kara felt a bit disappointed upon seeing this, but still stood obediently by the side. "What do you want?" "It's simple, do things for me." Sophia smiled, her beauty becoming alluring at that moment. "The Penguin is unclear about people. What he can give you, I will give you 10 times more. If you don't want to do those things, you can just be responsible for protecting me. I will provide you with a nice house instead of cramming into this shabby apartment building. And Kara, I really like her, and I believe you like me too. Don't you, dear?" Kara looked at her and immediately pouted. Sophia didn't mind. Her big eyes turned to Leon. "I will arrange for Kara to attend Lewis Memorial School. And when she grows up, whether she goes to college or studies abroad, I will fully support her." Her words could easily grasp the lifeline of an old father. Leon felt a little moved by these words. What he wanted to provide for Kara was just that, a good living environment and a better educational setting. When does a man truly grow up? For Leon, it might have been when he became a godfather. In the past, he had no real ambitions, thinking life was short and just wanting to enjoy it. But after having Kara, he felt he had matured. He wanted to give Kara the best environment possible, to let her grow up healthily, to have a good worldview, and to become a superwoman. Therefore, what he looked forward to most every day was simply seeing Kara after work. Making her happy was the most important thing. Before Kara, Leon felt he could see the entirety of his life. Like countless party animals in America, he was living in a haze, indulging in fleeting pleasures. But now, things were different. So Leon was also moved, but he did not agree with Sophia. Instead, he said he needed to think about it. Sophia was not surprised. She hadn't expected Leon to agree so easily. If he did, she wouldn't dare to use him. If he could betray penguins so easily, he would betray her just as easily in the future. Thus, with a carefree demeanor, Sophia took her leave. She was wearing a cream-colored women's suit, and no one could tell she was the executioner. "What did she say to you?" Once Sophia walked away, Leon immediately asked Kara. Kara approached and said, "She asked about you, and I don't like her, Godfather." "Neither do I. So why didn't you let me take action?" Kara asked. To this, Leon had to patiently explain. It wasn't about simply telling Kara not to do something. It was about helping her understand why. She is the leader of the Falcone family. If you expose your strength, we won't be able to stay in Gotham. And do you want to run away like before? Kara pursed her lips, understanding the reason. Then she said, "So if I wear a mask like Spider-Man, can I become a superhero?" Kryptonians can psychologically hypnotize her, even confuse others with glasses. Therefore, the Superman family never needed masks. After thinking for a moment, Leon said, "You're not like Spider-Man. Then who am I like?" "You are you, one of a kind." Leon pinched her cheek. Kara had a cute appearance, with a bit of baby fat on her face. Even though she was only in her teens, she was quite charming. "Godfather, let's not agree to her. I think living here is great, and it doesn't matter what school I go to." With her super brain, Kara could remember everything after just a quick glance at the books, so an elite school was of no use to her. However, Leon knew that the most important thing about a school was the environment. Let's eat first. Leon remained noncommittal. On the weekend, Carla left early in the morning. She was going to participate in a 2-day outdoor activity with her school, which was a rare opportunity for Leon to relax. Although he was used to being with Carla, he still cherished this chance. He had already prepared himself for a night out. So, Leon took good care of himself, shaved his beard clean, and prepared a well-fitting suit. They say a person is judged by their appearance. Leon looked in the mirror and thought he still looked very handsome. He had a light lunch and adjusted his mood. But before he could go out, the phone rang at home. Hello, is this Carla's family? Yes. Leon felt the voice was somewhat familiar, as if it belonged to Carla's teacher. He was suddenly taken aback, wondering if something had happened to Carla. Please come to the scene immediately and tell me what happened. Leon hurriedly asked. The teacher didn't answer but said, You'll know when you arrive. I'm very sorry. Sorry for what? The phone had already hung up, and Leon immediately lost his desire to go out. He quickly went out, downstairs to hail a taxi, and told the driver the address. The driver was an older white man, and seeing his anxious expression, he asked, Is it something important? Of course. My teacher seems to be in trouble. Please hurry. No problem. Hold on tight, the older white man driver said, immediately shifting gears and flooring the gas pedal. As a result, the distance, which wasn't far to begin with, was covered in just 20 minutes. Coventry, located north of Robinson Park, is in the heart of Gotham, and it's rare to find a gang-free area here. The activities at Gotham High School were originally planned to go to the metropolis via the subway bridge, but who would have thought something would happen before even leaving Gotham? We're here, the older white man driver said. $34. Leon simply took out 2 20s, which was equivalent to giving a tip. After all, the other party had also rushed all the way. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. The driver immediately smiled. But clearly, it would be hard for this day to be wonderful. Leon got out of the car and looked up to see the famous Arkham Asylum across the river. Arkham Asylum is located on the outskirts of the city, resembling a small, isolated island, built like a prison. The asylum is separated from the rest of Gotham by the Gotham River, with only 3 bridges providing access. Leon didn't pay much attention to the prestigious institution filled with talent, but instead focused on the situation by the Gotham River. Several police cars were parked there, and a school bus was stopped by the river, where many students were huddled together crying, while the teacher was comforting them. She's truly a monster. I don't want to be classmates with a monster. This is too scary. I want to transfer schools, oh my God. The voices of discussion reached Leon's ears, and he immediately walked over. Teacher Emma. Leon quickly found Kara's teacher. Mr. Leon? Kara is over there. Teacher Emma immediately pointed to the side, where Kara was sitting alone on a chair, and the other students dared not approach her. Leon felt a sudden pain in his heart at the sight and quickly walked over. He saw Kara soaked to the skin, but with her physique, she clearly wouldn't catch a cold, yet she still clung tightly to him. Seeing her looking hurt and fragile, Leon hurriedly embraced her. His suit was instantly soaked, but he didn't care. What happened? Cut up? Godfather. Kara immediately burst into tears in his arms. I'm sorry. After so long, Leon had never seen her cry so painfully. Even when she thought of everything about Krypton, she was merely filled with melancholy. It's okay now. I'm here. Leon hurriedly stroked her golden hair, helping her calm down. Only then did he learn what had happened. It turned out that when they were by the river, the school bus suddenly lost control, and the driver, in a panic to avoid oncoming traffic, ended up in the water. At that moment, Kara forgot Leon's words and revealed her abilities, reaching out to help these people. She single-handedly pushed the submerged school bus back up, which, of course, all the classmates and teachers witnessed. And then, this scene unfolded. Kara became a monster. Listening to the students still discussing Kara, Leon felt an indescribable anger inside. He even had the extreme thought that these people deserved to die. He was startled by this idea. Perhaps this is what it feels like to possess a weapon, with murderous intent arising. Leon used to never have such extreme thoughts. But the fact that Carla clearly saved them, yet was met with ingratitude, made Leon very angry. Even Carla was confused. She softly said, Godfather, I will never disobey you again. I was wrong. I shouldn't have revealed my powers. Clearly, she felt that she shouldn't have saved them. Even if one person floated while everyone else drowned, no one could blame her, a child. They would just think she was lucky. Upon hearing this, Leon immediately calmed down. Although he was also thinking about going on a killing spree, that was not the right idea. Or rather, it was something Carla shouldn't have. No one wants their children to become murderers, even if deep down she thinks she can be selfish, at least on the surface. She should be able to be a good person. So, he immediately said to Carla, No, Carla, you didn't do anything wrong. He cupped her face in his hands, making her look into his eyes. The ones who were wrong were them, not you. But they all see me as a monster, Carla said, feeling incredibly wronged. Even without her super hearing, she could hear their unreserved conversations. This made Carla feel very troubled. At that moment, the sparkle in her eyes seemed to disappear. She was no longer the spirited young girl. Leon felt an inexplicable pain in his heart and said solemnly, Kara, don't care about what others think. In my eyes, you have always been the best, so never stop fighting and never stop being yourself. Gradually, light appeared in Kara's eyes. At that moment, Leon seemed to understand why people wish for Superman to be a cheerful and optimistic boy rather than a god among men. Countless times, Leon had pondered what kind of person he wanted Kara to become and how to guide her character. He had told Kara to learn to endure, to hide her abilities, and to try to blend into this world. But now, he realized he was wrong. Kara should do what she wants, whether it's being cheerful and optimistic or a god among men. As long as she wants to do it, that's all that matters. Leon should not force his expectations onto Carla, as it would prevent her from being herself. Mr. Leon, please come here for a moment. At this time, Teacher Emma walked over. Teacher Emma is a middle-aged woman in her 30s and is said to teach mathematics. Leon patted Carla and said to Teacher Emma, can you make them quiet? At that moment, Leon was very serious, which made Teacher Emma feel a bit scared, so she quickly got those naughty kids to quiet down. After that, the two of them moved to the side. Mr. Leon, I'm very sorry, Teacher Emma said with an apologetic expression. You should be grateful. Leon said in a deep voice. He already had a premonition. We will all be grateful. Without Carla, but I'm sorry. This is Principal Julia's decision. We can no longer teach Carla. Teacher Emma looked apologetic. Leon really wanted to be angry, but he knew that taking it out on a teacher wouldn't help. Because this was the principal's decision. They are ignorant, fearful, and afraid of the unknown, even afraid to let Carla continue her studies. I understand now, Leon said coldly. Actually, your school is really bad, and it doesn't do much for Kara. Sorry, Mr. Leon, Emma said and walked away. Back by Kara's side, Leon also felt relieved. It wouldn't be good for Kara to continue studying here, as everyone knows about her uniqueness. Continuing her studies would make Kara uncomfortable. When Kara saw Leon return, she looked up for a moment. With her ears perked up, she heard all of this. It's okay. Leon patet Kara. At that moment, someone else walked over. An old acquaintance. Kara, how are you? I heard you've done amazing things. You're such a good girl. James Gordon squatted down in front of Kara and patted her head. Really? Kara had a good impression of Commissioner Gordon because he had helped them both. Of course. You've saved so many people. You're a hero, Commissioner Gordon encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Kara replied. Commissioner Gordon then said with a smile, I'll borrow your godfather for a moment. I'll have this Officer Judy take care of you. He nodded at a female officer who had followed him. So, Leon went aside with him. James Gordon looked at Leon with a complicated expression. I didn't know she had such abilities. He had only thought Kara was cute, obedient, and sensible before. He didn't expect this. This could cause trouble. Leon replied. James Gordon naturally understood, so he said, I'll try to ask them not to say anything. But it's hard to say how effective that will be. Too many people saw it. Kara might have to change schools next. I know. Leon nodded. I will see if I can use connections to get her into Lewis Memorial High School, which is the best school in Gotham. But it's best if she doesn't stand out too much. James Gordon continued. By the way, you don't have an identity, do you? I assume that that's the case. You're not like those smugglers. Gotham is a port city, and every year, countless people come over by ship illegally. Yes, Leon nodded, having burned all his evidence to prevent anyone from tracking him. He didn't know at the time if it would work, but it seems to have done so. At least no one in Gotham is looking for him. He only heard James Gordon say, I will do my best to help you get an identity and protect Kara, so she won't be polluted by Gotham. Gotham is a city of crime. Even though James Gordon is the commissioner here, it's still difficult to change anything. However, I believe Gotham will get better. When I first arrived in Gotham, it was even worse than it is now. Commissioner Gordon spoke, giving Leon confidence. At that time, the entire police department was filled with members of the Falcone family and other gangs, and the whole of Gotham was corrupt from top to bottom. At least now, many officers are clean and no longer fear the gangs, but dare to fight back. Leon knows this all too well, but they don't have many choices. They escaped from Ohio to here, where they feel somewhat safer. The chaos in Gotham has provided them some convenience. Moreover, they have somewhat gotten used to everything in Gotham. Although Gotham is always overcast, with serious air pollution, and they have to worry about criminals while walking on the streets, not daring to go out at night. Leon and Carla have no intention of leaving anymore. They are tired of a life on the run. Thank you, Commissioner. James Gordon immediately extended his hand and said, Call me Jim. How's it going? Carla is very well behaved. She is an angel, the young Officer Judy smiled. Leon and Director Gordon walked back, and she naturally went to get busy. Next, the police station would ask all teachers and students not to spread the news. But this measure would only have a minimal effect. After all, the incident had happened a long time ago, and with so many people involved, it was impossible to keep it under wraps. The only thing that could be done was to keep Kara out of their sight and let time help them forget about it. Fortunately, Gotham is a big city, covering an area of 846.9 square kilometers with a population of over 3 million. If luck is on their side, they might never see Kara again in their lifetime. In China, Gotham's area might not even be as large as that of a third-tier city. But in America, it's definitely considered a big city. After all, Chicago is only over 600 square kilometers, and the metropolitan area is just over 1,000 square kilometers. So why hasn't Batman shown up quickly? Let's go. Leon looked at Carla. Her clothes were almost dry. I asked Officer Judy to give you a ride. Chief Gordon arranged it. After that, Leon and Carla took Officer Judy's police car back to the apartment in Diamond District. Thank you. Goodbye, Sister Judy, the two said while waving as they got out of the car. Officer Judy smiled and said, Carla, remember to be good. Once her car left, Carla immediately said, Godfather, what do you think of her? Well, she's very pretty, just has a bit of a big mouth. Leon speaks frankly. Officer Judy has beautiful red hair and a tall figure, but she has a big mouth. Carla rolled her eyes and immediately stopped talking. The Godfather is too picky. He wants a flawless woman. If Leon knew her thoughts, he would feel very wronged. After all, he just thinks he has higher standards. He is not an ordinary person now, so wanting a superhero as a girlfriend isn't too much to ask, right? After all, with his current physique, ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it. Back at the apartment, the two quickly changed clothes. Leon thought that all his preparations had gone to waste, but he wasn't too disappointed. He suddenly thought of something and said to Carla, Let's go. I'll take you out to have some fun. Really? Carla immediately jumped up from the sofa. Leon's work has always been heavy, and after going to the Iceberg Club, he has been on a night shift every day. The two only see each other once or twice a day, which naturally isn't enough for intimacy. Now, Leon suddenly thinks it would be nice to take Carla out to have some fun, just to enhance their relationship. The little temptresses outside aren't worth his emotional investment. The two went downstairs again and took a car to the nearby municipal district. Gotham's Southern District divisions are quite simple. There's the Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and Municipal District. The Municipal District is located to the south of the Fashion District, with a commercial street at the boundary of the two districts. Leon and Carla naturally went out to have fun and buy some things. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Leon bought clothes for Carla. Teenage girls are in their growth spurts, and Carla is already nearly 6 meters tall. So, Leon first bought Carla a dress and some clothes. Gotham has a high purchasing power, and these purchases cost several $100s. Afterwards, Carla looked at the comic book store nearby and said, Dad, can I buy a comic book? Of course, one isn't enough. Buy a few more. Leon smiled while doing a head pat. Hearing this, although today's encounter made Kara very sad, she felt better now. So, she immediately went into the comic store, but being considerate, she only bought 2 comics. One was Spider-Man, and the other, Leon took a look and found it was Captain Marvel. As for Iron Man, without any movies, its popularity was only average. And many people didn't even know about this superhero's comic. These 2 comics weren't expensive, totaling just over $10. When paying, the clerk suddenly smiled and said, Little girl, would you like to buy the Ghost Spider-Man set? It's only $200, and it comes with a Spider-Man costume. Although she was tempted, Kara shook her head when she heard the price, saying, No, I've already seen it. Hearing this, Leon immediately hugged her. Kara had never seen Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. This made Leon wish he could instantly transform into Bruce Wayne. That way, he could use his wealth to buy out the entire comic book store for Kara. She really was understanding. The clerk immediately smiled at Leon. Leon smiled and asked after coming out, Don't you want a Spider-Man suit? No, I don't need to wear a mask, Kara said firmly. It seemed like a seed was sprouting in her heart. Leon didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He could only say that Kara was exceptionally mature and understanding for her age. Then, out of curiosity, Kara asked Godfather, Can ordinary people become superheroes without superpowers or extraordinary abilities? Why is Spider-Man so popular with the public? It's because his character is very relatable. Peter Parker is quite ordinary, making him feel real and close to everyday situations. It gives people the impression that an ordinary person can also become a superhero. Kara was wondering if a truly ordinary person could become a superhero. Of course. Leon nodded. Which one? Kara asked curiously. The pancake hero? Huh. Why does that sound a bit strange? Kara looked confused. Kara's intimacy level reached 60. When Leon got home, he received a notification. He immediately felt that he was doing the right thing by spending more time with Kara. Of course, the intimacy level was a minor concern. The main thing was that Kara was happy. After putting everything away and eating the McDonald's he had just bought, Leon felt that no amount of money was enough. The $1,000 bonus he had just received was almost spent in the blink of an eye. Isn't it said that superpowers are no match for cash power? After watching comics for a while, remember to rest early. Leon gave a brief instruction to Kara. Kara nodded and excitedly ran into the room, closing the door to read comics. Leon tidied up a bit and lay on the bed, starting to contemplate life. Although Carla's emotions came and went quickly, he had to think carefully. There's no need to mention money. Even superheroes don't make money that easily. Not everyone in real life is Tony Stark or Bruce Wayne. Leon is now considering Kara's education. She can't continue at Gotham High School and wants to go to another school, but it depends on others. As for the idea that there are no social connections in America, only a fool would believe that. James Gordon and Sophia Falcone. One is the police chief, and the other is the spokesperson for the Falcone family. Both say they can help Kara get into school. And James Gordon is even looking for ways to do so. Sophia Falcone, on the other hand, is very confident, as if the school is run by her family. Leon feels very distressed about all of this. He even entertains the thought of mingling with Sophia. However, he quickly abandons that idea. He has to set an example for Kara. If her godfather gets involved with the gang, how can she become Supergirl? The Iceberg Lounge is at least a legally recognized establishment, and Leon doesn't associate with the Penguin. But if he takes something from Sophia, how can he refuse if she asks him to do something? Just then, Leon hears something fall to the floor by the window. Leon is very sharp now. He gets up as soon as he hears sound. He goes to the window and immediately sees a bat dart stuck here. Batman. Liang's heart tightened, but he wasn't too surprised. Ever since his confrontation with Batman, he knew he would definitely be targeted by him. As someone with paranoia, it would be strange if he wasn't investigated. He just didn't expect Batman to arrive so quickly. The events had only happened today, and Batman already knew about it. Now, there was only one question. How much did Batman actually know? Leon first listened carefully and found that the karaoke in the neighboring room had fallen silent. They were probably asleep. Then, Leon opened the window and made his way to the rooftop via the fire escape. Gotham's night was still a bit chilly, with the cold wind blowing against him as if trying to seep into his bones. However, Leon didn't see anyone on the rooftop. Just then, he heard the sound of a cape behind him. Turning around, he indeed saw Batman, whose entire being radiated the power of money, standing right in front of him. What's going on? Leon asked. Clearly, Batman was not here to fight. Soon, Batman's deep, calm voice, carrying an undeniable authority, came through. Take her away from Gotham. I will give you new identities, so no one can trace you. His tone sounded like a command, which annoyed Leon. We are all born of the same parents. Why should you command me? So, Leon immediately laughed. Leave Gotham? Where to? How will we survive? Go to Metropolis. With your abilities, it won't be hard to find a better job than at the Iceberg Lounge, and she will have a better education there, Batman said in a low voice. His eyes fixed on Leon as if they could penetrate his soul. Thinking about his previous job washing dishes in a Chinese restaurant and being a bartender at the Iceberg Lounge for over a month, earning a meager $1,000 or $2,000 a month, Leon felt angry. Did he know how important this bar manager job was for him and Kara? In America, people without identity and residency can easily become homeless with nothing and never have a chance to turn their lives around. After finally getting a decent job, how could Leon give it up just because of Batman's words? Finding a better job in Metropolis? Hot knowledge. Metropolis and Los Angeles are the two cities in America with the most homeless people. Not everyone is born into wealth. Leon looked at Batman and said, We won't leave. I just want her to have a stable life. There is no stability in Gotham, Batman replied solemnly. It turned out he knew it himself. Your absence is the greatest stability. Hearing Leon's words, Batman remained non-committal. With her uniqueness, once people discover her, they will reject her, treat her as a monster, and someone will kill her. Batman's low voice was somewhat frightening, but to Leon, it was very irritating. Clearly, Batman knew a lot, possibly even that Kara was an alien. But so what? Everything that happened today, everyone seemed to reject Kara. More than one person had told him that Kara didn't belong in Gotham anymore. But if you really think about it, where does she belong? As a father figure, Leon was filled with resentment. Anyone who dared to treat his goddaughter that way would be his enemy. Is this the reason you want her to leave Gotham? Leon said angrily. If that's the case, then there's no difference between here and Gotham. Humanity is ignorant and foolish. Even if what you say will happen, people will reject her and treat her as a monster. And that's because they fear her and are afraid of her power. But she can never be killed. At this point, Leon calmed down. He looked at Batman with a blank expression and said, "She will not be a monster. She will become their god." "Thank you, Batman." Batman was taken aback by these words. He looked deeply at Leon, knowing that Leon had made up his mind. After Leon finished speaking, he did not stay any longer and instead headed downstairs. He turned back to take a look and found that Batman had already disappeared. "Mr. Leon, Kara does not meet our school's admission standards. We hope you can find a better school for her." Leon hung up the phone before finishing the conversation. It seemed there was no good news today. He naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait. Instead, he called these schools himself. However, unfortunately, without an identity or background, these schools would not agree to let Carla enroll. It's important to know that getting into college in America requires recommendation letters, and connections are a crucial part of the process. Moreover, especially at this time, Leon won't be able to break through unless he uses cash to open doors. Otherwise, begging won't help. He sat on the sofa, holding his phone, staring at the number. He hasn't called James Gordon yet. If there was news, he would have called him first. Clearly, things are not going well. Although James Gordon is the chief of the Gotham Police Department, he is much cleaner than his predecessor and never engages in corruption, making certain issues harder to resolve. Should he really call Sophia Falcone? But what's the difference between that and calling the Penguin? Both of these Gotham bosses could easily solve the problem because they have power and influence. However, if he sought their help, it would make things difficult for Leon in the future. "Godfather, maybe it's better to give up. After all, these books are easy. I can self-study," Kara said as she hugged her godfather. "This is not a matter of self-study." Leon forced a smile and said, "The environment and relationships at American schools are very important. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Upon hearing Liang's words, Carla tightly hugged him, engulfed in self-blame. If it weren't for her recklessness, she wouldn't have been expelled from school for exposing her abilities. However, she didn't regret it. She just thought she needed to be more cautious, and saving people felt pretty good. Just then, Liang's phone rang. It was an unknown caller. Liang hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call, planning to hang up if it was a scam. "Is this Mr. Liang?" A middle-aged woman's voice came through. "Hello, it's me. May I ask who you are?" "I am Principal Connie from Lewis Memorial Middle School. Do you have a daughter?" "Yes." Liang was a bit confused, but replied, "This isn't a scam call, is it?" Then, he heard the other party say, "It's like this. You are very lucky. The Wayne Group is currently holding a scholarship charity event to help children who have excellent academic performance but cannot attend school for various reasons. I checked, and your daughter has great grades. Would you be interested in her attending our Lewis Memorial Middle School?" Leon really wanted to refuse firmly, but after glancing at Kara, who looked a bit surprised, he immediately smiled and said, "Of course, we would be very happy to." Leon hung up the phone, sighing, "Is this what money can do?" The principal of Lewis Memorial High School not only personally called to encourage Kara to attend, but was also exceedingly respectful, fearing that Kara might refuse. This is a prestigious school in Gotham, one that ordinary people could never attend. And now, they're not only begging Kara to enroll, but also offering a full scholarship, waiving all tuition fees. Naturally, all of this is funded by Wayne Enterprises. It is clear that all of this is because of one name, Bruce Wayne. If Leon didn't know Batman's true identity, he would probably feel just as Kara does right now, thinking that happiness has come knocking at his door. How could such good fortune fall upon him? However, Leon did not say this out loud. At this moment, Kara smiled and said, "Godfather, you don't need to worry about me. I will definitely be very careful this time." Leon nodded. This time, even if Kara exposed her abilities, the principal would probably not dismiss her, but simply assign her to a class of her own. The Wayne Group is truly contributing to society. At this moment, Kara's fondness for the Wayne Group reached its peak. They immediately went online to check, and indeed saw news about this charity event. Besides Kara, many others also received help. The Gotham Daily was praising the Wayne Group's decision highly. Leon couldn't help but marvel at Bruce Wayne's generosity. To make this gesture, he specifically prepared dumplings. But that's just how relationships work. For Leon, it was at least better than going to find the Penguin or Sophia Falcone. At least Wayne Enterprises is a legitimate, legal corporation, not a gang. No longer troubled, Leon immediately said, "Let's go out and have some fun today." "What are we going to do?" Carlotta was instantly delighted. After all, she was still a girl in her teens, and loving to have fun was in her nature. "Let's test your abilities." Leon said to Kara, "Hey, didn't you ask me to hide my abilities?" "Yes, but you also need to understand your limits first, so when the time comes to use them, you can do so skillfully." Kara felt that the Godfather had changed a bit. It seemed that he was no longer just demanding her to protect herself. For Kara, who had dreams of being a superhero, This was certainly a good thing. Even ordinary kids have a day when they dream of becoming superheroes, let alone someone as extraordinary as Kara. Leon felt that if he didn't let Kara master her abilities, she would eventually become the shame of Krypton again. After all, he had just told Batman that they needed to make Kara their goddess, a goddess of the human world. So, the two of them left Gotham and headed to a more remote area in New Jersey. In fact, Gotham belongs to New Jersey and is one of the few large cities. Many places in America are vast and sparsely populated. As long as Kara didn't cause too much commotion, it wouldn't be a big problem. Godfather, what should I do? In an uninhabited area, Kara eagerly asked her godfather. To this, Leon simply asked, "Can you fly?" Kara's eyes widened. She hadn't thought of that, and she became even more excited. For them, at this moment, without any instruments, it was impossible to measure their limits of strength or speed. Moreover, Leon remembers saying, "The sky is the limit for humanity." Of course, that certainly wasn't true for Kara. Encouraged by Leon, Kara crouched down. As her body tensed, an invisible force field seemed to wrap around her, with sand and dust swirling around her. Biofield. It could help Kara fly and also cover objects she wanted to protect, like catching someone or something falling at high speed. Most importantly, it could protect Kara's clothes from being damaged by the high speed. Boom. Then, Kara released her tense body, and her whole figure shot up into the sky like a cannonball. A deep pit was left on the ground. Even with Leon's keen eyesight, he could only watch as Kara disappeared into the horizon. Kara's first flying attempt was just an instinctive jump, but it reached a height of at least several hundred or even 1,000 meters. For Kara, she only felt the Earth's gravity gradually fading away, and the world appeared smaller in her eyes, yet she could still see every corner clearly. At that moment, she felt a sense of breaking through limits and soaring freely, like a fledgling eagle wanting to see just how high the sky really was. However, she soon felt the pull of gravity again. She descended rapidly, and with a boom, she left a large pit on the ground. Seeing that she startled people, she immediately stuck out her tongue and jumped again. Playfully, Kara didn't return right away. With her second leap, she jumped even higher than before, but she still hadn't learned to fly. The biofield wrapped around her, protecting her from harm. For the third time, she finally passed through the clouds and saw a passenger plane flying by. "Mom, there's someone on the clouds." A child sitting on the plane, bored, saw the scene outside the window and immediately called out to his mother. His mother turned to look, but outside the window, there was nothing but a blanket of white clouds. "You saw wrong. How could there be anyone up so high?" The mother smiled and gently patted the child's head, then began to explain. "No way, I saw a person. A beautiful girl, about my age." The child insisted. "Oh, maybe you're entering puberty. Do you have a crush on someone?" The mother said, and the child immediately blushed. "Mom, you're so accurate. I really do have a girl I like." Could it really be his problem? Soon, he began to doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Was it a bird or a plane? The child fell into deep doubt. Kara, unaware that someone had seen her, was already plunging down at high speed again. Unfortunately, New Jersey is located on the East Coast, and the entire eastern side is the ocean. So when Kara jumped without the biofield to support her flight, she landed right in the ocean. Boom! A huge splash erupted, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped in the sea. If there were professional judges, they would definitely give her a 0 for that dive. Splash! Kara popped her head out of the water, surrounded by fish startled and fleeing westward, desperately swimming away from her. Ha! Ha ha! Kara laughed, feeling incredibly joyful. After being on Earth for so long, she had never been this happy. Freedom is in nature. It turns out that using her superpowers without restraint feels so exhilarating. It's just a pity that she still hadn't learned to fly. At that moment, Kara saw a fishing boat approaching her from a distance, which snapped her back to reality, and she hurriedly swam toward the shore. She still had to go to school tomorrow. There was good news for Leon. The Iceberg Club had finished renovations, and he'd be going back to work. Going back to work was actually good news, but that was the reality of Gotham's people. Having a job meant being able to survive. When he returned home, he found that Kara was already waiting patiently at home. She got back faster than he did. "Godfather, can I try using my abilities on my own from now on?" Kara excitedly asked Leon. Leon, who initially wanted to say no, looked at her eager eyes and finally nodded. As long as she was happy. "Okay, but you have to be careful, and you can't let anyone see you or tell anyone." Listening to Leon's words, Kara promised, "Don't worry, Godfather, no one can see me." She had already forgotten about the plane she had seen. "So, have you learned to fly?" After Leon finished speaking, he asked. He waited in place for a long time, but Kara did not return, and he didn't dare to stay in such a big pit for too long. So he left first. "No, Kara said somewhat awkwardly. I feel like it's still a bit lacking. However, she didn't know what exactly was still lacking. Leon knew it was the energy of the sun. Kara was still young after all, and the Kryptonian physiology had protective mechanisms. Just like superpowers didn't manifest all at once, but gradually revealed themselves. Of course, the most important thing was that Gotham had too little sunlight. Although she could still absorb the solar radiation, it was slower than in those cities with abundant sunshine. If she were in Los Angeles, Kara would probably be flying all over the place by now. Oh no, she wouldn't really turn into the shame of Krypton, would she? So Leon said, Kara, remember to get more sun in the future. I got it, Kara replied after a brief pause, nodding. After all, she knew that sunbathing could give her energy. Then, Leon started making dinner. He was trying to cook some simple dishes, and the results were quite good. After finishing dinner, Leon said, tomorrow, wait for me to take you to your new school. Get some rest. Listening to Leon's usual reminders, Kara felt no impatience, but instead nodded obediently. Walking down the street, Leon noticed that the security in the Diamond District had worsened. Especially at night, some exceptionally gifted races appeared, and a number of robberies under the cover of darkness had increased significantly. After just a couple of steps, Leon encountered someone trying to rob him. Leon was not panicked. He immediately saw that these were not the Penguin's men, because these people were not wearing suits and ties. Do you have a license to commit crimes? Huh. The stunned robber exchanged glances with his companion. This time, Leon didn't need Frank to bail him out. If they couldn't even understand their own crime, how could they learn to rob? After Leon finished speaking, he quickly launched a lightning-fast jab. One person was knocked down, and the other hurriedly took out a gun from his pocket, but it was snatched away by Leon Crack. With just a little force, the handgun was crushed like a plastic toy. Sleep well. Leon knocked this person out as well. Seeing that Leon was not to be trifled with, the other criminals, who were watching with ill intent, quickly changed their target. A glance across the street revealed that there seemed to be no normal people around. In a place like Gotham, ordinary people simply do not dare to go out at night. The Iceberg Lounge, since its reopening, despite what happened last time, it was still bustling with activity. However, it was obvious that the security outside the club had become stronger. One by one, the young thugs in suits stood outside the door, with others arranged to observe from upstairs. Ever since the last time he was robbed of his home, the Penguin, Cobblepot, had become very protective of his lair. Of course, last time was mainly due to Sofia Falcone's quick reaction, and he ultimately did not kill Alberto Falcone. He just gave him a profound lesson. Leon, I've been waiting for you, Frank said as he saw Leon. What's going on? Boss Cobblepot called a meeting. Since that's the case, it must be related to the Iceberg Lounge. Upon entering the club, the other employees were mostly present, and most of them looked anxious and fearful. Damn that guy. He robbed me of $20. These people have no rules. I was just robbed and hadn't walked far when someone else came to rob me. In America, gangs have their rules. At least in the gang's territory, a robbery usually only happens once, as long as you obediently hand over your money. The next person won't make things difficult for you. Therefore, most people carry a few $dozen in cash when they go out at night, which in a way serves as a talisman. And in the Penguin's territory, as long as these employees say they work at the Iceberg Lounge, those criminals with licenses won't rob them. All right, let's prepare for work. Leon said something to the bartender and the waitress, then followed Frank inside. Walking down the corridor inside, Frank spoke up. Do you remember what I said to you the first time? Of course. Leon nodded. At that time, he had just met Frank and was asking him how to behave at the Iceberg Club. Frank said it was very simple. While working at the Iceberg Club, one just needed to treat oneself as a disabled person, and a severely disabled one at that. One should consider oneself as blind, deaf, and mute. Only in this way could one ensure their own safety. Leon did the same. Although the Penguin and the Mafia, specifically the Falcone family, are different, there is still a code of silence. The code of silence means that no matter who you are, you cannot snitch to the police and must remain silent. This is sacred and inviolable. Under this condition, gang members do not harm family members, only pursuing the individual. For the Penguin, Alberto Falcone undoubtedly broke this rule, which is why he angrily took people to kill him. It is also why Leon would not snitch to James Gordon. At this moment, Frank is undoubtedly reminding him to act as if he sees nothing, hears nothing, and of course, not to speak. Anyway, just listen to the Penguin. He knocked on the door. It opened from the inside, and sure enough, a group of big shots in suits and ties was already sitting inside. Even victors had gotten used to this attire. If the lighting weren't so dim and it weren't in a secret room, one might think it was a celebration in the financial world. Leon and Frank took their seats. After a while, Penguin Cobblepot slowly walked out from inside. He was dressed in a black tailcoat, wearing a black top hat, and holding an umbrella that resembled a cane, walking with a waddle like a penguin. Soon, he set the tone for the meeting. I love Gotham. This is my home. Cobblepot said slowly, my ancestors, my grandfather, and my grandfather's grandfather all lived here. My ancestors built this city, and I will not allow anyone to destroy it. According to rumors, Gotham was expanded with the agreement of the prominent families. These included the Wayne family, to which Bruce Wayne belongs, and his mother's family, the Kane family. The other two were the famous Elliot family and Cobblepot's own family. Although this rumor might be exaggerated, these families indeed played a significant role in the establishment and development of Gotham, occupying important positions in the city's economy, politics, and criminal activities. The Cobblepot family was not always a crime family. At one time, members of the Cobblepot family even ran for mayor of Gotham and were responsible for the city's steel industry. The Wayne family handled construction and transportation, while the Elliott family was involved in media and newspapers, and the Kane family was in the northern Kane County. One could say these families were true billionaires, possessing immeasurable wealth. This makes it understandable how incredible it was for Thomas Wayne and his wife Martha Wayne to be gunned down in the streets of Gotham. Of course, by today, the prominent families have declined significantly. Otherwise, families like the Falcons would not have emerged. I have said it before, we brought order to Gotham. Even the worst order is better than no order at all. Cobblepot continued, striking the ground with his umbrella, appearing quite angry. Look at Gotham now, without our maintenance. All the criminals are rampantly robbing the streets with no restraint, as if in a carnival. I don't know what you all have been doing these past few days. But now, immediately, right away, go maintain order for me, and throw out anyone without a crime license. Everyone inside fell silent, especially Victor Zash, who walked behind the crowd as if he might stab someone in the back at any moment. Leon found it somewhat ridiculous. The Penguin was treating himself like the ambassador of Gotham. However, what he referred to as order was somewhat laughable. His so-called order simply allowed his own people to commit crimes. When others committed crimes, it was considered stealing business. As a result, more than half of the people sitting here left. Leon, I heard the drinks in the club are running low. The Penguin, Cobblepot, approached Leon with what he believed to be a friendly smile on his face. Leon was not aware of this and immediately realized he was neglecting his duties. After all, he was now the bar manager. In the past, such matters were not his responsibility, but now that he was receiving the salary, he naturally had to do his job. I'll take care of it, Leon said decisively. Good, I don't want the club to run out of drinks, the Penguin man replied without saying much more. If Leon couldn't do it well, they would just find someone else. With that, he left with Victor Sass. Leon then pulled Frank and asked, what's the situation with the drinks? Frank looked at Leon strangely. You're the bar manager, not me, he replied with a laugh. I only know how to drink. With no other choice, Leon had to return to the bar and ask the professional bartender. The bartender knew what was going on. The club had to get drinks from Old Mexico every week. And the reason? Of course, it was because the private liquor was cheap. Don't think of the Penguin as a good person. The stuff at the Iceberg Lounge is all cheap, but the quality is not bad. The Penguin pursues high quality, but is unwilling to spend a lot of money. Anyway, smuggling and criminal activities are as easy for him as drinking water. So he naturally doesn't want to spend money. Therefore, the Iceberg Lounge could never source drinks from legitimate chain liquor stores. Even smuggled liquor in Gotham is a business run by the mob. It's just that the Penguin isn't involved in it. It's not like we're in the Prohibition era. The profit from liquor isn't as high as in other high-profit industries. So why haven't they stocked up now? Leon asked. The bartender replied, the supply line has been cut off. Those old Mexicans are in the Old District, which is the territory of the Demon Gang. Our relationship is tense now, so they won't sell to our club. After hearing this, Leon understood. So, now they either need to get them to sell liquor again or find new channels. And it has to be cheap channels. If it's a regular chain store, the Penguin definitely won't be willing. That would be too expensive for him. Too high a price means too low a profit. Too low a profit means the Penguin isn't making money. How can he be happy about that? Moreover, the Iceberg Club consumes a huge amount of liquor every day, and if the costs go up, it means losing a lot of money. Losing money is the same as being in the red. But with Leon's understanding of Gotham, which is practically non-existent, finding new channels for him is like asking him to go after Batman. At least he can find Batman's lair. So, while it seems like a choice between two options, it's actually a single choice question. They need to get them to sell liquor again. But that's another gang's territory. Gangs compete with each other, and Leon can't just stroll in. So, you want to find Frank again. Frank, can I borrow your car? Here you go. Without a second thought, Frank handed over the keys. I mean, you drive. Leon felt a bit embarrassed. This big guy was too straightforward. As expected, Frank agreed, although he didn't understand. No problem, but you have to buy me a drink. Frank laughed. His only pleasure was drinking. He wasn't interested in women at all. Of course, Frank was also a very filial person. He listened to his mother without question. That's why the Penguin liked him so much. The Penguin's crime group emphasized one word from top to bottom: filial piety. The two left the club, which had already become lively inside. It was as if the events of a few days ago had never happened, and the party animals were once again lost in drunken revelry. Outside, the Diamond District seemed to have stabilized in an instant. The people sent by the Penguin were indeed useful. At least not everyone could commit crimes now. As the car drove along, there were significantly fewer criminals on the roadside than before, especially those wearing hats and acting suspiciously. They had vanished. Those were strictly targeted by the Penguin's men. It was clear they didn't have a criminal license. Leon agreed with one of the Penguin's sayings. Any order, no matter how poor, is better than no order at all. And sure enough, familiar Gotham was back. There were suited thugs on the roadside who whistled at Frank's car. Frank responded with a middle finger. Although he wore a suit, his heart remained wild. The old town of Gotham was adjacent to the Diamond District, located to the south of it. Entering the old town, one could clearly see that the buildings were quite old, showcasing a more pronounced dark Gothic style than the new constructions. This area was part of Gotham before the decision to expand, and, to put it diplomatically, it was filled with the scent of history. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been controlled by the Demon Gang, which Leon had never even heard of. The old Mexicans mentioned by the bartender were a group of Mexicans selling alcohol in the old town. Many public intellectuals claim that the Chinese work hard and can make big money in America. In reality, there are plenty of people who can endure hardships here. For example, the Mexicans. Most of them are also undocumented immigrants who charge even lower prices and work much harder. The key point is that they also speak English, which makes them much better than many language-barriered immigrants. Moreover, the old Mexicans are bold and dare to do anything. For instance, this black liquor factory before them operates only at night, flooding various clubs and bars with countless bottles of liquor. A steady stream of dollars flows in here, and without protection, it would have been robbed countless times already. Wait, where are the old Mexicans, and where's the work? Stopped in the black sedan in the alley. Leon and Frank stared for a long time. The rolling shutter door of the black factory was open, with light inside, but they hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Were the hardworking old Mexicans slacking off too? Hearing Leon's words, Frank snorted. These old Mexicans are blind fools, not hardworking at all. In many people's eyes, outsiders are disgusting because they steal many job opportunities. Let's go take a look. Leon unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. Wait, Frank shouted. This is the Devil's Gang territory. Take this. He skillfully opened the glove compartment, pulled out a Glock, and handed it to Leon. I'm a good guy. Shouldn't I be getting an USP? Leon quietly took it and hid it in his waistband, making sure no one could see it. Then, Frank also got out of the car, and the two walked side by side. With Frank, the big guy, beside him, Leon felt inexplicably at ease. Since they were in another gang's territory, they approached cautiously, making no sound. They exchanged a glance, and soon arrived at the roll-up door. As they walked over, they saw an old Mexican lying on the ground, looking very peaceful, as if he were asleep. But he definitely hadn't fallen asleep naturally. Inside, there were several others sprawled out, all of them having collapsed as if they had just fallen asleep on the spot. However, their appearances were rather unpleasant, with either large bumps on their heads or bruised faces. What was going on? Frank immediately pulled out his gun. Despite being a big guy in Gotham, one had to rely on a gun rather than brute strength. Be careful. Leon signaled him not to move and listened for a moment. He heard faint breathing sounds followed by gurgling noise. Were they drinking? In a place like this, it was clear that someone had come to drink but didn't want to pay. So the simplest solution was to take them all down, and they wouldn't have to pay. It had to be said, this was very Gotham. He exchanged a glance with Frank, and the two of them walked in. The people inside seemed not to have noticed them. They were still gurgling and drinking as they approached. Was that Harley Quinn? Frank recognized her at a glance. On the other hand, Leon stared for a long time because the Harley in front of him really looked like a circus performer, wearing a black and red jumpsuit with a headpiece on her head. Who are you? Dressed so tackily. You can't be one of Little Pudding's henchmen. Harley finally glanced at them. Frank looked at his own formal attire, so mature and composed, and then at Leon's casual outfit. Surely she was calling him tacky. Leon tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, I thought it was someone else. That clown outfit of yours went out of style in the 90s. It's pretty sad that you're still wearing it now. No circus in this era would hire you, madam. Damn. The clown girl, who had just smashed a bottle, suddenly stood up. She looked at Leon for a long time. Just when Frank thought she was going to make a move, she let out a burp and then started dancing around like a lunatic. You're right. Are you a trendsetter? The clown girl began to circle around Leon, poking his arm with her little finger. Hey, how about you help me change my look and then let me win back little pudding? He has changed his mind and doesn't love me anymore. This sudden shift left Frank a bit stunned. He was ready to take action. Although he knew he wasn't a match for the clown girl, he was determined not to lie down too casually. Hearing the clown girl's words, Leon realized her situation. It turned out she was a lovesick puppy who had been dumped. No wonder she was drinking alone. So Leon said, "No way. No way. What do you mean, no way?" The clown girl looked a bit angry, making Frank nervous and signaling to Leon. Leon said, "You can't win back the Joker. He doesn't love you at all. Impossible." Upon hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn screamed, "You have no idea what he has said to me. He promised to love me until the end of time, and he also said—" She paused and shook her head. "He said a lot. Anyway, a lot. If he doesn't love me, then who does he love?" Harley Quinn had a fierce look on her face, as if she was about to beat up the third party. Leon said calmly, "Of course it's Batman. The Joker has spent his whole life in a love-hate relationship with Batman. How could he change his mind because of you?" The Joker's girlfriend, who had a fierce look on her face, was taken aback by this answer. The woman, filled with doubt, immediately began to think about the cause and effect of the situation. As she recalled the events in her mind, it indeed seemed to be the case. Because whatever the Joker did, it was always to oppose Batman. Every time Batman appeared, he would laugh happily. I no longer love you, never again." The Joker's girlfriend completely lost it and flipped outwards. Bang! Then, she fell to the ground. Phew! Not long after, the sound of her snoring filled the air. "Is she drunk?" Frank asked. "It seems so." Leon glanced at the scene. Harley Quinn seemed to have drunk a lot. Her drinking capacity was astonishing. "What should we do now?" Frank asked Leon. "First, let's get her into the car. Leaving her here will get her picked up as a corpse." Leon spoke up. Frank, obedient, didn't move. "You carry her, I'm too scared." He feared that the Joker was pretending to be asleep. If he touched her, his fingers might get crushed. However, it wasn't just the Joker he was afraid of, but the Joker herself. She was a presence that even Penguin Cobblepot found troublesome. Such a crazy, beautiful woman would be hard for anyone to handle. To save time, Leon picked up the Joker. Surprisingly, although she looked thin, she was actually well-proportioned. And judging by his keen eye, her size was impressive, though her circus-like clothing didn't show it off. Back at the distillery, Leon and Frank discussed their plans and woke up an old Mexican. The Joker hadn't killed anyone. She just acted a bit harshly. An older Mexican man, looking quite aged, was awakened by them. "Don't hit me," he shouted upon seeing Frank in his suit. "We're the good guys." Leon immediately said, "Have you ever seen a bad guy in a suit?" "Of course," Lao Mo replied immediately. "The Penguin's henchmen do." "Very good. It seems you guessed our origin." Leon didn't care. If he couldn't be a good person, then he would be a bad one. As soon as he said this, Old Mo's expression immediately turned sour. First, a Harley Quinn showed up, and now another henchman of the Penguin. There was no way to survive in Gotham. "I'm here on behalf of Mr. Cobblepot. Why have you stopped the drink supply at the Iceberg Lounge?" If I don't get a satisfactory answer. Li Ang's expression darkened as he spoke, and he felt he had great potential to be a villain. Frank understood this well and flashed his handgun. The old Mexican was terrified. After all, these were the Penguin's men, hardened in the midst of gunfire, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill. He immediately confessed everything. "Please inform Mr. Cobblepot." His tone had turned respectful. The reason they could do business with the Iceberg Lounge was that their prices were low and they dared to fight. However, going up against the Penguin was like seeking death. "We just want to do business in Gotham. We have no grievances with the Iceberg Lounge. The main issue is with the Demon's Gang. They won't let us supply the Iceberg Lounge since this is their territory." The old Mexican spoke up quickly. Although many from their hometown had come, they were not a significant force in Gotham and naturally did not want to tangle with such gangs. They preferred to let the locals handle it themselves. Leon also understood and said with a sullen face, "No matter what, I must have this batch of goods. As for what comes next, Mr. Cobert will have something to say." "No problem. Please allow me to call my people." Old Mo quickly agreed. "Okay, first, send the goods over. If they don't arrive before dawn, then go live in the Atlantic." Leon threatened again, then took Frank to dodge. He wasn't a fool. The other side had many people. What if they turned against them after waking up? Although he wasn't afraid, Frank was just a flesh-and-blood person, and if he got killed, he would die. Damn it, showing off with a white-skinned pig. Seeing the two leave, the old Mexican immediately changed his expression, but in the end, he didn't dare to take any action. He could only wake up his fellow countrymen and hurriedly pack up the remaining alcohol. He rushed to deliver goods to the Iceberg Club. "What are you doing with your phone?" In the car, Frank asked Leon, while the Harley Quinn in the back seat was still fast asleep. "If I don't deliver the goods, I'll call the police." Leon took back his phone and then returned the Glock to Frank. You might as well keep it, Frank said kindly. You've made enemies. It's better to have something for self-defense. No wonder the big guy was so quiet. But Elon didn't take it. He had principles. I don't have a gun permit. Since when do gangsters need a gun permit? Frank scoffed, putting the Glock back in the armrest. Forget it. I'm not hanging out with you guys. Leon immediately said. I'm just doing my job. I'm here to drink. All right, you're right about everything. Frank quickly glanced at the rearview mirror. So what about the person in the back seat? Do you have any space at your place? Leon asked a question. This made Frank immediately shake his head wildly, like a rattle drum. My mom said I can't just bring women home. What? Why are you so obedient? She's a great beauty. Leon had a look of surprise, as if he couldn't believe someone was unmoved by beauty. What? Don't you have a mother? Leon, why aren't you speaking? You'd better not say that to Batman, or I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. Why? Leon left early. Frank was unwilling to take the Joker away, and instead sent Leon back. Fortunately, Leon was the bar manager, so being late or leaving early wasn't a big deal, as long as the Penguin didn't say anything. Now that Leon had temporarily resolved the issue with the drinks, the Penguin wouldn't question him over such a trivial matter. At the bottom of the apartment building, Leon glanced around, fearing that a remarkably talented criminal might emerge from the darkness, holding the Joker in his arms. He thought this wasn't a solution and could only carry her upstairs. Luckily, he was strong. With one hand holding the Joker, he used the other to take out his keys and unlock the door. It was already past midnight, and Kara had naturally gone to sleep long ago. Leon tried his best to be quiet, feeling a bit troubled while holding the Joker girl. He thought it would be better to just toss her onto the sofa and let her spend the night there. With that in mind, he threw the Joker girl onto the sofa. To his surprise, the Joker girl suddenly opened her eyes, bounced up from the sofa, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Leaning in close. Leon didn't dare to make too much noise, so he half pushed, half accepted the situation. A good man should neither take the initiative nor refuse. That's his experience. Only when he was almost out of breath did the Joker let go. What are you doing? Leon asked with full justice. I have decided. It is not he who abandoned me, but I who no longer love him. The Joker said. Leon instantly understood that this was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Darling, transform me. The Harlequin said, as her outfit, resembling a clown costume, was suddenly torn apart, symbolizing a complete farewell to her past self. Just like when she changed her name from Harleen Frances Quinzel to Harley Quinn. She wanted to scream in celebration of her rebirth, but Leon quickly covered her mouth. In the past, she only dared to act out when Kara wasn't home. Now that Kara was asleep, waking her up would definitely not lead to a good outcome. If she didn't want to meet the sun god tomorrow, she had to be quieter. This was quite romantic for Harley. She wasn't mistaken. Leon was indeed a man, just like Pudding. She didn't like the honest and straightforward types. She preferred those who knew how to have fun and play. Men are no good. Women don't love. Leon picked her up and quietly walked in the bedroom. However, he didn't dare to make any noise once inside. After all, the soundproofing in Gotham's houses was practically non-existent, and Kara had super hearing. The only hope now was that Kara was sleeping deeply. Moonlight streamed in, and Harley's white body was just as Leon had imagined. Indeed, delicate and delicious without being too heavy. At this moment, Leon felt that what he gained from Kara was not Superman's power, but werewolf power. Hurry up. The Joker's daughter also signaled with her eyes. Kara had gotten up early. The noise from last night, which almost broke the bed, naturally disturbed her. So she sat in the living room with a gloomy expression, taking advantage of the fact that the next room hadn't opened its door yet. The scattered pieces of clothing on the floor seemed to tell a story of what had happened, making her even angrier. Although she knew the Godfather should find her a godmother, she was unwilling to accept it in her heart. Would this share the Godfather's love for her? Just as Kara was lost in thought, Leon's door opened. A beautiful blonde woman stepped out, tall with long legs and a particularly good figure, casually wearing Leon's white t-shirt. Her long legs swinging freely. Harley Quinn was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect to see a little girl with a frown when she opened the door. But she didn't care at all. Instead, she wore a playful smile, as if she hadn't seen Kara, skillfully close the door, and went to brush her teeth and wash her face. Kara watched this scene, not expecting this shameless woman to infuriate her so much. Moreover, Harley Quinn hummed a song while doing her own thing, acting as if she were the mistress of the house. This made young Kara unable to contain her anger any longer. Who are you? Kara asked coldly. Who am I? I should be asking you, little girl. Why are you in my house so early in the morning? Harley Quinn replied instead. This further angered Kara, who clenched her fists, wishing she could punch this woman out of the solar system. But thinking about the Godfather wanting her to be a lady, she took a deep breath. This is my home. I don't care who you are, get out of here. No woman has ever stayed until the next day, Kara said in a rush. Oh. This made Harley Quinn's eyes light up. Then you've just seen the first woman who can stay until the next day. And I will continue to stay. Fuck. Kara couldn't hold back any longer and let out a curse. She hated this woman. At this moment, Leon, who had been listening inside, worried they might start fighting, immediately opened the door and came out. Godfather. Kara, full of grievances, rushed towards Leon, and only Leon's good physical condition allowed him to catch her like a cannonball. On the other side, Harley Quinn made the same move and shouted, Daddy. Cough. Kara. Leon was almost embraced into a meat paste by Harley Quinn, whose nickname was Too Powerful. Harley Quinn was indeed a crazy person. All right, but Leon had no choice. He could only try to ease the situation. This is my goddaughter. Kara, I thought you had such a big daughter at a young age. Turns out she's your goddaughter, Harley Quinn said while hugging Leon. She didn't care whether this was Leon's goddaughter or biological daughter, nor was she afraid of taking on the responsibility like previous women. Instead, she found the little girl quite interesting. Her temperament suited Harley's taste. If only she could bring her along to cause some chaos. Harley ignored Kara's expression of wanting to kill her and started to fantasize. This is Harley, Leon introduced to Kara, and coming back to her senses, Harley Quinn added herself. Harley Quinn, but everyone calls me Queen. The Joker. Kara looked a bit surprised as she glanced at her godfather, as if saying, How did you bring this bad woman here? Oh, little girl, you actually know me. It seems we can get along very well, Harley Quinn said with great delight. Leon, however, expressed doubt about this. Kara's expression was not good. Leon had never seen her this angry before. So, Leon had to flee the battlefield. I'll go make breakfast. I still need to take Kara to school later. Really? I want to go too. Harley Quinn immediately raised her hand to sign up for this fun activity. And it didn't matter if Kara disagreed. I won't allow it. Kara refused. How can that be? You just started school, and naturally, your parents should accompany you. Harley stepped into the role. No. Kara was no match for her and screamed. In the open kitchen, Leon listened with his heart racing. He was worried that Kara would lose control and punch Harley Quinn away. Therefore, he hastened to cook the noodles and quickly brought breakfast to the table. Harley Quinn glanced at him and said, Why is there no Kung Pao chicken and mouth-watering chicken you mentioned last night? Seeing Harley Quinn's half-smiling expression, Leon instantly shot her a glare. Don't bring this up in front of Kara. Kara looked at the two in confusion, feeling like she wanted to cry. Oh no, there's a little secret. How did she not know her godfather could make these two dishes? Harley Quinn took a bite of the noodles and said, Tastes good. I'm liking you more and more, honey. After breakfast, Harley Quinn unleashed her chaotic energy, forcing Leon and Kara to take her along. But clearly, she didn't have her own clothes. She was a bit taller than Kara, standing at 7 meters, and Kara also disagreed to let her wear clothes. But this was not a problem for Harley. She chose to wear Leon's clothes, a white t-shirt paired with jeans, and then she put on her own long boots, which was enough. At that moment, she wasn't wearing her Joker makeup, appearing less chaotic and more quietly beautiful. However, knowing she was the Joker, Kara, who always prided herself on being a champion of justice, didn't give her a good face. Her only thought was that this bad woman should quickly leave her godfather. Why is it that you just started school now? Harley Quinn curiously asked as they stepped outside. Leon explained, due to some special reasons, Kara can no longer attend her original school, so she has to change to another one. Oh, poor child. The dramatic Harley immediately displayed a flood of maternal love. She, being a person full of sympathy, jumped to the other side and grabbed Kara, saying, If anyone bullies you at school, just tell me, and I promise I'll blow the school up. She thought the lovely Kara was a victim of bullying. After all, this is a very common issue in America, especially in Gotham. Naturally, Kara wasn't buying it. Even if there is, I can handle it myself. Don't say that, Kara. I just want to be a good mommy. Harley Quinn said pitifully. What she said almost made Kara explode. Kara held back the urge to punch her away and quickly moved to the other side of Leon. Harley quickly chased after her. She initially thought she would leave once she got bored, but now she had changed her mind. Just because of such a lovely daughter, she was determined to stick with Leon. From the confident perspective of the Joker's girlfriend, she felt that Kara was not an ordinary person and had great potential to go crazy with her. After all, when she mentioned blowing up the school, Kara didn't refuse. Lewis E. Grieve Memorial High School is located in the Upper East Side of Gotham, which is farther than Kara's previous school. Fortunately, Gotham is small. The three of them arrived quickly by car. However, Leon felt a bit uncomfortable with the gazes along the way. Harley Quinn was wearing his clothes, but she was so beautiful that it naturally drew attention. Harley didn't mind and seemed to think of something. As Leon said, The Joker costume was already outdated. Upon arriving at the school, they found that a stage had been set up specifically to welcome new students. There were also many reporters around, holding cameras, but they didn't seem too interested in pressing the shutter. After all, who cares about these ordinary students? Let's go over there. But Harley Quinn got interested and immediately linked arms with Leon, running forward. At that moment, she and Kara each held onto Leon's arm, as if they were secretly competing. "Hey, hurry and take my picture," Harley said rudely to a reporter. "Why?" the reporter asked, and upon seeing her beauty, he thought it was worth it. So he simply took a family photo. Before Harley could say anything, Leon covered her mouth and dragged her away. "Let's hurry inside. If people find out she's the Joker's girl, Kara might have a hard time enrolling." Although he knew last night that Leon was very strong, the Joker's girl was still surprised. "Darling, you're so strong. No wonder you could kill me." Kara was left speechless. However, at that moment, a middle-aged white woman appeared before them, dressed in a women's suit, exuding a leadership aura. Behind her, there were reporters specially taking photos, documenting her welcoming the new students. Leon instantly understood. "Hello, I'm Principal Connie of Memorial High School." Principal Connie tried to maintain a friendly expression, but looking at Leon and the others' attire, especially Hallie's carefree demeanor, there was not a hint of nobility or elitism. She also didn't know if keeping these students at the school was a good thing. Leon recognized the voice immediately. Although he knew this was Wayne's mission, he still greeted her politely. "Hello, Principal. I am Kara, Zor-El's guardian." "Is this Kara?" Principal Connie's attitude changed instantly. Looking at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kara before her was like discovering a treasure. So beautiful, just like a doll. She must be an outstanding student. "I believe Kara will love the school." She then delivered a speech praising Kara. This was a designated arrangement by Wayne Enterprises, with Kara's name listed first. With Principal Connie's extensive experience, she naturally noticed the difference. Perhaps it had something to do with Bruce Wayne? This left Kara feeling somewhat confused. What was going on? After saying a lot, Principal Connie politely asked everyone to wait for the other new students and then suggested taking a group photo. Leon and the others could only wait, which quickly made Harley Quinn lose interest. It was no fun, not fun at all. Harley kept whispering in Leon's ear, "Darling, why don't we go get to know that girl? Why is her hair purple? We're not here to play." Leon pulled her back. Kara clearly had no interest in making friends. It all seemed too childish for her. The others had also come with their parents and quickly gathered together. But just then, the reporters outside the school suddenly cheered, and the camera flashes went off. This instantly annoyed Harley Quinn. "What's going on? No one is taking pictures of me, even though I'm so gorgeous. I want to see who it is." She stormed outside, and Leon felt bringing her here was a mistake, so he quickly followed. A supercar that looked like a concept car came to a stop, and the reporters nearby were frantically pressing the shutter, as if they already knew who was in the car. The door opened, and the reporters immediately rushed forward. "Bruce Wayne, why is Wayne Enterprises hosting this event? Will Wayne Enterprises be focusing on this project? What is Wayne Enterprises' stance on climate issues?" Stepping out of the car was the infamous playboy of Gotham, Bruce Wayne. He was dressed in a custom high-end suit, his hair neatly styled and shiny, standing tall, exuding confidence and experience. He looked pleased and answered a few questions from the reporters. At that moment, Kara seduced Harley Quinn, saying, "This is Bruce Wayne. If he is willing to spend money on you, you'll never run out." However, for some reason, Harley Quinn was not pleased with Bruce Wayne. "Little girl, rich men are all bad, especially your godfather. He absolutely cannot be wealthy." Harley Quinn immediately redirected her anger towards Leon. Kara thought about Leon's behavior and surprisingly nodded, saying, "That makes sense. If he's like this without money, what would happen if he had it? Those gold diggers would definitely swarm him. So men are not to be trusted. The more you love a man, the more he will hurt you, Harley." Leon quickly pulled her away to prevent her from leading Carla astray. Carla had never heard such reasoning. She only felt it made sense as she crazily absorbed knowledge from Earth. At that moment, Bruce Wayne finished dealing with the reporters, and Principal Connie immediately approached him. "Mr. Wayne, I didn't expect you to come in person. Our school is truly honored." Principal Connie was extremely excited. After all, this was Bruce Wayne. Even Harley Quinn commented, "He's like a unicorn dressed in $50 million worth of gold. Truly rare." Bruce Wayne exchanged pleasantries with the principal and then said, "I just came to take a look. Let us wrap it up early so the kids can get to class." Following that, he was introduced to everyone by the principal. Wayne Enterprises had sponsored quite a few children this time. Soon, it was Leon and the others' turn. "Thank you, Mr. Wayne." Leon had a smile on his face. Bruce Wayne solved Kara's schooling problem and even waived her tuition fees, so he had no reason not to be happy. Although he knew he had other intentions. So what? No need to be polite. He hoped Kara would study well. What Bruce Wayne valued more was Kara. This was the first time he met Kara Zor-El. This alien girl looked no different from Earthlings, just more beautiful, as exquisite as a Barbie doll. Is this your lady? Then he saw Harley Quinn. Even without her Joker makeup, he recognized her immediately. What's going on? Leon still didn't know how to explain when he heard Harley Quinn say, with a bright smile, "We're still talking, but it's very likely that I will be Kara's godmother." Kara and Bruce Wayne were both devastated. Leon covered his face. This time, it was hard to explain, and he would be beaten into a villain by Batman. After the photo session ended, Bruce Wayne left in a flash. Sitting in the car, he hurriedly took out his phone. "Alfred, how did Harley Quinn end up around them?" "It's quite normal for young men and women to spark interest in each other, Master," Alfred replied calmly. The Joker had already announced that he had completely severed ties with Harley Quinn, and his men no longer listened to her, so it was a case of free love. "That's not what I'm concerned about," Bruce Wayne said helplessly. "Who cares if they are in a free relationship? This is a significant issue for Kara. Harley has a mental illness, is violent, and is unpredictable." Hearing Bruce's words, Alfred chuckled. "Master, I thought you would spend a day being Bruce Wayne instead of worrying about Batman's affairs. Everyone can change. Perhaps she has turned over a new leaf? I would rather believe she will drive that father-daughter duo insane. She committed a crime just last week." The purple-haired girl that Harley Quinn was interested in stood beside her during the photo session. After it ended, she asked, "Little girl, what's your name?" The purple-haired girl seemed a bit shy and glanced at her, saying, "Rachel Roth." "Rachel, nice to meet you. This is Kara. She will be your boss from now on. If anyone bullies you, just call her," Harley Quinn said, pulling Kara over, who shot her an angry glare. Rachel Roth didn't dare to refute this seemingly fierce woman and nodded in agreement. "See, your godmother is good to you. She already got you a sidekick for school," Harley Quinn said without a care, making Rachel Roth's mother feel awkward, looking like a single-parent family. Kara felt even more embarrassed and managed to break free from Harley Quinn's grip. "Say it again. You're not my godmother. I have to go to class." However, Harley didn't care. "Whether I'm your godmother or not, that's not up to you, little girl." All she needed to do was please Leon. Kara and Rachel went to class, and it seemed Harley's words were effective, at least making the two girls united against a common enemy. "Is she always like this? Don't mind her. She's just a lunatic. Keep your distance." Meanwhile, Harley pulled Leon aside. "Do you know what we should do now?" "What?" "Go home and spend the whole day playing games." Harley Quinn whispered in his ear, even giving his earlobe a kiss. "You little temptress." But Leon was now more interested in transforming Harley. That outdated Joker costume from yesterday was hard to forget. It was simply too old-fashioned and didn't showcase her beauty at all. The two then headed to the shopping district to start their shopping spree. Liang's most profound impression of Harley Quinn is naturally from her appearance in the movie Suicide Squad that he watched in his past life. Leon shared these descriptions with Harley Quinn, and her eyes immediately lit up. This was the best Harley Quinn. She shouted excitedly and rushed off to find suitable clothes. Fortunately, Gotham was a big city, and she quickly found what she needed. Moreover, the prices were not high. She knew about Leon's financial situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be crammed in such an old apartment with Kara. But she didn't care because what she loved most wasn't money. Harley first took Leon to buy affordable items. She initially didn't want to pay for the things she grabbed, but Leon wouldn't allow it. Everything in stores was expensive, while things outside were cheap. It just depended on the channels available. And in America, there was a magical place called Quinn's Mysterious Shop. The items there were very cheap and guaranteed to be genuine. Most of them obtained for free. After shopping, the impatient Harley dragged Leon into a deserted alley. "Darling, remember to keep an eye out for me. Don't let anyone see." Harley Quinn's voice came from inside. "Of course, you can still look if you want." Hearing her sultry voice made Leon feel quite flustered. He realized that playing with Harley Quinn was actually very interesting. Perhaps this was how people were, with a restless and eager heart. However, he still had Kara to think about. When he thought of Kara, Leon's heart calmed down. He didn't look at Harley changing inside, but waited for her transformation. Help!" Just then, Harley's scream came from inside, and Leon immediately woke up and rushed in. Upon entering, he saw Harley Quinn grinning at him. "Darling, you do care about me," she exclaimed as she leaped into Leon's arms, her legs wrapping around his waist. Leon looked at Harley Quinn in his arms. She had already completed her transformation. Her familiar twin tails, a white bodysuit on her upper body, exposing a lot of skin, and her northern hemisphere was visible, but she still wore a red and blue jacket on the outside. Her lower half was clad in spicy red and blue shorts, paired with new fishnet stockings and short boots. She was completely different from the clown girl of the circus before. Even if she stood in front of familiar people now, they probably wouldn't recognize her. How do I look? The clown girl Harley asked with a smile. She saw satisfaction in Leon's eyes, but still wanted to hear him compliment her. Every woman loves praise. You look good, but there's still a little something missing. Leon replied, what's missing? Makeup. But can't be as pale as before. That's even scarier than a corpse. After Leon finished speaking, Harley Quinn immediately had an idea. I know how to paint. She quickly started applying her makeup. This time the powder wasn't as white as before, making it less frightening and instead giving a unique beauty. Then, she painted her lips red, added eyeliner, and instead of the poisonous black lips she used to have, she even playfully drew a heart on her cheek. How's that? Perfect. This is the new Harley Quinn, completely bidding farewell to her past. Harley cheered. She jumped on Leon again. Darling, let's go home, and bang. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Luckily, the aim was poor. However, it still startled the two of them. Turning around, they saw several gangsters appearing outside. It was indeed her, the Joker's girl. Now the Joker doesn't care about her. Kill her. No. First, grab her and have some fun. The gangsters immediately burst into laughter. Harley Quinn quickly understood what was going on. Darling, our enemies have come for us. The Joker's girl runs rampant in Gotham, so she naturally has many enemies. Previously, under the Joker's protection, not many people dared to trouble her. But now it's different. In the eyes of these enemies, the Joker's girl has suddenly become a soft target, so they naturally come seeking revenge. The Joker's girl's enemies are all gangsters. At this moment, Leon and Harley Quinn exchanged a glance. It didn't seem like there were many enemies. Darling, let me fly, Harley Quinn decisively said. She could dominate Gotham not just because of the Joker's protection. Leon didn't hesitate, lifted her up, and then threw the Joker like a human-shaped shot put. Wah! Harley Quinn shouted excitedly. It was a novel experience she had never had before. Several gangsters were startled and wildly fired at Harley in the sky. However, Harley Quinn moved through the air like a performer from the Mad Grayson family, skillfully dodging the bullets. It was hard to tell if it was Harley Quinn's luck or if she could actually dodge bullets. Of course, it was more likely that the gangsters were just bad shots. After all, even American police officers participating in international SWAT competitions aren't that great with guns, let alone gangsters. Harley landed gracefully in front of everyone. She squatted down, and a nearby gangster immediately reached for her. But Harley Quinn swiftly grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and stood up, smashing it towards his face. Bang! Home run. Harley Quinn voiced her own victory, easily handling the few lackeys with her combat skills. She had extremely high agility, much faster than an average person, and impressive fighting techniques. While it might not mean much against an opponent like Batman, it was easy to bully these lackeys. After taking down the others in a few moves, Harley Quinn still looked a bit disheveled, her newly bought clothes getting a bit dirty. Phew! She pouted, blew a few strands of bangs upwards, and casually rested the wooden stick on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, honey, I will protect you. Are you sure? Leon walked towards her, glancing strangely at what was behind her. Harley Quinn turned around and saw another group of people rushing over, and her face, which was painted with white foundation, instantly darkened. Run! She immediately threw away the wooden stick in her hand, picked up a revolver from the ground, and took off running. She was just Harley Quinn, not Batgirl. There was no way she could fight so many people. Don't run. Harley, stop. Our boss wants to see you. The crowd shouted as they chased her. But Harley Quinn wasn't stupid. She just looked back and said, "Who is your boss? You'll know when you see him. Get lost." She ran even faster. Leon was also experiencing a street chase for the first time. A group of people was pursuing them, while bystanders dared only to hide aside. Not a single person called the police, as if this was a common occurrence. No wonder Gotham has such a simple folk culture. He couldn't help but ask Harley Quinn, "Why do you have so many enemies?" Harley immediately replied with a sense of grievance. How would I know? They didn't dare to show up before. Previously, when Harley was riding high on the Gotham gang, these people could only seethe in silence. Who would have thought that now they not only dare to speak up, but also to take action? This made Harley quite furious, and she felt a surge of self-improvement. So she said angrily, "These people are too much. I have to teach them a lesson." But first, she thought they should figure out how to escape. Leon spoke up, "Drive." At that moment, Hallie boldly stopped the car. The driver was startled and immediately slammed on the brakes, the tires almost smoking. Hallie, without any reason, pulled the driver out, saying, "I need to borrow your car." The man whose car was taken stood obediently to the side, looking very friendly, embodying the image of a good citizen of Gotham. It was definitely not because of the dark barrel of the gun that he had become so compliant. Leon suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu in Los Santos. Back in Los Santos, he used to steal cars with the same flair. Only now, the game had turned into reality. Without time to think, Leon immediately jumped into the passenger seat. Harley Quinn shouted, "Hold on tight." She slammed the gas pedal, and the car immediately shot forward, leaving a group of gangsters cursing and wildly shooting at the vehicle. Ha ha ha! Harley laughed maniacally, and this made Leon experience a different side of America. Seeing that they had left people behind, he said, "Slow down. Don't provoke the Gotham police." "Darling, is it fun?" Harley asked as she obediently reduced the speed and wrapped her arms around Leon's shoulders. How could Leon say no? It was indeed very fun. This reminded him of the feeling of being chased with Kara back in the day, always on edge, unable to sleep soundly at night. Yet even so, he still found it exhilarating. He just loved that thrilling feeling. Let's take care of the car and head home. But after the excitement, what remained was still mundane. Leon has finally achieved a stable life, but whenever he thinks of Carla, he doesn't dare to act recklessly. "We need to go meet someone, meet my friend," Harley Quinn said to Leon. "No way." Leon shook his head. How could Harley Quinn have friends? And could her friends be normal people? Leon didn't want to get involved. However, Harley Quinn immediately pulled out her trump card. "Daddy, who can resist the cute and playful clown girl?" The car drove all the way to London Avenue in the Upper West Side. Harley found a spot to ditch the car, and the police would return it to the owner. So they were really just borrowing it. "We need to hurry, or we'll only have half a day left." Harley Quinn pulled Leon along and hurried to a building. She skillfully entered the elevator and pressed the button for the floor. "Which friend are we meeting?" At this moment, Leon asked. "You'll know when you see her. She's a great beauty, and you mustn't fall for someone else," Harley Quinn said pitifully, looking at Leon with her incredibly charming eyes. Undoubtedly, she had the allure of a Hollywood star, and even more astonishing, Leon immediately felt a surge of compassion and assured, "I won't dislike you. At most, I'll just be a bit more affectionate." Harley Quinn, of course, couldn't hear this and smiled reassuringly. "That's good. Just don't kiss her later." "Why would I kiss her?" Leon was somewhat confused, but when the elevator doors opened, he understood. The hallway was filled with green plants, which seemed to be growing wildly, as if in nature, despite being in a concrete jungle. The walls were covered with vines, guiding them along the corridor as if they were alive. "Be careful not to touch these little things, or Ivy will get angry." Ivy, which means evergreen, is commonly used by most people to refer to the poison ivy. The plants nearby swayed as if they were alive, encircling the two of them. "Ivy knows we are here." Harley Quinn had a smile on her face. Sure enough, all the green plants parted to make way for Harley. However, when Leon tried to pass through, the plants blocked his way. "Ivy, he's mine, let him through." Seeing this, Harley Quinn immediately shouted. The plants hesitated for a moment, but quickly let go. Leon and Harley Quinn walked in, and it was like an exhibition hall, except there was nothing else but all kinds of plants inside. With Leon's shallow knowledge of botany, he naturally couldn't recognize many of them. "Dear Harley, I thought you had finally woken up and realized that men are unreliable, but it seems you're still oblivious." A soft, elegant voice came over. "Haha, Ivy, Leon is different." "How's he different?" "He gives me butterflies." Harley Quinn had a love-struck look on her face, which left the yet-to-appear poison ivy, Pamela, feeling speechless. However, she was used to it. Harley Quinn was just like that, typically willing to give up everything for the one she loved. Poison Ivy, who prided herself on being an independent, eco-friendly woman, looked down on it. She only heard Harley Quinn continue, "And Leon had a lovely daughter." You don't know how interesting that is. What? The usually laid-back Poison Ivy could no longer hold back and immediately appeared. It turned out she wasn't anywhere else but inside a giant carnivorous flower. At that moment, the enormous man-eating flower opened its petals, revealing an extremely beautiful woman lying inside. Her face filled with shock as she looked at Harley Quinn. "You took him on?" Poison Ivy asked Harley Quinn in disbelief. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, wearing a strapless high-cut bodysuit made entirely of green ivy leaves, along with long gloves, thigh-high boots, and bright green tights. With her long red waves and bright red lips, she seemed to possess a dangerous yet deadly allure. Judging by looks alone, she was on par with Harley Quinn. "Are you crazy? Harley, has he brainwashed you?" Seeing the usually calm Poison Ivy like this, Harley didn't find it strange. Instead, she proudly said, "You don't understand, darling. You just don't." "Of course I don't." Poison Ivy Pamela looked at Leon in disbelief. "He's just handsome. That's all." "Ivy." This made Harley Quinn unhappy. "He's not just handsome. He's also well-endowed and very skilled." Although this was a compliment, Leon was not satisfied. "Isn't he charming and witty?" "I don't believe it." Poison Ivy floated over to Leon, grabbing his shoulders and leaning in for a kiss. But at that moment, Harley Quinn stopped her. "Hey," Harley Quinn said unhappily, "I came here for my own business." "Your business?" Poison Ivy scrutinized Harley Quinn carefully and then exclaimed, "Wow, Harley, you look so beautiful now. You're no longer dressed like a circus performer." "Yes." The Joker's girl also got excited, bouncing around. "I'm even better now, all thanks to Leon." She linked her arm with Leon's, looking very affectionate, which made Poison Ivy feel somewhat out of place. Leon once again lamented that he couldn't understand the way women's minds worked. Was this a very important matter? However, he always felt that Poison Ivy had some hostility towards him. So after being happy for a while, Poison Ivy, Pamela, immediately said, "Go on, Harley. What else do you want?" She had calmed down, and with her green makeup, she looked like a deadly vine. She no longer paid attention to the matters between Harley Quinn and Leon, as she simply couldn't comprehend it. How could a man who was just handsome and possibly divorced with a kid captivate Harley Quinn? Was it really just because he was well endowed? Harley Quinn had also calmed down, no longer acting crazy as before. She linked her arm with Leon's and said, "Ivy, Leon and I are planning to start our own business." "What?" Upon hearing the words of the Joker, Poison Ivy hadn't responded yet when Leon quickly interjected, "Harley, that's impossible. I'm a good person." "Oh, darling, do you want me to struggle on my own? Those fierce men won't be as kind to me as you are." Harley Quinn described her potential fate of being captured with a pitiful expression. She had a very vivid imagination. A beautiful woman like me would definitely end up with no intact parts in their hands, and who knows what might happen before that. Leon helplessly interrupted her. For Kara's sake, she needs a stable life. Poison Ivy understood. Kara was his daughter. She thought Harley Quinn would fly into a rage because Harley was easily jealous, even of her own daughter. But to her surprise, Harley was filled with maternal love instead. "You're right." Harley Quinn bit her finger and pondered. "But if we don't make a name for ourselves, we'll be chased like we were just now as soon as we appear. Are we supposed to hide forever?" Leon replied, "Then just make others afraid to chase you. Scare them off. That's it." Harley Quinn snapped her fingers and smiled. "Ivy has a way to help us." Leon knew that he had fallen into Harley's trap. However, Poison Ivy, Pamela, said, "I never agreed to help you." "Ivy, do you want to see me get caught?" Harley Quinn, on the other hand, remained calm and began to talk around Poison Ivy. As expected, Poison Ivy softened at her words. "Do you remember the potion I gave you last time?" Poison Ivy, Pamela, asked. "Of course, is there a new one this time?" Harley Quinn replied with a smile. "The last potion enhanced your strength, speed, and gave you a certain level of toxin resistance, making you immune to most toxins," Poison Ivy, Pamela, explained, glancing at Leon as if to say, "You're not one of us." Leon was also taken aback. No wonder the Joker's physique didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. It turned out she had been enhanced. Indeed, the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutations. "What effect does this potion have?" Harley Quinn immediately asked. "Control. Anyone who absorbs the drug will be under your control, acting involuntarily for you. But there is a time limit." Wow, that could be something different to play with, Leon. The Joker's eyes lit up. "Poison Ivy, I feel like Ivy doesn't tea like you." "Yes. Search, lax. This article is free to read." On the streets of West Street, Harley Quinn was not surprised by Leon's words. She then spoke up, "Because Ivy and I are good friends, and we have even been in love." The Joker openly admitted this. Leon found it somewhat difficult to accept, yet felt very normal. This is America. Here, besides men and women, there are over 100 different genders. No wonder Poison Ivy, Pamela, cared so much about Harley Quinn. Not only enhancing her body, but also almost giving her whatever she wanted. Harley didn't let Leon think too much. That's all in the past. "Now I only love you, darling. Let's hurry home. We only have half a day left." The Joker and Harley Quinn are twisted, and there are no real feelings between them. Only the Joker's manipulation of Harley, even to the point of murder. The Joker had tried countless times to kill Harley, but Harley Quinn was tough. And now, she had finally decided to completely stop loving the Joker. To achieve this, all she needed was to fall for someone else. For the sake of this remaining half day, the two of them didn't even step out of their room after getting home. The entire dilapidated old building seemed to shake. Because their physical capabilities were superhuman, they felt neither tired nor hungry. It was only when school was over that Leon thought about making dinner. Kara was coming back. "I need to make dinner." Leon struggled to get up. Upon hearing Carla's name, Harley Quinn, the Joker's girl, no longer stopped him. Otherwise, he would surely be dragged back. She was like an unceasing machine, and Leon was somewhat scared. It felt just like working in a factory. In the kitchen, Leon was trying to make stir-fried pork. Since Chinatown was nearby, it was easy to buy green chili peppers. This was a bit difficult for Leon, as it was his first time cooking, and Harley kept distracting him. At that moment, she was wearing his white shirt, sporting a no-pants look, her long legs flawless, and her fishnet stockings were long gone. She would occasionally hug Leon from behind and say, "Wow, darling, you really know how to make Chinese food?" She often wanted to help Leon get the seasonings, but since she couldn't distinguish them, like soy sauce, it ended up being counterproductive. Finally, when Carla returned, she saw the black, mushy stir-fried pork with chili in front of her. Fortunately, the rice was fine. Carla looked at the two and asked, "Godfather, is this?" Harley said she wanted to try making Chinese food. Leon immediately said that he had to ensure his image with Kara. Harley Quinn thought the same, so she said, "I just helped your godfather. Trust me, I could do a lot. Next time, I'll make you a steak." Upon hearing this, Kara understood. These two were really unreliable, especially since Harley Quinn was still wearing Leon's clothes, which made her even more annoyed. However, even so, obedient Kara still ate it. In fact, aside from the slightly unappealing appearance, it tasted pretty good. That's how Chinese food is. As long as you follow the steps, it generally won't taste bad. As long as the seasoning isn't too heavy or overpowering, it's fine. Moreover, for someone like Kara at her age, she naturally preferred stronger flavors. Don't worry, there's still more in the oven. Leon brought out the roasted pork chops again. Fortunately, there was no problem with the pork chops, because all you had to do was spread the sauce evenly and put in the oven. So, the three-person family started their meal. This was not Harley Quinn's first time eating Chinese food. Nowadays, every city has a Chinatown, and Chinese cuisine is not particularly rare. However, for her, this was the first time she was having authentic Chinese food rather than a modified version. She originally thought it would taste bad, but after taking a bite, she realized how delicious pork could be. In her impression, pork was always unappetizing. This is precisely why there are many vegetarians. Is it because they don't like eating meat? No, it's because the meat doesn't taste good. But that was not the case with Chinese cuisine. Leon ignored her and instead asked Kara, "How do you feel today?" "Not bad," Kara replied. "What about that girl Rachel? How do you get along with her?" Upon hearing this question, Kara thought for a moment. Rachel was very quiet, even a bit reclusive. It seemed like she only spoke to Kara all day. Thinking of this, Kara answered, "It's okay." Leon felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. "You are friends. Remember to protect her." While eating the pork chop, Kara nodded and said, "I will." Harley Quinn listened to the father-daughter conversation, her eyes flickering as if lost in thought. After finishing dinner, Leon was about to leave. However, he felt uneasy. Would Harley Quinn stay here and not lead Kara astray? So he spoke up. "I'm going out, don't run around the house." "Don't worry, dear. You know how honest I am, right?" Harley Quinn knew he was talking to her, so she immediately assured him. How sincere that assurance was, Leon himself didn't know. But he had no choice but to trust her. Leon closed the door and headed to the Iceberg Lounge. Although he didn't say anything, Harley Quinn could definitely guess. Frank's big figure in a tailored suit was too obvious. In all of Gotham, no one except the Penguin would ask his subordinates to dress like that. Inside the Iceberg Lounge, Leon was greeted by the Penguin and informed him about the liquor situation. "Street demons?" The Penguin squinted and said, "What do you think we should do?" Upon hearing the Penguin's words, Leon did not express any opinion. It all depended on how Mr. Cobblepot decided to act. This made the Penguin smirk a little. He could see that Leon was a good person who didn't want to get involved in all this. But in Gotham, one could never truly be free from it. Leon will always understand. "Now you can go down." Leon nodded and returned to the club, losing interest in the hormone-filled figures around him. He found that compared to Harley Quinn, ordinary women seemed like mere makeup and powder. He didn't tea like dolls. He preferred special women like Harley Quinn. The Joker brought him danger and excitement, making his adrenaline soar. At that moment at home, Harley was doing something that would definitely make his adrenaline spike. She had already put on the clothes she bought today, carefully protecting them from the crazy Leon's destruction. After admiring herself in the mirror, Leon stood outside Kara's door and chose to knock. "Kara, dear, the long night is here. How about I take you out to play?" She coaxed from the door. "Not going," Kara quickly responded. She was still very obedient. Since the Godfather told her not to go out, she wouldn't wander around, even though she was very eager to test her abilities right now. "Really? I want to help your Godfather. I want to help your Godfather." Hearing the woman's words from outside, Kara felt a bit tempted. She poked her head out from under the covers. Kara's room was simply decorated, with hardly any feminine touches besides basic comic books. Leon had wanted to buy her dolls before, but she found them childish. The Joker outside seemed to sense her wavering and continued, "Your Godfather has it tough. He works alone to support the family, and now with me around, the pressure is even greater. You know that." Kara couldn't help but say. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to drive the Joker away. The Joker outside wasn't angry. Instead, She laughed and said, "Isn't it better if we help him together? 3 people working hard is more reliable than him alone." Knowing full well that the Joker had ill intentions, Kara still couldn't refuse. She also wanted to help her godfather. Kara was much more mature than her peers, and she naturally noticed Leon's struggles. At first, Leon had no experience raising a daughter, making many blunders and putting in a lot of effort. And every time she thought of these, Kara felt warm inside. Click! The door opened, and Kara, dressed in pajamas, said with little expression, "What is the plan?" She looked quite tall already, only slightly shorter than the Joker. "Follow me." The Joker didn't say much, but turned and walked out. Kara hesitated for a moment, changed her clothes, and followed. Once outside, she finally had the mind to look at the Joker's outfit, which was different from what she had seen on TV before. The previous Joker wore outdated clown costumes, like something from circus. But now, although still eccentric, she actually looked beautiful, perhaps sensing her gaze. The Joker flicked her twin tails and said, "How about it? Your godfather helped me revamp it." Hearing this, Kara felt a twinge of jealousy and asked, "What exactly are we going to do?" "You'll know soon." The Joker giggled, not giving a direct answer. Kara, the young girl, seemed as innocent as a little bunny in front of the cunning, deceitful Joker. If she wanted to harm Kara, a few words would be enough. But fortunately, the Joker was in a maternal mood and had no intention of hurting Kara. She simply thought it would be more fun to bring Kara along. As for danger, she didn't think there would be any because she had brought a bodyguard. "Harley, you're late." A charming, mature voice rang out. Then, Kara felt something wrapping around her feet, only to find a vine entangled around her. "What is this?" Kara was startled. "Don't be scared, dear." The Joker comforted her. "Ivy, let her go. She is my daughter." "What? Are you crazy? You really think of her as your daughter?" Poison Ivy Pamela still couldn't understand, as she couldn't comprehend the Joker's thought process. Don't you think it's fun? I never thought about being a mother before. Now that I have the chance, of course I want to try." That was the Joker's thought, but Kara would never admit it. "Who is your daughter?" Goddaughters. Suddenly feeling a bit of an itch in her eyes, but didn't think much of it. The Joker didn't care whether she acknowledged it or not. "Just behave and don't cause trouble." Poison Ivy released the plant's hold on Kara. She looked at Kara, golden hair and blue eyes, tall for her age, clearly destined to be a beauty when she grows up. No wonder the Joker was so attentive. Wait a minute, Poison Ivy suddenly thought, as an Oriental. How could she give birth to a white girl? Kara's lineage was too pure. There were no mixed race characteristics at all. Upon hearing this, the Joker burst out laughing. "Because she's my goddaughter, you don't really think she is mine, do you? By the way, Kara, where are your parents?" Kara didn't want to talk about it. She wouldn't reveal her identity to anyone except her godfather. Fortunately, Harley and Poison Ivy didn't press the issue. The two finally got to the serious matter. "Harley, do you know who is behind that group?" Poison Ivy Pamela asked Harley Quinn. Today, Harley came to find her to deal with this matter together. Otherwise, always being on guard against being hunted down wasn't Harley Quinn's character. She was always the one chasing others. When did the tables turn? "I don't know." Harley Quinn shrugged while blowing her bangs. "But I know one of them." "That makes it easier. We can go find them." Poison Ivy Pamela extended her finger, and a vine immediately wrapped around it. "Wait, find what?" Kara felt increasingly uneasy. She wanted to be a nemesis to criminals, a law enforcement pioneer, a good neighbor to the people of Gotham. How could she participate in a crime? "Dear, of course. We're looking for money. If we have money, Leon won't have to work at the Iceberg Club every day. Do you know how dangerous it is there? That's the Penguin's territory, home to super criminals." Harley Quinn scared Kara, but even though Kara was young, she wasn't foolish. "So, what does that have to do with me?" Kara spoke up. "Of course it matters." Harley Quinn crossed her arms and squeezed her chest. "Do you know who is the richest in Gotham?" Hearing this, Kara naturally thought of the person she saw today, Bruce Wayne. "That's right, but he is a good person. We don't rob good people." Perhaps it was due to an overflow of maternal love that Harley Quinn presented herself as a champion of justice in front of Kara, not wanting Kara to see her as a villain. Besides Bruce Wayne, the richest people in Gotham are those villains who commit all sorts of crimes to amass wealth. And naturally, we should take it from them. Harley exclaimed in indignation. "Why should your godfather work so hard and not even earn any money, while we have to live in an old house? Is that fair?" At Kara's age, she lacked the ability to discern right from wrong, and she was incited. Just by listening to Harley, she felt it was unfair that crime could lead to vast wealth, while someone like her godfather, who worked tirelessly, had so little. Harley shot a glance at Poison Ivy, who shook her head, lamenting that Kara had been fooled. Poison Ivy then said, "We found him. Let's go." This time, Kara didn't question it further. She just felt a bit confused and urgently needed Leon's guidance. Unfortunately, her godfather wasn't around. So, she simply followed the two Gotham shadows, her good friends leading the way, getting into Poison Ivy's car. Nighttime in Gotham was when the gangs were most active. Poison Ivy's car sped through Gotham, quickly zeroing in on the target based on the information provided by her plant powers. Ivy's strength came from a portion of the green of all things. The green is a force of elemental power in this universe, equivalent to the red of all beings and the black of decay, similar to the Phoenix Force and Spirit Force in the Marvel Universe. In short, the green of all things is related to all forms of plant life, and it also imbues all plant life with vitality. Poison Ivy's ability to control plants comes from this power, allowing her to a certain extent to even be immortal. Besides these powers, she could almost control all plants in Gotham. Therefore, finding someone in Gotham was incredibly easy for Poison Ivy. Little Jimmy, where are you going? Harley Quinn, wanting to avoid being too gruesome in front of Kara, asked Poison Ivy to just wrap him up and knock him out. They dragged him to a warehouse before waking him up. Jimmy was a tall, robust white man, but now bound by Poison Ivy, he appeared to be trembling. Harley Quinn. Harley held a baseball bat, which she had acquired from somewhere, and waved it in front of his head. But this was just to scare him. After all, Kara was watching, and she was trying to suppress her sadistic urges. What do you want? Jimmy stammered. But everyone knew he was already terrified, sweating profusely and shaking uncontrollably. Tell me who sent you to capture me, or I'll break your brother. Harley pressed the baseball bat against him. With just a bit of pressure, it would make a sound like a chicken being squashed. She had hit Jimmy's soft spot, and he quickly replied, I can't say, or he'll kill me. I will too. Harley finally exploded. You're just afraid of him and not afraid of me? Harley Quinn felt very angry. How could someone not be afraid of her? No, Jimmy was now terrified, no longer able to hold on. After all, loyalty was scarce among Gotham's gangs. Here, there was only betrayal, continual betrayal. That's why the Penguin emphasized loyalty, even though he didn't truly believe in it. But a group without loyalty was terrifying. Harley Quinn nodded in satisfaction, proudly raising her head and asking, Now, who sent you? It's Black Mask, Roman Siones. Roman Siones, born into the wealthy Siones family, but that was before. As a child, Roman was a classmate of Bruce Wayne. However, as he grew up, he murdered his parents and inherited a vast fortune. Everything began to go wrong from that point on. Roman Siones' temper led him to run his business like a gang, and he was better suited for the underworld than for running a company. Consequently, the inherited company soon faced bankruptcy. At this time, Wayne Enterprises made a rescue acquisition of his company, leaving Roman with nothing. This experience made Roman blame Bruce Wayne for his misfortune. He then returned to the industry that truly belonged to him, the underworld. He dug up his parents' graves and used the ebony from their coffins to carve a black skull mask representing anger. This became the Black Mask. Harley Quinn instantly thought of his past. They had previous conflicts, but back then, the Joker was her backing, and Roman didn't dare to touch her. But now it was different. He believed Harley had gone solo, so he sought revenge. Harley Quinn's eyes twinkled. Let's take a nap, little Jimmy. No. Jimmy's words were cut off as he was knocked out. In fact, if Kara hadn't been there, Harley would have shot him on the spot. Let's go find Roman. Harley Quinn's face was filled with murderous intent. Wait, are we just leaving him here? This was Kara's first encounter with such a situation, and she felt a bit guilty. Don't worry, he won't die. Harley pulled her away. The three of them got into the car. Kara felt uneasy and realized this couldn't go on. I want to go home and sleep. I have school tomorrow. Kara then spoke up, providing a good excuse. Oh, Kara, the good show has just begun. Harley Quinn immediately made a pained face and said, Do you want me to get killed by them? She began to morally manipulate Kara, thinking that her lack of involvement was why she felt bored. Let Kara interrogate Black Mask. But didn't we come out to make money? Cut out it. If we don't find them, how can we make money? Harley said, They've earned a lot of money that doesn't belong to them. We're doing this for Gotham. Kara was momentarily stunned. That's right, it's all for Gotham. Poison Ivy also chimed in, They don't care about the environment or plants at all. They must be taught a lesson. Hearing both adults say this, Kara, as a child, could only accept it. She absorbed the knowledge of this world like a sponge. Whether it was good or bad, she would have to discern for herself. They drove up to the Upper East Side. With the rise of the Black Mask, the entire Upper East Side had become his territory. Finding the Black Mask was also quite simple. They just had to let him know they had arrived. So they went out onto the street, got out of the car, and looked for people wandering around. In America, aside from the city center, there were basically no people out at night. And if you encountered someone late at night, you had to stay alert because you could be harmed at any moment. To put it simply, the whole of America was like a large game of werewolf. And when it got dark, you had to close your eyes. Even in places like Los Angeles, a metropolis, it was the same. Not to mention Gotham. In Gotham, with gangs everywhere, ordinary people could not walk alone on the streets at night. Just look at what happened to the Waynes. The richest people in Gotham could be shot, let alone ordinary folks. It was only after Batman appeared as a vigilante that things improved a bit. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy Pamela randomly found someone on the street to beat up and then told them, "Go tell the Black Mask that his queen has arrived." This worked. The Black Mask soon arrived with his henchmen, a group known as the Masked Society. These people all wore various masks, but none dared to wear black, as only the boss, the Black Mask, could wear that. The Black Mask's mask was grotesque and terrifying, seemingly exuding fear. "Harley Quinn, you actually came to me." The Black Mask's men immediately surrounded the three, which made Kara feel uneasy. However, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy looked very relaxed. Harley Quinn waved the baseball bat in her hand and said, "Black Mask, you provoke me first. We have no grievances." "No grievances?" The Black Mask snorted coldly. "You forgot about the time the Joker protected you when you blew up my warehouse." "I won't forget." Hearing this, Harley Quinn's eyes twinkled. She certainly hadn't forgotten. "Really? You're so petty." "Ha ha." She laughed heartily, as if mocking the Black Mask. This made the Black Mask so angry he started to laugh. "Since you came to me, I'll have fun torturing you and see what skills you have, you crazy woman." "Fuck you. I have skills, but not for you." Harley Quinn spat at him. "Right now, only Leon could have fun. You don't think these two women can save you, do you?" The Black Mask looked at Poison Ivy and Kara. He was familiar with Poison Ivy, but wasn't he afraid. Women are all playthings. Capture them, with the numbers on their side. The Black Mask was naturally unafraid and immediately ordered his henchmen to attack. They had nothing to say. They just needed to capture them. Furthermore, they had already planned what to do next. Turn them into their women and then expand their territory. He knew how powerful Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn were. The Joker completely treated Harley Quinn as a henchman, which was why she achieved great success. As for Poison Ivy, she had her own subordinates. If he could absorb them, he would become Gotham's biggest gang leader in one fell swoop. At that time, all the Falcone and Penguin would be under his feet. Therefore, the henchmen didn't use firearms, but charged with cold weapons. This was also why Harley Quinn wasn't afraid. She and Poison Ivy exchanged glances and then told Kara, "Stay behind me, be careful." Then, she rolled on the ground with the baseball bat. Home run. She leapt into the air, and the baseball bat knocked one henchman to the ground. But the other henchman surged in. Poison Ivy Pamela protected Kara, and all the plants around them controlled the henchmen. Then, Poison Ivy blew a kiss. Her lips could secrete a hallucinogenic gas with psychic toxins that could control others through kissing and gas transmission. Only those with strong willpower could resist being controlled. This is why Harley Quinn told Leon not to kiss her. Harley was worried that Poison Ivy would steal Leon away. After all, the two of them were good friends with the same interests. Harley Quinn could be sure that Leon could charm Poison Ivy Pamela. The Black Mask's henchmen were quickly controlled, and then turned to fight alongside Harley Quinn, pushing back against the Black Mask. This was why they weren't afraid of the Black Mask. If you can control your henchmen at any time, how can you fight me? At this moment, Kara frowned tightly, feeling uneasy inside. This was her first time facing such things up close. But she wasn't afraid. Instead, she thought, if it were Spider-Man, he would take them all down by himself. At this point, Harley Quinn had gone crazy. The baseball bat in her hand was wielded with impressive force. Although it looked somewhat out of place and too big for her, it didn't affect her at all. Ordinary people were naturally no match for Harley Quinn. So she quickly fought her way in front of the Black Mask. The Black Mask was furious. "You little bitch, I'm going to ruin you." The Black Mask took action himself. Moreover, his Black Mask also had a certain degree of mental control ability, instantly causing the others to scatter. His henchmen were now in a daze and no longer participated in the fighting. The stage was left with only the two of them facing off. Poison Ivy Pamela said, "Something's wrong. I can't control them anymore. We need to go." Kara spoke up. "No, we must take him down." However, Poison Ivy remained firm. "Trust Harley." In her view, Harley Quinn had already been enhanced and was no longer within the realm of ordinary people. But unfortunately, the Black Mask was not ordinary either. Suddenly, the Black Mask pulled out a gun. Bang! He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Fortunately, Harley Quinn reacted quickly and immediately grabbed a baseball bat. Although she managed to block the shot, the bat was shattered upon impact. In that moment of hesitation, the Black Mask had already charged in front of her. Although he hadn't undergone any enhancements, the Black Mask had kept himself in shape and honed his fighting skills in order to take revenge on Bruce Wayne. On the other hand, Harley Quinn had never trained systematically and relied solely on her superhuman physical abilities. Dealing with ordinary henchmen was naturally easy for her, but encountering a skilled fighter was a different story. At that moment, she could only fight the Black Mask barehanded and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Wow! The Black Mask showed no mercy toward the woman, kneeing Harley Quinn in the abdomen and nearly knocking her down before grabbing her. He held her by the neck and said, "I will enjoy torturing you." Spitting blood onto his mask, Harley Quinn was still defiant despite being captured. Then, she was thrown aside by the Black Mask. In an instant, the Joker's beloved Harley Quinn was defeated, leaving Poison Ivy Pamela in a state of panic. If this continued, there would be a penalty for defeat. Unfortunately, Poison Ivy was not skilled in close combat. She relied on plants. She immediately controlled the vines she carried with her. The vines expanded instantly, but the Black Mask was prepared and shot them down. "Damn it! How dare you harm my precious?" Poison Ivy, a fervent plant enthusiast, was furious. Then came the Black Mask's threat. "If you resist any further, I will burn all the plants in Gotham." "You dare!" This struck at Poison Ivy's core, making her too afraid to move. In Gotham, Poison Ivy was the most threatening person because she cared deeply about plants and nothing else. This was precisely why she was often threatened. According to Penguin, her weakness was too obvious. Karen never expected that the two major henchmen would be defeated so easily. Is this what Gotham's villains are like? They are even less formidable than those in Spider-Man comics? And you, what a cute little doll. The Black Mask finally turned his gaze towards Kara. Her cute appearance sparked a violent urge within him. "I hate dolls. I want to tear your face apart." He approached Kara. "Don't come any closer." Kara felt conflicted and immediately spoke up. The Godfather had instructed her to hide her abilities and not be discovered. But if she didn't use her powers now, wouldn't that be a problem? The issue was that there were so many people around. If she used her powers, it could cause a greater impact, unless everyone kept it a secret and didn't speak of it. But how could that be possible? The Black Mask, unaware of this, saw the blonde girl as having no resistance. "Harley Quinn, thank you for your gift." His rage was about to erupt. Seeing this, Harley Quinn felt a surge of maternal instinct. Although she was feeling pain all over, she was filled with strength and stood up to charge at the Black Mask. "You bastard, stay away from my daughter." Harley Quinn shouted as she lunged at the Black Mask's back, clawing at his neck with both hands. But her strength was no match for the Black Mask's. This was a fundamental difference due to their physicality. The Black Mask's combat skills were at least on the level of Nightwing, which Harley Quinn could not withstand. He easily broke free from her grasp and pinned her to the ground, choking her from behind. "You bitch." The Black Mask felt that he had sustained many injuries and blood was flowing from his neck. Therefore, he immediately tightened his grip on Harley Quinn. He was already known for his violent temperament, and at this moment, he couldn't control his desire to kill this woman. "You all will die." Harley Quinn was unable to speak as he choked her, only managing to breathe with difficulty. She struggled to turn her head and look at Kara, signaling her to run. But at that moment, Kara seemed to be in a daze. When she rushed over without hesitation, she felt something stir within her. Although she had always disliked Harley Quinn, her perspective was changing. Seeing Harley Quinn being treated this way, Kara could no longer bear it. She was about to break her agreement with the Godfather. "Let her go. Get lost, you little brat." The Black Mask naturally would not listen. "I said let her go." Kara stepped towards him, but the Black Mask was quick, firing a shot at her. He no longer wanted to torture these women. He was already consumed by rage. Boom! "No!" Harley Quinn shouted with her last ounce of strength, her eyes moistening instantly. She truly regarded Kara as her daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't frequently exhibit maternal affection. Poison Ivy, witnessing this scene, hurriedly controlled the plants. But to their surprise, when the bullet hit Kara, it was instantly deflected away. What? Poison Ivy was dumbfounded. At that moment, Kara also felt something was off. Her eyes itched terribly. It hurt. Suddenly, Kara's eyes turned red, and with her scream, a powerful energy shot out from her eyes. In an instant, the Black Mask was pierced through by this energy, dying on the spot. However, the energy did not stop. It continued to blast through an entire building in front of her. Kara could no longer control herself, but she forced her head up to look at the sky. Boom! Gotham seemed to shake like an earthquake. Batman, patrolling in the Batmobile outside, immediately asked, "What's happening?" "Alfred." "I don't know, sir. It seems to be in the Upper East Side." Alfred, who had been somewhat drowsy, was instantly alert. Batman immediately turned the Batmobile towards the Upper East Side. As he arrived at the area, he was stunned. A towering red beam shot through Gotham's clouds and darkness, illuminating the entire city as if it were daylight. "What the hell is this?" Even the well-traveled Batman was taken aback. Strong energy fluctuations, sir. This energy has a very high temperature and tremendous impact, almost capable of piercing through anything. Alfred felt cold sweat all over his body. Although Gotham had many supervillains, it had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It was as if a king had suddenly appeared in a battle of bronze. This was a clear dimensional strike. At this moment, the entire Gotham was awakened. Batman did not dare to slack off and immediately headed in that direction. Although it was very dangerous, he was Batman, the guardian of Gotham. Besides Batman, almost all the people in Gotham were stirred. Even the Iceberg Lounge hurriedly closed down, as it was not far from the Upper East Side. Leon was one of the first to rush out to watch the show. Then he saw the towering red beam of light. Unlike the other onlookers who looked panicked, Leon instinctively felt that something was off. Why did this thing feel so familiar? Soon, he thought of a particular ability, heat vision. Kara hadn't activated this ability yet, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But now it seemed highly likely that Kara was behind this. This was witnessing a spectacle right in his own backyard. Leon immediately felt anxious. He was worried that Carla was in trouble. The anxious Leon quickly went to find Frank. "Lend me your car. You're not going to tell me you're heading to the Upper East Side, are you?" Frank could guess right away from Liang's anxious expression. Although he was as strong as a tiger, he was very perceptive. "I have something important to do." Leon spoke up. "I'll go with you." Frank, seeing this, immediately replied, "No, you can't. You don't have a driver's license." He rejected Leon for that reason. Then the two got into the car and headed towards the Upper East Side. In fact, the beam of light had already disappeared by the time they set off, but the shock it brought to the people of Gotham remained. Under that beam, everyone felt so small, as if experiencing an earthquake. Most importantly, they seemed to hear the sound of an explosion. It seemed that this beam could destroy the entire Gotham. So everyone was puzzled about what was happening. As Leon and the others drove onto the road, it was nighttime, yet there were many cars on the road. And Gotham's police were also quick to respond. If it had been the old Gotham police, they would have never dared to come to such a situation. But now, with the responsible Commissioner Gordon leading, everyone else dared not slack off. Therefore, Leon and the others had to follow the police cars. "What's going on?" Frank asked Leon. But Leon shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I just want to take a look." The scene was deathly silent. At that moment, the heat vision had disappeared, and Kara managed to regain control, but her eyes felt burnt due to not controlling her energy, and there was a faint heat radiating from her. Harley Quinn greedily breathed in the air, while Poison Ivy was stunned and instinctively moved away from Kara. If Kara's beam had hit her plants, they would have been incinerated in an instant. Even the two who were familiar with Kara were scared, let alone the henchmen of Black Mask, who were terrified and fled immediately. Some even wet their pants on the spot. Is this still human? Recovering, Harley Quinn looked at Kara, who was standing there, and immediately pushed away Black Mask in front of her. She saw that Black Mask had turned into charcoal, disintegrating into ashes at the slightest touch. The intense solar energy had dried him out. Kryptonian's heat vision absorbs solar energy, and the temperature can exceed that of the sun's core. At this moment, although Kara had just displayed her powers, the temperature was extremely intense due to her lack of control. Even the building in front of her was split in half by Kara's heat vision, let alone humans. Harley Quinn was not afraid of Kara at all. She ran up to Kara and said, "Kara, are you okay?" She embraced Kara tightly, her thought process being different from others, excitedly asking, "What was that just now? Can you do it again?" To Harley, Kara was like this to save her. This was simply a treasure. With this kind of ability, who would dare to bully her in the future? She could just stare them to death. However, Kara did not answer her. She was already engulfed in extreme fear. The last time, she had only shown a bit of her power, and her classmates treated her like a monster. Now, she had shown even more. She understood why the Godfather didn't want her to display her powers casually. This was something beyond her age that she could handle. Fortunately, there were two adults present. Harley Quinn noticed that Kara was trapped in guilt and immediately comforted her, saying, "Kara, listen, this is not your fault, okay? He was trying to hurt you. You were just defending yourself. You don't need to feel guilty. This is self-defense." As she spoke, Harley gave Poison Ivy frantic signals. Poison Ivy was now very afraid of Kara, fearing she might also stare her to death. But she took a deep breath and said, "That's right, Kara, you're right. What we need to do now is to leave here quickly, or someone will come. Yes, we need to hurry." Harley immediately took Kara's hand. Kara also understood this, so she finally nodded and followed the two as they left. She had a blank expression, forcing herself to keep her nerves steady. Harley Quinn didn't say much more. Whispering to Poison Ivy, "Ivy, did you see that? As long as we have Kara with us, who in Gotham would dare to bully us? Are you crazy? She's still young and clearly can't control her powers. I don't care. She's a superhuman. I've never seen a power stronger than hers. Combined, Gotham is no match for her. On the rooftop, Batman watched the three leave. He had just arrived and initially did not believe that Harley and Poison Ivy could do this until he saw Kara. Master, are you saying it was that alien girl who did this? It seems so, Batman replied. He descended to the ground and used high-tech equipment to reconstruct the scene. This technology was impressive. It could not only deduce the parties involved, but also recreate all the actions. At that moment, Black Mask had grabbed Harley and seemed about to choke her when Kara exploded. Her eyes emitted intense energy. Why was it her eyes? Alfred wondered. Because her eyes were a bit red earlier, and they were dissipating heat, Batman deduced. This means her physical strength is extraordinary, stronger than anyone we've encountered. Only with such strength could she withstand such intense energy without her eyes being affected. If everyone from her planet is as powerful as she is, then the entire universe would be their colony. Alfred chimed in. Earth is fine, and she is the only one here. There's no need to overthink it, Master. Batman did not elaborate further on this matter. I suspect this is not all of her abilities. What other powers might she have? At this moment, Batman recalled his conversation with Leon on the rooftop. She will become their god. Previously, he had not understood, thinking Kara was just a bit stronger. But now he understood somewhat. However, do humans need a god who is so high and mighty? Master, the police will be here soon. I understand. I will make sure they shut up. Batman looked towards the west, where there were many henchmen of Black Mask, but the traces were obvious to him. He immediately followed the traces to talk with those henchmen. The conversation would include not spreading this incident. They saw nothing and knew nothing. As for how to ensure that, Batman had his methods. Just after Batman left, Gotham PD finally arrived. Commissioner Gordon looked at the scene and was somewhat numb. He had never seen anything like this. He didn't know what kind of power had split the buildings ahead in half, and not just one. If he hadn't looked up at the sky, perhaps the whole of Gotham would have been split in two. It seemed that the other party had at least restrained their power. What happened here? He immediately asked his subordinates. However, the officers all shook their heads. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, only on another street, which detected a person in a black mask. Find them, Commissioner Gordon immediately ordered. At that moment, he saw a large crowd of people approaching. There were many onlookers in America, all wanting to know what had happened as soon as possible. There were also some reporters. With no other choice, he could only deal with the reporters' questions. Just then, he spotted Leon in the crowd. This made Commissioner Gordon's heart stir. Could it be related to him? At this time, a subordinate officer came over. Commissioner, we found the Black Mask subordinates. Where are they? They passed out and what? They seem to have mental issues. I suspect they inhaled Scarecrow's fear toxin. They're all ordinary people, and it might be hard for them to wake up. Hearing this, James Gordon immediately thought of many things. The fear toxin of Scarecrow is not something that only Scarecrow possesses. What exactly does he want to do? What secrets are there that cannot be known? For a wayward son, home is a safe haven. This is also true for the three who have committed serious crimes. Harley Quinn immediately brought Kara back, while Poison Ivy, Pamela, wanted to leave but was kept behind. However, she didn't know that for Poison Ivy, staying was even more terrifying. After all, Poison Ivy had not spoken well of Kara before and was afraid of being settled with. When they returned home, there was indeed no one there. What do we do now? Poison Ivy felt restless. Wait for Leon to come back. Harley Quinn also checked around and confirmed there were no problems, which made her feel relieved. What good is it for an ordinary person to come back? Poison Ivy felt confused. Harley Quinn gestured to Poison Ivy, and they saw Kara sitting alone on the sofa, having shut herself off. On the way back, they were unable to communicate with Kara. They were all very scared of this situation, which is why Poison Ivy didn't dare to stay. After all, Kara was so young. What if she couldn't handle the shock and suffered a psychological breakdown? For Kara, she had killed someone. Although it was intentional, the impact was too great for someone who was only in her teens. It could easily leave her with psychological scars and have lifelong effects. Frank was a bit dazed. Leon only took a glance at the scene before he wanted to go home. He was eager to know what was going on, but seeing Leon's gloomy face, he didn't dare to speak. At that moment, Leon was terrifying, giving off a feeling even more frightening than that of Penguin's boss Cobblepot. It was like the night before a storm, where a careless move could lead to flashes of lightning and thunder, with winds and rain raging like crazy. At that time, the entire world would surely be in turmoil. Holding on to this feeling, Frank didn't dare to hit the brakes and hurriedly drove towards Leon's house. But just then, a shadow suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Frank was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and he quickly slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The car's tires almost burned on the ground, but at least it came to a stop. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Frank's temper flared, and he immediately pulled out his handgun, but he quickly put it down, because this figure was familiar to the people of Gotham. Batman. What's going on? Frank swallowed hard. He instantly remembered what Leon had said before. There is something you must never say to Batman. He felt a sense of impending doom. But before he could say that line, he felt his vision darken, and his head slammed against the steering wheel. My hair. That was Frank's last thought before he fainted. What is happening? The moment Leon saw Batman, he guessed that Batman already knew who was responsible. Otherwise, Batman wouldn't have come to block the traffic like this. Leon got out of the car, and the two stood facing each other in front of the headlights, their shadows cast long by the light. You said you want to give her a good environment, but she came out with Harley Quinn and even sought revenge on the gang. Are you raising a hero or a villain? Batman said in a low voice, his eyes filled with disappointment. He had agreed to let the two stay in Gotham and had done his best to provide Kara with the best environment. But then this happened. It won't happen again, Leon said coldly. After Batman's words, he finally understood what was happening. It was indeed Harley Quinn. Seeing Leon's expression, Batman, who had originally wanted to say something, gave up. He had seen this kind of expression before, when he made mistakes as a child, on the face of his father, Thomas Wayne. Of course, Thomas Wayne never hit him. He would only educate him, helping him understand what was right and what was wrong. Hopefully, Leon could be the same. What other abilities does she have? So, Batman changed the subject. This was her newly emerged ability, which should have been tested in uninhabited areas first, then gradually controlled. Leon said this with some helplessness. Batman also knew why. In the densely populated Gotham, it's too difficult to have a private space. I understand now. I hope you can help her control it quickly and prevent any major mistakes. Leon returned to the car. He shook Frank, who was sleeping soundly. Then he tapped Frank's head twice. What is wrong? Frank finally slowly woke up, as if he had forgotten what had happened earlier. He only remembered seeing Batman and then getting knocked out. Leon is actually fine? It's nothing. Batman mistook him for the boss of Cobblepot. Frank is a bit speechless. Is Batman really that careless? Hurry up a drive, Leon urged. Oh. At the bottom of the apartment building, Leon looked up and there were no lights on. However, he knew a few people were home, so he went upstairs. Click. When he opened the door, he saw several people in the living room. Kara was sitting on the sofa, and Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy both looked helpless. Darling. Seeing Leon, Harley Quinn finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran over. But Leon did not embrace her. He just gave her a cold glance. He thought Harley Quinn would behave if she had turned over a new leaf. But who would have thought? Harley Quinn was still Harley Quinn, no longer the normal person she once was. And at Kara's age, being around abnormal people would undoubtedly lead to big mistakes. You should go, Leon said resolutely. Compared to his own happiness, he felt that Kara's growth was more important. He didn't understand it before, but now he realized that he could give up everything for Kara. What? Harley Quinn was stunned. In an instant, her tears flowed uncontrollably, and her makeup was ruined. No, darling, don't abandon me. She came over to hug Leon, only to be pushed away by him. That's enough. Leon opened his mouth and said, I don't want to see you again. Harley Quinn looked at the heartless Leon, opened her mouth, and glanced at Poison Ivy, who was watching the show, and at Kara, who was sitting down. I love you. Please don't abandon me, okay? I won't take Kara out to play anymore. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The Joker said pitifully to Leon. These words came from the heart, and Leon could feel her sincerity. As the saying goes, there's a path to a woman's heart. Without a doubt, Leon had conquered her. This made Leon a little reluctant, but for Kara, he still had to make up his mind. At that moment, Kara spoke up. Godfather, don't blame her. Kara finally spoke, let out a sigh of relief, shot a fierce glare at Harley Quinn, and then came to Kara's side. Leon embraced Kara tightly, and she felt a sense of security, finally unable to hold back any longer. She burst into tears in Leon's arms. Women are made of water, and young Kara was no exception. Although she was a Kryptonian, her experiences made her more mature than her peers, but even so, she was still a little girl. What happened tonight had exceeded her psychological limits. On Krypton, she received an aristocratic education. The L family was a prominent family on Krypton, and unlike the Zod family, their genes were inherently scientific. It is well known that Krypton eliminated natural reproduction and used the Codex of Life, primarily utilizing Kryptonian genes for cultivation. This led to the result that a person's profession and talent were determined from the moment of conception. If Kara were a member of the Zod family, killing someone would naturally not cause any discomfort. But she had the genes of the L family. Upon arriving on Earth, Leon also sought to protect Kara, shielding her from too much darkness. But unfortunately, this was Gotham. Godfather. I killed him. I pierced him through. I didn't mean to. It was out of my control, Kara said, filled with guilt in Leon's arms. She was scared. Killing was against the law. Leon felt relieved when he heard her say that. It's the fear of the law that prevents people from acting recklessly. Of course, the reason superheroes are heroes and not villains mainly relies on their own morals. After all, if they wanted to trample on the law, it would be too easy. So, Leon pondered for a moment and waited for Kara to stop crying. Everyone needs to vent. And after that good cry, Kara felt much better. However, the gazes of Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy beside her made her feel a bit embarrassed. The surprised expressions on their faces made Kara wish she could burrow into the ground. Especially Harley Quinn, who had a look of sudden realization. No wonder they were father and daughter. Kara. Leon adjusted Kara's small face, making her look into his eyes. In the dim light, Kara's face was streaked with tears. This made Leon tenderly wipe away her tears, which made the nearby Harley Quinn jealous. She had also cried and messed up her makeup, but Leon didn't even glance at her. Indeed, his daughter was the most important to him. Could you explain how this happened? Father, I felt a bit of itch in my eyes tonight. Kara wanted to lower her head, but Leon held her face. Leon clearly saw that Kara's eyes were somewhat dry, which was obviously due to her first use of the heat vision. Her eyes were still not accustomed to it. When he previously extracted Kara's abilities, Leon had also considered the heat vision. Now that he thinks about it, he feels a sense of dread, given Kara's physical condition. Even she showed such obvious side effects after her first use. If an ordinary person were to gain heat vision, they would probably lose their eyesight after just one use. Indeed, physical fitness is the foundation of everything. So why didn't you tell me? Leon immediately became serious. Upon hearing this, Kara pouted and said aggrievedly, "You want to work? Well, then what?" Leon instantly gave a head pat. In China, a head pat is considered a disrespectful act. However, in America, it represents affection. Only the closest people would do this. Kara, like a gentle little kitten, quickly fell calm. Then, Kara recounted what had happened. Leon immediately said, "All right, you're doing this for the benefit of the people, so what is there to worry about?" "But Spider-Man never kills," Kara said softly. Leon understood immediately. So that's what it was. The nearby Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy found it a bit strange. However, seeing Carla relax, they also breathed a sigh of relief. "Ivy, you should go first," Harley said to Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy had already realized what was going to happen next. It was late at night, and, as an outsider, it really wasn't appropriate for her to stay with a family of 3. However, Poison Ivy felt a bit reluctant. She finally understood why Harley was so invested. It turned out there were such great benefits to being Leon's woman. If she became Leon's woman, wouldn't that make her Carla's godmother? That would definitely give her a strong presence in Gotham. But unfortunately, Harley had already taken a lead. Now Harley was her close friend. But what if she turned against her one day? As Poison Ivy, Pamela, thought about this, she found herself unsure of how to leave Leon's house. With Harley's personality, there would definitely be trouble. Leon would certainly not keep her. He almost kicked her out today. There is still a chance for me. Poison Ivy suddenly felt more at ease. Leon didn't mind that Poison Ivy was gone. Instead, he continued talking to Kara. Spider-Man doesn't kill. But look at it this way. Those villains get caught and escape, then commit crimes again, only to be caught once more. This is for the sake of the plot. As a new generation, Leon's educational views are naturally not so rigid. In his past life, he saw a video of a guy named Xiaobing who pressured his son into gaming, ultimately leading the boy to love studying more than gaming. He would frown while playing games, but smile broadly while studying. There's the saying, at home, we talk about achievements. At school, we talk about grades. And if you can't even get into a university, how can you aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? These are indeed quotable lines. In Leon's view, this is the correct way to educate. Now that he finally has the opportunity, he naturally won't dismiss Kara's interests and is willing to communicate closely with her. Plot needs? Kara blinked. Yes, think about it. Gotham is just like this. Batman never kills, and these supervillains go into Arkham Asylum and then get released. Has Gotham ever gotten better? This only allows supercriminals to act recklessly. Since Batman won't kill them, what do they have to fear? Hearing Leon's words, Kara pondered. For example, if Harley knew Batman would kill, would she still dare to be so arrogant? She would probably have long stopped being Harley Quinn and instead become a normal person. Seeing that the father and daughter were both looking at her, Harley Quinn instinctively straightened up. Hey! After hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn immediately felt dissatisfied. Just tell me, if Batman killed other villains like the Joker, Penguin, and Scarecrow, would you still dare to be Harley Quinn? Leon raised his head and asked. Hearing that the Joker was to be killed, Harley Quinn immediately responded with joy. Great, great. Kill that jerk, the Joker. This left Leon with a black line on his forehead. This was what happened when someone wasn't thinking straight. I'm telling you something serious. Of course, I'm still the Joker's girlfriend. Harley Quinn hummed, but I will leave Gotham. For a person, what's most important is from the heart. Batman is so scary. Why stay in Gotham? Can't I be the Joker's girlfriend somewhere else? Look, Leon said to Kara. So, Kara, you don't have to completely learn Spider-Man. That's just what the writers did to make the comic look good. You need to look at reality. I understand, Kara replied, looking thoughtful and feeling very inspired. Leon never just tells Carla what she can do and what she can't. He will reason with her and explain why things should be this way. Only then will Carla understand and agree with him. Of course, Carla is naturally well-behaved, which is one of the reasons Leon likes her. Daughters are just better than sons. Otherwise, why do they say that daughters are the lovers of their previous lives? Although he's raising a daughter, for Leon, this is fate. Otherwise, why would he have adopted Carla? Leon believes that everything is destined. At this point, Carla no longer feels guilty about killing. She just feels a bit uncomfortable. All right, go rest early. Take a day off tomorrow, and I'll take you to adapt. Leon spoke up. Really? Kara was very happy, and upon seeing Leon nod, she hurried to her room to rest. Kara had just activated her heat vision and needed to practice it quickly. Otherwise, if she suddenly experienced an itch in her eyes during class and accidentally destroyed the school with a glare, it would not be fun at all. Leon never expected that Kryptonians could be so dangerous. No wonder highly intelligent individuals like Batman and Lex Luthor are so wary of him. This was just young Kara accidentally almost destroying Gotham. If Kara had done it on purpose, it wouldn't take long for one person to demolish a city. It's even not impossible to destroy a planet. With such uncontrollable power, how could humanity not be afraid? They can only hope that Superman is a saint, a sunny and cheerful boy, so that Earth can be safe. And if one day Superman changes his mind and wants to be the master of humanity, they would have no way to stop him. Fortunately, Leon doesn't have to worry about these things. Kara is his student. Does the girl understand? Seeing Kara's door firmly closed, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, where's Poison Ivy? Leon looked at the Joker, his expression still somewhat serious. He had to make her understand the seriousness of the situation. The Joker, on the other hand, showed a flattering expression, behaving obediently like a little dog in front of Leon. On one hand, she was genuinely captivated by him, and on the other, she wanted to build a good relationship with Carla. Ivy left first. The Joker looked completely submissive. However, Leon wasn't going to let her off so easily. Since she had left, she would have to suffer punishment in her place. Leon opened his mouth and said, "Should I call her back?" As Harley Quinn spoke, her clothes slipped off. I guess it's not impossible. He picked up Harley Quinn in a bridal carry, as if he were carrying a trophy, and headed to his room. He had to make sure Harley Quinn understood the family rules. The next day, Leon called the school to request a leave of absence. Unlike before, the teachers at Lewis Memorial High School approved it immediately and did not mock him. This is the benefit of being wealthy. The school knew about Kara's special circumstances since it was sponsored by Wayne Enterprises, and they had no authority to interfere. They didn't dare to be arrogant and dismissive either. After all, how could they justify that to the funding from Wayne Enterprises? Moreover, since the funds were secured, who cared about the students' well-being? After successfully getting the leave, Leon went to make breakfast. Harley Quinn came out wearing Leon's clothes again, but Kara no longer viewed her with hostility. Last night, Harley Quinn had gone crazy attacking Black Mass to protect her, almost getting killed in the process, and Kara had witnessed it. Although Kara didn't admit that Harley Quinn could be her godmother, she didn't reject the idea either. She just felt a bit confused in her young heart. Wasn't Harley Quinn a villain in Gotham? Why did she not seem so bad? Unlike the villains in Spider-Man, who were truly heinous, Kara doubted she could hold herself back from attacking them. But Gotham's villains were different. Like Harley Quinn, she wasn't purely evil. There was a sense of madness about her, as if she did things just for fun. Young Kara clearly couldn't understand this. She simply sat in the living room, pondering, watching Harley Quinn in the kitchen, using the excuse of helping to get close to her godfather. Kara felt jealous. Her godfather truly had weak willpower. This was Harley Quinn. How could he be so playful with her? Kara, it's time for breakfast. Leon and Harley Quinn brought out breakfast. Then both of them sat across from her, with Harley Quinn smiling and leaning against Leon. Darling, I'll join you guys later. No way. Leon was really afraid of her. After the lesson last night, he made a deal with Harley Quinn, agreeing to let her stay. But he always felt that Harley Quinn wouldn't be honest. In fact, Harley Quinn just wanted to know how amazing Kara really was. She and Poison Ivy, Pamela, had already referred to Kara as Wonder Girl, and they meant it literally. Eyes that could shoot lasers. How incredible is that? I'm just curious. That's all. The Joker's girlfriend pleaded with Leon, pulling out her trump card, which was to play the victim. If Leon still refused, she would have to resort to her last tactic. It had always worked before, especially last night. As soon as that title was mentioned, Leon couldn't control himself. All right then. Leon was also afraid of leaving her alone and causing trouble. He realized that the Joker was just restless. Yay! The Joker excitedly left a lipstick mark on Leon's face. This made Kara unable to stand it any longer. Hey, can you two not be so disgusting? There's a minor here. Kara protested. Ever since the Joker arrived, the Godfather has been different. Although the Godfather used to flirt around, he wouldn't do it in front of her. Before she got back from school, those women would disappear, at most just a glance. Unlike now, the Joker sways in front of him every day. Annoying. Leon and Harley Quinn then calmed down a bit. He didn't think much of it. After all, he was still young, unmarried, and childless. Harley was just a teaching assistant. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. After finishing breakfast, Harley volunteered to tidy up. To be honest, if she weren't wearing that crazy makeup and acting so carefree, she could be quite normal when she focused on her work. She had a bit of a devoted wife and mother vibe. However, Harley Quinn is still Harley Quinn, and she would soon revert to her usual unpredictability. It's like a wild cat. You might be able to feed her, but taming her wildness is quite difficult. Of course, the main question is, if you truly tame her wildness, would she still be Harley Quinn? Leon likes her precisely because she is a bit crazy, has a wild imagination, and doesn't follow the rules when doing things. She is full of energy at all times and dares to try any action. Ahem. The wonders of this are not for outsiders to know. New Jersey. This article can be found at 33 Reading Network 33 KSW. Free reading. This time, Leon and the others went to the seaside. The American coastline is extremely vast, with both the East Coast and the West Coast. So naturally, not all areas are suitable for beaches. Therefore, most of the areas are uninhabited. Leon and the others found a place with relatively treacherous terrain, and there wasn't even a single birdman in sight when they arrived. In fact, the coastal areas of America are still relatively populated. If it were the central regions, it would be even worse. Many so-called small towns have only a few hundred or 1,000 people at most. They are even less populated than a village in a large eastern country. Vast stretches of land are uninhabited. Go for it, Kara. Leon cheered for Kara, and the Joker beside was also very excited. The Joker grinned widely, applying bright red lipstick, eager to see just how amazing Kara truly was. Kara nodded, then closed her eyes. She stood on a giant rock by the sea, seemingly brewing something. Leon watched from the side, and although his eyes were closed, he could still see Kara's eye sockets starting to turn red and then heating up. This was terrifying. Then, Kara opened her eyes, which were already completely crimson, and powerful heat vision shot out from her eyes, illuminating the surface of the sea. Boom! The seawater instantly began to boil. In just a moment, countless amounts of seawater were evaporated, and a thick mist of water vapor spread along the coast, as if the ocean itself had been split in half by the heat vision. Superman's heat vision can reach the temperature of the sun's core. Although Kara wasn't that powerful at the moment, she still had a temperature of over 1,000 degrees, capable of melting almost anything. This made Leon envious. When could he also have heat vision? Then he could learn to heat milk like his fellow countrymen. All right, let's learn how to control the temperature. Leon spoke up. This made the intense gaze in Kara's eyes falter for a moment, like a flashlight that had run out of batteries. Then, the intensity of her gaze gradually softened, and it seemed that Kara was really adjusting. After that, she began to make persistent attempts. After trying several times, she gained some insights. However, she quickly said, "Godfather, my eyes are a bit dry. I don't want to try anymore." Leon turned her little face and saw that her eyes were a bit red and swollen, clearly a result of eye strain. However, while others were looking at computers or phones, his own daughter was playing with hot visuals. It looked fun. He wanted to play too. Then just do what you want to do. Leon knew that Carla couldn't wait any longer. Throughout history, people have had the dream of flying. Now humans can use tools for that, but on a personal level, everyone wants to soar freely in the sky like birds. Carla now has this opportunity, so of course she wants to give it a try. Hee. Carla has long been eager to go. She squatted down slightly, clenched her fist with one hand, and posed as if preparing for takeoff. What is she doing? Leon pulled Harley Quinn aside, and she immediately asked. Just now she was feeling bored. Although Kara's intense gaze was impressive, the song was boring to watch. You could tell just by looking. Leon said, "I saw Kara already familiar with the process, At this moment, she leaped into the air. Moreover, this time, she didn't leave a big pit on the ground, which means she was able to control her strength well. The talent of Kryptonians is indeed astonishing. Whoosh! Kara shot up from the ground like a missile and instantly disappeared into the clouds. When she was seen again, she was already over the ocean. However, this time she didn't fall back down. Instead, she tried to control her body. Kara swayed for a moment, but ultimately stabilized herself. Wow! The Joker looked at this scene, stunned. Kara could actually fly. A little girl in her teens flew right in front of her. Even the Joker, who had seen and experienced a lot in Gotham, was amazed. Is this still human? One can only say that Gotham, being Batman's hometown, has most supervillains not excelling in brute force. This has to do with Gotham's excellent matching mechanism. With Kara in Gotham, it's truly a dimensional strike. The Joker was infinitely excited at this moment, because she was already thinking that with Kara as her protege, she could run rampant in Gotham. What Joker, what Batman? All would be brought down by Kara. Darling, shall we go home and do it? The Joker was addicted to the idea. Well, Kara probably wouldn't stop for a while. Kara certainly wouldn't stop. She felt that the Earth's gravity had completely disappeared for her, no longer able to restrain her flight, allowing her to go wherever she wanted. She could fly above the clouds in an instant or skim low over the ocean's surface. And her speed was increasing. The scenery around her flashed past at light speed, but she could still catch every detail. For the first time trying to fly, she circled around the Earth. Boom! Her speed increased, and the sound of her flight changed. At first, it sounded like the roar of a fighter jet, but then it changed, as if the space itself was vibrating. Kara felt herself going faster and faster. She had long surpassed the speed of sound, yet she was still not satisfied, desperately wanting to break her own limits. If someone were to measure it, they would find her speed quickly exceeded 5 Mach. Just then, Kara felt as if space was being torn apart. Then, a silver-haired girl appeared in front of her. Kara immediately stopped her body, watching the other person warily. Aside from her beautiful silver hair, the girl looked indescribable, almost like a refugee, with tattered clothes and dirt all over. However, she seemed to be about the same height as Kara, just a bit thinner. According to modern standards, she looked somewhat malnourished. Who are you? Kara asked as she descended from the sky. She looked around. It was a forest, and she didn't know where she had flown to. The silver-haired girl looked shocked as she watched her descend from the sky, but she quickly adapted, thinking Kara was a sorceress. However, Kara's words soon left her bewildered. She had never heard such a language before. I am Ciri, Fiona, Alan, and Rhiannon, the princess of Sintra. Are you a sorceress? The silver-haired girl said a long string of words, causing Kara to widen her eyes in surprise. What language is this? However, Kara was not an ordinary person. She was a Kryptonian girl with a super brain. Just by listening to that one sentence, after just a few seconds, she completely grasped the silver-haired girl's language. Ciri? Sintra. I've never heard of it. And I'm not a sorceress. Kara replied in her language. I am Kara Zor-El. I don't know what you're talking about, but must not be on Earth. Earth? Ciri indeed looked a bit confused, her eyes widening in puzzlement. Indeed, you are not from Earth. You must have traveled through time and space. Kara recalled the rift she had just encountered, which had appeared for a moment and then disappeared. This is a problem. Ciri was originally the princess of the northern kingdom of Sintra. Her grandmother was the empress of Sintra, known as the Lioness of Sintra, Queen Calanthe. Her biological father was the emperor of Nilfgaard, Imhir var Emrys. Therefore, Ciri was a genuine princess, known as the Lion Cub of Sintra, growing up without worries. The only problem was that she had the unexpected law of the Witcher, which stated that after the age of 6, she was to be taken away by the Witcher Geralt. However, the Witcher Geralt obviously did not want to abide by that law. He came to the Sintra Palace, met Queen Calanthe, but did not take Ciri away, nor did he ask for her name or gender. Thus, Ciri grew up to now in her teens. She was supposed to grow up carefree, perhaps to inherit Queen Calanthe's throne and become the next queen of Sintra. But at that moment, the southern empire of Nilfgaard launched the Northern War. The Emperor of Nilfgaard was Ciri's biological father, but in his desire to annex the north, he intended to marry his own daughter to gain legitimacy. Thus, the first place he invaded was Sintra, not only swallowing it, but also causing the horrific Sintra massacre. Ciri's grandmother, the Lioness of Sintra, Queen Calanthe, committed suicide in despair, and the Emperor of Nilfgaard, in order to capture Ciri, sent his elite squad to apprehend her, wanting to take her back for marriage. Ciri fought with all her might to escape from this squad. She ran tirelessly through the forest, and just when she was exhausted, she suddenly felt her bloodline boiling. Then, the surrounding scenery became illusory. Thick fog enveloped her, and a portal appeared before her. Ciri had no time to think. Fearing being discovered by her pursuers, she jumped in. Afterward, she found herself in a rift, and upon stepping out of it, she saw a figure falling from the sky. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Kara made Ciri's eyes widen in an instant. She was so beautiful, perfect, and radiant. Ciri felt entranced. Kara listened to Ciri's description and finally confirmed that Ciri was not from Earth. She didn't mind this much, as she herself was not from Earth. She was a Kryptonian. Are you saying there was a door in front of you at that time? Yes, Ciri nodded, her eyes fixed intently on Kara, making Kara feel a bit shy. Why does it feel like Ciri's gaze is so eager? Can you still feel it? Or how did you get it? Can you go back? Kara, being still young, suddenly lost her bearings and just wanted to send Ciri back. After all, Ciri was from another world. Kara seemed to feel unqualified to take her in. At the very least, she needed her father to come. Are you trying to drive me away? Please, don't kick me out. Ciri immediately grabbed Kara's arm, and Kara really wanted to pull her hand away because Ciri was too dirty right now. Refugees probably weren't even this miserable, but for Ciri's dignity, Kara endured it. Don't you miss home? Kara had to ask. My home has already been destroyed. I can't go back, Ciri said, a flash of hatred crossing her eyes at those words. The iron cavalry of Nilfgaard seemed vividly present in her mind. Hearing Ciri's words, Kara felt a sense of empathy. She started to have a bit of affection for Ciri. If it weren't for her father, she might have ended up like Ciri, becoming a refugee as well. Then, thinking of this, Kara said, "Come with me to my home." "Thank you," Ciri replied without hesitation. She thought Kara was a good person and very capable. Most importantly, Kara said this was a world she wasn't familiar with, so only Kara could communicate with her. The only person she could communicate with naturally needed to stick close. "Hold on to me." After Kara figured out, she didn't mind and hugged Ciri. She smelled fragrant, and it was comfortable to hold her, making Ciri feel a bit embarrassed. She was all dirty and surely got Kara dirty too. Now Kara didn't want to play anymore. After all, with Ciri, a visitor from another world, her anchor wasn't by her side, and her mind was a bit chaotic. When something went wrong, a daughter naturally thought of her father first. So, she wrapped Ciri in a biological field and immediately flew up. Ciri was startled as she suddenly lifted off the ground. This was something they couldn't do in their world. Even sorceresses couldn't do it. Kara was much stronger than a sorceress. "Stop yelling." Kara couldn't take it anymore and had to stop, waiting for Ciri to get used to it before continuing to fly. Fortunately, Ciri was very brave and quickly adapted. She loved to play. During her childhood, she often traveled between Sintra and Skellige. Skellige was an overseas archipelago, and she frequently crossed the sea as a child, even learning to skate there. Moreover, Ciri had once mistakenly entered the forbidden sanctuary of the tree spirits in the Broccolin forest. She wasn't someone who could settle down. By nature, she loved freedom and was very daring. So, she looked in shock at the world below, her eyes wide open. Since Kara was carrying her, she didn't dare to fly too high or too fast. This allowed Ciri to see what this world was like. Just at the first glance of those tall buildings, she knew this wasn't Sintra, nor was it Redania, and definitely not Nilfgaard. The architectural style here was completely different from her world. Now Ciri was sure she had really crossed into another world. The reason she saw so many tall buildings was that they had already arrived in the metropolis. But they didn't stop. Ciri saw Kara carrying her across the ocean and then landing on another piece of land. The buildings here weren't as tall as those in the metropolis, and the architectural style was strange, with a sort of cult-like aesthetic. However, Ciri thought this Gothic-style architecture was beautiful. Her eyes widened as Kara brought her down into an alley. Once her feet touched the ground, the dreamy feeling faded. Ciri truly felt that she had arrived in another world. At least Nilfgaard wouldn't chase her anymore. Thinking of this, Ciri felt tears welling up. "Let us go to my home," Kara said to Ciri. Ciri nodded and hurried to follow Kara. Gotham City wasn't safe. There were many idle people, addicts, and homeless individuals. However, when they saw Ciri, they all moved away a bit. Where did this filthy beggar come from, coming to Gotham to claim territory? Ciri, all dirty, with her silver hair almost turned black, felt her young heart take a blow from the disdainful looks of the people. Following Kara upstairs, when Kara knocked on the door, Ciri quickly asked, "Kara, your family won't dislike me, right?" Seeing Ciri's frightened expression, Kara couldn't help but soften, feeling a sisterly instinct. "They won't." The door opened, and Harley Quinn stepped aside. Seeing Ciri next to Kara, she immediately couldn't hold back. Where did this ugly girl come from? Where did this ugly girl come from? Siri didn't look good at the moment. She was dirty, with a frown, and her face covered in grime, naturally appearing not very pretty. Harley Quinn, who liked beautiful things, almost swung a baseball bat at her. Ahem. This made Kara feel quite emotional. Just a moment ago, she had assured Siri that no one would dislike her, and now she was immediately slapped in the face. Fortunately, in a twist of fate, Siri didn't understand the language of this world, but human expressions were universal, and Siri saw the disdain on Harley's face. Kara immediately blocked her and shot a glare at Harley Quinn. You don't need to mind, she's a bad woman. Hearing bad woman, Siri immediately nodded. She was indeed a bad woman. Where's the father? Kara asked with a stern face. He's resting. He's exhausted. Harley Quinn looked radiant, and comparing her to the tired father made Kara's anger flare up. These two were messing around while she wasn't there. Leon also has his difficulties. He didn't notice at the moment and agreed to play something high-level with Harley Quinn. But who would have thought? Harley Quinn is trained. She's an athlete, and at a level that could even compete in the Olympics. Siri, come in. Kara hurriedly called Siri in. Siri cautiously walked in and stood at the door, not daring to move. After all, this house seemed so luxurious to her, with almost everything being unfamiliar items, and it was very clean. Suddenly, Siri felt a sense of shame. Kara, what is this? At that moment, Leon walked out of the room. Father, this is Siri. She is a princess from Sintra. Sintra is from another world. Kara immediately recounted what had just happened. Puffed. Leon was drinking water and almost spit it out. He immediately looked at Siri, who was not unfamiliar to him at all. He had played The Witcher 3 back in the day, and the young and beautiful Siri had indeed left a deep impression. But the ugly girl in front of him, is she Siri? However, girls change a lot as they grow up, and Leon quickly accepted it. He just immediately thought of Siri's uniqueness. The world Siri lived in wasn't particularly special, just some magic. Well, the sorceress is still impressive. Using the leaf spell of lilac and gooseberry, the red-haired beauty Triss. The most important thing is Siri. Siri's bloodline is very special. She is a sorceress, the inheritor of ancient bloodline. How special is ancient blood? Ancient blood allows Siri to control time and space. This means Siri can easily travel from Sintra to here, simply because she has ancient blood in her. Although it hasn't been activated yet, no one knows how she can do it. But when Siri grows up, she will be able to travel between worlds with ease. In the game, Geralt asks Siri which world she has been to. Siri tells him that she has been to another world where humans have metal blocks in their brains and can use something like telescopes to wage wars from afar. At that time, there were speculations that it was the world of Cyberpunk 2077. It is precisely because of this magical power that Siri is also known as the daughter of time and space. Now, the daughter of time and space is right in front of him. Leon also wanted to master this power. Godfather? Carla looked at Leon in confusion, interrupting his thoughts. I understand now. Leon nodded and said, Kara, why don't you take Siri to wash up first, and then lend her your clothes? Is that okay? Although Kara was a bit reluctant, she empathized with Siri's situation and naturally agreed. Both girls had lost their homes and were displaced. Siri, this is my godfather. Godfather. Siri came over to greet him very understandingly. However, Leon looked confused. He didn't understand. But fortunately, he had a super brain. After all, he had acquired Kara's physiology and quickly started self-learning Siri's language. Well, since you're all alone and lonely here, why don't you stay with us from now on and be my goddaughter like Kara? How about that? Leon was pleased to hear her call him godfather so perceptively, and he responded accordingly. Both Siri and Kara were somewhat confused. However, Kara quickly became excited and said, Siri, agree to it. The godfather is very nice. Produce. We can live together from now on. Kara had previously feared that Leon would not accept Siri, but it seemed she had worried for nothing. The godfather truly is a good person. All right, thank you. Siri was still a bit shy. All right, Kara will take you to take shower. Kara took Siri to the bathroom. Inside, Siri looked at all the items in a daze. I'll teach you. But Kara had already thought of this and kindly helped Siri. This is the shower head. We don't have a bathtub. Just turn this on and you'll have hot water. Kara demonstrated. Wow, is it really that easy to get water? Siri was incredibly surprised. After all, in Sintra, she had to fetch water herself. But she was a princess, so someone would serve her. After Kara taught her how to use it, she said, you can wash yourself now. I'll go get you some clothes. Okay, thank you, Kara. Siri hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Once she saw Kara leave, she felt a surreal sense. Clearly, she was still being chased, yet she suddenly arrived in this place. This whole experience truly felt like a magical journey. With this thought, Siri looked at herself in the mirror, somewhat disdainfully tore off the rags on her body, and then went to rinse off. So comfortable. Are you really going to take her in? In the living room, Harley Quinn asked Leon. She didn't understand the previous conversation. But Leon's intention was very clear. For Kara, Leon said, Kara has finally made a friend. As for this statement, the Joker didn't know whether to believe it or not. Her eyes darting around, clearly up to something. In fact, the Joker also noticed Siri's surprise. She just didn't know that Siri had ancient blood, and that later Siri could control her travels. Otherwise, she would definitely be tempted as well. It's not easy for one person's salary to support a whole family, Harley Quinn immediately said, looking as if she was thinking of Leon. So what? Leon is now in a state of wisdom and won't be fooled by her. He remains indifferent to beauty. Harley Quinn deliberately moves a bit closer. We need to make money. How do we make money? Leon asked. The Black Mask is dead, and his territory is leaderless. That's Upper East Side. No way. Before Harley Quinn could finish speaking, Leon immediately vetoed it. We are all good people, not gangsters. Leon has never done such a thing in his 2 lifetimes, so he naturally wouldn't agree. But Harley Quinn laughed. You're a good person, I'm not. Let me take charge. In an old-fashioned apartment in Gotham. This article can be found at Hongbao Literature QDHBS.com for free reading. Leon and Harley Quinn stared at each other. Harley Quinn was very straightforward, admitting that she wasn't a good person. However, Leon found her words quite reasonable. Still, he had some moral boundaries. Darling, don't hesitate. Harley Quinn knew he was already wavering. She thought about the money for the children's formula, and since they both had daughters, they needed to buy them dolls and pretty dresses. How could they manage without money? Although in America, there is no saying of raising boys in poverty and girls in wealth. The whole world understands it. Moreover, with such beautiful daughters, could he bear to let them live a hard life? Leon felt it made a lot of sense. You don't need to show up. Just let me go. The Joker's girlfriend continued to tempt him. Besides, if we don't take over the Upper East Side, someone else will. Gotham is always like this. If you don't do it, someone else will. The gangsters will never disappear. Her words made Leon realize something. He smiled slightly. You planned this from the very beginning, didn't you? When did you start plotting? Was it the moment I met you? Or even earlier? Hearing Leon's words, Harley Quinn blushed a bit. She had been seen through. But so what? Dear, Harley Quinn began to act coy. All right, Leon spoke up. Only you can go. Don't bring Kara and Siri down with you. He looked at Harley Quinn with his cold eyes. Kara was his bottom line. If it weren't for Kara pleading for her, Harley Quinn would have been kicked out by Leon long ago. Got it. Harley Quinn was startled by his indifferent gaze. Then she awkwardly asked, what if someone bullies me and I can't fight back? Harley Quinn was used to having someone backing her up. This was her way of wanting Kara to step in. But how could Leon agree? He sternly replied, aren't you going to call the police? Commissioner Gordon is a great guy. He won't tolerate any wrongdoing, just like me. That's so boring, Harley said, but she dared not say more upon seeing Leon's expression. The decision was made. She was naturally restless. It was impossible for Harley Quinn to stay at home and be a good wife and mother. Moreover, Leon really needed money. The little salary from the Penguin was barely enough to support one Kara. And now, the household had rapidly expanded, doubling in size. A couple's home had turned into a family of many. Normally, if Leon wanted to support this big family, he would have to work 2 jobs like everyone else in America. Even then, it might not be enough to live well. It would just barely provide food. And asking Harley Quinn to work was out of the question. She was Harley Quinn, infamous throughout Gotham. So, it was better to let her do what she was good at. This was a reluctant decision for the sake of making ends meet. Siri, are you done? At this moment, Kara heard silence from the bathroom and came out with her clothes. Leon and Harley Quinn also stopped talking. Although they knew Kara had heard them, she was very well behaved. This was an adult matter. I'm done. Siri's voice came from the bathroom. Although the bathroom was very run down, it seemed high-tech to Siri, who had never seen anything like it before. She got so engrossed that she took a long time washing. I'll give you the clothes. Kara carefully opened the door and handed the clothes inside. Fortunately, both of their outfits were similar, and after a glance, Siri finally figured out how to wear them. After a while, the bathroom door opened, and a clean and tidy Siri finally appeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Siri was no longer as messy as before. She was wearing Kara's dress, which was new and had never been worn before. The stains on her body had been washed away, and her skin was as white as snow, delicate and tender, which, combined with her identity, reminded Leon of a fairy tale, Snow White. This was truly skin as white as snow, not the Disney version with a heart as white as snow. Of course, Siri's distinctive feature was her silvery white hair, and her emerald green eyes sparkled like jewels. At that moment, Harley Quinn could no longer call her an ugly duckling. Although Ciri's world was medieval, she was still a princess. Wow, you're so beautiful. Kara looked at Ciri, who resembled a Barbie doll, feeling like she had a real-life figurine. Those dolls couldn't compare to Ciri's beauty. You're beautiful too. Ciri shyly lowered her head. She had come to this strange world alone and felt a bit shy. Come here. Leon called the two girls over and then got some water and bread. This is a staple at home. Carla was tired of eating it, but Ciri swallowed her saliva. Leon handed it to Ciri. For me? Ciri was a bit cautious. Leon reached out to pat her head, but Ciri dodged slightly. Seeing this, Leon retracted his hand and said, At least you called me father, so it's only right to give you this. Eat slowly, don't choke. Ciri could no longer hold back. Those damn guys wouldn't give her much to eat, just enough to keep her from starving, and there was hardly any water. She was already starving. So delicious. A piece of bread went down, and although it was just the most ordinary toast, it still surprised Ciri. You have to know that most people in Sintra eat black bread. Then, she choked because her throat was too dry. Cough, cough. Drink some water. Carla inexplicably felt a bit heartbroken and quickly patted her on the back. Harley Quinn curled her lip, simply saying she was a refugee. Once Ciri had eaten a bit, Leon finally asked, Ciri, how old are you? Ciri thought for a moment and then confidently replied, Almost 12. Almost 12 means she's just a little over 11. Leon knew that she didn't want others to think of her as a burden. So, Leon smiled and said, Kara is a few years older than you. Would it be okay if she became your sister? Upon hearing this, Ciri looked at Kara, who was also looking at her, and they both nodded. Good. Kara was very happy to have a sister. She now felt a lot of sympathy for Ciri. Leon continued to ask Ciri in order to understand the current situation. Ciri, can you share your experiences? Ciri clearly seemed reluctant. The thought of the past frightened her. It felt like a nightmare that haunted her. However, under the encouraging gazes of those around her, she slowly began to speak. Okay, Godfather. Ciri didn't know how to address him, so she called Leon the same way as Kara did. Leon immediately laughed. Since you call me Godfather, then you will be my goddaughter from now on. Ciri didn't understand the meaning, but Leon was willing to accept her, and she liked to hear, so she nodded. She also wanted a safe haven, and now it seemed that Leon, this godfather, was very kind, and Kara, this sister, was also very friendly. Only Harley Quinn looked a bit strange, like a clown from a circus. In the apartment, Ciri slowly recounted her tragic experiences. In fact, her childhood was quite good. If you set aside the sudden loss of both parents, it was actually fine, because her grandmother was the queen of Sintra, and she herself was the young lioness of Sintra. But unfortunately, Sintra was too weak, and the northern countries combined were not as strong as Nilfgaard. When they heard that such a small Ciri had gone through so much and had been on the run, Harley Quinn was overflowing with maternal love. Although she had Kara doing the translation, she immediately hugged Ciri and said, Don't be afraid, little Ciri, Mommy will protect you. Ciri was obviously not used to it and broke free from her embrace. Now that you are here, you are safe. We will protect you, Leon gently said. Hearing his words, Ciri seemed much more at ease. The reason for letting Ciri speak was that communication is an easy way to bridge distances, especially when there are shared experiences. Kara shared her own experiences with Ciri. When Ciri heard that Kara's home planet had been destroyed and that she had come to Earth alone in a spaceship, her eyes widened. She understood the meaning of each word, but she couldn't comprehend them when strung together. However, this also made her realize that Kara shared her sorrow. Both of their homes had been destroyed, and they had to leave their homeland. Against this backdrop, the two girls grew closer. Leon nodded in satisfaction, so there was no fear of Ciri running away. Ciri, what were you planning to do originally? Leon asked, I don't know. Ciri looked incredibly confused. With the country in ruins and her family gone, what could a little girl in her teens do? In the face of such historical trends, any individual was just like a mantis trying to stop a cart. My grandmother told me to find the white wolf Geralt. Leon then realized Ciri's situation. She had not yet encountered Geralt. According to Ciri's life trajectory, after the fall of Sintra, she would meet Geralt by chance and then go to the Witcher's territory with him for some training. However, Ciri has elder blood, which clearly makes her unsuitable to become a Witcher, as it would limit her talents instead. If anything, Ciri is the most powerful talent in the world of Witchers. Since that's the case, let's keep her here and start a new life. Ciri, you need to learn our language as soon as possible. Kara, please teach Ciri. Leon assigned tasks to his two goddaughters. Kara was naturally happy to do so. Ciri also nodded obediently. The two doll-like daughters brought joy just by looking at them. All right, Godfather. Good, good, good. Leon was beaming with joy. Let them go in and get to know each other. After all, the two girls were about the same age. and they would have more common topics to discuss. Kara, don't bully Siri. I won't bully her, Kara said unhappily, wondering why she was perceived this way in the godfather's eyes. The two closed the door and started to whisper to each other. She's very special. The Joker's daughter sensed something. Yes, she's very cute. Leon didn't want Harley Quinn to be thinking about him. You can't be melting copper, right? Harley Quinn looked at Leon with confusion. What are you thinking? Leon was immediately furious and grabbed Harley Quinn to discipline her. He was not a typical American beast. Speaking of which, there is a reason for the American obsession with youth. The main reason is the issue of white girls growing up. Their golden age is between 15 and 25 years old. Ordinary people tend to age after 25. Moreover, white people generally appear to age quickly. Thus, many girls start to look graceful at 15, and if you don't ask their age carefully, it can easily lead to problems. This has resulted in many people being obsessed with youth. Shiri, this is my comic. In the room, Kara couldn't wait to share everything with Shiri. Naturally, she wanted to have friends. However, her identity was special, and she had a maturity beyond her peers, finding her classmates too childish. But now, Shiri shared similar experiences, and her maturity made her seem more reserved than her peers. This evoked a sense of sympathy in Kara. Their shared experiences allowed the two girls to become friends. I can't understand. Shiri looked at the comic, not recognizing a single word. That's okay. Just look at the pictures. This is Spider-Man. Can I claim it? He's a superhero who fights villains, doing good deeds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Is he better than you? Shiri blinked and asked. This made Kara proud. He's slightly worse than me. Oh. Shiri's reaction satisfied Kara's vanity. So, she really was that impressive. After all, it was normal. Shiri had never seen anyone fly freely like Kara. Even the royal family of Sintra had druids, but those were just some magical spells. For various reasons, Sintra opposed magic and sorceresses, which also led to Sintra receiving no reinforcements during the invasion by Nilfgaard. Other kings worshipped sorceresses, but Sintra did not. How would they possibly help? Take Yennefer from Vengerberg and Triss from Temeria. Why do they have prefixes before their names? Isn't it to indicate which kingdom they belong to? Although sorceresses are not that powerful, they have an organization, and Sintra was excluded. Therefore, Shiri had not seen many sorceresses growing up and naturally did not think they were as powerful as Kara. Come look at this, it's a phone. Kara showed off her device while teaching Shiri how to use it. A phone? What does it do? Shiri asked curiously, looking at the palm-sized object in Kara's hand. It does a lot. You can know about the world without going out, and most importantly, you can use it to learn. I really want to take you to school, but you don't know our language, so it's easy to get exposed. Hearing Kara say this, Shiri couldn't help but fantasize about her new life. If I study hard, can I go with you? Shiri asked. Definitely. The godfather will agree. Kara immediately assured her. She seemed to have forgotten that her enrollment was part of Wayne Enterprises' charity activities. In Kara's subconscious, her godfather was omnipotent. After all, Leon had done his best to fulfill every promise he made to Kara. To her, Leon was the towering godfather. Feeling Kara's admiration, Shiri was also influenced. She began to identify with this godfather. Then let's learn quickly. Once I learn the language, we can go tell the godfather, Shiri said enthusiastically, filled with the desire to stay in this wonderful world. Such a beautiful house, such a comfortable bed, such fascinating high technology. This world was so beautiful. Name, Leon. This article is from 33 Reading Network 33 KSW. Free reading ability, super physique. Teachings, Kara Zor-El, Siriana Fiona, Alan Rhiannon. In Leon's simple system, Shiri had already been acknowledged. This proved that in her heart, she had already recognized Leon as her godfather. Perhaps due to her medieval background, Shiri was much more innocent than Kara, though there might be other reasons as well. It took Kara a whole month of fleeing to recognize Leon as her godfather. And now, it had not even been a day. Leon is naturally very happy. Kara Zor-The, supergud. Affinity, 66, 80 can be drawn again. Abilities, flight, heat vision, super breath. Shreya, Fiona, Alan Lianluan, daughter of time and space. Affinity, 10, 50 can be drawn. Abilities, time travel, future prediction, magical affinity, extraordinary physique. Leon looked at his two goddaughters and couldn't help but smile mischievously. He wanted them both so much. As an adult, he naturally desired them both. When Harley Quinn saw his smile, she wanted to say something, but Leon pressed her down. After a long afternoon, Leon and Harley finally came out of the room. With two little ones in the house, life seemed to be changing. He had to work harder, just like now. In the past, it was only Leon and Carla, and if they were feeling lazy, they could just boil some noodles for a meal. But now, the family had expanded. Leon certainly couldn't just boil a bowl of noodles to deal with it. Moreover, this was Shiri's first time here, so he had to make sure she had something delicious to eat. Therefore, Leon took a look at his savings. In America, he seemed to have integrated into the local life, living paycheck to paycheck every month with no extra money to spare. He had to work tirelessly like a beast of burden to ensure that he and Carla wouldn't end up sleeping on the streets, and to ensure that they both had food to eat. Is this Leon not trying hard enough? Wrong. It's just this damned capitalist society. Leon is doing relatively well, but many ordinary Americans can't make ends meet and have to sell their blood every month to survive. The poor are like blood bags for the rich. Fortunately, Leon is now a bar manager, and Penguin treats his subordinates fairly well. After some thought, Leon shouted, "Kara, I'm going out to buy groceries. What do you want to eat?" "I want chicken legs and sweet and sour ribs." Kara immediately shouted back. After all, his family is not ordinary. Taking Harley Quinn out to eat would probably mean they couldn't even get into a restaurant. Or if they did, the restaurant owner would run away. So, Leon can only buy it himself. After understanding, Leon went out to Chinatown by himself. Of course, Harley Quinn didn't go out with him. It wouldn't be good to be seen by people in broad daylight. Leon found a Chinese restaurant that he and Carla liked the most, which is run by a Chinese owner. He ordered takeout. The total for the dishes was nearly $200. Liang's face was filled with bitterness. It seemed he really had to learn to cook himself, otherwise he couldn't afford to raise both daughters. With the salary from the Iceberg Club, it was already good enough to eat out once a month. "Kara, Siri, it's time for dinner," Leon shouted towards Kara's room when he got home. The two inseparable girls then slowly emerged from the room. Seeing their happy smiles, it was clear they had become quite familiar with each other over the afternoon. Kara took the initiative to wash her hands with Siri, taking on the responsibility of an older sister. It was worth noting that Leon had previously asked her to wash her hands before meals, and she had been reluctant. "Siri, this is my favorite chicken leg," Kara shared without hesitation. Leon nodded with satisfaction, feeling reassured by Carla's maturity and understanding. "Hey, why are you crying?" Carla looked at Siri and suddenly froze. She saw that Siri's eyes were becoming moist, her emerald green eyes glistening with tears. "I've never eaten this well before." Siri bit her lip, her eyes filled with gratitude for Leon. "Hurry up and eat. This is also to welcome you. In the future, Godfather will cook for himself, and it won't taste this good." Leon made a self-deprecating remark. However, Kara reassured him, "Don't worry, the noodles made by the Godfather are delicious." This girl. The family suddenly enjoyed a harmonious meal, but only Harley Quinn felt like an outsider. She realized that she seemed to be on the sidelines. The main reason was that she wasn't used to Chinese food and couldn't understand what they were saying. How did Leon and Carla learn Siri's language? Is there such a big gap between people? However, she's also trying hard to get used to it. How could such a lively family be without her? So, Harley Quinn enthusiastically helped her two daughters serve food. If she can't get used to it, then let the kids eat. It's just a way to lose weight. Even Harley Quinn has body image anxieties. She feels like she's gained quite a bit, but it seems Leon really likes that chubby feeling. Godfather, Siri is learning quickly. She has already learned the 26 letters and can say simple words. At this moment, Carla said to Leon. For this, Leon is not surprised, because Siri is still young, at the peak of her learning ability, and she is naturally smart, quickly adapting to new things. "Keep it up," Leon encouraged Siri, and Siri smiled. "Thank you, Godfather." Hearing the word Godfather made Leon feel very comfortable. Carla immediately said, "Godfather, when Siri learns to speak, can she go to school with me?" "Of course," Leon immediately replied, but then felt a bit troubled. There were many things he needed to do. The most urgent was to give Harley an identity. How was he supposed to explain to Director Gordon that he had another daughter? As night fell, the worried father instructed his daughter not to go out, and then left with Harley Quinn. He was afraid that Harley would cause trouble again, so he had to take her along. It was still not completely dark, and I might get caught by Batman. Harley Quinn was extremely unwilling. You know, she was afraid of Batman too. Leon glared at her. "I'm not afraid of him. I just can't beat him." Harley Quinn said confidently, "Darling, if I get locked up in Arkham Asylum, will you come and see me?" "No, you're so heartless." "Boo-hoo. I'm leaving, drama queen." Leon dragged this drama queen, and suddenly Harley Quinn pulled out her signature weapon, a baseball bat from somewhere. "I'm off to claim my territory." After walking with Leon for a while, Harley Quinn parted ways. Leon arrived at the Iceberg Club. This was his only source of income. However, as soon as Leon arrived, he was called over by the Penguin Man. The Penguin Man was aware of what was happening in the Diamond District and had well-informed news. "Leon, I heard you found a girlfriend. Why don't you bring her over to introduce?" In the conference room, the Penguin Man looked at Leon with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. In the Iceberg Club's conference room, the penguin man, dressed in a tailcoat, looked at Leon with his small eyes. There was very little that happened in the Diamond District that he didn't know about. Leon is seen together with Harley Quinn, which naturally makes the penguin curious. This kid, Leon, is just ordinary, and at such a young age, he already has a child. Although Harley Quinn is a madwoman, why is she interested in him? Is it just because he's good-looking? For the penguin, he has never experienced what it's like to be good-looking, and he doesn't know how proactive women can be. She has her own things to deal with, Leon said calmly. The penguin was seen tapping his hand and said, I have treated you well, haven't I? Of course, without Mr. Cobblepot, I wouldn't have been able to survive in Gotham for long. Leon smiled and said, the competition pressure in Gotham is very high. There are many people in few places, and as for job positions, it's even more so. Besides the Wayne Group and a series of subsidiaries, ordinary people face a lot of pressure. If needed, we can cooperate. The penguin smiled and said, money is endless, especially in Gotham, particularly with Batman around. This made Leon chuckle. He wasn't an enemy of Batman. But for now, whatever the penguin said went. After leaving the penguin's meeting room, Leon returned to the bar, but it was too noisy, so he moved away a bit. After a while, Frank came over to find him. Someone is looking for you. Who? Leon casually asked. A beautiful woman. Frank smiled. He admired Leon's charm. Not only did he manage to win over Harley Quinn, but now another one had come along. From the beginning, he admired Leon's skills in flirting. Back then, Leon was just a bartender, yet he had taken away countless socialites. Frank was the type who had the heart of a thief, but lacked the courage. He liked beautiful women, but when it came to actually approaching them, his face would instantly turn red. Clearly, he was a good boy, just a bit violent. But in Gotham, that was quite normal. Ivy? Leon arrived at the club and saw the beautiful woman Frank mentioned next to the iceberg. She was wearing a pure green dress, with green lace gloves on her hands and green high heels, looking like a noble lady. Dressed entirely in green, she was, of course, Poison Ivy Pamela. Leon had never seen anyone who could pull off such an outfit before. Only Poison Ivy managed to do it. Her fiery red hair made her appear somewhat wild and hard to conquer. Leon saw Poison Ivy holding 2 glasses of wine, and she handed one to him. Thank you. Leon took it, but didn't drink. He just sat beside the Poison Ivy woman, a refreshing fragrance wafting over, as if he were in nature. Is there something going on? Of course, there is something very important. The Poison Ivy woman, Pamela, smiled and took a sip of her drink. Leon looked at her in confusion, but she was in no hurry to speak. She just smiled and said, have a drink with me, and I'll tell you. If you don't say anything, then forget it. But Leon naturally wouldn't follow the woman's pace. It's related to Harley. Seeing Leon about to get up, Poison Ivy immediately said. Leon was finally a bit interested and clinked glasses with Poison Ivy. In the distance, Frank was watching them, betting with his friend. I bet Leon will take her away in half an hour, Frank declared confidently. His friend was skeptical. I feel like I've seen that woman somewhere. Can Leon really charm her? Whoever she is, as long as she's a woman, she can't escape, Frank thought, recalling that even Harley Quinn had been taken by Leon, and he felt confident again. Just then, they saw the two sitting by the iceberg leaning in for a kiss. Wow, that was fast. Frank's eyes widened. They had just had one drink, and now they were kissing? Leon's actually not willing, but the Poison Ivy girl launched a sneak attack. They had agreed to just drink, but she immediately wrapped her arms around Leon's neck and kissed him passionately. As someone who neither initiates, nor rejects, nor takes responsibility, Leon simply didn't lean in or pull away. Then, Leon felt a mental force trying to control him. The Poison Ivy girl herself didn't have much combat power, but her mental control was very strong. Come on, take me to see Kara. The Poison Ivy girl, Pamela, let go of Leon and said, finally revealing her true intentions. To his surprise, Leon grabbed her wrist and asked, why are you looking for Kara? She looked at Leon in astonishment, realizing that he showed no signs of being controlled. Only those with strong enough willpower can be immune. Leon has lived 2 lives and has died once, so his willpower is naturally astonishing. The unwilling Poison Ivy kissed him again. Leon remained still, allowing her to take advantage of him. To be safe, Poison Ivy kissed him for several minutes without letting go. My God, Frank, watching from a distance, couldn't stand it any longer and averted his gaze. He was a bit hungry before, but now he felt full after all this dog food. ISNT had said that women are very reserved. Why is it that in front of Leon, one is more proactive than the other? Poison Ivy finally released him when she felt she couldn't breathe, but she still met Liang's cold gaze. He wouldn't allow anyone to have thoughts about Kara. This left Poison Ivy feeling somewhat frustrated. She didn't understand how such a warm man could have such a cold gaze. She couldn't control Leon. His heart was resolute. His daughter was more important than any woman. Hey, don't hold on so tightly, it hurts, Poison Ivy said, but it was useless. She had to explain. It was Harley. She was in trouble and needed Kara to save her. Upon hearing it was Harley Quinn, Liang's expression softened a bit. What was going on? Poison Ivy explained the situation. Harley Quinn naturally couldn't go to take over the territory by herself. She needed help. After all, relying solely on the name of a Joker girl wasn't very effective. So, Harley found her good friend. The two went together to take over the territory. Moreover, to bolster their presence, Poison Ivy brought her own subordinates. This escalated the situation. Due to the previous heated attention, the Upper East Side was already in a critical situation, with various vigilantes frequenting the area. Because they gathered in numbers, they were discovered and a conflict arose. The Joker girl was captured first, and Poison Ivy came to seek help. She dared not go directly to find Kara. Instead, she planned to control Leon. Poison Ivy had her own little thoughts. With her beauty, she was confident she could win Leon over, rightfully becoming his girlfriend, and thus Kara's godmother. How wonderful would that be? As for the Joker girl, Poison Ivy, this good friend, didn't want to think too much about it. At worst, she would let her join. Unknowingly, Kara's godmother had already transformed into a hot commodity identity. Leon was unaware of her little thoughts, but he was very wary of Poison Ivy. Who captured Harley? The Batman? Upon hearing Poison Ivy's words, Leon thought to himself, is it really that unfortunate? Harley Quinn just said when she left, and it came true so quickly? Jean Show is known as the Crow's Mouth. This article can be found at Foxlove Literature Helion.com for free reading. No, Poison Ivy spoke, looking at Leon in surprise, wondering why he seemed so relaxed. Is there still someone in Gotham who isn't afraid of Batman? Batwoman. Hearing this title, Leon frowned instead. Batman is easy to deal with. At least he is willing to communicate. But Batwoman, he has no experience with. If Poison Ivy knew his thoughts, she would definitely spit blood. It's the first time someone thinks Batman can communicate. If that's the case, supervillains wouldn't be afraid of him. Let's go. Leon grabbed Poison Ivy's wrist, keeping her close to him. Poison Ivy had no choice. She realized that this man's strength was surprisingly great, and he gave her a sense of security. No wonder Harley Quinn was so obsessed. It was no different from her feelings for the Joker back in the day. Leon did not abandon his post, but went to speak with Frank. Unexpectedly, Frank, with a look of indifference, said, I'll take a look for you, but if Boss Cobert asks, you have to tell the truth. Leon spoke up. Upper East Side. Leon sat in Poison Ivy Pamela's luxury car and arrived here. He discovered an astonishing reality. In Gotham, whether it's superheroes or supervillains, most of them are quite wealthy, especially the Bat family, which can be described as rich enough to rival nations. Only those who are financially secure would have the inclination to act as vigilantes. If someone like Spider-Man Peter Parker, who can barely afford his mortgage, came to Gotham, he would have to work honestly. This is true for superheroes, and the same goes for villains. For example, why does Poison Ivy cause trouble? It's simply to make money. As for the Penguin, there's no need to mention him. The Iceberg Lounge is used for money laundering. The Falcone family is even more involved in both the legal and illegal sides, making a fortune. Leon's only encounter with someone who has no money is with Harley Quinn. The only broke person has become involved with him. Poison Ivy stopped the car and took Leon to an abandoned house. We were here to discuss business, but got interrupted. Poison Ivy Pamela said. They had already found out who was in charge in the Upper East Side and were ready to take over the territory. But Batgirl suddenly burst in and disrupted the conversation. Of course, calling it a business discussion was just a cover for Harley Quinn to start a fight. It's quite simple to become the boss in Gotham. You either have to be ruthless enough or strong enough. Harley Quinn has both traits, making her suitable for starting her own business. It's just that she didn't care about these things before. Harley, come in, Poison Ivy quickly called out. You guys are here. Harley Quinn immediately responded. Hurry up and save me. Leon and Poison Ivy quickly ran towards the sound. They saw Harley Quinn being hung upside down by someone, her pigtails swaying back and forth. Where was Batwoman? Leon asked Poison Ivy to put Harley Quinn down. As a result, Poison Ivy walked over and immediately stepped into a trap. Whoosh! The ropes on the ground were triggered, and Poison Ivy had no reaction as her feet were ensnared, and she was hoisted up along with Harley Quinn. Joker Girl. The two good friends exchanged glances, and Harley Quinn immediately said, Ivy, how could you be so stupid? Shut up. Poison Ivy retorted, furious and embarrassed. She wasn't skilled in fighting to begin with, so how could she react in time? Harley Quinn didn't look at her, but instead turned to Leon and said, Darling, why are you here? Didn't we send Poison Ivy to call Kara? Of course. I'm here to save you. Leon ignored her and turned around. He saw a figure standing behind him. She was wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit, lacking the technological feel of Batman, but instead was more form-fitting with a head of thick red hair that looked quite fiery, draped in a large black and red cape. When she noticed Leon looking at her, she immediately threw the bat-shaped shuriken in her hand. The shuriken moved at high speed, but was not aimed at Liang's vital points. In an instant, the world in Liang's eyes slowed down. He reached out his hand and gently pinched it. The shuriken was caught in his hand, which he examined carefully. It was similar to Batman's. This scene shocked the three women, and the escaping Harley Quinn immediately shouted, "Darling, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Go beat that bitch up." This made Batgirl tense up, readying herself for a fight. Leon turned around and threw the bat-shaped dart at Harley Quinn. The dart immediately cut the rope, causing Harley Quinn to crash to the ground, dizzy and speechless. Finally, she fell silent. "Don't make a move." Leon then turned to Batwoman and said, "I know your boss. We're on the same side." Batwoman relaxed a little upon hearing this, but replied, "He's not my boss." "Look, I didn't even say who it was, and you assumed it was him." Leon couldn't help but laugh. This made Batwoman somewhat annoyed and almost ready to take action. Now, he could confirm that this was the second-generation Batwoman. The first-generation Batwoman was an elder of Bruce Wayne, and she definitely wouldn't admit to what he said. However, the second-generation Batwoman, Kate Kane, was Bruce Wayne's cousin, so the relationship was different. Batwoman was not Batgirl. The most famous Batgirl was Barbara Gordon, but unfortunately, she was now in a wheelchair. "How can I trust you?" Batwoman didn't want to get entangled with Leon on this matter, so she said, "You can ask him. Just tell him my name. I'm Leon, and you?" Leon asked, "Kate Batwoman?" She almost let her real name slip out, which was a bit cute. Realizing it, she shot Leon a glare and then stepped aside to contact Alfred. "Alfred, do you know Leon?" "Of course. We're keeping an eye on him." "Is there something wrong, Miss Kate?" "Nothing. I'll handle it." Batwoman didn't want to say much and hung up. She walked back and said, "Even if you know him, you're involved in a crime." "Hey, I just came to save people. I didn't participate in anything. Don't slander me." Leon interrupted her abruptly. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. Besides, it wouldn't help to stop her. Even without Harley Quinn, there would be others to control this place. It's better to trust me. I'll keep her in line. What else can Batgirl do? Unless she wants to fight Leon. She has no choice but to accept it." Moreover, she also thought Leon had a point. There are too many gangs in Gotham. Instead of letting others get bigger, it's better to find someone familiar. "I'll be watching you." So, Batgirl said to Leon. Leon is not worried about having too much debt, feeling honored. Boom. Outside, the roar of the bat cycle is heard as Batgirl departs. This article searches, "Beautiful Teacher Mishkina." Calm free reading. Harley Quinn touched her head and said, "Dear, you are really cruel. Aren't you afraid I will fall and become stupid?" "You are already stupid." Leon said, "Be careful from now on. No more bad things." "But how can we make money without doing bad things?" Harley Quinn said confidently, "The Penguin and the Riddler are doing it. If we don't, we won't make any money." "Don't worry, dear, I won't get caught." "I don't believe that." Leon glanced at her, who was just hanging there. Even Batwoman couldn't defeat her. What a disgrace. I was ambushed by her. Harley Quinn's face instantly turned red. "Next time, don't let me run into that bitch, or I'll capture her and strip her for you to see." Leon felt a bit of anticipation for some reason. Batwoman, dressed in her bat suit, had an impressive figure with curves in all the right places. Her height was astonishing, over 1.8 meters in high-heeled boots, definitely a leggy beauty. Harley Quinn could tell he was smitten and playfully suggested, "Shall we go home? I want her. Next time, let's catch her and have some fun." The two started walking out. "Hey, put me down." A silent poison Ivy immediately shouted, "Did you forget something?" "Hey, Ivy, why are you still up there?" Harley Quinn quickly turned around. Poison Ivy was speechless. "I shouldn't be up there. I should be under the car." Kane Manor in Gotham was not smaller than Wayne Manor. In fact, it was even more prosperous. When Martha Kane married Thomas Wayne, the result was the merger of two powerful families into a consortium, aiming for the interests of the entire city and becoming a community of shared interests. Back then, Kane Materials and Wayne Enterprises were both giants in Gotham, and together they became even larger, leading to the creation of Wayne Enterprises. Therefore, Wayne Enterprises did not completely belong to Bruce Wayne. There was also a share from the Kane family. However, as the leader of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne's position was unquestionable. The Kane family was also quite wealthy. Kate Kane was from the younger generation of the Kane family. Due to their generational relationship, Bruce Wayne had to call her cousin, even though she was younger than him. Inspired by Batman, Kate Kane had originally used stolen military bulletproof vests and weapons to fight crime. She then underwent 2 years of training worldwide. After returning to Gotham, she met the first Batwoman and took on the title herself. At that time, she didn't know that Batwoman was her aunt, nor did she realize that Batman was Bruce Wayne. At this moment, she had changed out of her Batsuit, taken a hot shower, and was sitting on the couch, wrapped in a towel, while operating her computer. She began searching for information about Leon. Of course, it wasn't because she was interested in Leon. She thought he was just okay looking. She liked women. Soon, she found relevant information about Leon. When she saw that Leon had a daughter, her expression became a bit strange. The Joker's girl was quite tolerant. She could even accept a stepmother. Didn't she know this was a thankless task? Then she saw that Kara had entered Lewis Memorial High School with the help of Wayne Enterprises. What was so special about her? Kate Kane opened Kara's photo. She was indeed quite pretty, like a Barbie doll. But she was too young. Even if she liked women, she couldn't muster any interest. If she were a bit older, she might be her type. Interesting. Kate closed her computer and decided to keep an eye on things. In an apartment in Diamond District, Leon and Harley Quinn struggled until dawn. Harley Quinn couldn't take it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Leon, however, was full of energy. Only by being healthy can you be good, and she can be good too. He quickly went out to cook some noodles and then called the 2 girls to get up. The 2 little girls hadn't come out all night. Last night, Kara and Syra had a night-long chat. They shared their past experiences to deepen their current bond. For them, each other's experiences were something they didn't have, filled with freshness. Syra couldn't imagine the super technology of Krypton, and Kara couldn't imagine Syra's princess life. Clearly, she was a princess. Yet how could she be living worse than she was now? So, Syra wanted to live Kara's life, but Kara didn't like Syra's previous life. If their identities were swapped, Kara would absolutely refuse. Fortunately, they were both on Earth now. When the 2 came out, Kara seemed unaffected, while Syra had dark circles under her eyes. Kryptonians could go without food or sleep without any problem, but Syra was still an ordinary person. Her ancient blood hadn't fully awakened yet. They quickly washed up, and after eating the noodles, Kara was off to school. Leon urged the 2 girls. Upon hearing this, Kara showed no reaction, but Siri instantly wilted like a withered eggplant. "Godfather, I want to be with Kara," Siri said immediately. "Have you forgotten what we talked about? You need to learn the language well." "I can already say my name and some simple words," Siri replied, demonstrating her clumsy pronunciation. Leon immediately smiled and encouraged, "Not bad, keep it up." Woo-woo. Shirley's eyes instantly turned red. Leon had never experienced such a situation. Because Kara was relatively mature and generally wouldn't cry easily, she also cared about her image. Therefore, Leon didn't expect Siri to cry so easily. Although she didn't cry out loud, Leon felt a sense of pity for her. He hurriedly comforted Siri, saying, "All right, once you learn the language well, I'll let you follow Kara." Only then did Siri stop sobbing and looked at him, saying, "In Sintra, lying is punishable." This made Leon smile a little as he patted her head, saying, "Godfather never lies." He glanced at Kara and found her somewhat helpless. Last night, Siri had been hugging her while sleeping, treating her as a human-shaped pillow. After finishing the noodles, Leon spoke up. "Let's go, I'll take Siri to get her identification." "Kara, will you head to school by yourself?" "No problem." "Yay." Upon hearing that she would go out with Kara, Siri cheered. Thus, Leon took his 2 goddaughters out. The 2 girls held hands and walked ahead, while Kara introduced Siri to everything about Gotham. Siri had just arrived in the city, and, after returning home yesterday, her knowledge of the city was minimal. Now, walking on the streets, she realized how different Gotham was from Sintra. In short, it was far more developed, at least 10,000 times more so. This realization made Siri both excited and anxious. She didn't know if she could fit into this city. Therefore, her behavior was somewhat like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, observing everything in awe. Gotham's city center. Leon held Siri's hand as they walked down the street. Kara only accompanied them for a short distance before heading to school on her own. Without Kara, Siri naturally came over to hold Leon's hand. After spending 2 days together, Leon got a grasp of Siri's personality. Due to a lack of parental affection from a young age, Siri was a bit irritable, and being raised by her grandmother made her character straightforward and frank. Because of this, Siri seemed a bit clingy and prone to tears. However, she also possessed a pride that other children did not have. She was the young lioness of Sintra. Siri was much more clingy than Kara. As she grew older, Kara never held Leon's hand outside, but Siri didn't mind at all. Moreover, she was very afraid that Leon would abandon her, so she naturally held on tightly. What was that? At this moment, Kara noticed a very tall building, so high that she couldn't see the top even when she looked up. There was a W logo on it. This was the headquarters of Wayne Enterprises. Leon enriches her understanding of Gotham. The Wayne group, is that the one Kara just mentioned? Yes. Wow, Shiri exclaimed. The Wayne family must be the aristocrats of this world. The aristocrats of Sintra can't compare to them. Pretty much. Leon smiled. It's already the 21st century, and there are still distinctions of high and low, rich and poor in the world. It's truly ironic. Little guy, the Wayne family is not good people. At this moment, a voice with a hint of magnetism sounded nearby. Leon and Shiri turned their heads to see a red-haired woman looking at them from a high-end motorcycle. Kate Kane glanced playfully at Leon, then shifted her gaze to Shiri, frowning slightly. Why does she look different from the photo? Her golden hair has turned silver, and her accent is a bit strange. She knows simple words, but her accent is not authentic at all. Leon, how should I address her? Leon asked. Kate Kane, is this your daughter? Kate Kane looked at Shiri and said, My goddaughter, Shiri. Leon nodded, and Shiri looked at her without fear, a bit smug. Leon couldn't be bothered to comment on Kate's outfit. Although she was wearing a motorcycle jacket, which was completely different from last night, that head of red hair was too obvious. Even if she wore a mask, such a prominent feature would still give her away. However, Kate did have a great figure, no doubt about it. Red hair in big waves. Those who understand get it. Kate wanted to clarify, but it was hard for her to say at first, so she just smiled and said, Little one, do you want to go in and take a look? Is that okay? Godfather. Shiri understood immediately and was tempted, but she looked at Leon obediently. Luckily, the child wasn't rebellious. Leon nodded and said, It's just right that I haven't seen it either. Since Miss Kate has invited us, let's go take a look. In fact, there wasn't much to see. The Wayne family had taken over their family assets. Kate Kane seemed very dissatisfied with the Wayne family. This was understandable. After all, when the two families merged their businesses, they still used the Wayne family's name, while the Kane family had even lost their name. It's no wonder she was unhappy. Saying this, Kate Kane stopped her motorcycle and led the two of them inside. She glanced at Shiri and mockingly said, You're already so big, and you're still clinging to your godfather? Shiri didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip and said, Kara told me to stick close to my godfather, so I have to listen to her. Kara? That makes sense. Kate asked casually, Who is that? My sister, Shiri said proudly, tilting her head back. With Kara's strength and such an impressive sister, if they could return to Sintra, they would definitely crush those enemies. Last night, Shiri had a nightmare about Sintra and dreamed of wanting to fight back. She had a fiery temperament and only wanted to take revenge. What about your sister? Kate asked as she showed the two around Wayne Enterprises. Many departments of Wayne Enterprises were nothing special except for being tall and spacious. However, Shiri found it all very novel. There had never been such tall buildings in Sintra, and after taking the elevator up, just standing by the window made her legs feel weak. She's gone to school. Then why don't you go? I want to go too, but my godfather won't let me. As Shiri spoke, she was about to cry again. Leon was stunned. However, he could only accept it, as the reasons behind it could not be explained to Kate. Moreover, he realized that Shiri's talent was indeed remarkable. She could already engage in simple communication, perhaps due to the power of her ancient bloodline. As for Kara's identity, anyone with a bit of energy could look it up, so Leon didn't stop it. Kate must have checked it long ago. But beyond that, he wouldn't tell her anything more. Kate didn't expect that she was about to cry and immediately glared at Leon. Leon suffered an undeserved disaster and had to quickly appease. Didn't we agree that I would send you to school right away? Leon stroked Shiri's head. Kate then said, Shiri, if your godfather doesn't arrange it, your sister will help you arrange it, and you can definitely study with Kara. Upon hearing this, Shiri was overjoyed. Thank you, sister. Her voice was very sweet, and she proudly glanced at Leon. Leon naturally wouldn't refuse. He would be more than happy to have help. Kate was about to make a phone call, but Leon stopped her. I still need to take Shiri to the police station to help her get her identification sorted out. She lost her ID card before. Upon hearing this, Kate immediately understood. Wow, she's undocumented at such a young age. Do you need my help? Why are you so enthusiastic? Leon didn't want to owe so many people favors, shaking his head and saying, No need, I know Director Gordon. All right, leave me a number, and let me know when it's done. Kate took Leon's number. Just Leon's abilities were worth her investment, not to mention that Bruce Wayne also cared about that Kara. What exactly was her identity? Leon brought Shiri to the Gotham Police Department. Along the way, Shiri held Leon's hand, making him experience the feeling of being a father. No wonder modern people want to have a lovely daughter. Preference for boys? More like preference for girls. The police station was very busy, but fortunately, Leon saw a familiar face, Officer Judy. Hello, Leon. Officer Judy, with her sexy lips, recognized Leon. After all, the last incident was quite unforgettable for her. The seemingly petite Kara had such great strength. Who is this? At that moment, she noticed Siri next to Leon. Kara went to study. This is Siri, my other goddaughter. Leon immediately said, and Siri revealed a sweet smile in response. As long as she wasn't frowning, Siri was quite attractive. Moreover, perhaps due to inheriting the queen's genes, she exuded a sense of heroism. She wasn't a delicate girl, but rather a strong woman who could become a demon hunter. However, right now, Leon definitely wouldn't let her become any kind of demon hunter. Finding a skilled expert to teach her would be better than being a demon hunter. Let's find Director Gordon. The director is inside. I'll call you. Director Gordon. Leon met James Gordon, but he still called him Commissioner Gordon instead of Jim. Although calling him Jim would seem more intimate, it's important to use titles in a work setting. Leon, who is this? Commissioner Gordon shook his hand and immediately looked at Siri with a somewhat strange expression. This is my goddaughter. Leon gave Director Gordon a look. Then, Director Gordon said, Judy, take care of her. Siri, come with me. After understanding, Siri immediately grabbed Leon's hand tightly and said, No, I want to be with the Godfather. She tugged at Leon's arm, and her eyes instantly turned red. She thought Leon didn't want her anymore. All right, let her stay here. Leon smiled bitterly. Shirley's clinginess exceeded his expectations. Director Gordon shook his head with a smile and let Officer Judy out. Leon sat opposite Director Gordon, while Siri jumped onto his lap and clung to him tightly. I didn't know you had a daughter, James Gordon said to Leon. If it weren't for how affectionate Siri was, he would have genuinely thought there was something wrong with Leon. After all, in this magical land of America, normal people are the minority. Leon had long been prepared in his heart. He looked at Siri with immense compassion, patted her head, and said, She is Kara's distant cousin. She used to live in the countryside, but some things happened in her family recently, so she can only come to Gotham to seek refuge with us. James Gordon listened and didn't see any problem with it. Many people in America do the same, running from the countryside to big cities, all in pursuit of the so-called American dream. He just asked, what about her identity? The same as Kara's. Leon coughed twice. Director Gordon smiled and shook his head. If this continues, I'm going to become someone who specializes in getting you guys' identities. By the way, your identity has already been sorted out. Are you sure you don't want a surname? No need. Leon shook his head with a smile. He had previously told James Gordon that his name was Leon Skywalker, but Commissioner Gordon had unhesitatingly rejected it. He must have watched too much Star Wars, right? After all, no one really has such a name. So Leon simply decided not to use an American name and went with his real name instead. What was Siri's real name? Commissioner Gordon still decided to help Leon. There was no helping it. After all, who could resist such a cute goddaughter? Having an adorable daughter could bring many conveniences. Cirilla Fiona, Elin Rhiannon. Although this world might have the Witcher novels and games, it was just a name. As long as Siri had a legitimate identity, she could attend school and access those things. If Runra knew about this relationship of Leon's, they would probably be extremely envious. I don't know how many Runran just want to obtain a green card. Yet Leon can help those around him secure one. It sounds like nobility. After registering the name, James Go smiled and said, her family used to be nobility from Europe. Leon smiled. The continent of the Witcher world is adapted from the European continent. If you turn it upside down, you'll find it looks exactly the same. So it's not a problem to say that Siri is an old noble from that side. Fortunately, Director Gordon didn't press further. After noting it down, he said, I'll help you resolve this as soon as possible. Do you have any leads on the schooling? He brought up the subject somewhat awkwardly. At that time, he wanted to help Kara contact a school, but he lacked the money ability. Having a status would allow for enrollment. That's good. Time flies. Director Gordon acted quickly, and within a few days, Siri's identity was settled. Siri has a strong learning ability and has basically mastered the language, with the clingy student constantly pestering him. Leon naturally reached out to Kate Kane for help with Siri's enrollment, placing her in the same class as Kara. For the Kane family, it was merely a matter of a few words. Many things are insurmountable for ordinary people, but for the wealthy, they are easily resolved. However, Leon was somewhat worried. He truly didn't know what Siri would learn in school, but at least it was sorted out this way. Aside from the two students, it was just Leon and Harley Quinn's matters left. The Iceberg Club had no significant issues. Daily work felt like a regular job. The Penguin did not absorb him into the criminal organization. After all, Penguin Cobblepot knew about his relationship with Harley Quinn, and no matter how bold he was, he could not trust Leon too much. Leon is quite happy about it. He doesn't want to get involved in all this. He's a good person. All he needs is a stable source of income, and their lives have indeed been getting better and better. There's a saying that goes well, making money is all about the law. Once Harley Quinn took control of the Upper East Side, Leon's family no longer had to worry about food and expenses. They even started planning to move to a new house. After all, the current apartment is too small. It was originally meant for just Leon and Carla, but now it has become crowded with a third person. Overall, life has become vibrant and more ambitious. Darling, you have an invitation. Harley Quinn is wearing his jacket, while the rest of her outfit seems to have gone missing. Fortunately, the two girls are at school and not at home. Perhaps it really is true love. Although they occasionally argued during this time, they have not broken up. Instead, it has made Harley rely on him even more. There's no way around it. He always manages to reach the deepest part of her heart. Every time they argue, a good lesson is enough to resolve things. Harley also feels his sincerity, unlike the Joker, who only wanted to use her. So now, when Harley hears the name Joker, she doesn't react at all. They have become complete strangers. She already belongs to Leon. Whose is she? Leon was making dinner. That needed to be corrected. Harley Quinn laughed out loud, and Leon knew it as soon as he heard it. Kate Kane. At first, Kate Kane ran over to them and was met with hostility from Harley Quinn, who thought she was there to steal a man. When Kate Kane realized this, she immediately informed Harley Quinn of her orientation. As a result, Harley Quinn mocked her harshly, saying she needed to become normal. Naturally, Kate wasn't there for Leon. She was there for Leon's two goddaughters. Leon had long discovered that Carla had become a hot commodity. Naturally, he treasured her even more. Let me take a look. Leon picked up the invitation and took a look. It surprisingly had the Wayne Group logo on it. What kind of invitation is this? Are they inviting you to a silver party? Harley Quinn asked eagerly. She was still the same crazy person, showing no signs of change. Leon raised his head to show her. The Wayne Group's charity gala invited me to attend. That's boring. The Joker said, you can go by yourself. Now she's only interested in making money. Carla and Siri are now a trio. Search Novel Soul Zayashuan. This article is free to read. Besides the two of them, there's also Rachel Ross, whom they knew before. They were a group in school. They always walked home together after school. Since Rachel lived not far away, they went the same way. Godfather, Rachel's mom isn't coming back today, so she's coming to our house, Carla said as she walked in. Siri is also completely integrated during this time, regaining her temperamental nature, not afraid of anything she encounters, quite carefree. Aside from being a crybaby and clingy, which hasn't changed, she's completely different from her initial shyness. To be honest, Leon still prefers quiet girls. Carla has also become a bit more carefree because of Siri. No problem, Leon said. I just made what you love to eat. During this time, Leon had been frantically improving his cooking skills and had finally made some progress. He could now make cola chicken wings, sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with green peppers and ham, and more. He focused on dishes that children like. The results were quite remarkable, especially the cola chicken wings. Carla and Siri almost gnawed the bones clean every time. Soon, Leon brought the dishes out. In the living room sat three women, none of whom had a normal hair color. Carla had blonde hair, Siri had silver hair, and Rachel even had purple hair. At this point, Harley Quinn's hair color seemed normal. If someone didn't know better, they might think Leon had opened a zoo at home. Rachel, come try the dishes my godfather made. This is real Chinese food. Rachel was the shyest of the three and only reached for a chicken wing after hearing this. Leon simply let them wash their hands instead of forcing them to use chopsticks. After all, they were still kids and could learn slowly. It's delicious. Rachel's eyes lit up after taking a bite. Cola chicken wings are originally a dish for kids, and even adults enjoy them. Moreover, the cola in America is sweeter, making the cola chicken wings even sweeter. People here generally like sweet foods, so children love it. If it's good, eat more. Leon opened his mouth to speak. Then, several people started to fight for it. Mainly, Harley Quinn wouldn't let them off easily and also joined in the scramble. Leon didn't join the fun. So, the meal was eaten quickly, and the three little ones were very full. You can play at home, but don't stay up too late. And remember to go to bed early. Leon reminded them. Got it. Then, the three little girls hurried into the room. As for Leon, he needed to get ready. Dear, I've never seen you wear a suit. You look so handsome. The Joker girl became infatuated when she saw Leon change into his suit. She was already love-struck. For the person she loved, she could disregard everything. Even if she was being used, it didn't matter. Even if Leon wanted to kill her, as long as he didn't succeed, she would still follow him. Which love-struck person could compare to Harley Quinn? Leon was also very satisfied with her. The emotional value was fully charged. Are you really not going? I'm not going. Harley Quinn shook her head, but to match with Leon, she still changed into a red dress. Then, the two of them left the house and went their separate ways. Wayne Hotel. The Wayne Group's presence could be seen throughout Gotham City in various industries. Wayne Hotel is the largest hotel in Gotham, boasting a 5-star rating and located in the city center, which most people cannot afford to stay in. This time, The Wayne Group's charity gala was grand, and it was said that the wealthy from Metropolis were also drawn in. To ensure public safety, the Gotham Police Department deployed all available forces. Therefore, Gotham was particularly safe tonight. A red carpet was laid out at the hotel entrance, just like in Hollywood. On either side of the red carpet were reporters, frantically capturing images of these figures at the pinnacle of fame and fortune. Those attending were either Gotham's wealthy or the affluent from Metropolis. Leon felt a bit out of place, but he didn't have any feelings of inferiority. Kara had already asked him whether this world is fair. Of course, it is not fair, but so what? Who is he? Leon walked on the red carpet, but no one recognized him. However, because he looked handsome in his suit, some reporters still took photos. Leon also had no intention of staying, quickly heading inside. And Leon didn't cause any commotion. Soon after, the sound of a camera shutter came from behind. So beautiful, with such looks and figure, who wouldn't be captivated? Leon stopped and looked back. He saw a tall figure with short black hair walking on the red carpet, seemingly enjoying the moment. The woman was indeed beautiful and had a wild, untamed aura. This aura filled men with a desire to conquer. Who is she? Leon couldn't help but become interested. No matter how beautiful Harley Quinn is, one can get tired of her. Moreover, Leon is inherently someone who likes novelty. Being honest is impossible for him. That's just his only hobby. It should be Selina Kyle. A voice echoed in Leon's ear. Selina Kyle, this is the famous Catwoman. Leon has been in Gotham for a while, and he hasn't heard of Catwoman committing any crimes during this time. He thought Catwoman had already left Gotham. It seems now that this little cat has just taken a break. Thank you. Leon was unsure of what to think in his heart, and thanked the person who spoke. However, after taking a glance, he stopped. Before him stood a strong middle-aged man, muscular and exuding a unique aura. Of course, the most crucial detail was the press badge hanging around his neck. Planet Daily. Clark Kent. Upon seeing this name, Li Ang's heart trembled. This was Kara's long-awaited cousin. However, judging by his appearance, he was already older than Kara. After all, Kara had been asleep in the Phantom Zone for such a long time, and time had passed without her awareness. This was truly a surprise. Leon didn't know how to tell Kara about this, so he could only wait a bit longer. Clark? Yes, sir. Clark Kent looked at Leon with some surprise. I am Leon, and I love making friends. Leon extended his hand, and Clark Kent shook it, with both of them exchanging phone numbers. However, their interaction ended there for now. At this point, Clark Kent had not yet become Superman. They were just getting to know each other. By the time Clark becomes Superman, Leon shamelessly went to help Carla get a set of battle gear. For the sake of his beloved daughter, the old father's pride didn't matter. Leon didn't linger at the door. He handed over the invitation and prepared to enter. During this time, Selina Kyle arrived behind Leon, and the two exchanged a glance. Although they hadn't interacted before, Leon still smiled. Selina Kyle was wearing a gown and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance because Bruce Wayne had arrived in person. This was an extremely rare occurrence. As everyone knew, Bruce Wayne hardly ever appeared at night. Unlike other wealthy individuals, he often led a playboy lifestyle during the day and then disappeared at night. Therefore, it was quite difficult to see Bruce Wayne at such evening events. While everyone else was waiting for Bruce Wayne, Leon went in first. This was a charity gala, and the wealthy were expected to make donations. To create an impressive atmosphere, Wayne Enterprises had arranged for many antique artifacts. For Leon, it was simply an opportunity to see the world and meet some people. As for anything else that caught his eye, he wouldn't mind. So, Leon wandered aimlessly around the hotel. He looked at the antique artifacts, many of which were from China, and he found them quite interesting. Unfortunately, if he had money, he would definitely buy them and donate them to museums in China. These were treasures of China. How could they be left overseas? This was the Yonla sword from the Ming dynasty. The blade was forged from different materials of steel, with a spine that increased its strength. The hilt was gilded iron, adorned with exquisite Ming-style decorations and Buddhist motifs. It was hailed as the pinnacle of Chinese swords in the early 15th century, but unfortunately, it was later taken by barbarians. Liang approached an extremely tall figure. She was wearing a white backless gown, her smooth black hair cascading over her shoulders with a well-proportioned figure, making her a complete back figure killer. Some people can stir emotions just by their figure. However, Liang had outgrown the age of looking at faces first. Now he focused on both figure and temperament. Currently residing in the Royal Armory Museum of the Empire, this is a replica, the woman replied, turning her head to glance at Liang. He saw that her face bore a heroic charm. It was also extraordinarily beautiful, exuding even more charisma than the previous Catwoman. Selina, in this world, there are many beautiful women, but very few with true elegance. The makeup and superficial women that Leon encountered before cannot compare to the woman before him, who is full of intellect and wisdom, like the goddess of beauty from mythology. Leon. The woman smiled slightly at him, seemingly intrigued by this approach. Diana Prince. The two shook hands, and Leon felt an immense surprise inside. Diana Prince. Wonder Woman. Wow. All three of the Justice League's big heroes are gathered at a Wayne Enterprises charity gala. However, they were all still quite young. Wonder Woman hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, and Clark hadn't even become Superman yet. You know me? Diana, very perceptive, asked upon seeing his reaction. Because Leon hadn't let go of her hand. Leon regained his composure and gentlemanly released her. Miss Diana, you're quite a celebrity in the antique world. Thank you. But it's just that I've seen a lot. Diana accepted the compliment with a touch of pride. This is the difference in culture. If it were a fellow countryman, they would definitely be modest. But here in America, being humble can make people think you truly lack ability. I'm very interested in antiques. How about we have a drink? Sure. I'm a bit tired anyway, Diana smiled. She was over 8 meters tall in her high heels, walking beside Leon and instantly attracting attention. No one knew how this lucky young man from the East managed to connect with such a beauty. To win her favor, Leon even mixed the drinks himself, which left the hotel staff in shock. Thank you. You have this skill too. It's really good, Diana said with a smile after taking a sip. The two then began to discuss antiques. Having lived for so long, Diana's expertise came from having seen countless real items, so she could spot the fakes at a glance. In simple terms, it was all about experience. Therefore, she knew a lot of the things Leon asked about, and the two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Adapting to the situation is one of Leon's core skills. He was good at finding the other person's interests and then turning them into his own. Diana's passion was her work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been doing it for so long. After chatting for a while, the charity gala was about to begin. Are you from Gotham? Diana glanced at the time and then asked. Leon was also perceptive and asked, That's right. Where's Miss Diana usually? My job is to travel around the world. Hearing her say this, Leon realized that the opportunity was fleeting. So he proactively said, You must wait for me after the dinner. Diana Prince hesitated a bit. Leon was quite to her taste, and since Amazons are naturally passionate, she wanted to get to know him better. Let's see how you perform. Diana did not give a clear answer, her red lips swallowing all the wine in one gulp. Then she got up and went to the banquet. She was wealthy, unlike Leon, who was just an onlooker. However, just as Diana left, someone sat down in her previous spot. How about you let me have such a perfect girl? The other person's words made Leon helpless. It was Kate Kane who came over, with her red wavy hair, dressed in a bright colored gown, and a tall, perfect figure, who wouldn't be moved. She looked at Diana's back with great interest. If it were anyone else daring to snatch a woman from Leon, he would have punched them. But Kate was different. She was a woman. So, Leon just said fiercely, You can come, but I'll make you my first. Kate didn't believe him and instead provocatively glanced at him. If you can do it, the Kane family is yours. The Kane family was the second richest family in Gotham after the Wayne family, and they were closely tied to Wayne Enterprises. To be honest, Leon was indeed tempted. The saying goes, a penny could defeat a hero, and even superheroes fear being broke. If he really had the Kane family, then Leon and his friends would no longer worry about food and clothing. But he knew that this was mostly a joke, so Leon just gave her the middle finger. Kate had a bold personality, doing things without much concern. Forget it. I won't fight you for the woman, Kate said generously. But aren't you afraid of Harley Quinn finding out? To this, Leon just laughed. Did you forget? She has asked me many times to bring you along. Get lost. Kate Kane couldn't take it anymore. The crazy Joker's girl had her under her thumb, and only when she became Batwoman could she teach the Joker's girl a lesson. But if she couldn't deal with the Joker's girl, could she not handle Leon? She immediately used her special skill to pinch the soft flesh at Leon's waist. Hiss. Are you crazy? Leon quickly grabbed her hand to dodge. The two of them appeared quite intimate like this. All right, stop messing around. Why did you call me to the banquet? Leon said calmly. I'm a poor ghost, and you want me to do charity? They should donate to me. Kate Kane, feeling exasperated, punched him hard, which made her feel better. She took a sip of red wine and said, I'm introducing you to people, and you don't even thank me? What? You really want to hand the Kane family over to me? This made Kate furious. If you have the ability, let me change my mind, and I'll give everything to you. The charity gala had nothing to do with Leon. He was just a bystander with Kate. However, Kate still represented the Kane family in making a donation, but she quickly got it back. She took good care of Leon, knowing that he didn't know many people, which made it hard for him to gauge her intentions. If it weren't for knowing she had orientation issues, he might really think she was interested in him. What exactly did Kate want to do? After the gala, Kate took Leon to meet several wealthy individuals. With Kate Kane by his side, no one dared underestimate Leon. Leon even met Lex Luthor. After meeting quite a few people, Leon went aside with Kate. "Hey Kate, long time no see." Just then, a boisterous voice sounded nearby. Kate Kane turned around, somewhat surprised. "Thomas, you're back in Gotham? Just returned. Is this your boyfriend?" The man named Thomas looked at Leon. "Don't kid, I only have girlfriends." Kate Kane didn't care about her reputation and introduced, "This is Leon, a good friend. Leon, this is Thomas Elliot." Leon shook hands with Thomas Elliot. "Thomas and I have been good friends since childhood. We went to elementary school together." Of course. He later became an excellent surgeon and is famous all over the world. At this moment, Bruce Wayne approached with a wine glass. I'm indeed good friends with Bruce, but I'm not world-renowned, just a bit famous in America," Thomas Elliot said with a smile. The two then embraced each other. Kate leaned in and whispered in Leon's ear, "Thomas is from the Elliot family. His parents had a car accident, and he now runs the entire Elliot family." Leon naturally knew about the Elliot family, the Gotham aristocrats. It's no wonder they could be friends with Bruce Wayne since childhood. They are all billionaires. Bruce Wayne chatted with his good friend for a while, and then looked at Leon and Kate, saying, "What's going on here?" Bruce Wayne was extremely puzzled. How did his cousin end up with Leon? He still cared a lot about this younger relative. However, Kate Kane had her own opinions about him. "Leon is my good friend," Kate said as she linked her arm with Leon's. Bruce Wayne raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Aren't you into girls?" But Bruce Wayne didn't stay long, as he received a message from Alfred through his earpiece. Clearly, the night belonged to Batman. "In that case, have fun. I have things to do," he said quickly before leaving. Kate Kane knew what he was going to do and could only cover for him, saying, "Don't mind him, that's just how he is." "So, how long are you going to keep this up?" Leon looked down at Kate and said, "Aren't we good buddies?" "Good buddies wouldn't think about turning me into a pawn." Kate immediately released him in disgust. "I was just joking, I would never do that," Leon said seriously. "But women are just so unreasonable." Kate thinks Leon dislikes her. What does that mean? She glared at Leon and left the party as well. Goodness, if it weren't for waiting for someone, Leon would have left too. But he had a goal. The party was just getting to the main point. Wealthy people attend such events for a purpose. Networking and discussing business are excellent opportunities. Diana Prince's beauty is unparalleled, with the grace of a warrior goddess and an athlete's physique, especially her legs that seem longer than life itself, which made many want to get to know her. She handled everyone like a socialite, elegantly and appropriately, without coming off as casual. Countless people viewed her as prey, but no one knew she was actually a high-end hunter, an Amazon princess, a demigod. And as a high-end hunter, she certainly didn't regard all prey as worthy. Before long, she was left alone, having turned down everyone. Diana then looked at Leon, who raised his glass in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the two of them walked out in sync. Bruce Wayne, the host, had long since slipped away, and the party was not so formal that there was a specific time to leave. Many who had been watching Diana were a bit surprised by this scene. Turns out the prize flower already had an owner. "You're quite good at dealing with these people." Outside the hotel, many reporters had already left, leaving only a few paparazzi who wouldn't pay attention to Leon and Diana. They were not big celebrities like Bruce Wayne. It's a habit. There are always those who think they are special. Diana glanced at Leon and smiled. Her face always wore a confident smile. "Someone as beautiful as you will always be the center of attention." Leon also laughed, not hiding his praise. Women love to be complimented, and Wonder Woman is no exception. She glanced at Leon with flirtatious eyes, her smile even wider. But it must be said that Diana is indeed perfect. Her beauty goes without saying, and her figure is top-notch, with curves in all the right places and long legs. She is 100 times more perfect than what Leon saw in movies from his previous life. After all, how could Wonder Woman be ordinary? With such charm, how many women has she deceived? Diana Prince smiled and said, "It's all my fault for being too honest. I really didn't want to lie. If I had known it would be like this, I would have." Leon waved to stop a taxi, and Diana got in without hesitation. "What? I'm not going to compliment you." Diana gave him a roll of her eyes. Leon sat beside her and said to the driver, "Take us to the Starry Night Bar." He didn't dare to take Diana to the Iceberg Club. After all, Wonder Woman was also fiercely opposed to evil, and it wouldn't be good if she suspected anything. The two chatted along the way, deepening their understanding of each other, and Leon made Diana burst with laughter. Having been in human society for so long, Diana Prince had already blended in. Her lifestyle and habits were quite similar, and naturally, she found her own joys. Leon is witty and humorous, and he knows a lot of Gotham secrets. Although they may not be true, they're certainly wild enough. Just like that saying goes, As long as the unofficial history is wild enough, someone will believe it. Moreover, Leon is very entertaining, with comments like the Joker and Batman are true love. A story of two people who love and kill each other, and the most hated in Gotham is the Riddler. The Riddler must get out of Gotham, which makes Diana cover her mouth and laugh. By the time they arrived at the bar, their relationship had already become quite harmonious. Leon was the first to open the door and stepped outside, then placed his hand on the threshold to carefully protect her, reaching out with his other hand. "Beautiful Princess Diana, may I invite you for a drink?" Upon hearing the words princess, Diana glanced at him and placed her hand in his palm. "Why do you call me princess? Why do you call me princess?" Diana was quite curious. This text was searched on Find Novel Network Xeox net for free reading. She is an Amazon princess, and logically, no one should know. Leon smiled and said, "Your beauty is like a Disney princess on the run. No one shines more brightly than you." Leon couldn't help but kiss the back of her hand as he spoke. This made Diana's heart flutter. It had been many years since she felt this way. She thought she had seen many advances and that it would be hard for anyone to make her feel moved again. But at this moment, isn't it said that Chinese people are very reserved? She smiled, allowing the gentlemanly Leon to lead her out, and he even protected her head, ensuring that she wouldn't be harmed in any way. Leon casually tossed some money to the driver, signaling him not to give change. Leon wasn't short on cash these days. He was using Harley Quinn's money to impress girls. Would she be angry if she found out? However, Leon only considered it for a moment. Given how much she loved him, she probably wouldn't mind if she knew. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep insisting on getting Kate to join them. This is what it means to be favored and fearless. They hadn't had enough to drink at the banquet earlier, and now at the bar, where no one recognized them. Leon and Diana naturally kept drinking. But then, problems arose. Leon and Diana are not ordinary people. Although Leon does not have a complete steel body, apart from those superpowers, he is not much different from Kryptonians. He can't get drunk no matter how much he drinks. Diana is even more remarkable. She is the daughter of the god King Zeus and the Amazon Queen Hippolyta, a true demigod. Therefore, the more they drink, the more spirited they become, drinking alcohol like water. Just when Leon felt troubled, Diana seemed to have experience. She knew her situation. In the past, men had tried to get her drunk, but she simply couldn't get drunk, making those obnoxious men retreat in defeat. Pretending to be drunk like this was a first for her. She understood that if she didn't act drunk, Leon would never have a chance. And when Leon saw her hazy eyes, he immediately understood the hint. How could a demigod possibly get drunk? This is what they call the wine doesn't intoxicate, but the person gets intoxicated? Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Diana's waist, feeling her soft flesh, which ignited a fire in his heart. Then, Leon leaned in and kissed Diana. Sure enough, Diana couldn't evade it, and the two began to engage in a passionate kiss, half pushing and half yielding, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Fortunately, such situations are not uncommon in bars. It's very common for drunken men and women to find a place to make out. After a while, they finally let go. "Shall we leave?" Diana really seemed drunk, leaning in his arms and softly responding. With such an opportunity given, Leon naturally wouldn't let it pass. He held Diana and walked outside the bar, asking, "Where do you live? Let's go to your place." Hearing this, Diana was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't they go to his place? Leon explained, "I have 2 foster daughters at home, so it's not convenient." If it were an ordinary person hearing this, they might not be able to keep up the act and would likely wake up. But Diana, on the other hand, was quite curious. Leon looks very young. How does he have 2 goddaughters? If she weren't still drunk right now, she would have curiously asked. But at this moment, she just softly mentioned the hotel she was staying at. Leon took a taxi and quickly arrived at the hotel where she was staying. After all, it was downtown, and with police patrolling at night, nothing much happened. That's how Gotham is. The more bustling the area, the safer it is, because there are often police patrolling. In those remote places without streetlights, it's best not to go out at night, as there aren't even patrolling officers outside. Of course, this isn't absolute. In Gotham, it's like a battle royale. One must always be cautious. "Should I walk you up?" Leon embraced her as they entered the hotel, and everything was unspoken. The woman here believed that family was the last line of defense. Generally, an invitation to one's home meant a high chance of success. When the door to Diana's room opened, she looked much more alert, at least able to walk without stumbling. But precisely because of this, it was like thunder striking fire. Diana leaned in for a kiss, and Leon responded without hesitation. Bang! The door was slammed shut violently, and soon sounds like a fight could be heard from inside. It seemed someone was heavily thrown onto the bed. Then came the overwhelming force. It was as if gods were fighting, far beyond mere mortals. For Amazons, Ordinary humans were too weak. They usually dared not use too much strength, fearing they might cause harm. Wonder Woman was even more so, being a demigod. No one could withstand her. Therefore, she looked down on those ordinary people, preferring to be single over settling for less. After all, no one could satisfy her. If it weren't for Leon genuinely piquing her interest and the need for release after so long, she wouldn't have been so proactive. However, she now realized that Leon was not an ordinary person. The two lay in bed, and Princess Diana traced circles on Leon's body with her finger. Just a simple interaction was enough for her to discover Leon's extraordinary nature. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke up. "What are you doing in Gotham?" Once this matter was addressed, their relationship would have to be reconsidered. Wonder Woman initially intended for this to be a one-night affair, but now she didn't see it that way. Who wouldn't want a long-term, stable friend? "Do you remember? I have 2 goddaughters." Leon spoke up, expressing his desire for a long-term arrangement. He mentioned the situation with Kara, but primarily, he wanted to find a teacher for his 2 goddaughters. Why did Supergirl Kara become the shame of Krypton? It was because her combat skills were lacking. She relied too much on her innate strength and often found herself in trouble. As for Siri, there was even less to say. Her life had already changed. According to the storyline, Siri was supposed to go to the territory of the Wolf School, where the Witchers would teach her how to fight. Instead, the little princess was getting more and more comfortable in the modern world, and her talents were likely to waste away. Therefore, in order for his goddaughters to develop in all aspects, morality, intelligence, physique, aesthetics, and labor, Leon set his sights on Diana. Wonder Woman's combat abilities were beyond doubt, and after years of rigorous training, she was the best teacher. However, to avoid revealing that he already knew she was Wonder Woman, Leon didn't elaborate much. He simply mentioned, "Kara and Siri have some peculiar traits. I can only keep them hidden in Gotham." Seemingly casually, he added, "I was thinking of finding them a teacher, and I'm considering who in Gotham would be suitable. Batwoman would be a good choice." Hearing Leon speak so earnestly, Diana was somewhat surprised. She looked up at Leon and saw only a worried father concerned about his children's future. Somehow, seeing Leon like this made Diana feel not displeased but rather reassured. The Amazonian concept of family was very strong. Leon cares so much about his family, so she naturally likes him. As for him having a daughter, Diana doesn't mind and doesn't have any thoughts about taking on that responsibility. She keeps in mind that Leon wants to find a teacher and is prepared to confront him about it later. But not right now. The most important thing now is to continue having fun. "Are you ready?" Diana looked up at him. "I'm ready." Leon is already recovered. So, the two continued their rematch. The night was very crazy, and the lights in the room never turned off, lasting until the next day. Diana Prince glanced at the sky outside. "I don't like Gotham's sky. It's always gloomy," she said, while searching for a dress in her suitcase to put on. Leon leaned against the pillow, enjoying the scene. "Isn't it enough to see? A lifetime wouldn't be enough." Hearing Leon's words, Diana cast a satisfied glance at him, full of charm. The two were having a great time, but unfortunately, she had to leave Gotham. If it weren't for work, she would have liked to stay in Gotham a little longer. Unfortunately, Diana had already integrated into human life, and work was very important. "I have to go." Diana tidied herself up. Leon felt a bit reluctant and somewhat unreal. He actually managed to win over Wonder Woman. How many people's dream is that? Unfortunately, this dream cannot last. When will he come back? Leon could only ask before she left. Diana turned back with a smile, saying they would meet again soon. The 2 goddaughters had completely piqued Diana's interest. She didn't know what was so special about the 2 goddaughters that made the powerful Leon go into hiding, remaining low-key. If it weren't for this, she might have just regarded Leon as a passerby, a reason to relax. On the way home, Leon bought breakfast. After all, there were 3 little ones at home. Rachel Ross, indeed, didn't go home yesterday and chose to rest at home instead. Luckily, they weren't overweight, so they could squeeze in and lie down. However, it also made Leon more aware that a bigger house was needed. This old apartment was only about 60 or 70 square meters. It was spacious enough for 2 people. But now with more people, it was really uncomfortable. "Why are you back so late?" Harley Quinn looked at Leon with confusion, instinctively sensing that something was off. "Liang's suit is messy, not as tidy as yesterday. Something came up that delayed him," Leon said calmly. Harley Quinn circled around him, catching a whiff of something. "It wasn't Kate's. I thought you had her. Cough, cough, the kid is here." Leon glared at her. Although the Joker felt a bit wronged, she didn't say anything. "Godfather, it's the weekend today. Are we going out?" Kara, who had finished breakfast, came over to ask. "Of course. Where do you want to go?" Leon is also happy to spend more time with the 2 girls because he realizes that this is the quickest way to increase intimacy. For example, right now, Kara's intimacy level has reached 71 and is about to hit 80. Siri, being more clingy, is now in her 40s and is almost halfway there. The increase in intimacy is also related to personality. Siri likes to stick to him, and her increase rate is much faster than Kara's at that time. Of course, it might also be because Siri is younger. Let's go to the amusement park. Siri hasn't been there yet. At this moment, Kara whispered, "Godfather." Siri had another nightmare last night. Hearing this, Leon's heart tightened as he looked at the somewhat listless Harley. He nodded. "Okay, then let's go to the amusement park." Yay! The three little ones were very happy, and it was clear they got along well. After dinner, Harley Quinn needed to catch up on sleep, so Leon had to take them to the amusement park. Although Harley Quinn had been enhanced a bit by poison ivy, she was still human and could hardly keep up after a night full of excitement. On the contrary, Leon, after a night of fierce battles, was invigorated because he had met his match and encountered a worthy opponent. Leon took a taxi, sitting in the front passenger seat while the three of them sat in the back. When they arrived at the amusement park, they were all extremely excited. No matter how deep they were still children, and Shirley's mood visibly improved a lot. Leon didn't say much, just took them out to play. I have to say, Gotham's amusement park is really expensive. A ticket for one person costs nearly $100. There are discounts for children, but there are height restrictions, and these three girls, who have developed quickly, have long exceeded the height limit. In the past, they really couldn't afford it. But now the family situation has improved a bit, and the Iceberg Club has also paid salaries. After that, they happily queued up to enjoy the rides. Among them, Carla was the most daring, so she tried every thrilling ride. After all, there was nothing that could scare her, though she still screamed in cooperation. The one with the least courage wasn't Sherry, but Rachel. Rachel, just like she looked, was an extremely quiet and timid little girl who had hardly spoken to Leon on her own. Sherry also had some courage, but she wasn't very enthusiastic. They played in the amusement park for half a day, and at this point, Carla and Rachel went to play bumper cars, while Leon stayed with Sherry on the side to watch. At that moment, Leon gently touched Sherry's head and said, "Sherry, I'm sorry, the Godfather wasn't here last night." Sherry's eyes immediately turned red. However, because Carla had laughed at her a few times for being a crybaby, she wasn't as watery as before. "Godfather, I'm so scared." Hearing Sherry's words, Leon pulled her into his arms. "When I close my eyes, I see the flames of war in Sintra, and everything I have turns to ashes in an instant." Sherry had an extraordinary understanding for her age. The things she had experienced made her very strong. She had fled for several weeks, hiding in a pile of corpses to escape the war, and when she was caught, she was completely stiff, almost subjected to humiliation. Therefore, Sherry cherished everyone around her who loved her. With Leon and Carla, she felt a sense of home. Leon could hardly understand this emotion. In fact, Kara couldn't understand it either. When Krypton was destroyed, Kara was sent on a spaceship to Earth. Unlike Sherry, Kara never did anything to survive. "Good child. You're very strong." Leon could understand her clinginess. "Godfather, you won't leave me, right?" Suddenly, Siri looked up in Leon's arms and said, "Of course. I don't believe in fate. My grandmother sent me to find the white wolf, Geralt. No, I won't allow you to leave me, Godfather." Leon is not her destiny, which makes Siri a bit uneasy. So she desperately needs Leon's promise. "I won't leave you, Siri." Leon tightly embraced her. Taking the opportunity, Siri made a request. "Father, I want to become stronger. Father, I want to become stronger." Siri looked at Leon with determination in her eyes. Although she was only in her teens, she was already more mature than many others. Hate was the driving force behind her growth. Seeing the young Siri filled with hatred, Leon naturally felt it was inappropriate. However, he also understood that this was Siri. He could tell her to stay calm, to forget her hatred and live well, but what reason did he have to do so? The scenes that haunted her were memories she could never forget. What had already happened could never be erased. When would the cycle of revenge end? Yet, failing to take revenge was something Leon could not accept either. Thus, Leon nodded and said, "All right, I will find you a teacher." People are inherently selfish. Siri, becoming his goddaughter, naturally created a bond. Leon only cares about the people close to him. He doesn't care about the lives of others. The Godfather only hopes that you won't let hatred blind your eyes, that you should control hatred instead of being controlled by it. Little Sherry nodded firmly. Only those filled with anger can achieve incredible things. After seeing the two finish speaking, the well-behaved and understanding Kara and Rachel came over. "Godfather, shall we continue playing?" "Why not?" Leon naturally wanted them to have a great time. After expressing her thoughts, Siri also became unburdened and started to play happily. Teaching girl, Saria Fiona Allen Leon Lewin, daughter of time and space. Intimacy. 50. Can draw once for ability. Ability. Time travel foresight. As expected, it's important to communicate more when bringing along a daughter. Leon has already mastered the method, so he happily played together. They played until the evening, and the three little ones only left when they were slightly satisfied. There's no choice. The venue is closing. It's a pity Gotham doesn't have a Disneyland, Carla said with some regret. Leon immediately laughed and said, I will take you to Disneyland when the opportunity arises. Yay, Carla shouted. Siri already knew what Disneyland was and felt a bit of longing. In the minds of children, especially girls, Disneyland is definitely a forever dream. Even Barbie dolls can't compare to Disneyland. Disney's family-friendly animated movies have an unbeatable audience in America, especially the Disney princesses. Which girl doesn't fantasize about being a Disney princess? However, for Leon, he has a real princess at home. But in the vast America, there are actually only two Disneyland parks. One is Disneyland in Anaheim, California, which is the first Disneyland in the world, built in 1955. Since it was established so early, it is naturally small in scale and quite old. However, a more emotionally intelligent way to say it is that it retains the original facilities from 1955, giving it a strong sense of nostalgia. For Leon, nostalgia doesn't mean much. So the only option they have is the Disneyland in Orlando. This is the largest Disneyland in the world, containing 6 theme parks: Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom, and 2 water parks. Especially with the iconic Cinderella Castle, it will definitely satisfy the girls. Moreover, Orlando is located in Florida. And even though New Jersey is in the north and Florida in the south, at least they are both on the East Coast. If given the chance, Leon plans to take them there. Leon found that Rachel Ross seemed a bit down. People are afraid of comparisons. Leon is so good to the 2 sisters. How can Rachel not feel envious? In response, Leon said, Rachel, I'll take you along when the time comes. Great, great. Let's go together, Kara immediately said to Rachel, with a big sister's demeanor. Under Leon's guidance, she has become more and more confident. After all, she realized she has such powerful abilities, and Leon doesn't suppress her forcefully. So it would be strange if she weren't confident. She is destined to be different from that shame of Krypton. Leon and the others first took Rachel Ross back home before heading home themselves. Rachel only had her mother, but to Leon, she didn't resemble her mother at all. However, he didn't say anything. Kara looked even less like him. Adoption and such are quite common here. Moreover, many children who are adopted just disappear. It's an invisible industry chain. That's why protecting children is so important. At least Rachel wasn't persecuted, and she was in a place like Gotham. However, they had also heard that Rachel and her mother previously lived in Motor City, Detroit, and moved to Gotham because of Wayne Enterprises charity activities. This piqued Leon's curiosity. But there wasn't much to discuss about a little girl. When they got home, Harley Quinn was preening in front of the mirror, dressed up, thanks to Leon's makeover. Her makeup hadn't changed, but her style had. Now she wore a pink tank top and yellow bell-bottom pants, happily enjoying a lollipop. You're back. Look at me. Am I pretty? As soon as the door opened, a bored Harley Quinn immediately ran over. With experience, Kara and Siri quickly said, pretty. Previously, they had ignored Harley Quinn's outfits, which led to her pranking them. No one could match Harley Quinn when it came to pranks. The 2-Prot GS had it pretty bad. So, they were the first to be PUA'd, and whenever they saw Harley Quinn, they would instinctively say she looked pretty. Leon didn't use PUA and said, you're getting more and more ideas. Life needs freshness, and dressing up is the same. What if one day you find me annoying and abandon me? Harley Quinn looked at Leon pitifully. Someone who has been abandoned once naturally fears a second time. Kara and Siri both thought at the same time. Simp. In the eyes of the 2 girls, the Joker was just a madwoman. However, the only thing she could do was to please the Godfather, which made it impossible for Kara to get rid of Harley Quinn. However, Kara wasn't in that mindset now. Although she still didn't like the Joker, her focus had shifted because of Siri's presence. It won't happen. Liang's heart softened, and the Joker took the opportunity to hug him, her expression instantly transforming from pitiful to delighted. You said it yourself, if you abandon me. I won't let any other woman get close to you. No wonder they say women are all drama queens, especially someone like the Joker. Her expressions shifted from crying to laughing, a skill she had mastered. For her, it was basic. The Oscars definitely owe her a little golden man. Ahem. This punishment is really too severe. Leon had no doubt that she meant what she said. Today, Harley Quinn was sad all day, but she quickly accepted the fact that Leon was a flirt, as long as he didn't abandon her. This is the Harley Quinn with a strong romantic mindset. She can indulge Leon in every way, as long as she can stay by his side. Leon did not rush to the Ice Mountain Club. After washing up at home, he appeared quite devout. After all, the number of times he could draw abilities was limited, so he had to be cautious. Thus, his bathing and incense burning was mainly due to feeling a bit uncomfortable after walking outside all day. Only then did he remember that he could still draw abilities. Previously, there were many people outside, but now at home, he could handle whatever he drew. He decided to draw from Ciri's energy. At this point, Leon felt somewhat anxious. This was mainly because Ciri had too many mixed abilities, unlike Kara's, which all seemed effective. What if he drew a useless learning talent? Wouldn't that be a waste of cultivation? Thinking this way, everything actually happened very quickly. Draw a target, the Lady of Time and Space. Abilities, time travel, foresight, magic affinity. Hunter adaptation, learning speed enhancement. Just like Kara, Ciri, as the Lady of Time and Space, also had a variety of abilities. However, she needed a teacher to guide her. Unlike Kara, who activated her powers just by sunbathing. This was actually the norm. Many people have talents, but do not know in what areas. And they need exposure to activate them. Just like in various types of games, one only knows which type is truly suitable after playing them. Someone like Kara is truly a talent monster. Kryptonians are like cheat codes in the entire universe. The draw was successful, and he obtained the ability, Magic Affinity. Magic Affinity. Ciri, the princess with ancient blood, possesses extraordinary magical talent. She is also the legendary sorceress, having wild and uncontrollable magical talent since birth, capable of using her power to cast spells without needing to learn. For those unfamiliar with the wizarding worldview, it may be hard to understand the strength of a sorceress. Being able to cast spells using one's own power is extremely rare in any worldview. In the Witcher world, female sorceresses often undergo long training to gain powerful magical abilities. For example, Yennefer and Triss have lived for an unknown amount of time after learning magic. However, Ciri has it inherently. To give a more obvious example, take the Comitage from the Marvel Universe. Even the Supreme Sorcerer must borrow power from the Dimensional Demon to cast spells, rather than using their own power. Furthermore, borrowing power comes at a cost. Using one's own is a talent. One could say that compared to becoming a Witcher, Ciri's greater talent lies in magic. As for why Ciri did not display strong magic in the original work, it was because her magical talent was sealed. During the Great Escape, Ciri lost control of her magic due to extreme fear, sealing away most of her magic power, possibly even irreversibly. The reason she crossed over to this place was a manifestation of magic lost control. However, after meeting Kara, she was not as terrified as before, so her magical talent was not damaged. A child who has never learned magic can unleash powerful spells just out of fear. That is talent. Especially later, when being pursued by the Wild Hunt, Ciri's emotional outburst caused a surge of magic, frightening both the Wild Hunt and Caranther into fleeing, clearly demonstrating her talent. Therefore, what Ciri needs is a good magic teacher. Only then can her talent be utilized effectively. According to the original development, if the Witchers hadn't taken her away, she would likely have joined the Female Sorceress Assembly and become one of them. If she truly graduated from the Aretuza Sorceress Academy, Ciri could probably wield immense power. And now, Leon had drawn her talent. According to the Witcher worldview, ancient blood is passed down through females, not males, but who said the system is reasonable? Now Leon was also developing comprehensively. He had both physical fitness and magical talent, not a dual cultivator of martial and magical arts. Unfortunately, where could he find a magic teacher in Gotham? In modern times, wizards must hide their identities, and they are often homeless, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to find them. He was truly troubled over the two girls. Thinking of this, Leon tried practicing a bit. The reason the sorceress is powerful is that she can release magic herself. Leon concentrated and focused his energy, causing the water cup on the table to tremble. With just a little practice, he could move objects from a distance. This innate magical talent allowed him to easily perform simple spells, even controlling fire, water, air, and more. Leon got excited all of a sudden. Ciri still needs to learn to fully master his talents, but he can be used for the initial contact. He is even better than Ciri. However, Leon can only perform the most basic spells, like conjuring a fireball with his hands. This is because these belong to the elements, which he can perceive clearly. But to use more powerful magic, he must learn spells and how to release them. After playing enough, Leon checked the time. It was time to go out. Kara, Ciri, behave yourselves at home. Got it. Two of the girls in the room responded. In East Gotham, ever since the Black Mask died, chaos began to ensue. Fortunately, A powerful woman was about to arrive and take over the Black Mask's territory. But East Gotham is too large, almost the biggest district in Gotham. Moreover, too many powerful women were coming. Harley Quinn had gathered some followers recently and was currently listening to reports. Who dares to steal my money? Are they looking for death? Hearing that her money was stolen, Harley Quinn exploded in anger. After taking over the territory, things naturally wouldn't change. Otherwise, how would a gang make money? Harley Quinn changed her previous state of just wanting to have fun and began to focus on making money. Boss, they're deliberately provoking us. Their leader is Dinah Laurel Lance. One of her subordinates immediately said. They were not unfamiliar with this name, as they used to be part of the Black Mask crew. Now that the Black Mask was dead, it was normal for the initial contact to change hands. Harley Quinn naturally hadn't heard of this name. Who is she? She used to be a subordinate of the Black Mask, trusted by him, and now she wants to inherit his territory, calling herself the Black Canary. Upon hearing this, Harley Quinn immediately scoffed. Canaries should be kept in cages, not let out. Seemingly thinking of something, Harley Quinn immediately asked, "Is she pretty?" Harley Quinn now felt a sense of crisis. She thought she had to help Leon find beautiful women, or what if he was seduced by wild women from outside? It can only be said that Harley Quinn's thought process is different from that of normal people. Her subordinate was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Very pretty." With long blonde hair, she suddenly appeared, and it was because of her looks that the Black Mask kept her. Blonde? Harley Quinn thought for a moment. Is it long? Reflecting back, Leon seemed to like women with good figures. Time flew by, and a week passed. Today is Friday. For Leon, aside from Harley Quinn getting busy, life hadn't changed much. Harley Quinn mysteriously said she had a gift for him, although Leon was very curious. After asking a few times and not getting any answers, he gave up. They had already seriously considered renting a different house. Living here alone was indeed too crowded, especially when it came to fighting for the bathroom. Everyone had to take turns. Women are inherently troublesome, and young girls are no exception. Leon didn't understand why they took over an hour to take a shower. If it were him, he would be quick about it, just a couple of washes and he would be out. So, he decided to take his family to look at houses over the weekend. Thinking of this, Leon couldn't suppress his happiness. The reason people work hard is to pursue a better life. He wanted his goddaughter to live without worries and be free, which was his biggest wish. As for himself, he just wanted a few more beautiful women. He desired nothing else. It was almost 6 o'clock. Why hadn't they come back yet? Leon prepared dinner and glanced at the time, suddenly feeling a bit surprised. Kara and the others were equivalent to junior high school, not high school. So they got out of school quite early. Given Gotham's situation, they wouldn't be out playing and would come back home early. Plus, with Lewis Memorial Middle School providing a school bus, it felt odd that they hadn't returned by this time. It didn't matter if they were playing around. Leon didn't think anyone could harm them. Although Shiri hadn't learned to fight yet, Kara was capable. It was time to get them phones. There weren't many choices for phones here. Most people used brands like Apple and Samsung. Even the cheaper Apple models cost around $600, while the better ones were about $1,000. Leon used to be part of the Moonlight clan, so he naturally couldn't afford a smartphone for them. Now he can consider it. Buzz. At this moment, Liang's phone rang, and he took it out to take a look. There are many apps in this world, and basically, all entertainment activities are covered. However, the reason Leon doesn't play often is mainly because the data here is too expensive, and the network is very poor. In the past, there were public intellectuals in Huaxia who praised that people here don't play on their phones while taking the subway, but read books instead, claiming how cultured they are. Once you arrive, you'll realize that there's no signal in the subway. You can't just stare at your phone, right? What seems normal in Huaxia can feel miraculous here. Without comparison, there can be no harm. When moving to a new house, you definitely need to set up Wi-Fi. Director Gordon? Leon frowned when he saw his phone. Although his relationship with James Gordon seemed fine, no one wanted the commissioner calling them every day. Leon, get to Berry Lane immediately. James Gordon said very seriously. What happened? Leon immediately asked, are you mentally prepared? Don't worry too much. Our police department will do everything we can to save them. Director Gordon didn't respond immediately. Instead, he began to build up psychological resilience. What on earth is going on? Liang's voice became a bit louder. Director Gordon on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then said, Kara, Shiri, and one of their classmates have been kidnapped. The kidnappers are asking for $10 million. Leon was not particularly flustered. Instead, he was puzzled. 10 million? 1,000 would be more reasonable. Wait, are people nowadays kidnapping so casually? They don't even investigate whether the family has money. But Leon didn't dare to be negligent. Although he was sure that his goddaughter was fine, this was still the first time something like this had happened. Someone actually kidnapped his goddaughter. I'm on my way. Leon hung up the phone and covered the hot dishes before leaving. As soon as he got into the taxi, he still felt a bit confused. First of all, how did the Gotham police respond while he only found out that Carla had been kidnapped? When a child is kidnapped, shouldn't the first step be to ask the parents for money? Unless the kidnappers know he has no money. But who are they asking for money from? Suddenly, Leon felt the situation was becoming intricate. However, he didn't panic because he had already prepared for everything. From the moment he started fleeing with Carla, Leon had made that preparation. He just thought about the danger he faced. Just like Superman's girlfriend and mother, they're always in high-risk professions. Because as long as the supervillains can't find Superman, they will capture his girlfriend and mother as leverage. Leon is well prepared for this. But now, how has it turned into the reverse of the Heavenly Gang? Which kidnapper is so foolish? Burley is located in the northern part of Gotham, and just a bit further north is Gotham Alley. Just hearing this name, one can tell how terrifying it is here. Many mercenaries and active criminals are causing trouble in this area. Leon arrived at the address given by Commissioner Gordon. It was an abandoned warehouse, and the Gotham Police Department had already set up a cordon to keep people away. However, reporters still came in response to the news. In the sky, there was a helicopter from the Gotham Daily, not from the Gotham Police Department. When Commissioner Gordon saw Leon arrive, he immediately came over. What was going on? Leon asked in a deep voice. With such a big commotion now, it would be difficult for Kara to escape even if she wanted to. After school today, there were after-school activities at Lewis Memorial High School, and at that moment, mercenaries came in and captured Kara, Siri, and a girl named Rachel Ross. They're good friends. Leon was not surprised. He just felt that Rachel was a bit unfortunate and hoped the child wasn't scared. He wasn't worried about Kara and Shiri. Shiri had experienced a great escape, which was much more dangerous, and Kara was bold due to her skills. Who was the one that kidnapped them? A tough guy, Bane. Commissioner Gordon's expression was serious. That Brokeback Bane. Of course, that's a nickname. The main reason is that Bane's greatest achievement was breaking Batman's spine. He could defeat Batman in a head-on confrontation. Even Batman didn't dare to take him on directly. That's why Commissioner Gordon considered him troublesome. Bane? Why'd he kidnap Kara and the others? I have no money. Lee Yankee was puzzled. He wasn't asking you for money. He was addressing James Gordon. Just then, a voice behind Leon said, I have the money ready. Leon turned around and saw the stylish Kate Kane getting off her motorcycle, casually saying. She took off her helmet, shaking her long red hair. What are you doing here? Leon asked in confusion. Who else besides me has money related to you? Bane was well prepared. Kate casually tossed down 2 metal suitcases, and from their heavy weight, it was clear they were filled with Franklins. Leon wants to kidnap Carla. There's a conspiracy. For more details, visit kswxsw.com for free reading. Leon pulled Kate Kane aside and said, I know. After all, Kate is Batwoman, and she's smart. It's definitely not a coincidence that they targeted Kara and her friends instead of all the rich kids at school. It's even stranger that they called me for money right after they caught them, especially since not many people know about our relationship. Watching her speak confidently with her arms crossed, she had quite the heroic vibe. So, are you still bringing the money? Leon frowned and said, We need the money to keep Bane calm. Kate, unfazed, replied, It's just a small amount, and he can't take it with him. I have something to do. I'm leaving. As she spoke, she didn't want to waste any time. But Leon grabbed her arm and said in a low voice, Be careful. This made Kate shiver, and she looked at him deeply. The only thing I can do is get the money. I can't do anything else. After that, she rode away on her motorcycle. What Kate Kane couldn't do, Batgirl could. The night was getting darker. Money. Why hasn't the money arrived yet? Bane's roar echoed in the abandoned warehouse. The timid Rachel had already shrunk her neck in fear. The 3 of them were tied up in chairs, surrounded by mercenaries armed with guns. Bane was not from Gotham. He was just a mercenary doing a job for money. Except for Rachel, Kara and Siri remained calm, even exchanging glances. Siri asked, When do we make our move? Kara replied, No rush. Kara was certainly not in a hurry. She even asked, You've got the wrong person. I don't have any money at home. Talking back to the kidnappers while being held captive was something a normal person would have realized was a bad idea long ago. But at this moment, Bane was already in great pain. Bane was not foolish. On the contrary, he was very intelligent and had a resilient character. He was born in a prison in a small Caribbean country and grew up there, so he couldn't receive a normal education. The prison even twisted his soul, turning him into an extremely cruel person. He spent his days with rats, killing countless people with brutal methods. The cage didn't kill him. Instead, it made his mind stronger. Such a person was bound to accomplish great things. Moreover, he gradually gained status in the prison and began to learn, arming his mind with knowledge. By all accounts, he should have been an exceptionally smart person. But unfortunately, After becoming the king of the prison, he was targeted. People in the prison used him for experiments and injected him with poison. The poison didn't kill him. It instead enhanced his body density, giving him immense strength, and he eventually escaped from prison. However, the reason poison is that it has side effects. Anyone who has worked out for years knows that if you take too many steroids, your head will become pointy. Bane not only took steroids frequently, but they were also poisonous. As long as he injected the poison, it would affect his personality and judgment. And once he ran out of the drug or stopped, he would suffer immensely. In short, he was a walking drug canister. Hearing Kara's words, Bane immediately became furious, impossible. He said that once he caught you, someone would bring the money. With the money, I could buy more new drugs, more powerful strength. Bane angrily paced back and forth, showing signs of losing control. This made Kara's eyes light up. Who is he? Bane, at least, was not truly insane. He quickly reacted. You little brat dared to speak. He approached and grabbed Kara by the neck, causing Rachel to scream in fright. Let her go. Shut up. Bane kicked Rachel's chair over, and she immediately fainted. Rachel, Kara's eyes turned red instantly, wanting nothing more than to shoot Bane through. But at that moment, Commissioner Gordon's voice came from outside. Commissioner Gordon said through a megaphone, "The money is ready. We hope you will release the hostages once you get it." Hearing this, Bane released Kara's neck. Bring in the money, and prepare 2 cars for us. Bane suppressed his madness and shouted outside. Kara was let down. She looked around. She wasn't afraid for herself, but Siri and Rachel were in great danger. The warehouse was filled with mercenaries armed with rifles, far more terrifying than ordinary gangsters. Even in Gotham, gang conflicts mostly involve handguns and such. At most, they might have a shotgun. Weapons like the AR-15, a semi-automatic rifle, require strict procedures. Generally, police officers only use semi-automatic weapons, but these kidnappers were using fully automatic weapons. Therefore, Kara did not act recklessly. Wanted to find out who was controlling Bane from behind the scenes and for the sake of safety. Meanwhile, an argument broke out outside. Let me go, Jim. Leon called out like this for the first time, saying with utmost determination, No, this is too dangerous. James Gordon rejected without hesitation, My daughter is inside. And you talk to me about danger? Leon was furious. Although he believed that Carla and Shiri would be fine, he still wanted to see for himself. This was the first time Director Gordon had seen Leon lose his temper, and he immediately felt the weight of paternal love. In this situation, if he refused any further, he wouldn't be able to face Leon. He believed that if it were his own daughter, he would do the same. So, Director Gordon nodded and said, Officer Judy, prepare a bulletproof vest for him. Although the bulletproof vest was of little use in this situation, at least it provided psychological comfort. Officer Judy quickly brought over a bulletproof vest, and there was a hint of admiration in her gaze towards Leon. She didn't expect Leon to be so responsible and willing to take on everything. Be careful. Officer Judy opened her mouth, wanting to ask if she could go on a date with Leon when he returned safely, but suddenly felt that such words were dangerous. In dramas, those who say such things often don't come back. Thank you. Leon nodded. He didn't know what Officer Judy was thinking, only that she seemed a bit hesitant. Even if he knew, he wouldn't agree. Leon is now completely uninterested in ordinary people. In a situation, being involved with ordinary people would only harm them. Just like Louise Lane, if she didn't have a big heart, she would have broken up with Superman long ago. Ordinary people shouldn't be involved in the extraordinary world. Putting on his bulletproof vest, Leon picked up the box. Wow, it's quite heavy. One can imagine it's the genuine 10 million. 10 million? Leon even thought about kidnapping Kara. Director Gordon shouted inside, and after receiving confirmation, he let Leon in. Leon looked up and saw 2 dark shadows flashing across the sky. Raise your hands. As Leon approached the warehouse, a mercenary shouted immediately. From the accent, it was clear he wasn't local. Discrimination. Are you an idiot? How can you raise your hands when you're carrying 2 boxes? Leon was not polite at all and immediately scolded. Considering the money, he endured it. The mercenaries did not dare to talk back because Bane inside couldn't hold back anymore. This article is searched. Fox Love Literature Helios. Free reading. Hurry and let him in. Bane shouted from inside. Leon heard the noise at the warehouse entrance. With such a loud voice, he could probably make more money practicing high notes than being a mercenary. Then, under the threat of countless dark gun barrels, Leon walked into the warehouse. Inside, there were several silo-like structures that seemed to have been used for storing food and other supplies. Bane, where's my daughter? Leon walked in, and the lighting inside was a bit dim, only seeing Bane, the big guy. Upon hearing Leon's voice, the 2 goddaughters immediately cried out, Godfather! Godfather, you shouldn't be here. Kara was instantly anxious. It was already difficult to protect the two little friends, and now a godfather had come in, which only made things more troublesome. Leon also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. We'll be safe. Open a box. Bane's massive figure interrupted their conversation as he walked toward Leon. Due to the injected poison, Bane's physique was incredibly large, towering over 2 meters, and his muscles were exceptionally exaggerated. Those in the fitness industry wouldn't achieve such a physique even after a lifetime of using drugs. No wonder they say it has to be poison, right? Leon could clearly see that Bane was carrying a huge machine on his back, with 2 tubes connected to his body, through which a dark green liquid was constantly being pumped into him. Only in this way could he maintain his condition. In fact, it was obvious what Bane's weakness was. All it took was to cut off his tubes. But Bane knew that too. Bane was not a fool. He had some protection. Leon opened the 2 boxes with a flourish. Bang! A bundle of Franklin bills dazzled the mercenaries, each of them feeling a bit excited. Why do mercenaries work? Isn't it just for the money? Now the money was right in front of them. Even if Bane took a large cut, each of them could still take away tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, right? Not to mention this group of ordinary mercenaries. Even Bane was breathing heavily as he picked up one of the boxes. He casually flipped through it, revealing stacks of real $100 bills, not fakes. Just as Bane was distracted, 2 shadows entered the warehouse and began to act. Bane had arranged for people to guard the premises above. But these mercenaries also looked at the boxes, eager to see how much 10 million really was. They had never seen so much money and had no concept of it. Both large boxes were completely full. The boxes were so big that they were difficult to move. Just then, they were diverted by attention, and one of the boxes was knocked out from behind. Batman and Batgirl acted simultaneously, striking cleanly and decisively. What are you doing here? Batman asked in surprise. They were asking for the money from me. Kate replied in a low voice. I suspect it was aimed at me. No, Batman disagree. He knew how special Kara was. Moreover, the 2 people around Kara were not simple either. Shiri seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and Batman found no records of her at all. Even more mysterious than Kara. He at least knew Kara was from another planet, while Shiri seemed like she had sprung from a rock. First, let's deal with Bane. Batman said no more. The 2 moved quickly, and these ordinary mercenaries were no match for them, to the extent that Bane was completely unaware. He was still admiring the cash. You got the money. Now let my daughter go. Leon spoke up. Don't be anxious. Bun sneered. What? Do you still want to break the deal? Leon has already sensed the commotion and is holding Bane back. We need to leave here with this money. I could buy more new drugs and Gotham will be mine. Bane lunged at Leon. But at that moment, a scream came from behind. Batwoman descended from the sky, quickly taking down the 2 mercenaries guarding Kara and the others. Bane then realized that his subordinates had already been silently dealt with. Useless. Bane roared in anger. He quickly closed the box and threw on the ground. How is it, you little bat? Where's your master? Bane was filled with hostility toward Batman. Or rather, no villain in Gotham doesn't harbor a grudge against Batman. Without Batman, they could happily make money. With Batman around, there's the risk of being captured and sent to Arkham Asylum. It is said that Arkham Asylum showed signs of being unable to continue without Batman, because 90% of the patients there were captured by Batman. Batwoman was very displeased to hear this, but she ignored Bane. Are you okay? She hurried to untie Kara and Siri. We're fine. Look at Rachel. Kara and Siri didn't forget their good partner. However, when they picked up Rachel, they were startled. Rachel's face was covered in black markings. Her eyes looked like they were painted with smoky makeup, tightly shut, and she appeared to be in great pain. Kara and Siri immediately panicked. Godfather, something happened to Rachel. Leon couldn't manage so much, and the first one approached from this side. Bane wanted to stop him, but the person he was looking for had already appeared in front of him. Batman. Bane charged at Batman like a madman. Even Batman didn't dare to confront Bane head-on. He immediately dodged and exchanged a few moves with Bane. Both were martial arts masters, and every move was dangerous. You've gotten stronger, Batman said, somewhat surprised. He knew Bane's level, and the Bane of the past was definitely not as strong as the current one. Haha, I have new drugs and I will kill you. Bane was very arrogant. If it weren't for the powerful effects of the new drug, he wouldn't be so obsessed, seeing that Batman was alone and not a match for Bane. Batgirl also came to help. However, midway she exchanged a glance with Leon. Both had their own thoughts, but Leon was more concerned about his goddaughter. Godfather, what's wrong with Rachel? The 2 goddaughters were already panicking, but Leon had never seen this kind of situation. Rachel looked as if she was poisoned. I don't know. Let's take her out first. Leon said he wanted to pick Rachel up, but unexpectedly, at that moment, Rachel suddenly opened her eyes. Freak! Rachel's voice changed completely, sounding like a demon's whisper. In this mysterious world, Leon couldn't help but suspect that she was possessed by a devil. After all, this is a world with a supreme god, Satan, and the king of hell. Devils aren't really that rare. They just didn't expect to encounter one. In the next moment, Rachel pushed several people away. This was completely beyond Rachel's strength, and to avoid hurting her, Leon had no choice but to let go. Rachel began to float, as if flying just above the ground. Kara was somewhat stunned, while Shiri cleverly hid behind Kara. In Shiri's eyes, Kara was incredibly strong and could withstand anything that came her way. As for the godfather, Shiri pulled on him to have him stand behind Kara as well. I'm not a freak. Rachel could not pay attention to them at this moment. Her face showed a pained expression, and her voice changed again. It was Rachel's own voice. She was possessed by a demon and was now struggling for control. Leon expressed his doubts. Father, what should we do? What should we do? We should find Constantine. But that guy is a bit sinister. He might take Rachel away with him. So, Leon didn't say it out loud. Constantine is a person that everyone dislikes. No one wants to have any interactions with him. But there are no exorcists present. Even Batman would probably be at a loss. We can only rely on Rachel. Leon spoke up. Suddenly, black thick mist began to emerge from Rachel Ross, swirling wildly in the warehouse, as if it were destructive. Leon clearly sensed the presence of magic. There were no normal people in this entire warehouse. Rachel's eyes had completely turned black, like the eyes of a devil. Bang, bang, bang. The entire warehouse was filled with the sound of thick black mist. The commotion here caught the attention of the three fighters. Bane's new drug was incredibly powerful. Even Batman and Batgirl couldn't take him down for the moment. However, both knew Bane's weakness, the drug canisters behind him. But to cut off the canisters, they needed Bane to reveal his vulnerabilities. Bane was no fool, so the two could only dodge and look for an opportunity. What's going on? Batgirl asked as she noticed Rachel. She knew that this girl was also someone Bruce Wayne had specifically requested to enroll. Sure enough, Batman remained calm. She has something special. I know what to do. The two exchanged a glance, and being relatives, they understood immediately. Batman moved towards Rachel like a tank, attracting hatred. Although Bane saw this scene, he merely thought Rachel was acting mysterious. Therefore, he charged towards Rachel. The thick black mist naturally blocked the way, and even Batman couldn't avoid it, getting knocked away by the mist. However, Bane charged right through it and headed towards Rachel. Get lost! Rachel noticed him and glared with her black eyes. All the mist surged towards Bane, and he was immediately surrounded by magic, unable to move. Rachel waved her hands, and Bane was manipulated like a puppet, crashing around wildly. With a press of her hand, boom, Bane was slammed to the ground, like a black monkey suppressed under a mountain. This was the power of magic. However, after doing all this, Rachel herself became weak. The black lines disappeared from her face, and she fell from the sky. Rachel, Kara reacted the fastest, instantly catching her as she fell. However, Batgirl didn't see this because she was behind Bane, using her bat darts to cut his tubes. With the loss of the drug injection, Bane's body seemed to deflate, becoming significantly weaker. But even so, he was still stronger than an ordinary person. So Batgirl didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly took out a tranquilizer to inject him. After several doses, Bane finally became powerless. Rachel, are you okay? Leong and a few others gathered around Rachel, and when they saw her open her eyes, everything returned to normal. It was all right. There was a hint of panic in Rachel's eyes. Clearly, she was fully aware of what had happened. Leon had no choice but to look at Batman. What's going on? I don't know either. Batman shook his head. I can only guess that there's something inside her. It seemed that she didn't want anyone to know about their relationship. So after speaking, Batman went to call Commissioner Gordon. Meanwhile, three girls were chatting nearby. Kara and Siri did not exclude Rachel. In fact, Siri even whispered, cool. They thought Rachel was really cool. Batgirl then walked over. It's nice to see you again. Leon pretended not to know her true identity. After all, revealing someone else's identity behind a mask is a very awkward thing. This is my duty, Batwoman said. Her big red waves were too obvious. And Leon didn't know what to say. Of course, compared to Kate Kane, her red hair had changed. It was just that Leon already knew her identity, which made it seem very obvious. Otherwise, the people of Gotham would have known her identity long ago. On the contrary, you are very brave. Batwoman looked at him with a somewhat inexplicable gaze. This made Leon aware. Then, she leaned in closer. Leon really wanted to push her away. I still have to teach the girl. Besides, aren't you gay? But just for a moment, Batwoman took the initiative to push him away. Just a taste. Don't think too much. Batwoman whispered and left from the top of the warehouse. After all, Kate Kane is gay. What does that have to do with her as Batwoman? Moreover, it seems there's no difference when it comes to kissing. Looking at her back, Leon felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Could it be that he really got her? Are you all okay? The Gotham officers finally came in, and they took away the hired mercenary criminals. For someone like Bane, whose mental state is relatively normal, he would generally be sent to Blackgate Penitentiary. The difference between Blackgate Penitentiary and Arkham Asylum is probably that one houses the mentally stable, and the other houses the mentally unstable. However, Batman was in a mood now, and he told Commissioner Gordon to put him in Arkham Asylum. Commissioner Gordon naturally wouldn't refuse. It's safer to keep such dangerous criminals in Arkham Asylum. No problem. Leon returned to be with his goddaughter, and Kara wiped her hand across his lips. It was unclear what she was thinking, but Batwoman had applied such bright lipstick. Wait a minute. At that moment, Officer Judy shouted, "Why is there one less box?" Everyone then looked at the two boxes filled with money. Indeed, one huge box was missing. Batman immediately looked up and saw a familiar figure. Catwoman. Only this super thief could stealthily steal something away. This infuriated Batman, as he had just told Alfred that Catwoman was already out of the game. I'm going to chase her. Without saying another word, Batman took off in pursuit, even though they had a lot to say to each other. Leon and the others still had to take statements. This is the law enforcement procedure. By the time they finished the statements, it was already very late. Rachel's mother hadn't shown up at all that night, seeming not to care much about her. However, Rachel herself was aware and said, "That's my adoptive mother." It turned out she wasn't her biological mother. Leon and the others were not too surprised. They'd already had some guesses. "Then let's go to our place. It's quite late." Leon spoke up, clearly not at ease with Rachel going back by herself. Rachel didn't refuse. She just lowered her head and remained silent. Leon patted her head and said to Commissioner Gordon, "Commissioner Gordon, please return the money to Kate." Although he really wanted the money, he naturally wouldn't take Kate Kane's money. No matter how good their relationship was, he couldn't do that. "I'll have Officer Judy escort you." Commissioner Gordon patted Leon on the shoulder and gave him a knowing look. Clearly, James Gordon also hoped that Leon and Officer Judy would be together. Officer Judy had feelings for Leon, and he could naturally see that. So he chose to play matchmaker. Leon didn't refuse either. Judy, the officer, didn't mind that he had a daughter. Instead, they got along well. She kept talking to several girls as if they were good friends. Thus, on the way home, the atmosphere among them relaxed. However, things were different once they got home. After closing the door, Leon saw the cold dishes on the table. "You're hungry, right? I'll heat up the food." It was then he remembered that they hadn't eaten anything yet. People are made of iron, and food is steel. You can't catch me, Batman. In the night sky of Gotham, Catwoman was weaving between tall buildings with her whip and claws. Her attire resembled that of a certain niche group of enthusiasts, tight leather, a whip and a mask. How could one not be drawn to her? Catwoman possessed the speed, reflexes, balance, and flexibility of a cat, and with her gear, she could traverse the rooftops like Spider-Man. Batman was no different. He skillfully used his grappling hook, much like Spider-Man's web. However, he couldn't swing around as freely as Spider-Man. But catching up to Catwoman was easy. "Put the money down, and I'll let you go," Batman shouted while chasing. He knew Catwoman was Selina Kyle, but Selina Kyle didn't know he was Bruce Wayne. Therefore, Catwoman naturally wouldn't stop. "Catch up to me first." Catwoman deliberately paused on a rooftop of a building. Batman quickly caught up. Whoosh! A fast train sound came from below. Catwoman turned to glance at him. "You're still the same, Batman. Why do you want this money?" Batman asked. "Why does a thief need a reason? But you only steal jewelry." Batman frowned. Catwoman, a notorious thief, used to only steal valuable items like famous paintings, jewelry, and antiques, not just money. After all, such a large sum is too conspicuous. It's better to steal valuable items. If you want to know, then catch me. Catwoman deliberately twisted her body, her perfect figure illuminated by the moonlight. Then she leaped down in a faith leap. Batman was startled. This was a high-rise building with dozens of floors. He ran to the edge and saw Catwoman skillfully using her whip to land on a passing train. "Goodbye, Batman," Catwoman said triumphantly. But giving up like this wasn't Batman's style. He immediately jumped down as well and flew out with his grappling hook. Seeing this, Catwoman quickly turned to run. But just then, a gunshot rang out behind them. Bang! It sounded like a large-caliber sniper rifle. However, the sniper rifle was not aimed at Batman, but at his grappling hook. Batman's grappling hook was not like Spider-Man's webs. It couldn't be fired indefinitely. Although he used special materials, it was still severed by the large-caliber sniper rifle. Subsequently, Batman fell to the ground as if his wings had been clipped. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Batman crashed to the ground. Catwoman felt a pang in her heart. After entangling with Batman for so long, she had developed some affection for him. Thus, she intended to turn and leave, but found herself heading towards the spot where Batman landed. She looked towards the direction of the gunshot, but, of course, couldn't see who fired. Who could it be? It was hard to guess. Too many people wanted Batman dead. This was clearly a trap set for him. Catwoman arrived on the ground and saw Batman's figure. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful he hadn't turned into a meat paste. A few thugs had already surrounded him, tried to take off Batman's mask. ZZZZT. Little did they know, Batman's mask had electric currents that knocked the thugs unconscious. Catwoman quickly descended. She set down her box and said, "Get lost." "So it's Miss Cat. Why not let us have some fun?" The thugs were completely unafraid of her. This made Catwoman sneer with her fighting skills. She could easily take them down in a few moves. But at that moment, a motorcycle sped over. Batgirl suddenly lunged in, teaming up with Catwoman to take down everyone. Then, Batgirl threw a batarang towards Catwoman. Catwoman quickly dodged. "I'll leave your boss to you." Catwoman glanced at Batman and stopped engaging with her. Batgirl didn't care about the money. She was just a bit angry. Why is Batman always referred to as her boss? Kate didn't say much. The most important thing now was to save Bruce. Once Catwoman left, she immediately checked on him. Thankfully, he was still alive. Batgirl heard Alfred's voice through her earpiece. Luckily, he had upgraded the armor. The exterior was made of movable titanium alloy, while the interior used smart magnetorheological liquid armor, made from aerospace materials capable of withstanding 6 times the force of gravity, which greatly cushioned the impact of the fall. Alfred sighed in relief, clearly impressed by Batman's black technology. In comparison, it was not inferior to Iron Man's suit at all. "Let's hurry and get him back. We need to think about how to treat him." Although Batgirl was quite unhappy, this was her relative after all, so she had no choice but to carry him onto the bike. Then, the speeding motorcycle headed towards Wayne Manor. Fortunately, Wayne Manor was in the suburbs just north of Gotham City, not too far from there. On the way, Batgirl already had an idea. He must be taken to the hospital. This will cause a stir. Alfred was a bit puzzled. Batman can't go to the hospital, but Bruce Wayne can. Kate Kane was very skilled at shifting identities. In the apartment, the 3 little ones were wolfing down the reheated dishes. Although it wasn't as tasty as when it was freshly made, they were too hungry to care and found it to be a delicious meal. Leon looked at them as if he wanted to devour them whole, and he wore a big smile on his face. The sense of accomplishment from cooking comes from seeing others finish their meal, right? After eating their fill, the 3 girls weren't sleepy at all. They sat on the sofa, waiting for the interrogation. They recounted everything that had happened today, in detail. Leon asked. Kara also started talking about school. "Is there anything unusual?" "No." The 3 thought for a moment and replied in unison. However, the Godfather, Bane, said someone told him that as long as they captured us, there would be money, indicating that he has someone backing him. Kara spoke up at this moment. Moreover, it's very likely that Bane got the new drug from that person, making him addicted. "So, Godfather, where does the money come from?" Looking at the gleam in Kara's eyes, Leon felt very pleased. The super brain kicked into gear. It was brought by Kate. Leon spoke up. "So who knows about our relationship with Kate? And who has the ability to develop the potion?" Kara interjected. "Who is targeting us?" After Kara's analysis, it was clear to everyone that this was a huge conspiracy against them. Their relationship with Kate was still quite obvious. Previously, Kate had brought them into Wayne Tower and even invited Leon to a dinner, and they often had interactions. Kate's reasoning was that she recommended Siri to study, so she naturally needed to look after her. Besides, she was bored anyway. As the current head of the Kane family, Kate just had to wait for the Wayne Group's dividends. She was somewhat like a street hustler, only much richer. There were too many people who knew about their relationship, making it difficult to pinpoint who was behind the conspiracy. "From now on, you all need to be a little more careful." Leon instructed the 3 of them, especially you. "Kara, you can't wait until the moment of danger to step forward." Kara knew he was talking about her, although she had her reasons, wanting to know the so-called mastermind. She shouldn't put Siri and Rachel in danger. "I understand," Kara said, pursing her lips. They couldn't think of a reason for this matter, mainly because their family hadn't offended anyone in Gotham, and they had been very careful and low-key. Leon always felt that this matter wasn't so simple. He simply decided not to think about it anymore. "Rachel, can you tell me what just happened?" Leon is the only adult, so he naturally has to resolve this matter. Therefore, he looked at Rachel. If you can't say it, then there's no need to say it. Leon's attitude made Rachel feel very reassured. Looking at her 2 good friends, Rachel worried that they would distance themselves from her if she didn't speak up. Children are like that. They like to share secrets. So Rachel slowly said, "Actually, This has been going on for a while. It happened when we were living in Detroit. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, I can see my changes, as if there's another person inside me. As she spoke, Rachel began to feel scared. Kara, being the big sister, quickly comforted her and held her in her arms. No wonder Rachel was afraid to sit near the window when we were in school. This was the reason. Later, a cultist found me and said I had forgotten my identity, even binding me and trying to kill me as a sacrifice. Then, just like today when I woke up, that cultist had turned to ash. After that, I had nightmares about us coming to Gotham, and then the events that follow were naturally sponsored by Wayne Enterprises. Even Kara felt something was off. Why were the people from Wayne Enterprises so special? But thinking about how the other classmates were just ordinary people, Kara didn't dwell on it too much. After Rachel finished speaking, she looked at Kara and Siri, worried that they would dislike her. But clearly, both Kara and Siri looked calm, with Siri even saying, "Cool. Rachel, the power you possess is magic." At that moment, Leon spoke up. "There shouldn't be a demon inside you. That claim is unreliable." "Godfather?" Kara was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the Godfather to make a judgment. She always thought Leon was an ordinary person. Kara used her supervision to take a look at Rachel. She seemed just like a normal person, with nothing unusual inside her. Meanwhile, Siri appeared to be deep in thought. "Although I haven't seen a sorceress, I've seen a druid, and Rachel's power does seem to be magical." "Godfather, I've heard of a name that is said to make people uneasy, symbolizing some kind of evil secret. And sorceresses are likely to have that kind of power," Siri said excitedly. Rachel, although not fully understanding, felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Siri's description. Was implying that her power was evil? It indeed seemed that way. "What name?" Leon was naturally curious. "Yefuni," said Sheely enthusiastically. Leon raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat amused. Yefuni is Yennefer, a woman with the scent of currants and cloves. The difference in these titles is just like how they call Rachel Rachel. However, Leon didn't expect Yennefer's reputation to be so poor. Siri had never seen her, yet she had heard of her great name. "All right, it's getting late. Let's get some rest." Leon patted their heads, very gently. "We have to go house hunting tomorrow." "Yay!" Kara was very excited. She had long wanted change of environment. Siri, on the other hand, felt indifferent. The palace in Sintra might not be as comfortable as this place. It's all about comparison. Compared to Krypton, everything on Earth seemed backward, which naturally made Kara feel a sense of disparity. However, for Siri, she had come from a less advanced place to the advanced Earth, and compared to Sintra, Earth was the beacon of civilization. She was embracing civilization and naturally did not feel disdain. But if Kara was happy, then she was happy too. After Rachel revealed her secret, she seemed less silent than before. She wasn't foolish and had noticed the oddities of Kara and Siri, especially what Siri had just hinted at, something about sorceresses and magic. It sounded almost real. Moreover, Siri had even met a druid. Wasn't that from a game? All of this made Rachel feel different, like she had found kindred spirits. This was very important. Everyone in this world was looking for like-minded friends, and it was too difficult for Rachel, who even felt like a freak herself. So naturally, she was looking for freak companions. Now it seemed that Kara and Siri were also freaks. Suddenly, Rachel felt happy. Leon looked at the three women who had successively occupied the bathroom and felt increasingly that he needed a bigger house. Isn't life all about a big house? A big car and a big, you know? Darling, wake up. This article is searched. Reading House, KSWXSW. Calm free reading. In his dreams, Leon was suddenly awakened by someone in a certain way. When he opened his eyes, he saw Harley Quinn looking up at him with a captivating gaze. Leon was naturally very angry. In his morning grumpiness, he gave Harley Quinn a harsh lesson that almost alerted the other girls. By the time he left the room, half an hour had passed. "Harley, don't wake me up like that next time." Leon checked the time and coughed twice. Luckily, he didn't have to teach the girls to read today. Usually, there wasn't time to call on you. Harley Quinn didn't care and went to the bathroom to freshen up. When she came out, she said, "Something has happened. Quick, look at Gotham News." "What happened?" Leon raised an eyebrow. Then, he turned on the television. The old-fashioned TV had little to offer, only something that Siri liked to watch. As for Kara, she thought everything was so outdated. The things that Harley Quinn talked about had already caused a stir throughout Gotham. The news on the television seemed to have been reporting on this incident for 20 hours straight. Last night, billionaire Bruce Wayne was in a car accident in the eastern suburbs. His luxury car was totaled, and Bruce Wayne himself was seriously injured and is currently in critical condition. We will keep you updated on the significant news regarding Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is an entrepreneur, billionaire, and philanthropist in Gotham. The West Charity Hospital, where Bruce Wayne is being treated, is already heavily surrounded by reporters and vehicles. and the footage shown on the news is still being captured by a helicopter in the sky. Gotham truly is the playground of the Wayne family. Just the fact that Bruce Wayne is hospitalized has caused such a commotion. It said that Bruce Wayne was driving under the influence. After all, you can't drive if you've been drinking. What does it matter if he's a billionaire? He still ended up in the hospital. Harley Quinn was smug about it. She didn't know that Batman was Bruce Wayne. But Leon didn't think so. Batman got into an accident and is in the hospital? Why not say that a super scion died of a heart attack? Although that might be true for a super scion. This also made Leon realize that what happened yesterday wasn't aimed at Kara or himself, but at Batman. As long as it wasn't directed at him, Leon felt relieved. What happened to Batman had nothing to do with him. However, Bruce Wayne was different. Leon took out his phone and called Kate Kane. I heard Bruce Wayne is in a hospital. Upon hearing this, Kate immediately replied, "It's nothing serious, just a car accident. He has already found the best doctor, Thomas Elliot. The one you've met. That's good. By the way, that money is a small issue. Didn't we get half of it back?" Kane didn't care. For the Kane family's financial strength, it was just a drop in the bucket. That's how the world works. Things that people strive for might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of others. This made Leon envious. He dreamed of being rich. The life of Bruce Wayne was something most people couldn't even imagine how enjoyable it was. The two fell silent for a moment, and Kate took the initiative to hang up the phone. Although what happened last night was masked, it still left them feeling a bit awkward. After all, Kate Kane had always said she liked women. So how could they explain what happened last night? What happened yesterday? After Leon hung up the phone, Harley Quinn asked curiously. Kidnappings and shootouts happen every day in Gotham. Harley Quinn wasn't paying special attention, so naturally, she didn't know. In other cities, it might be rare, but in Gotham, it's just part of daily life. Even if it makes the news, it's not a big deal. Leon told her about what happened yesterday. Harley Quinn was immediately shocked. What? Seeing her expression, Leon felt a bit relieved. She still cares about her students. Why didn't you tell me such a fun thing? The Joker's girl immediately replied. Leon was speechless. He saw Harley Quinn, filled with killing intent, saying Bane, right? I want to cut off his head. This made Leon glance at her. With her small frame, Bane would make her scream with just one punch. Their conversation finally woke up the three girls in the room. They exited in order. First one went out to freshen up, then the second, and finally the third. Seeing this, Leon smiled and greeted, then went to make breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the whole family went out. Even the Joker had to go along. However, to avoid her being too scary, Leon forced her to change into a different outfit. Although she changed into a glamorous outfit, acquaintances could still recognize her. Leon thought about it and decided to just go with it. At least it wasn't the old clown costume. Harley Quinn seemed to have her fashion talent activated by Leon, dressing more stylishly day by day, staying at the forefront of trends. A group of 5 set out together. Leon only felt that his team was getting stronger. However, Rachel at least had a home, even if it was just with her adoptive mother. As for her true identity, the cultist who captured her said she was the daughter of the Demon King and would bring about the destruction of this world. Leon felt that there was still some credibility to it. After all, in this world, grabbing any passerby on the street could lead to something extraordinary. But if that were the case, he couldn't ask Constantine to exorcise Rachel. Meeting him might lead to Rachel getting killed. Standing downstairs, Leon and the others attracted many ill-intentioned gazes. After all, there was only one man, one woman, and 3 girls. This was definitely seen as easy to bully in Gotham. However, Harley Quinn didn't indulge these people. She intentionally or unintentionally revealed the revolver she always carried and provocatively stared at them. Soon, the car to pick up Leon and the others arrived. "Frank, thank you for your trouble." Leon smiled and said, "My mom asked me to help you." "It's not that I want to help." Frank leaned out of the car and saw the person next to Leon tugging at the corner of their mouth. Leon doesn't only have one daughter, does he? How did the family suddenly grow so large? All right, I'll listen to Mom. Leon sat in the passenger seat. Harley Quinn and the 3 girls squeezed in the back seat. Although the space was a bit cramped, they were all relatively petite and not big. "Let's go check out the apartment next door first." Leon spoke up. In fact, the Diamond District is considered the most prosperous area of Gotham. It's just that in the past, Leon couldn't afford to live in a good place. The Diamond District is very bustling, and you can see many tall buildings as you move towards the central area. If it weren't for this, the Penguin wouldn't have established the Iceberg Lounge here. Previously, they lived in an old building from the last century, but now they have moved to a high-end apartment that was built recently. Leon still doesn't want to leave the Diamond District. Search Ilu Novel 16 Xiaoxua. This article is free to read. The southern part of Gotham is clearly more developed than the central and northern parts, with important areas such as the Diamond District, Fashion District, Financial District, and City Center. The Gotham Police Department is also located at the lower left corner of the Sanjia Gorge. When something happens in the south, the Gotham Police can respond as quickly as possible. There is a very obvious situation in America. The more police officers there are in an area, the safer the public order is. Wealthy people are willing to pay more taxes, while the poor have nothing to contribute, so the police naturally protect the wealthy areas. Therefore, places with good public order are generally more affluent. Leon certainly did not want to live in the slums, as it was too dangerous, like hell. Although Leon did not think they would be in danger, no one wanted to hear gunfire outside all day long. The apartment they were looking at now was well decorated, and Shiri was dazzled as soon as she walked in. However, the only problem was that it was too small. Most of the apartments had limited space, making it difficult to accommodate a family. So Leon asked, "Are there any bigger houses?" The agent was someone he found randomly, but Gotham's real estate was also under Wayne Enterprises. In any case, you couldn't avoid Wayne Enterprises in Gotham. "Yes, but the price is a bit high," the male agent replied with a smile. Gotham is not like other places with vast land and sparse population. It's an island far from the mainland, with no real concept of suburbs. With a population of millions crammed into this space, housing is predictably crowded, but there was no way around it. After all, Gotham is a city you can't leave once you arrive. In some ways, it is even harsher than metropolises like Los Angeles and New York. If you want a big house, you must have money. How much? Leon frowned and said, "This apartment we're looking at is $2,500 a month. A place over 100 square meters would at least be $4,000 a month." The male agent smiled and replied, hearing that price. Leon immediately asked, "Is this Long Island or Manhattan? It's so expensive." "Gotham's Diamond District is equivalent to Manhattan," the agent said confidently. "There's no place in Gotham more developed than the South. Properties in the Diamond District are already very expensive." That was true. Leon thought about the apartment he was currently living in, which was also not cheap. And this apartment, at $2,500 a month, if he only relied on his job at the Iceberg Club, half of his salary would go to rent. A bigger place would cost even more. At that moment, Harley Quinn tugged at Leon. "What's wrong? Let's take a look. Do you have money?" Leon looked at Harley Quinn in surprise. It was Harley Quinn who made the money that brought them to see the house, but he didn't know how much she had. However, being in the Gotham underworld should be a lucrative profession. "Even if I don't have it, Ivy does, and I heard that Ivy made quite a bit last night. At least a few million." Harley Quinn sells out her best friend without hesitation. Don't be fooled by the good relationship between Poison Ivy and her. Harley Quinn only thinks of her when she can be of use. A few million? Leon's focus is here. What did Poison Ivy do to get a few million? "Don't worry, I'll at least bring half over." Harley Quinn is very confident. Back in the day, Poison Ivy almost got tricked into registering for marriage by her. This proves she can handle Poison Ivy. When it comes to her best friend and her man, she chooses her man without hesitation. It's normal to forget loyalty for love, right? All right. Leon saw her confidence and said, "Let's go check out the bigger house." Okay. Kara and the others were also very happy. Who would want a larger space for activities? Right now, in that small room, they couldn't really stretch out. Moreover, Kara and Shiri were still sleeping in the same room. While there's nothing wrong with that, as they grew up, they would definitely want their own space. Soon, they arrived at another residential area. Unlike the rental apartments, the rooms here were indeed much larger, and there were even small villas. After looking at the houses, Leon quickly decided to rent one. There were 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was more than enough. As for the small villas, they were easier to find in other places. Leon had previously rented a standalone house in Ohio, which Westerners liked. It looked quite similar to a farmhouse. However, in the expensive Gotham, it was not so easy to live in a villa. After a busy day, they finally completed all the paperwork and prepared to move. Frank was busy running around, and Leon was quite touched. Finally, they wouldn't have to live there anymore. Leon looked at the old apartment without a hint of nostalgia. Although he and Carla had spent a few months here, he constantly wished for a better place. People should be like this, always striving to improve. Life should be the same. They took a lot of things, making Frank drive back and forth several times before they finished moving. But it was already deep into the night. Harley Quinn was exhausted and didn't plan to go to her territory tonight. Instead, she was going to sleep soundly at home. Carla and the others were also left to rest at the new house by Leon. "I'm going out, so you all take care," Leon instructed, looking at Rachel and feeling a bit forgetful to send her home tomorrow instead. Seeing Leon and Frank go out, Siri felt a bit emotional. The Godfather Jian-Shou is a superhero. He doesn't seem tired at all. Carla and Rachel had already noticed this long ago. Leon has been busy all day, yet she still looks radiant, and they just discovered that her strength is particularly impressive. Even Frank, the big guy, isn't as strong as she is. This makes them admire the godfather even more. For the two goddaughters, Leon is like a father, shielding them from the storm. How could they not feel a sense of admiration? Iceberg Club. Manager, someone is looking for you. When Leon and Frank just arrived, a maid came over to call him. The penguin has a lot of ideas. The maid's outfits often change. For example, right now, the maid is wearing an alluring formal uniform, but compared to formal attire, many openings are quite large, and there are also slits. This is convenient for guests to give tips, allowing them to slip money indiscreetly. Therefore, the maids use various methods to make themselves look plump and well-padded. The Iceberg Club is still bustling, as evidenced by the social elites coming and going, indicating that the Diamond District is very wealthy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be named Diamond. Leon and Frank parted ways, and before separating, Leon gave Frank some gas money. Frank didn't refuse and accepted it. After all, he wasn't wealthy either. In fact, the mob is not much different from other jobs. It's all just to make a living. Following the maid's instructions, Leon arrived at a corner. Leon, long time no see. I've missed you so much. The woman saw Leon coming, raised her wine glass, and stared at him intently. Leon, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Looking at the woman sitting there, Leon was somewhat surprised. It had indeed been a while since they last met, but he really didn't want to. However, he couldn't say that. Miss Sophia, I didn't expect to see you at the Iceberg Club. Leon sat opposite her, signaling the maid to bring wine. Sitting here waiting for her was none other than Sophia Falcone. It had been a long time since Leon last saw her, especially after being threatened by Sophia at home. However, he never expected to see her here. After all, this was the territory of the penguin. Not long ago, she was at odds with the penguin's cobblepot. Sophia Falcone gave Leon a resentful glance. People are like that. The more unattainable someone is, the more they desire them. To her, Leon was a rare talent. How many people in Gotham could go toe-to-toe with Batman? Those capable would rather make themselves the boss. Only Leon remained an enigma to her. Still working at the Iceberg Lounge, she and T missed a beat regarding Leon's affairs and knew that he was with Harley Quinn. This surprised her. Had she known earlier, she would have used her charm. Now, she was on the same side as the penguin. Sophia Falcone raised her wine glass, and Leon clinked his against hers. Working with him is like working with me. How about it? Just come over, and I'll give you everything. She looked at Leon with intense eyes. Still not giving up, Leon was also somewhat surprised. It must be said that both the Penguin Man and Sophia are formidable characters. Not long ago, they were at odds with each other, and now they seem to have started collaborating again. However, even with this collaboration, it wouldn't be possible to poach people as openly as Sophia suggested. Leon politely declined, saying, Miss Sophia, I'm used to being lazy and really can't do anything else. It's perfectly fine at the Iceberg Club. In fact, Leon was already considering living off Harley Quinn's earnings. As Harley's territory expanded, would he really have to worry about money in the future? Of course, he would then have to worry about being caught by Batman and sent to Arkham Asylum. In Gotham, risks are always proportional. If you want to make money, you have to face Batman's iron fist. As for making legitimate money, capitalists are even more detestable than gang bosses. Sophia was naturally extremely disappointed and left after having a drink with Leon. Soon, Penguin Cobblepot also arrived. The two were indeed discussing business. How did Mr. Cobblepot end up with the Falcone family? Leon called Frank and asked, Are we ready to rule the Gotham underworld together? Frank immediately replied with excitement. Gotham's gangsters need a godfather. The Godfather movie was directed by the famous Italian director. Italy is also the renowned birthplace of the mafia. Even the Falcone family has certain mafia characteristics. Otherwise, Carmine Falcone wouldn't be called the Roman. At the height of Carmine Falcone's power, he controlled both the black and white sides of Gotham. Almost everyone, from top to bottom, was under his influence. However, with the rise of Commissioner Gordon and the emergence of Batman, the Falcone family quickly declined. After all, for Batman, the best way to make a name for himself was to defeat this massive family, like a rookie benefit. Now, Penguin Cobblepot and Sophia Falcone undoubtedly want to restore the glory of the past. However, Gotham has changed significantly since then. The Gotham of that time didn't have so many tough characters. No Penguin, no Joker, no Riddler. Therefore, both Penguin Cobblepot and Sophia Falcone knew that relying solely on themselves would not allow them to control the entire Gotham underworld. They must join forces. Hearing this, Leon had no particular thoughts, only feeling that the two Penguin men were likely heading for prison time. Although Batman would not appear for the time being, there were plenty of vigilantes in Gotham. Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin. This was good, as it meant Harley wouldn't be targeted by anyone. Leon thought to himself. Speaking of which, Gotham had quite a few connections for him. Batman and Batgirl would at least give him some face and wouldn't lay a hand on Harley Quinn. It's just that Bruce Wayne didn't know when he would be discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, Leon returned to his new home. Although he hadn't rested for a day and a night, he was full of energy. His super physique was no joke. The new home had 3 rooms, and Leon and Harley Quinn naturally chose the master bedroom. The other 2 rooms weren't as big as the master, but the beds were still decent. Moreover, last night, Kara, Siri, and Rachel had separated into different rooms. After all, with 3 girls around, they were used to sleeping together. However, today, Leon had to send Rachel back. Godfather, why don't you take a break? Kara and Siri were somewhat reluctant. The 3 girls had talked a lot, especially after learning about Rachel's uniqueness. They no longer treated her as an outsider. After all, Kara and Siri were both from other places, one for Krypton and the other from a different world. Ordinary people simply couldn't become their friends. Even Rachel vaguely knew their identities. This was also a little secret among the 3. School was starting tomorrow, so why worry about not having time to meet? Leon smiled and said, the recent kidnapping case scared the principal of Lewis Memorial High School. But even so, she didn't dare to do anything. After all, the 3 of them were sent in by the Wayne Group. Having received benefits from the Wayne Group, how could they not do their job? All right. Kara and Siri were a bit reluctant, but still said goodbye to Rachel. In fact, Rachel felt the same way. She looked at Leon, wanting to say he could be her godfather too. But she had a foster mother, who, although not very caring, was still different from how Kara and Siri were picked up by Leon. Harley Quinn had rested for a night and was re-energized, immediately wanting to go out with Leon. Let's go ask Ivy for money. Harley Quinn was now only interested in making money. Poison Ivy had earned a lot, and she wanted to get her share. They were not only good friends, but had also almost stepped into the realm of marriage. So, the 3 of them went out, leaving Kara and Siri at home to play. But after they left, Kara didn't idle around. They were living high up now. Although Gotham had many Gothic-style buildings, there were also plenty of skyscrapers. Moreover, the new house they rented had a balcony, and Kara took Siri to the balcony. Siri, let's go out and play. Sure. I haven't flown in a long time. Siri was extremely excited. She had already fallen in love with the feeling of flying. You see, in her world, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to fly, not even the sorceresses who could at most teleport a little. Ding, ding, ding. Darling, look at my new car. Harley Quinn proudly brought Leon and Rachel down to the underground parking lot in the elevator. Life was getting better and better. In the parking space was a colorful classic car. Looking at the logo, it was a Ford. Harley Quinn really liked this vibe. This was also the first time she bought a car herself. Before, it had always been someone else's. Harley Quinn said proudly. She was becoming more and more independent. Not bad. Leon smiled and asked, how much did you buy it for? $1. Harley Quinn immediately grinned. Rachel was a bit stunned. She only knew about $1 fried chicken, but didn't know there was also a $1 luxury car. All right, let's get in the car. Harley Quinn didn't dare to say much. She was still a bit afraid of Leon's reproach. Although Leon was usually very calm, once he got angry, the consequences were unimaginable. The last time he scared her. This was a 1974 Ford, but there was actually another option, a 1968 Alfa Romeo. Unfortunately, that was a supercar and one of the first recognized supercars in the world, and there were too many people with us. After getting in the car, Harley Quinn said, it's a bit of pity. If it were just me and Leon, we could buy a sports car and enjoy our time together. But with 2 more girls, we have to give it up. Otherwise, I would have really liked the 1968 supercar. Rachel was shocked to hear about the age of the car. Harley Quinn probably wasn't even born then. It was truly a classic car. Harley Quinn drove recklessly, overtaking crazily, and first dropped Rachel, the third wheel, off. Be careful. Call us if you need anything. Leon instructed Rachel to go back inside the house. Rachel obediently nodded and went in. Finally no more baggage. Harley Quinn relaxed and jumped onto Leon's back. Darling, I want to have a little fun with you. Leon had already gotten used to Harley Quinn's way of initiating contact. In fact, it was an efficient approach. If something could be done, they would do it, and if not, they would switch to someone else, saving time and avoiding being baited. Of course, Leon and Harley Quinn had a dynamic like an old married couple. They had just come out, so they needed to get down to business first. Although he was tempted, he could only firmly reject her. This prompted Harley Quinn to bite his neck playfully before jumping down to drive. They were heading to Robinson Park. Poison Ivy had moved her location. She felt that nature suited her better, so she relocated her home to Robinson Park. Robinson Park was the largest park in Gotham, located just west of the Upper East Side, covering a vast area that included the Gita Gardens and the statue of Julius Caesar. In the center of the park was a reservoir. Leon and Harley Quinn parked the car and walked in. They looked at the reservoir, which was filled with many coins, likely thrown in by people making wishes. However, perhaps the wishes were too outrageous, as there wasn't even a turtle in the reservoir. Harley Quinn could no longer hold back and dragged Leon into a small grove. They didn't come out until an hour later. This situation made Poison Ivy, Pamela, unable to resist. For her, it was like watching a live premiere. The entire park was filled with plants, and they had deliberately gone into the grove. Was Harley Quinn not being intentional? So much so that when the two wanted to find her, she wasn't showing up. "Ivy, where are you?" Harley Quinn called out cheerfully, but there was no response. "Ivy, we have important business. You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Ivy, if you don't come out, we'll burn this park down." In the end, Harley Quinn couldn't hold back and threatened her. This statement had an immediate effect. Harley Quinn chuckled. She knew Poison Ivy better than anyone. Poison Ivy's weakness was clear. As a plant enthusiast, those plants seemed more important to her than her own life. As long as this was used as a threat, Poison Ivy would be as docile as a kitten, allowing Harley to do whatever she wanted. Of course, this was also because Poison Ivy didn't want to hurt her. The nearby branches immediately began to stir, pointing in one direction, guiding them to go there. "Let's go," Harley Quinn said, brushing her bangs. Leon followed her and walked towards Jitai Garden, arriving in a sea of flowers. The blossoms were competing to bloom, with an incredibly strong vitality. Truly a display of beauty and splendor. Leon was convinced that it had never been this beautiful before. After all, he had brought Kara here to play, since Robinson Park was just north of the Diamond District and it didn't take long to walk there. However, Kara felt it wasn't fun after just one visit. After all, parks are mostly for relaxation. At that moment, Poison Ivy, Pamela, looked like a flower fairy. She emerged from the flower bushes, even barefoot, as if she couldn't bear to harm the plants. She wore nothing but strategically placed green leaves to cover her key areas. With a crown woven from green leaves on her fiery red hair, and her snow-white skin was mostly exposed. Even in his sage-like state, Leon couldn't help but steal a few glances. Truly exquisite. Soon after, Leon felt a sharp pain in his waist. "Your eyes are about to pop out," Harley Quinn said fiercely. "No way." Leon naturally did not admit it. Just then, Harley Quinn's eyes darted around, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Shortly after, she immediately changed her expression, smiling as she ran towards Poison Ivy. Although Poison Ivy felt a bit sorry for the plants, she also warmly embraced Harley Quinn. "Harley, what made you think of coming to see me?" Pamela was somewhat surprised. For her, the Joker usually wouldn't seek her out without a reason. In Chinese terms, this is referred to as not visiting the Three Treasure Hall without a reason. The Joker obviously didn't have such restraint. She smiled and said, "Leon and I both missed you, so we came to see you. Is that the reason you came here in front of me?" Poison Ivy thought of what she had just seen, and her face darkened. Harley Quinn stared at her and asked, "Are you jealous?" "No, you are jealous," Harley Quinn exclaimed excitedly. "Are you jealous of me, or jealous of Leon? Or do you want to join in?" With Leon around, Poison Ivy felt a bit shy and quickly interrupted Harley. "All right, what's going on? If it were just to be alone with either of you, I wouldn't be so shy." But what Harley Quinn said struck a chord with her. It can only be said that Harley Quinn understands her well. Seeing her embarrassment, Harley Quinn immediately smiled and said, "I heard you made some money?" It was almost time to bring it up. Poison Ivy's expression instantly froze. "I heard you made some money?" Although Poison Ivy knew Harley Quinn had come to see her for a reason, she didn't expect it to be about this. For her, a few million was indeed a significant amount of money. After all, money doesn't come easily, except for Bruce Wayne. But there are only a few Bruce Waynes in Gotham. It's worth noting that Black Mask once had a billion-dollar fortune, but he quickly squandered it, and his company was acquired by Wayne Enterprises. Therefore, even for a supervillain like Poison Ivy, there is a strong need for money. The reason she stayed in Gotham was to make money. Poison Ivy's biggest wish was to earn enough money to buy an island, so she could live a life like a paradise. Her goal was different from others. She stayed in Gotham simply because she temporarily didn't have enough money, not because she specifically wanted to cause destruction. However, to make money, she had to do some things. After all, for a botanist, it is very difficult to make money through knowledge. I don't know, don't say nonsense. Poison Ivy firmly denied it. How could she give away the hard-earned money? Not even Harley Quinn could. Really? Harley Quinn's expression remained unchanged, and she smiled. But I have a source to confirm. She gave Leon a glance. She had just told Leon that Poison Ivy's weakness was plants. Moreover, she had put in a lot of effort to get Leon to agree to help her. After all, Harley Quinn had no psychological burden about taking Poison Ivy's money. In her view, Poison Ivy's money was hers. What was hers was still hers. And Poison Ivy seemed to enjoy this feeling. Suddenly, a flame appeared in Leon's hand, and the surrounding plants seemed to come to life, quickly retreating from him. Cool. Harley Quinn also laughed. This was something Leon had deliberately revealed to her. After all, if he were just an ordinary person, there was no guarantee that one day Harley Quinn would lose interest. In relationships, whether male or female, there is always a novelty factor. Once that novelty wears off, people become numb. This is why there is a 7-year itch. To avoid problems, one must maintain freshness and a sense of mystery. The sense of mystery is often the most important. Men attract women, or women attract men, primarily through a sense of mystery. At this time, girls would frantically inquire about everything about boys, and vice versa. Once they feel familiar, that feeling quickly disappears. Leon maintains an air of mystery. He reveals very little, just a hint, which makes Harley Quinn want to crazily uncover his secrets. This is the reason why Harley Quinn, who initially just wanted to have some fun after drinking too much, ends up not wanting to leave. If Leon weren't strong enough and didn't have such a lovely mentee like Carla, she would have left long ago. Don't be like this. Sure enough, Poison Ivy was frightened. She immediately screamed, "Is this real? All right, hurry up and put out the fire. Don't hurt my baby." Leon extinguished the flames controlled by magic with a flick of his hand. Without anyone to teach him, he had only grasped the basics of the elements through his own exploration. After gaining magical affinity, he could sense the active magical power and elements in the world, and then slowly master them. Poison Ivy Pamela looked at him in amazement and breathed a sigh of relief. She also noticed that Leon was becoming increasingly mysterious. It was like a vortex attracting her, drawing her closer. "Harley, how much do you want?" Poison Ivy was at a loss with the big bad couple and prepared to use money to resolve the issue. In Harley Quinn's eyes, they were robbing the rich to help the poor. After all, how could Poison Ivy make so much money? Controlling the Upper East Side probably wouldn't earn her this much. So, Harley Quinn held up 2 fingers. 200,000? Poison Ivy Pamela sighed. Think again, 2 million. The Joker's girlfriend rolled her eyes beautifully at her. This outrageous demand made Leon smirk. Harley Quinn truly had no fear of Poison Ivy turning hostile. "No way. That's robbery." Poison Ivy Pamela exclaimed. "And I don't even have that much. Daddy once said that only magic can defeat magic." If Leon faced this scream alone, he would have been at a loss. But Harley Quinn remained expressionless. "Don't be dishonest. I heard you got 5 million. Leon is very sensitive to this number. 5 million? Isn't that exactly half of 10 million? Upon hearing Harley's news so accurately, Poison Ivy's expression changed. "It was that bitch who told you." After saying that, Poison Ivy's face darkened. "I really don't have that much. Half of it was taken away as soon as the money came in. Damn it." "Who?" Harley Quinn's anger immediately flared up. Leon also looked at Poison Ivy seriously. However, unlike Leon's seriousness, Harley Quinn simply felt that there was less money. "Which bastard took half of our share? So you only have 2,500,000 left, and you still have to pay taxes." Harley Quinn was frustrated. Originally, her plan was to take half. Now, someone has already taken half away. How can she accept that? "I don't know." Poison Ivy instinctively wanted to argue back. But Leon's palm suddenly burst into flames, and he didn't even need Harley's eye signal. Feeling threatened, Poison Ivy decisively chose to comply. "Don't do this. I don't know him." Leon took over the conversation and immediately asked, "Tell me exactly what happened." The Joker's daughter firmly stood by his side, expressing her strong hatred. "We have to get the money back, that damn bastard." Seeing this, Poison Ivy had no choice but to explain the situation. That person wrapped his face in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed, and he knows everything about Gotham. "It was he who instructed me to control Catwoman and bring back a box of money." Poison Ivy provided the details. Leon widened his eyes. It was indeed related to Batman. Not only did he get the money, but he also dealt with Batman. A single move achieved multiple goals. "So you obediently gave him the money?" Harley Quinn showed no interest in all this and only lamented. Poison Ivy, Pamela, became angry upon hearing this. She glared at them and said, "He threatened me just like you did. Otherwise, how could I possibly help him? Having such a significant weakness makes one easily threatened." This meant that Poison Ivy's stance couldn't be too firm, because the only thing she cared about were these plants. Of course, if someone were to destroy Gotham, they would definitely be her enemy, because the plants wouldn't survive. But at this moment, Leon was only interested in that person. Did he say what his name was? Of course. His name is Silence. Harley Quinn ultimately took away 1 million from Poison Ivy. According to her, this was to help her eliminate her worries, because this 5 million had released a piece of information which someone would surely be eager for. Even so, Poison Ivy was in tears. Originally 5 million. Now she was left with just over 1 million, and she still had to pay taxes. There's a famous saying in America, only death and taxes are eternal. Even supervillains are no exception. The IRS has its own independent military personnel, stronger than regular armies. Back in the day, Chicago's mob bosses were taken down for not paying taxes. Poison Ivy knew better than to provoke these people. So, she didn't give Leon and Harley Quinn a good face and hurriedly sent them away. Although she was very curious about Leon, her hatred prevailed. Her plan to buy an island would have to be postponed. After leaving the park, Leon and Harley Quinn got into the car. We still have an entire afternoon. Harley Quinn said with a smile, so let's go buy a phone first. Leon felt a bit of discomfort in his kidneys upon hearing this. Fortunately, he had a super physique. Could an ordinary person withstand it? Soon after, she drove to the commercial street. Harley Quinn's actions warmed Liang's heart a little. At least she thought of buying gifts for her 2 goddaughters right away. She first bought 2 of the latest iPhones and then went to buy a cake. The birthdays of the 2 goddaughters were indeterminate. One came from Krypton and the other from Sinestro with different calendars. Nevertheless, they still had to eat cake. After that, Harley Quinn showed what it meant to act like a nouveau riche, buying a lot of clothes for her 2 goddaughters and herself, as if money was no object. Leon firmly refused, but Harley Quinn still bought him a set. For him, as long as the clothes weren't torn and could be worn, that was enough. The brand didn't matter. Comfort was the priority. However, the Joker's daughter didn't think so. When going out, one's identity is self-given. Dressing nicely lets others know you're not someone to be easily bullied. Of course, in Gotham, it could work the other way around. So on their way home, the 2 carried quite a few bags, looking less like shoppers and more like suppliers. But the effect was significant. Kara and Siri were very happy. They had just flown around the earth a few times and returned after having their fill of fun. Seeing that they all had phones now, they excitedly hugged Leon and gave him a mua. After all, Lewis Memorial High School was an elite school, and all the classmates had them except for them, which was somewhat frustrating. Now that worry was gone. Joker's daughter. It was clearly me who bought it. Let's eat the cake first. It will melt later. Leon greeted them, and both of the girls loved sweets. The whole family was very happy together. However, after they finished eating, Leon was dragged into the room by Harley Quinn. Kara and Siri exchanged a glance and quickly hid in their own rooms. Night fell. Leon first took a stroll around the Iceberg Club. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, he decided to leave for a while. After all, no one dared to cause trouble at the Iceberg Club. If trouble really broke out, it wouldn't be his concern. Everyone knew this was the territory of the Penguin Gang. Who would come to stir up trouble? Most likely, it would be someone like Sophia last time, bringing a whole family to start a fight. Leon arrived at the rooftop of a building. There was only one large object on it, which was covered by cloth. Leon pulled off the cloth, revealing the bat signal hidden underneath. He then turned on the power. ZZZ. The bat's signal shot into the sky filled with dark clouds, standing out strikingly in the darkness. Passers-by on the road quickened their pace upon seeing the bat signal. Some would-be criminals were so frightened that they hurriedly backed off and ran home. What does the bat symbolize? Fear. When criminals see the bat signal, they feel fear and dread. This is the effect that Batman wants to achieve. Before long, the sound of a cape came from behind Leon. But it was clearly not Batman. Even if Bruce Wayne is superhuman, he couldn't have been discharged from the hospital this soon. Batwoman stood behind him, surprised to see Leon. Upon noticing Leon looking at her, she immediately panicked and said, "Last time was just an accident." She was referring to the moment when she uncontrollably kissed Leon. Not this matter. Leon raised an eyebrow, noticing her unstable emotions. What is wrong with this woman? Wasn't she very composed in front of him before? Upon hearing this, Batwoman immediately gathered her thoughts. What do you want from me? About what happened last time, the events of that night, I know who orchestrated it. Leon pointed deliberately, indicating her not to overthink. Batwoman rolled her eyes at him, but understood the meaning. Who? She asked in a deep voice. Catwoman was being controlled by someone. That person has already repented and revealed the mastermind behind it. Silence, do you know? Leon spoke a good word for Poison Ivy. I don't know. Batwoman shook her head honestly. That must be the newcomer. She has already gotten used to the fact that there are always newbies appearing in Gotham. Famous criminals from all over the world want to challenge Batman, as if it could prove their abilities. The result is that Gotham becomes increasingly chaotic. As far as I know, he knows Batman very well, and it's a very deep understanding, so be careful. Also, he took all the money. Leon didn't hesitate to throw the pot onto GNMO. Although he didn't think Kate would care about that 5 million, debts must be settled. And GNMO did take half of it. He could just make up the difference himself and get the money back. Batwoman, indeed, didn't care about this. She looked at him deeply and said, I understand. Is there anything else? Of course. Leon looked at her and smiled. How did it feel last time? Because she was only wearing half of the mask, which could only cover one side of her eyes, Leon could still see her cheeks visibly flushed. I didn't feel anything, she said resentfully, and then took the initiative again. Leon still did not refuse. After a few minutes, Batwoman finally released him, breathing heavily, and then fled in embarrassment. What was the feeling this time? Leon touched the corner of his mouth and went back to work. He didn't know that Batwoman hadn't run far at all. She had just found a balcony to hide on. Once Leon left, she breathed a sigh of relief, her face burning like fire. Alfred, check on Silence. She told Alfred the information she had just received. Alfred quickly began his analysis. Does he know Batman well? We should prepare for the worst, which is that Silence knows Batman is Bruce Wayne. And does Leon know as well? That can't be possible. Batwoman naturally didn't believe it. If Leon knew that Batman was Bruce Wayne, then he would likely know she was Kate Kane too. And her persona? To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. The same goes for daughters. Having moved into a new house for a few days now, Leon felt his cooking skills were improving, thanks to his enhanced learning ability. Of course, it mainly stemmed from no longer being afraid of oil splattering on himself like before. Now Leon was as tough as steel. He could roll around in a frying pan and not get hurt. Kara, little princess, come out for dinner. Leon shouted at the two goddaughters who rushed into their rooms as soon as they got home. He was learning to cook more and more dishes, but it depended on whether he felt like it or not. Godfather, why is she called Princess Siri and not me? Kara was the first to poke her head out and said a bit jealously. As life settled down, Leon noticed that the two of them had started to compete. That is to say, whatever Kara had, Siri wanted too. Whatever Siri had, Kara wanted as well. Now it had even spread to their names. Fortunately, Leon never favored one over the other. After all, both were girls. Of course, Leon admitted that he was always a bit biased towards the younger one. In people's subconscious, there's a tendency to think that the older one should be more sensible. Darling, Siri's really a princess. Leon glanced at Kara and said, Cut up, Hotud. Although the elf family was noble, this outdated system was no longer popular on Krypton. Shiri proudly emerged, becoming even more attached to the Godfather. In Leon's visible intimacy rankings, Shiri was already close to surpassing Kara. Goddaughter, Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. Intimacy, 72. Goddaughter, Shiriaya Fiona Allen Lianluan, Girl of Time and Space. Intimacy, 70. However, as time passed, the increase in intimacy became slower. At first, Shiri could jump several points at once. This was similar to academic performance. The worse the grades, the more potential for improvement. If one studies seriously for a while, they might score several points higher. Conversely, those with better grades initially score high on tests, making it difficult to increase by even 1 or 2 points. Leon can only accompany more attentively to enhance intimacy. Although the two girls have some comparisons, their relationship is still very good. After washing their hands, they sat at the dining table looking at each other, and then they started to play around. Leon called Harley Quinn up. Harley Quinn has completely turned into a night owl and has no sleepiness. Why is she wearing my shirt again? Leon woke up Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn yawned and said, I can't sleep without wearing yours. This made Leon shake his head. She was wearing her own in the morning, and he didn't know when she switched to his. This reliance was getting heavier. Get up and eat. By the way, darling, come with me tonight. The gift I promised you is arriving. Harley Quinn thought of something and said to Leon. Originally, she wanted to call Poison Ivy, but Poison Ivy was throwing a tantrum, perhaps because of that money, and was temporarily unwilling to help her. Harley Quinn didn't mind. She could just give the gift to Leon early. It's just that if she didn't train him well, Leon might not be very satisfied. Oh, Leon didn't have much to think about, just a bit curious. What exactly was the gift? Harley had been talking about it for so long, and Leon was also wondering if he should give Harley a gift as well. After all, it's customary to reciprocate. Godfather, the food today is really delicious, Carla exclaimed at the dinner table. She had completely transformed into someone with an Eastern palate. Now, if you offered her pizza, she would even find it a bit off-putting. And as for Shiri, there was no comparison to the food from Sintra. Children naturally prefer stronger flavors. Moreover, Leon had made Sichuan cuisine today, boiled meat slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, and mapo tofu. They were immediately won over. Carla felt very pleased. The Godfather's cooking skills had improved a lot. Now they no longer had to eat noodles for every meal. After finishing their meal, they returned to their rooms to do their homework. They had already started sleeping in separate rooms and no longer crowded into one. Leon and Harley Quinn waited until the sky was completely dark before heading out. He called Frank to ask him to check on the club. Then, He followed Harley Quinn to her territory. The old Ford came to a stop, and one of Harley Quinn's little brothers walked up. The little brother was holding a baseball bat like Harley Quinn's, looking quite arrogant. He was taken aback when he saw Leon sitting in the car. Then, Harley Quinn gave his foolish head a slap. "What are you looking at? Call him boss." "Boss." The little brother obediently called out to Leon. "Leon." Fortunately, Harley Quinn didn't stay long. She waved her hand to send her lackeys out to keep watch and took Leon into a building. It was an old building that had been uninhabited for a long time. "Where's the gift?" Leon curiously asked. "Still on the way. It will arrive soon." Harley Quinn said while hugging him, "Darling, let's play a game first." "Okay." Leon just happened to feel bored, so he agreed to the joker. He saw her clap her hands, and immediately a henchman brought in a man who was locked on a cross. It was a man, scruffy looking, and he appeared to have already been beaten up. "Is this Jesus?" Leon looked at the figure. Harley Quinn was momentarily speechless. "This isn't Jesus. This is an Albanian. These guys are up to no good. They actually reached out to Gotham." Then, she said fiercely, "We have to teach them a lesson and make them go back." Albania is a quirky little country, comparable to half of Tomeo. Aside from bizarre stories like being a fortress nation, it is most famous for the Albanian mafia. The Albanian mafia is known as the flower of evil and is quite arrogant in Europe. Naturally, the people of Gotham do not welcome these guys. Leon remained indifferent. He didn't care about the conflict between the Gotham people and the Albanians. So, Leon asked, "Let's play darts and accumulate points. The first one to die loses, and whoever has the higher score wins. Hitting the head counts as 10 points, and the lower you go, the fewer points you get. Hitting vital areas also counts as 10 points." Harley Quinn giggled, holding a specially made dart, and took aim. This dart looked very sharp, and it glimmered ominously. Seeing her so excited, Leon raised an eyebrow. "What's the point of having a high score?" "Of course it's for good stuff." Harley Quinn aimed with the dart. "Darling, let me go first. I'm sure I'll blow his head off." "Hoo-hoo." The Albanian shouted madly, but his mouth was already gagged. Harley Quinn signaled for her lackey to remove the cloth from his mouth. He shouted frantically, I said, don't let the dart hit me." "Hee, aren't you tough?" Harley Quinn exchanged a glance with Leon, secretly thinking, "Truly, darling. Darling, I'm falling more and more in love with you." Harley Quinn hugged Leon, while the lackey kept his eyes straight ahead. Their cooperation was seamless. They could understand each other with just a glance. Of course, Leon had no doubt that she would really play this game. It was just that in front of him, she restrained her violence. Restraint is the foundation of a relationship. The Albanian clearly knew she was a lunatic, so he complied. After gathering this intel, Harley Quinn had someone drag the guy away. After that, Leon didn't care anymore. The two were all lovey-dovey. Harley Quinn occasionally glanced at the time. It was almost 11 at night. The sky over Gotham was filled with dark clouds, creating an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. The gift is almost here. Harley Quinn had all the lackeys go out and smiled dreamily at Leon. Leon had a suspicion that the gift might be herself, right? That was too exciting. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the window. A black figure climbed in through the window, and after checking that it wasn't a trap, she walked calmly towards the two of them. Leon and Harley Quinn are staring at her. She didn't bring a gift? Leon took a look. The woman had golden hair, wore an eye-covering mask, and was dressed in a black bodysuit that accentuated her curvy figure. In her hand, she held a weapon resembling a steel pipe. This outfit reminded Leon of a profession, secret investigator. Harley Quinn suddenly burst into laughter. "Darling, she is the gift I prepared for you." Leon looked at the madwoman and, although somewhat surprised by the outcome, was not too shocked. "What couldn't she do? What are you talking about?" Black Canary furrowed her brow and looked at Harley Quinn. "Isn't it clear enough? Canaries belong in cages, and I found you a master." Harley Quinn walked towards her without any fear. She even grabbed the stick in Black Canary's hand and used it like a steel pipe, propping it on the ground and jumping up. Black Canary was a bit dazed. Had she just been disarmed? But she understood the Joker's meaning. She was being treated as a gift for the man in front of her. People have tempers, especially when treated as gifts. She said in a deep voice, "I'm here to cooperate with you, but it seems you have no sincerity." Harley Quinn, twirling her weapon, suddenly laughed. "Huh, cooperate? We are rivals, darling. I heard your name is Black Canary. Isn't it nice that I found you a cage?" Black Canary was furious. "Enough. I am not a pet in a cage." At this point, Leon remained silent. After all, he couldn't fathom the Joker's thoughts. It was impossible for a normal person to keep up with her train of thought. Even Poison Ivy was played around by her. So, Black Canary directed her anger at Leon. "Who are you? Do you want to imprison me too?" "I don't. Stop talking nonsense." Leon immediately denied it, saying he wasn't a special enthusiast. "Huh, Harley Quinn clapped her hands, fanning the flames. Darling, hurry up and knock her down. Then we can teach her a good lesson and make her your canary. Get lost. Black Canary felt fooled and immediately kicked Harley Quinn away. Harley Quinn could handle ordinary people, but when it came to Black Canary, she seemed completely unprepared and was kicked away. Ow! Seeing Harley Quinn being bullied, Leon couldn't just sit by and do nothing, even if he didn't want to get involved. That's enough, Leon said in a deep voice. However, the Black Canary, who had snatched back the weapon, lunged at Leon with a steel rod. The Black Canary was incredibly fast. She was an excellent martial arts master, having undergone meticulous training from Wildcat, and was proficient in various fighting techniques. She despised evil and inherited her mother's legacy, becoming a fighter against crime. Thus, she came to Gotham, ready to combat criminals, and intentionally got close to the Black Mask. Unexpectedly, the Black Mask suddenly died. As a result, she naturally took over some of the Black Mask's subordinates, and, in a muddled way, prepared to control the Upper East Side. In this situation, Harley Quinn appeared and clashed with her. The Black Canary intended to fight against crime, but unexpectedly became a crime boss. However, she did not forget her original intention and wanted to collaborate with Harley Quinn. Little did she know that Harley Quinn had no such intention and only wanted to present her as a gift to that filthy man. In the eyes of the Black Canary, Leon was the mastermind behind it all. Just as she thought, it happened in the blink of an eye. The Black Canary swiftly stabbed Leon. In her view, Leon didn't even have time to react and was still in a daze when she hit him. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but soon she looked bewildered. Why was Leon acting like nothing happened? And what was that clang sound? Was she hitting iron? She saw Leon lower his head and look at the rod stuck in him. He wasn't slow to react. He simply didn't want to dodge. He finally understood why Superman was so arrogant. Whether it was Superman or Supergirl, they never dodged in a fight. You hit them, and if they dodged, it counted as his loss. Because these people simply couldn't hurt him. The Black Canary's strike didn't even tickle him, and even left her hand trembling. Is this the body of steel? Leon thought to himself. During this period, he absorbed solar energy every day. Although Gotham rarely had direct sunlight, there was still a considerable amount of energy penetrating through. He himself didn't know how strong he had become. Now he tried it out. Walking sideways in Gotham seemed to be no problem. He reached out and grabbed Black Canary's weapon. Black Canary reacted quickly, wanting to pull it out, but found it was as immovable as a mountain. Liang's strength was too great for her to resist at all. She made a quick decision, using her weapon to get close to Liang, and then rolled onto him. Following that, she squeezed his neck with her legs, trying to throw him down. This was judo. The result was that Liang patted her plump thigh and said, "Can you get off me?" She blocked his line of sight. If he didn't lack that kind of supervision, it would have been like an open door. Black Canary, realizing she couldn't do anything to Liang, and that he didn't hit her, she was already clearly aware of the gap between them. It was like the difference between an ordinary person and a superhero. In front of Liang, she truly felt like a canary. So, she jumped off Liang. Who are you really? She looked at Liang in surprise. Such a powerful person. Why would he commit crimes with Harley Quinn? Doesn't Batman do anything about it? I told you, this is your master. Harley Quinn, seeing the fight over, immediately ran back. Liang looked at her speechlessly. Now he knew the woman's combat power. In the Dragon Ball world, her power level would probably be only 5. Anyway, when it came to a fight, she would just use invisibility first. It's even more ridiculous than some ADCs. The Harley Quinn, on the other hand, looked at Liang with satisfaction, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had long known that Liang was extraordinary. After all, they communicated closely every day. Especially at certain times, she would crazily scratch Liang with her nails, yet left no marks at all. If it were an ordinary person, they would be covered in scratches and bleeding profusely. The Black Canary shot her a glare, but ignored it. Leon reached out his hand to her. The Black Canary hesitated for a moment, then shook hands and said, "Diana L'Oreal, Lance. Just call me Diana." "Diana, what do you want to do?" Liang signaled to have a good conversation. Soon after, the Black Canary recounted the recent events. Leon also learned that she and Harley Quinn were competing for territory. No wonder Harley Quinn wanted to offer her to herself, so she could take over the Upper East Side. Sure enough, there were ulterior motives. Harley Quinn said with a bitter expression, "You take her, and I'll take her territory." Isn't that a win-win situation? This made Dinah feel awkward. She was thankful that Leon was a good person. If Leon really had thoughts about her, she would now be locked in a cage, turning into a real canary. Or, the plot of The Secret Agent might unfold next, which could also be seen as a natural progression. After all, the Secret Agent would definitely face consequences for defeat. Thus, Black Canary decided to ignore Harley Quinn, treating her like air, and continued I'm here to cooperate with her. The Upper East Side is about to become unsafe. I heard news that the Penguin and the Falcon family have teamed up to consolidate Gotham's underworld, and I must stop them," Black Canary said with a righteous expression. It was quite strange for her to speak so justly in this identity. Seemingly aware of Leon's surprise, she explained, "I originally intended to get close to Black Mask and take him out, but for some reason, he ended up dead." Oh, Leon and Harley Quinn finally understood. This is an undercover story. Who would have thought the first undercover would become boss? "Then give me the territory," Harley Quinn said immediately. "No way." Black Canary refused, saying, "Giving it to you is no different from giving it to Black Mask. You're both part of the mob. Come on without me. There are still Penguin and the others." Harley Quinn believed she was different from them. She just wanted to live a wealthy life with her family. But the righteous Black Canary clearly wouldn't agree to that. However, cooperation between the two was also impossible. Harley Quinn was no longer interested in fighting and killing. What she preferred was fun, playfulness, and enjoyment. In the past, being so cruel was, to put it simply, being used. Now that Leon wasn't using her, Harley Quinn gradually became relatively normal. After chatting a bit more, both sides still couldn't reach an agreement. Black Canary could only set her sights on Leon. "Leon, you have this kind of strength. If you want to stop them, it would be easy. You should fight for Gotham." "No. Why is it escalating again? What is Gotham's situation?" Leon didn't care at all. Could it get any worse than it is now? He only cared about his 2 adopted daughters. Gotham was too vast for him, and his heart wasn't that big. He could only accommodate the people around him. So, Leon refused to be morally blackmailed. "You should say that to Batman. This is his city." This insinuating remark was naturally lost on Black Canary. She felt somewhat disappointed. So, she decided to leave. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. The two sides couldn't come to an agreement. Leon did not have the idea of becoming a nemesis of criminals. He was not noble at all. Of course, he still wanted his 2 goddaughters to become noble people. This is not contradictory. Even the worst people in the world hope their children will be good people. Moreover, Leon considered himself to be a good person as well. "Darling, don't you like this gift?" Harley Quinn asked Leon with a wronged expression. She had prepared it carefully for a long time, originally, according to her plan. Black Canary was supposed to be locked in a cage made by Poison Ivy and then presented to Leon. She would do anything to make Leon happy. Leon was momentarily at a loss for words. If he said he didn't like her, she looked as if she was about to cry. If he said he liked her, it felt a bit strange. Bang! Just then, the sound of a fight came from outside. Harley Quinn was about to say something else, but she was also drawn in. What was happening? She looked at Leon, who heard the sound of wind rushing. It seemed that the weapon being used wasn't a firearm, but something more primitive. So the two of them immediately ran outside. As soon as they emerged, they saw Black Canary entangled in a fight, her opponent wearing a black stealth suit, with a cape like Batgirl's and long black hair. "Huntress!" Harley Quinn exclaimed upon seeing her. "Oh!" Leon looked at the female hunter. Her weapon was a silver crossbow and a long stick that could be extended at will. At that moment, she was engaged in close combat with Black Canary, with both of their weapons being quite similar and their fighting abilities being nearly equal. Harley Quinn watched the female hunter warily. This person was reckless, claiming to be a hunter, and the unfortunate criminals she captured would be cruelly killed. For Gotham's criminals, the female hunter was far more terrifying than Batman. Because Batman never kills. No matter how severely Batman beats someone, leaving them half dead, at least they don't die. But the female hunter was different. She not only kills, but does so very cruelly. She would nail criminals to walls and then brutally cut off their organs. Or she would tie up the criminals and cruelly beat them to death with her long stick. For criminals, the best way to die at her hands is to be shot with her crossbow. At least it would be a quick death without suffering. Although she only kills criminals, very few people in Gotham like her, and Harley Quinn is even less fond of her. In the eyes of the female hunter, she is a criminal. Sure enough, upon seeing Harley Quinn and Leon emerge, the female hunter decisively chose to abandon her attack on Black Canary and instead opted to escape. Like Batgirl, she rode a motorcycle. However, before leaving, she aimed her crossbow at Black Canary. Black Canary did not dodge, but opened her mouth instead. Huh. She emitted a sound wave that knocked the arrow aimed at her away. "You actually have superpowers." Harley Quinn looked at Black Canary in surprise. The sound wave released by Black Canary, even though it wasn't directed at her, made her feel dizzy and her ears ring. If it had been aimed at her, it would have probably messed up her head. Black Canary glanced at her, but said nothing. This was her innate ability, which she called Canary Cry, allowing her to hypnotize and disrupt enemies, and she could even mimic any sound. Harley Quinn rolled her eyes, as if she thought of something. I think your suggestion just now is worth considering. Black Canary was actually being kind to her. Otherwise, with just that move, Harley would find it difficult to resist. So, Harley Quinn immediately changed her tone. Oh, Black Canary was somewhat surprised. Harley Quinn said seriously, "Actually, I've always wanted to be a good person. Otherwise, my dear would think less of me. It's just that I've never found the opportunity, and the other gangs are too powerful." Although Harley Quinn was serious, perhaps due to her inherent comedic effect, Black Canary did not sense her seriousness. Black Canary merely looked at the two with confusion, not expressing any opinion. "Dear, don't you think so?" Harley Quinn shook Leon's arm. Leon nodded and said, "Of course, I hope you can be a good person." Look, Harley Quinn is extremely enthusiastic towards Black Canary, pulling her in like good sisters. "I have an idea. We can deal with those guys together. One person can't handle them. And that female hunter from earlier, we are both women. She just fought with me." Black Canary spoke up. "That's because she thinks you're a bad person. But we need to let her know we are good people." Harley Quinn asserted, confirming that she is indeed a good person. "I have to say, when it comes to dealing with women, Harley Quinn is quite skilled, even more so than with men. Often just a few words can earn her a good girlfriend. We can form a team. Isn't it said that Bruce Wayne is a Superman with such serious injuries? He was only hospitalized for less than 2 weeks before being declared healed and discharged. Leon even felt that he had been fine for a long time. He was just waiting for the moment when no one was paying attention before leaving the hospital. After all, for Gotham, every move he made was big news. Bruce Wayne's discharge meant that Batman was coming back. For Harley Quinn, it was hard to tell if this was good news or bad news, because in the past few days, she had actually been fooling Black Canary, who was investigating the Huntress. The Huntress was a lone wolf, and it was indeed difficult for the two of them to find her. It took them several days to get a lead. It seemed she was originally from Gotham, often go to church. "Dear, she can't be a Catholic, can she?" Harley Quinn asked behind Leon, carefully helping him straighten his clothes. "Is this what you found?" Leon asked in confusion. "Diana knows a little about computers. As long as she is active in Gotham, she will leave traces." Harley Quinn laughed and said, "Her name is Helena Bertinelli, and her current identity is still a teacher." "That's interesting, a Catholic who kills." Leon shook his head immediately. One could only say that Gotham is a twisted place. Catholics have the 10 Commandments, which include the prohibition against harming or killing others. Of course, it would be surprising if anyone truly followed them. Who doesn't know that the church is a place that harbors filth and corruption? Perhaps even Gotham's evil wouldn't stand out in the church. Harley Quinn doesn't care about any of this. As long as she is powerful, that's all that matters. We found out that she's good at taking down criminals, and her methods suit my taste. You don't really think of yourself as a good person, do you? Leon turned his head. Harley Quinn put her hands on her hips. Why can't I be the good guy? As long as I kill all the bad guys who go against me, am I not a good person? Leon curled his lips upon hearing this. This really captures the essence. I said you're a bad person, you better be. Moreover, Harley Quinn's persuasive charm is something that ordinary people truly can't resist. I'm going to rest now. There's an event tonight. Harley Quinn yawned and went to sleep. Leon then woke up the two sleepy goddaughters. It's the weekend again. Get up. Rachel is about to arrive. Leon stood at the door and shouted, and a reluctant sigh came from inside. I knew you would just sleep. I didn't sleep at your age. Then what did you do? A defiant voice from inside responded. I went online. Leon spoke with great confidence. When he was young, he had a serious gaming addiction and played all types of games. However, that changed as he aged, even if they were fun games. He no longer felt the desire to play them, at most just taking a glance before losing interest. Only certain types of games could hold his attention for a little while. In short, the female protagonist in games had to be female, and her modeling had to be attractive. If the protagonist was ugly, it could really be nauseating for a year. To put it bluntly, it's all about looks and beauty. Words can be deceiving, but the second brother cannot be fooled. Playing games should naturally bring joy. However now, Leon completely lacked any desire to play games. Even the most beautifully modeled female protagonist wouldn't catch his eye. What could be more fun than teaching a girl? Ding dong. Not long after, Rachel indeed arrived. Uncle, Rachel called out sweetly. She was holding a few books, their covers somewhat dark. Leon took a glance, and his face immediately darkened. What on earth is the Book of the Undead? Is this something a child can read? Besides this book, there was also a book on magic, but Leon found that unreliable as well. Because the magic in the DC world itself is not reliable. Power is borrowed, and the risks do not match the rewards. In this world, the power system is equivalent to nonsense. It's not worth even a hair of a treasure. For example, Dr. Fate, his power comes from the god Nabu, and the helmet of fate grants him tremendous power. But without the helmet, Dr. Fate's abilities are limited to his own magic. Truly powerful individuals not only have strong innate abilities, but, most importantly, they must possess treasures. For instance, Wonder Woman, who Liang had communicated with. As a true second-generation deity, Wonder Woman was equipped with divine artifacts when she first debuted. The silver bracelets, starry tiara, lasso of truth, god killer sword, Hermes sandals, and so on. Anything that could be seen had divine power. This is the standard configuration for a second-generation deity. Therefore, in this world, magic is not as valuable as relying on treasures. Come on, let me take a look at those books first. Leon snatched the books away, and Rachel showed a look of grievance. But Leon didn't care about her and said, go find Kara and Siri to play. He wouldn't pamper other people's children. In this world, there are many types of magic. The first type is the magician, the most basic and common type of magic. From apprentices who can only use one spell to the world's most skilled and dangerous magic users, they are all magicians. These magicians usually have to be very careful when casting spells, because if they mispronounce the incantation or have the wrong intention, it can lead to terrible backlash. The second type is the sorcerer, who prefers to enchant objects. Compared to magicians, sorcerers often have a deep understanding of magic and start enchanting objects to avoid backlash, such as the helmet of Dr. Fate. The third type is magical bloodlines, where individuals are born with blood that contains pure magical essence flowing through their veins. These individuals can cast powerful magic more effectively than ordinary magicians, but they also have to pay a price. Leon feels that Rachel is one of those. And so is Siri. They both have innate talent, which is referred to as bloodline. There are a few other types, but Leon thinks they are unrelated to magic. Is that kind of power, acquired through direct contact, still considered magic? For example, ghosts. But who wrote this book? Leon felt that this person was definitely not an ordinary individual. He could only say that this world is full of hidden talents. He looked around and saw the author's name. The Lady of Magic? Leon shook his head, having no contact information. He was truly worried about finding a teacher for his goddaughter. For example, Siri seemed ordinary, but that was only because no one had taught her. Originally, in the timeline, she discovered her ancient blood and magical talent under the guidance of a witcher, and then Geralt brought Yennefer to teach her. Even with just casual instruction, Siri was able to blink and instant kill thanks to her ancient blood. Liang is only afraid of not having anyone to guide her. Is she destined to be mediocre for her whole life? It's different from the older generation. The older generation likes to pave the way for their children, allowing them to follow their own ideas to complete their lives. Liang is also paving the way, but he just wants them to become better. As for how to live their lives, that's up to them. After all, having talent and not activating it would be a waste. Godfather, good morning. Good morning, little princess. At this moment, Siri has come out first, while Carla is still lounging in bed. Leon patted her head, seeming even more obedient and sensible than Kara. Hearing that her sister was up, Kara quickly came out, and after freshening up, they had breakfast together. In the morning, Leon made pan-fried dumplings, using frozen dumplings bought from the nearby Chinatown. Frozen dumplings don't taste good when boiled because they generally have too little meat, unlike the dumplings made at home, which are filled with meat. Now everyone in the family has an Eastern palate. Even Harley Quinn has gotten used to white people's food. Just looking at it makes her lose her appetite. By the time they finished eating and obediently washed the dishes themselves, Leon didn't have to worry at all. Godfather. She cheated. Siri came out with a mournful face. Her small hands were gloved, making it difficult to even wipe her tears. Leon wiped her eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" She first blew with her mouth. The more Sheely thought, the angrier she got. Kara first used her superpowers and continued to watch her after finishing. All right, the Godfather will teach her a lesson. Leon glared at Carla and tapped her iron head. Siri immediately changed her expression and laughed, cheerfully going to wash the bowl. All learned from Harley Quinn. After that, the three girls went to the room to study magic. However, even though they read the book, they couldn't comprehend it. The book only mentioned the types of magic, revealing nothing else. Ordinary people would just think it was made up. As for the Book of the Dead, Leon firmly closed it. It was not something children should read. Leon was scrolling through his contacts on his phone. He didn't have many save numbers, most of which were related to the Bat family. With this in mind, Leon still called Kate. There was no choice. After all, she was rich and powerful. In America, being wealthy meant you could do whatever you wanted. What's up? Kate Kane answered the call, deliberately keeping her tone cool. After all, maintaining her image was important. Can you help me find someone? Leon smiled and said, "There's no one the Kane family can't find." Hearing Leon's words, Kate smugly hummed. Who? She wrote a book called The Book of Magic under the title The Magic Lady. I want to know who she is and where she is. Leon's words surprised Kate a bit. However, she didn't ask too much and instead thought of the girl she had seen last time. This is the inconvenience of having a dual identity. If she told Leon that she was Batwoman, they could discuss it openly. Unlike now, when she had to keep it to herself. But she wasn't foolish enough to reveal it voluntarily. Even her ex-girlfriend didn't know about this. All right, I'll have someone keep an eye on whether you're still with Harley Quinn. Leon raised an eyebrow. She has a name, Harley Quinn. Huh, she's a crazy one. Thanks. Are you saying she suits me? God, you're crazy too. Kate was a bit thrown off and hung up the phone. She just couldn't understand what was so great about the Joker's girl. After hanging up, Leon comfortably sat on the sofa, playing with his phone, scrolling through recipes. Cooking was a joy and also a way to pass the time. Life was much better now than before, sitting in the living room with a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows. Unlike before, when there was only a safety staircase that required climbing out the window. As for Kate, he didn't know what that meant. It's best not to guess a woman's mind. By noon, the three girls finally emerged from their rooms, excited and unaware of what had happened. Godfather, can we go out this afternoon to buy some clothes? Kara, the eldest sister, was pushed out by the other two behind her. Don't you have enough clothes to wear? Leon looked at his two goddaughters, both wearing newly bought JK uniforms, exuding a youthful vibe. Now, Siri already resembled a modern person. No, they still needed to buy some props. Kara timidly kept her hands behind her back. She had no idea that Leon had gone out with Harley Quinn to make some money. She thought the family was quite strapped for cash. Hearing this, Leon said seriously, "You can buy it, but you need to tell me what it's for." He wouldn't deny his goddaughter's things, but there had to be a valid reason. Otherwise, it might cultivate a habit of extravagance in them. Even if they just thought it looked good, it was better than simply wanting it. The three girls exchanged glances, and then Kara said, "Godfather, we want to make our own uniforms." Uniforms? Leon widened his eyes. They were all teenage girls, and Siri was only 11 or 12 years old. Was she already thinking about this? The girls had no idea what he was thinking. Kara spoke up. "Godfather, superheroes need to have their own costumes. Otherwise, are they going to fight in school uniforms?" Leon finally came to his senses. So was this uniform. No, who sent you to fight? Leon sensed something was off. This is Gotham. Even Thanos would be faced by Batman. It's not your turn. Since they all read comics, Leon specifically used Thanos to describe it. If he had mentioned Darkseid, they wouldn't even know who that was. This is why Leon wanted to stay in Gotham. Gotham is dirty and chaotic, but there is Batman. Leaving Gotham might immediately attract unwanted attention. There are plenty of mysterious organizations in America, like the Eye of Heaven and so on. Leon and Carla were chased all the way from Ohio to Gotham. It's not something that can be solved by just getting a new identity. Only in Gotham can they be safe because Batman won't allow anyone to mess around. In a way, Bruce Wayne has long regarded Gotham as his own property. Godfather, Batman can't even defeat Thanos. A few girls immediately started arguing. Can you do it? Leon instantly laughed. Sure. A few girls were very confident. We have to give it a try. Batman is just an ordinary person. Afterwards, they started to argue. Just wanted to make Leon believe. Leon looked at their determined expressions, deliberately waiting for them to speak for a while before gazing at him eagerly. All right, but I can only buy a little. I still need to study seriously. Yay. The three girls were happily jumping on the sofa. Don't celebrate too early. There's more. Leon immediately raised his voice. Then, a roar from Harley Quinn echoed in the room. Leon, lower your voice. The soundproofing in this room in Gotham is basically non-existent. Harley Quinn's roar was more effective than Leon's words, and the three girls immediately fell silent. There's no helping it. Harley Quinn always plays pranks on them, and they're all scared of her. Ivy didn't know how many times she had been scared to tears by her. Leon lowered his voice a bit and continued. You must show me the uniform once it's made, and you're not allowed to wear it outside for others to see. Do you hear me? Then what are we doing this for? Hillary immediately pouted. You're only in your teens. What do you want to do? Leon frowned and said, you must be at least 18 years old before you can go outside. He knew very well that it's better to be lenient than strict, especially since he wouldn't be home at night. Gotham's nights were restless. If he strictly forbade them, it might lead to rebellious feelings. Leon also went through a phase like this when his parents and teachers told him to do something, he would deliberately do the opposite, thinking that this was a sign of growing up. Looking back now, it seems quite immature. Leon naturally did not want his goddaughters to be rebellious, so he imposed only slight restrictions. After all, it is impossible for a few extraordinary girls to live ordinary lives. They would not be content with mediocrity. They wanted to explore the world. They wanted to punish evil and promote good, to eliminate demons and uphold justice, to become famous and attract everyone's attention. As expected, upon hearing Liang's words, The three girls felt quite satisfied, but they also thought it was a bit too slow. After all, even Kara was only 13 years old. If they had to wait until 18, there were still several years to go. Having watched so many superhero comics, they wanted to be admired like superheroes. So Kara bargained. Godfather, 18 is too long. How about 16? No. Leon is very determined. At 18, one generally possesses some level of independence. This coincides with the high school years. High school students are considered to be at the peak of their learning abilities and energy, and they have a certain understanding of everything, as well as a rudimentary awareness of the principles of the world. To become a superhero, one needs not only abilities, but also an understanding of the world. It's important to see the light, but also to recognize the darkness. Gotham's problem lies in having too little light and too much darkness. A girl like Kara, who has dreams, can easily get into trouble. Godfather. Shiri also came to Leon's side and shook his arm. Leon couldn't help but laugh, gently patting Shiri's head. I just said you can't wear uniforms to be superheroes. Didn't say you can't do good deeds. Just can't let people know. Can't be in the spotlight. Leon said solemnly. It's inherently dangerous to appear among the public. Thus, the three girls understood. Rachel looked at Carla and Siri with envy, wishing she could also be a goddaughter. All right, Carla nodded. She couldn't really explain why she wanted to be a superhero. Perhaps it was just the desire to be a good friend to the people of Gotham, like Spider-Man. Let's go. I'll take you to buy uniforms. Have you thought about how to design them? Leon changed the topic. Of course. Several girls started chattering. Shili said she wanted to be fully dressed like Spider-Man. But it was too ugly. She preferred wearing skirts. Where's the ugliness? Wearing a mask is so cool. Even Batman wears a mask. Rachel wanted a black robe, but I think it's too dark. Leon held the keys and took a few girls out. He asked, why does Batman wear a half mask? Why does he have to expose his chin? The girl who was speaking suddenly stopped. After thinking for a while, they were also a bit confused. Batman is equipped with high-tech armor all over, so why does he need to show his chin? Cultural reasons? Kara's superbrain was brainstorming, but could only think of this point. It seems that Western heroes like to cover half of their faces. The more mischievous Rachel immediately said, is that so he can kiss? Rachel Sheely simply couldn't understand. Leon couldn't help but laugh. No, it's because he wants others to know he's white. Otherwise, wouldn't the Gotham police clear their magazines when they see him? The girls. After thinking for a while, Rachel suddenly chuckled. The white bloodline has awakened. Kara also somewhat understood, but being a Kryptonian, she didn't care about the discrimination on Earth. Hiri, on the other hand, completely didn't get it. Only after Rachel's explanation did Hiri understand. Then, recalling the current situation, it did seem that way. Whenever the police saw a darker-skinned criminal, they always seemed particularly excited, unhesitatingly showing off their American quick draw and emptying their magazines in one go. If Batman weren't white, the police would probably empty their magazines every time they saw him. Shoot first and ask questions later. Sitting in the old Ford, Leon glanced at the battlesuit design. Kara's design resembled the Supergirl he remembered, with a short skirt, long boots, and a cape. Here he simply modified a JK uniform and added a black robe. Rachel's was a tight-fitting design. Leon couldn't make sense of the drawing at all. He could only say it had an abstract style. Leon commented, Kara is the best. The other two are, well, quite novel. Kara was delighted to hear this and proudly glanced at her two sisters. Hiri and Rachel pouted, looking dissatisfied. A debate immediately broke out in the carriage. The design of the uniforms emphasizes costume and props. In Leon's view, this is no different from the role-playing he had encountered before. Those serious cosplays, including costumes and props, are all prepared by the individuals themselves, so they look significantly higher in quality than those bought casually. For example, those well-known cosplayers with millions of fans, whether in makeup or costume, are very well reproduced in every aspect. Simply put, it still depends on money. If you're willing to spend, you could buy better clothing and props. Although he wants his daughter to have fun, Leon doesn't care about these things and naturally buys the best. He just hopes that Poison Ivy can pull off a big job, and then they can specialize in robbing the rich to help the poor. After buying a bunch of props and costumes for modification, Leon drove them home. Then they began the hands-on transformation. I have to say, girls seem to be naturally more dexterous. Especially in tailoring clothes, Kara learned just by watching a video. Not only did she understand it mentally, but her hands learned it too. Hiri and Rachel were a bit slower, but they quickly grasped it as well. If it were Leon doing such things, he might as well cook a few more dishes. By the afternoon, Kara had made the first version of her uniform. At this time, Kara changed into her battle suit, standing in front of the mirror with her small dumplings. Supergirl's battle suit was not at all tacky. It gave off a youthful vibe. However, Leon, as the concerned father, was anxious. The skirt is too short. What S with that? Kara's long legs were almost fully exposed. No wonder the later version would add black stockings. Kara was a bit puzzled. Dad, it's only a little shorter than the school uniform. But Leon firmly replied, school uniforms don't need to fly in the sky. Hearing this, Kara pouted and obediently said, all right, this is just the first version, Dad. Seeing her obedient, Leon finally looked at the overall battle suit. Because it used good materials, the battle suit looked very comfortable. Just like many expensive clothes, you can tell from the material that it is not ordinary. However, the colors were a bit dull. The top was blue, and the skirt and cape were red, which was Leon's suggestion. This also saved Kara a lot of trouble. But Kara had no other ideas. Apart from these two colors, she didn't add anything else, making it look quite ordinary. Because this color is not as good as black. If it were pure black, there wouldn't be any issues. Therefore, Leon suggested again, how about adding a golden yellow belt? And isn't it good to add the L family emblem? Red, yellow, and blue are the primary colors. Not only does it look more colorful, but it also represents some special meanings. It symbolizes freedom. Okay, Kara thought about it in her mind and nodded happily. Let's do it next time. It's time to eat. Leon touched her head and then looked at the other two girls. Shiri and Rachel weren't as quick as Kara. It took them half a day just to make a start. This was the speed of a normal girl. Kara was purely on another level. Time to wrap up. Leon clapped his hands to get everyone to stop. Then he called for Harley Quinn to get up. Once everyone was at the dining table, they started eating. After the meal, Leon gave a few instructions and hurried off to the Iceberg Club. Penguin and Sophia's actions had already begun. The first gang they targeted was the Demon Gang, which lurked in the streets of Gotham's Old Town. Squeak. Harley Quinn drove her vintage car to the Upper East Side. She had arranged to meet Black Canary, and tonight they were going to find Huntress to invite her to join their plan. Of course, out of sense of justice, Harley Quinn needed to come up with a catchy gang name. She thought about it as she walked in. Want to see the Joker? At that moment, a deep voice suddenly came from beside her. No way, Harley Quinn replied without hesitation. Her days with Leon were incredibly happy and fulfilling. Why would she think about someone so insubstantial? Moreover, she had long since given up on the Joker. Someone like her would either waver or make a decision and never look back. So, since being with Leon, she hadn't inquired about the Joker at all, and she even wished she could personally take him down. That's how women are. When in love, they feel alive. When in hate, it's the same. Really? The speaker's tone changed, unexpectedly realizing that his plan had gone awry. Harley Quinn turned her head at this moment and immediately changed her words. I was just kidding. Hee hee. With Harley Quinn's acting skills, the man naturally couldn't tell the difference, especially given her past reputation as the Joker's girl. He really thought Harley Quinn was just playing with him. Harley Quinn looked at the person in front of her, who had his face wrapped up. She recalled the guy Poison Ivy, Pamela, had mentioned before. Silence. So she performed a face-changing act. With a swift roll of her eyes, Harley Quinn exclaimed, "Where's the Joker? Give me back my pudding. I want to blow his head off." This statement was truly a mix of love and hate. For Harley Quinn, the most genuine lie is one that mixes truth with falsehood. Sure enough, Silence, a veteran in the field of romance, quickly assessed the situation. Harley Quinn still liked the Joker. Otherwise, why would she call him pudding? Moreover, the more a woman hates someone, the more she loves them. So he said in a deep voice, "If you help me with one thing, you can see the Joker." Upon hearing his words, Harley Quinn's mind was racing. After extorting Poison Ivy, she had already understood the ins and outs. She was furious about the kidnapping of the two girls and had long wanted to blow Silence's head off. So she immediately tested him. No, that's too troublesome. If I capture the Joker, he'll be mine. With that, she rolled like a gymnast and swung her baseball bat toward Silence's head. But Silence's fighting ability was clearly beyond her reach. The moment Harley Quinn attacked, he dodged effortlessly and then kicked her away, exposing a significant opening. Harley Quinn fell helplessly to the ground, glaring at Silence with frustration. I can't beat him. Silence wasn't surprised. In fact, he thought this was normal. Just like the Joker, Harley Quinn was unpredictable. How could she be easily controlled? Unlike Poison Ivy, who had obvious weaknesses. Thus, Silence calmly said, in a few days, there will be an opera performance. All you need to do is sabotage the show and try to kill one person. Kill who? Harley Quinn squinted and asked. Silence smiled coldly and revealed a name, Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne. Upon hearing this name, Harley Quinn frowned. After understanding the situation last time, she concluded that he was after money. After all, he took half of the cut, which left Harley Quinn with only $1 million from Poison Ivy. So, she wasn't too surprised by the name. Bruce Wayne was the richest in Gotham. However, she still smiled and said, "That's not interesting enough. It's no fun." Upon hearing this, Silence felt a loss of control. He didn't like unexpected twists in his plans. But Harley Quinn, being the unpredictable factor, was the biggest surprise. What is the point of sabotaging the opera? Harley Quinn stood up. Besides, who knows if you harm my pudding? I'll capture Bruce Wayne, and when the time comes, you give me my pudding, and I'll give you Bruce Wayne. No way. Silence immediately rejected her. This completely disrupted his plan. What he wanted was for Bruce Wayne to suffer, not anything else. Did Harley Quinn really think she could kill Bruce Wayne? But this was the information gap between them. If you don't do as I say, I'll kill the Joker. He thought he had found Harley Quinn's weakness, and said so. Unexpectedly, Harley Quinn was completely unfazed. Oh. Then tell my pudding that I'll be sure to clear his grave of weeds next year. What was going on? Silence was a bit confused. Was the Joker just a pawn? I will capture Bruce Wayne myself, and then make a deal with you. At this moment, Harley Quinn said firmly. Silence saw that he was losing control, but didn't want to give up. He could only grit his teeth and say fine. Harley Quinn extended her hand. Give me your contact information. Hurry up, I like proactive men. With no choice, Silence had to give her his number. Watching Silence leave dejectedly, Harley Quinn dusted herself off. This was getting interesting. She smiled and quickly called Black Canary. Sister, we have work to do. Black Canary arrived shortly and asked, what's the job? First, let us find Huntress. We must make our first deal a spectacular one. I was wrong. Please let me go. Daddy. The next day, Harley Quinn pleaded repeatedly, and only then did Leon let her off the hook. Who told her to tease him? In this situation, Leon could only resort to family discipline. Now, tell me, what is the matter? Leon asked fiercely. Just back from the Iceberg Lounge. Harley Quinn said she had important news, but no matter how he pressed her, she wouldn't say a word. It had to be this way. Harley Quinn looked at Leon with a hint of grievance, timidly saying, last night. Leon frowned as he looked at her. Silence has come to find me. Harley Quinn didn't dare to tease him anymore and immediately said. Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow and instantly felt awake. It's only Superman's physical condition that can withstand days and nights without sleep. Quickly, tell me what happened. Harley Quinn then recounted the whole story, but her words were quite dramatic. She said that she knocked Silence flying with one blow and then interrogated him. Leon couldn't be bothered to comment. If he can outmatch Silence, that braid would surely soar to the sky, right? Therefore, he initially ignored the exciting battle details from Harley Quinn's mouth and asked, what does he want? He wants me to kill Bruce Wayne, Harley Quinn replied. Can you actually do it? Leon was surprised. I am a good person, so I naturally wouldn't agree to him. I changed my request to capture Bruce Wayne and make a deal with him. A deal about what? The Joker. Harley Quinn did not hide anything from Leon, but she was still a bit afraid of making him angry. Darling, I've already forgotten who the Joker is. I wish I could blow his dog head off, but I want to capture Silence. I know. Leon nodded. He was confident that Harley Quinn had already been conquered by him. After all, how could such an intense love for others satisfy her? Can you catch Bruce Wayne? You can't, but there's still you, right? Harley Quinn joked, hugging Leon tightly. At that moment, the two were snuggled up in bed, and she carefully wiped the sweat off Leon. Leon thought for a moment and immediately came up with a plan. Harley Quinn did not know that Silence was targeting Batman. She only assumed that Silence wanted to make money. But Leon knew that Silence was after Batman, and also knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? After all, what good would killing Bruce Wayne do? Killing him wouldn't give them access to Wayne Enterprises' assets. Moreover, knowing that Bruce Wayne was Batman, sending Harley Quinn to kill Batman was basically a setup. Therefore, this was definitely not Silence's true intention. Thinking about what Harley Quinn said about feeling that Silence was in pain, Leon became even more convinced. Leon hasn't read many DC comics. Most of what he's seen are film and television adaptations, especially Zack Snyder's DC trilogy. He wishes he had read more comics before traveling back in time. Leon thought to himself that if he knew who the Silence was, he would have gone to confront them directly. All he knew were the more popular villains, like the Riddler, the Joker, and the Penguin. Moreover, he only knew the Riddler by name. He had long forgotten the Riddler's true identity. Such details were not something casual fans would know. Therefore, Leon immediately got up and said, I need to go meet someone. Wait for my news. Let's do this one more time, Harley Quinn said reluctantly. Leon was surprised. Haven't you already begged for mercy? Harley Quinn replied, I've recovered. Seeing her so honest, Leon didn't say a word and went back in. After more than half an hour, it ended with Harley Quinn begging for mercy again. He put on his clothes and was no longer tired. Today is Sunday, and the three girls are still in the room making their battle suits. I'll head out first and come back at noon. Leon shouted inside, got it. The three girls immediately looked a bit puzzled, especially Rachel. The godfather is really Superman. He hasn't slept for 2 days. He's my godfather. Hillary quickly added. Although Rachel Ross is a good friend, she shouldn't just call him that. It's like treating someone else's dad as your own. Is that acceptable? Rachel stuck out her tongue and didn't dare argue with Hillary. Kara, on the other hand, didn't care about such trivial matters and simply said the godfather wasn't this energetic before. Every time he came back from work, he was so exhausted he just fell asleep. He only dared to meet women in the afternoon. The other 2 girls perked up immediately. Women? What women? Ahem. Kara cleared her throat a couple of times, as if she had said something she shouldn't have. Monday evening. For the shareholders of Wayne Enterprises, this day was enough to make them anxious. Bruce Wayne, who almost never came to the headquarters, had actually spent an entire day here and hadn't left yet. They feared that Bruce Wayne would discover the dirty deeds they had been up to, so they were all cautious. In the office, Bruce Wayne looked at Kate Kane sitting across from him. What's the matter? Do you really need me to come here for a whole day? As the owner of Wayne Enterprises, Bruce Wayne lived a carefree life, flirting with women during the day and being Batman at night. After all, the company had dedicated personnel to manage it. He just needed to make decisions. It was similar to how Tony Stark later handed the company over to Pepper Potts. Lucius Fox played a role similar to that of Pepper Potts. This old black man was the president and technical director of Wayne Enterprises. He not only knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman, but also provided technical equipment to Batman. As the owner of Wayne Enterprises, do you know what these shareholders have been secretly doing? Kate Kane scoffed at this sort of thing. So me sitting here for a day is supposed to help? Bruce Wayne didn't mind. Wayne Enterprises didn't belong solely to him. The Kane family had shared too. So he had known since childhood that the group had problems. But what could he do? When Thomas Wayne was shot, a large tract of land was immediately sold to the Falcone family, proving that Wayne Enterprises had a bunch of parasites. He cleared out a batch, and then a new batch emerged. I always feel like you're hiding something from me, Bruce Wayne said, looking at Kate. What could I possibly hide? You're Batman. Kate shrugged and was about to leave. She was wearing an off-shoulder outfit, and her sharp shoulders looked as if they had been chiseled. Watching her back, Bruce Wayne didn't think much of it. Kate Kane was not only his relative, but also a member of the Bat family. He couldn't betray his own people, could he? Therefore, he didn't dwell on it. Put on his headset and called Selina Kyle to prepare for a dinner date. He hadn't settled the score with Selina Kyle over that night's events yet. Arriving at the underground parking lot, he found his sports car. Beep beep. He pressed the key, and the car door slowly lifted. The moment he sat down, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and covered his mouth. Even Bruce Wayne, caught off guard, fell for it. Bruce Wayne, you should get some sleep. Harley Quinn revealed her face, not knowing how she managed to use such a large dose. Did she think Bruce Wayne was Batman? At this dosage, even Batman would probably be out cold, right? Sure enough, Bruce Wayne soon squinted his eyes and tilted his head. Harley Quinn quickly called her minions over and had them carry Bruce Wayne away. Breaking news, breaking news. According to informants, Bruce Wayne was kidnapped in the parking lot of Wayne Enterprises. This shocking incident has prompted the Gotham Police Department to fully intervene in the investigation. From now on, Gotham is under martial law. In less than half an hour, news of Bruce Wayne's kidnapping spread throughout Gotham. Almost everyone knew. On the streets, police cars from the Gotham Police Department sped by with their lights flashing, making Gotham's night seem like day. This raised doubts. Could such ostentatious police officers really find the kidnappers of Bruce Wayne? Moreover, so far, the kidnappers had not made any demands. After all, kidnapping a billionaire like Bruce Wayne usually meant they were after money. Bruce Wayne could easily buy his own life back. But as of now, the police hadn't received any calls from the kidnappers, as if they were uninterested in money. In the van, Harley Quinn hesitated, wondering whether to take the opportunity to extort some money from Bruce Wayne. Just then, the bound Bruce Wayne opened his eyes. Huh. Harley Quinn jumped back, hitting her head on the roof of the van. Boss, what's wrong? Her minions turned around. It's nothing. Harley Quinn waved her hand, turned back around. Okay. The minions were puzzled but figured Bruce Wayne posed no threat, so they kept their eyes straight ahead. Harley Quinn. Bruce Wayne looked at Harley Quinn and said in a deep voice, how much do you want? Harley Quinn didn't expect him to wake up so quickly and was glad she used a large dose. Hearing Bruce Wayne's words, she felt her character was being insulted. I don't want money. Am I the kind of woman who is greedy for money? After saying this, she regretted it. If she had known, she would have taken a chance to extort some money. But in this world, not only men can be stubborn, women can be too. Once she said it, she couldn't take it back. Then what do you want to do? Bruce Wayne remained calm, his mind racing with plans. Nothing much. It's just a transaction. If you behave, it will all be over soon. Harley Quinn laughed wildly, which made Bruce Wayne frown. To this day, he still didn't know what was going on. How did the Joker's girl get into his car? And thinking back to today's oddities, could it be that Kate sold him out? How could that be? Without giving Bruce Wayne more time to think, the van quickly stopped. This was an abandoned factory, and as the door opened, a strong smell of the sea hit him. It was by the sea, but the problem was that the west side of Gotham was all sea. Even with Bruce Wayne's exceptional intelligence, he couldn't quickly determine where he was. "Get out, behave yourself," Harley Quinn said. Bruce Wayne didn't move because he was also curious about who wanted to capture him. Harley Quinn had her henchmen waiting outside while she entered with Bruce Wayne, holding a baseball bat. The factory was completely dark, but Harley didn't mind. She blew her bangs and shouted, "I've brought the person. Where's my little pudding?" Suddenly, a whimper echoed in the empty factory. Harley followed the sound, and two strong lights illuminated from above, shining directly on her and forcing her to shield her eyes. Damn it! She was sure this was Silence's revenge. But it didn't matter anymore, because the Joker was tied to a chair with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Harley Quinn could hardly contain her rage and wanted to smash the Joker's head in with the bat. However, if she did that now, everything would be exposed. "I can't believe you actually brought Bruce Wayne." Silence's heavy voice came through. "Humph." Harley Quinn sneered, proudly saying, "There's nothing I can't do." She looked at the pitiful Joker in front of her and burst into laughter. "My poor pudding, you look like a dog." The Joker, who had never been mocked like this by Harley, wanted to speak but could only make muffled sounds. "It's okay. The master is here to save you." Harley Quinn's eyes were filled with indifference, which the Joker noticed. But he didn't care. He didn't know how many times he had treated Harley Quinn like this. But as long as he threw her a bone, she always crawled back like a dog. A hungry dog would naturally return. But this time, Harley Quinn was no longer a docile puppy. She walked towards him. Talp, talp, talp. However, as soon as she got close, bullets from a machine gun hit the ground in front of her, causing her to retreat in fear. "What are you doing?" She shouted into the darkness. But she didn't know where Silence was, and the other party didn't show themselves. As for Bruce Wayne, he was pondering something. Harley Quinn's love for Leon was not fake. It was unlikely that she still had feelings for the Joker. With his thought, he felt at ease. "Although you brought the person, the transaction isn't over yet." Silence's voice came through. "You don't mind helping me with something else, do you?" "Hith hith." Harley Quinn was a bit angry, but suppressed it. "What do you want, cutie?" she said casually. Silence, who was hiding somewhere, didn't mind and said, "Break Bruce Wayne's foot." The silent Bruce Wayne narrowed his eyes. However, he wasn't flustered. Instead, he was somewhat puzzled. If it was just a simple kidnapping for ransom, there was no need to harm a hostage unless the other party wasn't after money. He had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Harley Quinn giggled as she approached Bruce Wayne. She aimed a baseball bat at him. After a long moment of aiming, just as she was about to strike, she put the bat away. She noticed Bruce Wayne's expression was calm, showing no fear, which was a bit strange. "Hey, which foot should I hit?" Harley Quinn asked loudly. Silence. He was quickly losing patience with this lunatic and said through gritted teeth, "The left foot." Harley Quinn went to Bruce Wayne's left side, aimed for a long time, and then said, "How about the right foot? It's harder to hit." Silence fell silent. This made Harley Quinn feel bored. After aiming for a long time, she raised the baseball bat again. Even Bruce Wayne, without armor, would be in for a heavy blow. Hiss. Harley Quinn focused her energy, raising the bat high, then asked, "Am I hitting the foot or the leg? Be clear." "Damn it." Silence finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "See, you're getting anxious." Harley Quinn didn't care at all. "Hurry up and let me hit him. Hit wherever you want, or the Joker's gonna die." Hearing Silence's words, Harley Quinn laughed. This fool thought the Joker was her weakness. It's the 21st century. Can't the intelligence update a bit faster? So, Harley Quinn hesitated for a moment and finally waited for the opportunity to strike. She raised the bat again, attracting Silence's attention. Undoubtedly, Silence wanted to see Bruce Wayne tortured. Bang! Suddenly, Harley Quinn shouted. In the next moment, two strong lights were instantly shattered. Boom! Two bat-shaped darts came flying from nowhere, hitting the lights perfectly. Harley Quinn rushed over to untie Bruce Wayne, only to find he had already freed himself. A figure landed next to them. Batgirl. Although Silence was a bit surprised, he wasn't unexpected. He just thought Batgirl arrived faster than he imagined. "Found you." Just as Silence spoke, a sonic wave shot towards him. The invisible sonic wave was highly destructive, creating a large hole in the metal beneath Silence's feet. Caught off guard, Silence fell from above. He had been hiding on a bridge overhead. Seeing someone fall from above, Batgirl wasted no time and threw a bat-shaped dart. But surprisingly, Silence twisted in midair and pulled out a gun. Bang! The bullet deflected the rapidly spinning bat-shaped dart, and Silence adjusted his posture to land. These people had iron knees. Any normal person would have already knelt. Silence noticed, besides Batgirl, there was another woman in a black leather jacket. Black Canary. Although Silence didn't know much about this newly appeared character, he was aware enough. Why are you getting involved in this? Black Canary, a bit dry after using her sonic wave, swallowed and said, I'm the nemesis of evil, specifically targeting criminals like you. Looking at the opponents in front of him, Silence coldly said, I originally wanted to play nicely with you, but now all of you will die. Top, top, top. As Silence's words fell, bullets rained down. There were no ordinary people present. The only one who was somewhat normal, the Joker, was still tied up. So they instantly began to evade. Ow! The Joker cried out in pain. He had been accidentally hit by a bullet. You should have told me in advance. Bruce Wayne and Batwoman hid to the side and immediately whispered. Now he understood everything. It turned out that Batwoman had plotted against him as well. Now that Bruce Wayne was here, Batman couldn't escape. I'll tell you in advance, so there won't be any surprises, Kate Kane said with a smile. Her relationship with Bruce Wayne wasn't that good, and Leon's scheme suited her intentions perfectly. This was all Leon's plan. He found her and asked for her help to kidnap Bruce Wayne, which took her by surprise. Thankfully, it was all to make Silence lower his guard. I need to go out first, Bruce Wayne whispered. Batwoman nodded. This situation indeed required Batman. She also didn't know if Leon had any backup plans. So, she helped cover for Bruce Wayne and managed to escape. Once outside the warehouse, Bruce Wayne headed upwards. Alfred, send my armor over. Bruce Wayne immediately contacted his butler. Master Wayne, I was actually worried you were kidnapped. Don't worry, everything is under my control, Bruce Wayne replied stubbornly. He was now only curious about Silence, a person who was very familiar to him and even knew his identity. Before long, a Batjet flew in from the north, just after Bruce Wayne had escaped. Inside the warehouse, Silence ordered all his subordinates to stop their output. Bang! Then, nearly 10 people jumped down. These individuals carried canisters like Bane, and as they pressed the buttons, the new drug flowed into their bodies through the tubes. Soon, their bodies visibly swelled. Although ordinary people couldn't withstand the new drug, they could exert immense strength before they died suddenly. Roar! These individuals seemed to lose their sanity in an instant, their newfound power driving them to want to destroy everything. Being Silence's subordinates was truly disposable. Go on, tear apart those bitches. Silence was already angry because Bruce Wayne had escaped, although he believed the opponent would return soon. He no longer wanted to inflict pain on Bruce Wayne. He wanted to kill him instead. More than 10 subordinates rushed towards Batwoman, Harley Quinn, and Black Canary. Even if these three women were foolish, they knew they couldn't fight back at this moment. Therefore, they all used their agility to dodge and weave. Cut off their tubes. Batwoman immediately said. She never thought she would team up with former supercriminals. Fortunately, these people were using the drug for the first time and weren't as skilled as Bane, who knew how to protect their tubes. These disposables had no such awareness and were quickly cut off by Batwoman. One person cried out in agony as the injection of the drug stopped, as if his life had been instantly taken away, and he fell to the ground lifeless. This momentarily halted Batwoman's breath, but she quickly adapted. Before being recruited by Batman, she had no principle against killing. Moreover, when she first started, Batwoman even used guns. This revealed the gap between her and Batman. If she weren't a relative of Bruce Wayne, she might have been locked up in Blackgate prison long ago. It was later that Batman taught her that if you kill, you're no different from a criminal, and Kate gradually let go of her hatred. Besides, she wasn't the one killing. It was just indirect, with no psychological burden at all. Such a skilled Batwoman naturally caught Silence's attention. I don't want to deal with you. Silence approached Batwoman, preventing her from dealing with his subordinates and personally teaching her a lesson. Who are you? Batwoman asked, extremely curious, but Silence naturally wouldn't say. Not saying? You'll find out soon. Batwoman struck first. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, but it was evident that Batwoman quickly fell into a disadvantage. However, even worse off was Harley Quinn. Harley had never been surrounded by so many big men. When she swung her baseball bat, it broke. Moreover, she wasn't as skilled as Batwoman. Even though she knew the weakness was the tubes behind them, she couldn't cut them. Therefore, Harley could only scream, Helena, if you don't step in, we're done. Just after she finished speaking, a sharp arrow flew over. Whoosh! It accurately struck the tube behind Harley's enemy, instantly cutting off the supply of the new drug. The man screamed, his body starting to shrink, and Harley promptly smashed his head. Whoosh! Another arrow cut off another person's tube. Harley teamed up with her. A figure about 8 meters tall appeared, with a graceful posture and perfect proportions. It was Huntress, Helena Bertinelli. She had infiltrated with Black Canary, but hadn't made a move until now. She had planned to ambush Silence, but Harley Quinn couldn't hold on any longer. Hee hee. I didn't mistake you. Harley Quinn promptly hugged her. After getting herself out of trouble, she didn't care about the others, which made Black Canary a bit anxious. Although Harley Quinn was tall, she was still a bit shorter compared to Helena. At 1.8 meters tall, she was about the same height as Wonder Woman. Harley Quinn and Black Canary, Dino Lance, found Huntress. The three women became acquainted through fighting, and eventually, Huntress agreed to join them, mainly as a lone wolf. She realized through Harley Quinn's explanation that having companions was much better than being alone, especially in Gotham. Help me, Black Canary yelled, feeling overwhelmed. Facing so many enemies alone was perilous. She had already been knocked away several times. If it weren't for her strong physique, she would have been seriously injured long ago. Here we go. The trio united against their enemies. Bang! Batwoman couldn't withstand Silence's relentless attack and was kicked away. Seeing his subordinates dealt with like this infuriated Silence. He no longer cared about Batwoman, pulled out a gun, and shot at her. At this moment, Batwoman had just landed and couldn't dodge the bullet. This frightened Kate, who quickly raised her arm, trying to block with her armor. Bang! In the next second, the sound of a bullet hitting echoed, as if she had been knocked back. However, Batwoman felt no pain. Even Batman's armor would still register a hit from a bullet. Sometimes bullets could even break through the armor. Otherwise, Batman wouldn't have all those scars on him. She looked up and saw a figure standing in front of her. Don't be so rough with a lady. Leon looked down at Batwoman, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Batwoman never expected that her savior would be Leon. Silence was even more astonished. He had witnessed the bullet hit Leon's body, only to break his clothes and then be deflected away. Is this still human? So, he quickly turned to retreat into the darkness, wanting to escape. However, it was already too late. In the next moment, he felt a brilliant light surrounding him, as bright as day. Although Leon does not know complex magic, he can easily use simple elemental magic. Right now, he's like a dual-wielding battle axe wizard, casting a light spell before the fight begins. Silence has nowhere to escape. Moreover, he is horrified to discover that Leon has appeared right in front of him without him noticing. The speed is too fast. Bang, bang, bang. He frantically pulls the trigger, emptying the magazine as if he were a cop facing a black suspect. But Leon simply opens his hand, catching all the bullets like magic, then crushing them into a ball. Not only Silence, but even Batwoman is stunned. The feeling is like thinking you ordered Lin Chi-Ling, but instead, it's Jia Ling who walks in. They are completely different people. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn, who has taken care of all the lackeys, is also looking over in surprise. Black Canary glances at Harley Quinn, feeling a bit jealous. Your man is that amazing? Harley Quinn straightens up and proudly replies, of course. I don't even look at ordinary people. Not only Black Canary, even Huntress feels a bit envious. Women are naturally attracted to the strong. Admiring the powerful is an inherent nature. Harley Quinn runs over and jumps on a Leon. The Joker feels as if something inside him is shattered. But unfortunately, Harley Quinn no longer looks at him. Darling, you're amazing. Harley Quinn gives Leon a peck on the cheek and says, I'll reward you when we get back. Leon patted her, and Silent took the initiative to give up and stop running. A wise person knows how to adapt, so he allowed Batwoman to subdue him. It was at this moment that Batman arrived late. After finally putting on his armor, he walked in and saw Silent being captured. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and then saw Leon let Harley Quinn down, and then he pulled off the bandages covering Silent's face. It turned out to be you. Leon was not too surprised. He had long known that Silence was familiar with Batman. It must be someone close to Batman. Now, if there were no surprises, Silence was indeed Thomas Elliot, whom he had met before. Thomas Elliot glared fiercely at Harley Quinn. It's all your fault, you bitch, for ruining my plan. Harley Quinn was not ashamed at all. On the contrary, she was very pleased. Am I so smart that I can listen to you? She said, hands on her hips, with a proud look. What is your plan? Leon was a bit curious. Hee hee. Thomas Elliot had nothing to hide. He originally planned to fake his death. His scheme was intricately designed. He used Harley Quinn to destroy the scene, then created the illusion of a suicide while escaping. And at that time, the Joker would conveniently slip away. Gun in hand. It was like falling into a pile of yellow mud. It was just as bad. Once Batman saw his friend killed by the Joker, he would likely lose his mind and kill the Joker. At that point, Batman would have violated his principle of not killing. One could say that Thomas Elliot calculated everything to perfection. Moreover, he was a plastic surgeon and had already prepared decoy. The person he had altered looked exactly like him. Upon hearing his words, several women were shocked by his cunning. Wow, since you've plotted so deeply, quickly tell me, what is Batman's true identity? Harley Quinn suddenly became interested. Black Canary and Huntress also remained silent, clearly wanting to know. Ahem. Just then, Batman finally spoke up. Can you not ask someone else's secret right in front of them? I want to take him away. Batman said in a deep voice. Sure. Leon nodded and said, this is the reward. Batman looked at him deeply, not daring to stay longer, and immediately took Thomas away. Ha ha ha. Thomas Elliot burst into laughter. In fact, even if Harley Quinn pressed him, he wouldn't reveal it. Batman's identity is a secret. Harley Quinn and the others felt somewhat regretful. Who wouldn't want to know Batman's identity? Harley, what should we do with this person? Black Canary called Harley Quinn over. After all, the Joker was still tied up here in a miserable state. The Joker had been shot, but the wounds were not fatal, and blood was flowing from his body. Little pudding. Harley Quinn indeed became interested. Ugh. The Joker looked at Harley Quinn, signaling her to let him go. But Harley Quinn only allowed him to speak. Harley, let me go. What? Harley Quinn frowned, disdainfully saying, where do you get the confidence that I would let you go? Mr. J, I just want to tell you that we are no longer together, or my dad will be angry. Harley Quinn completely didn't care about her image. This infuriated the Joker. He could tell that Harley Quinn no longer cared about him at all. She had completely changed her heart. On the other side, Leon looked at the departing Batwoman and said, when can we take off the masks and talk? The one under the mask is the real you. Batwoman trembled slightly at his words. It was already a confession. Watching her turn her head, Leon continued. I was talking to Kate, not Batwoman. Oomph. This explanation made Kate Kane believe him a little. Luckily, he hadn't known before that she was Batwoman. But now, it was so awkward. Batwoman hastily made her escape. Hey, Harley Quinn bounced over and said, I wanted to invite her to join us. Leon looked at the three women. Besides the Joker, who seemed somewhat out of place, the other two had some similarities. Black Canary had golden hair, wearing a black coat and shorts, with her fishnet stockings already somewhat torn, giving her a battle-damaged look. The Huntress was also dressed in black leather and a cape, with smooth black hair and a tall figure. Only the Joker was colorful. Have you decided what to call yourselves? Leon asked curiously. Of course. How about the Birds of Prey? Harley Quinn laughed. At that moment, the police sirens outside finally blared. The Gotham police had arrived. Let's hurry. They needed to get out of there quickly, or with all the bodies on the ground, no one would come out clean. These people had become dead the moment they injected the drugs. Seeing them run away, the Joker shouted wildly, Bitch, help me get out. But unfortunately, Harley Quinn didn't even spare him a glance. She really wanted to kill the Joker right there, but was concerned about her image in Leon's eyes. Before long, the officers rushed in, holding riot shields and rifles. Looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, there was no doubt that the Joker was considered a murderer, especially since the Joker was laughing maniacally. It made Commissioner Gordon frown. Joker, you're under arrest, Commissioner Gordon said with anger. Just wait to go to Arkham Asylum. Ha ha ha. The Joker continued to laugh maniacally, blood dripping everywhere from him. Dear Jim, you always come so late. You only arrive after everything is over. The Joker laughed so hard he was nearly out of breath, then mercilessly mocked. Commissioner Gordon knew this was true, so his face darkened. I hope you can still be this happy when you get in. Arkham Asylum? The Joker laughed again. I haven't been in there to play for a long time. You better not regret it. The regret should be yours. On the rooftop of Sheldon Park, Thomas Elliot was hung upside down by Batman, like a scene from Naruto, his head facing the ground. Why do this? Batman had already assumed he knew his identity. And indeed, he did. Thomas Elliot didn't care. He looked at the ground and murmured, I envy you. I'm jealous of you, Bruce. Hearing this, Batman's formidable figure shook slightly. Thomas continued, why do you have Wayne Enterprises? Why does everyone treat you so well? Why do teachers like you? The two had grown up together, and their families were considered close friends. But at some point, Thomas Elliot began to envy everything about Bruce Wayne. Batman said solemnly, I always thought we were kindred spirits. Ha ha ha. Thomas laughed heartily. Kindred spirits? You don't know that I killed those two bitches myself, do you? I staged the car accident to kill them both. That is how I inherited the billions. Hearing this, Batman could no longer hold back and removed his mask, revealing his face. It was then he realized that Thomas Elliot's parents' car accident was not an accident, but a scheme designed by Thomas. This was a friend he had known since childhood. How could he not be shocked? Bruce Wayne felt as if his worldview had collapsed. He stared intently at Thomas Elliot, as if he was seeing him for the first time in all these years. What else do you want to do? Bruce Wayne said in a low voice. According to my plan, once I kill you, I'll become you, Thomas Elliot said, looking at Bruce Wayne. I know you. I know everything about you. You have no chance. With Bruce Wayne's intelligence, he had already figured out Thomas's malice. First, he had plastic surgery to become another Thomas, creating a false impression of his own death. In addition to causing his own death, it would also make Bruce Wayne suffer. Once he killed Bruce Wayne, Thomas would undergo surgery to become Bruce Wayne, pulling off a grand deception. From childhood to adulthood, he had always focused on Bruce Wayne. Even Bruce thought he might actually be able to do it. Of course, he fooled everyone, but he couldn't fool Alfred. But as Bruce Wayne said, he no longer had that opportunity. Even if it was his good friend, Bruce Wayne would not show mercy. Is there anything else you want to do? I just want to kill you. Thomas Elliot said somewhat painfully, just kill me. However, Bruce Wayne seemed to tell him, or perhaps was just speaking to himself, Batman never kills. He then pulled out a bomb-like device from his waist. Putting on his mask and donning his gas mask, he pressed it towards Thomas Elliot. What is this? No. Thomas Elliot inhaled the gas and quickly fell into fear. Before him, Batman clearly had his mask on. But in his eyes, he transformed into Bruce Wayne. Then in the next moment, he seemed to return to the past, but he himself felt nothing. He sat in a familiar classroom. Everything was so restored, the desks and chairs were just as he remembered. He looked at his classmates beside him. All the dozens of people in the class had turned into Bruce Wayne. The next day, in a CAF in the fashion district, a stunning figure in a tight, scaly motorcycle suit with zippers on both sides walked in. As soon as she entered, she attracted everyone's attention. The outfit was very figure-hugging, and with her red hair, she looked tall and slender in it. She walked to the window and saw Leon scrolling through videos. Leon looked up and immediately noticed her change. Did she cut her hair? Leon laughed. Kate Kane, who originally had long, wavy red hair, had now cut it into a shoulder-length bob and straightened it. Kate shot him a glare and said, I just don't want anyone to recognize me like certain people did. The certain people she referred to were obviously Leon. This was the unmasking conversation. Leon understands naturally. In such matters, people tend to be more tactful. Just like when a boy wants to invite a girl to have a deeper conversation. He usually wouldn't be too straightforward, but would rather say something like his cat at home can do backflips. A head of red hair is a pity. It could sell for quite a bit. Leon laughed. Kate was somewhat speechless. Did she care about such a small amount of money? What she cared about was her hair. What would you like to drink? Cappuccino, Leon asked her while summoning the waiter. When the waiter arrived, he directly ordered 2 cappuccinos. Kate suspected he had deliberately chosen the CAF because all the waitresses were young, beautiful blondes. Before long, the 2 cappuccinos were served. Leon added sugar and then began to shake it well. Opposite him, Kate did the same and said, about the magic lady you asked me to investigate earlier. How about some news now? Oh, Leon appeared, all ears. After Kate revealed her identity, the atmosphere between them changed, feeling much more relaxed. Of course, Kate was also a bit embarrassed. After all, she had kissed Leon twice as Batwoman, and now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel awkward. It was like Batman getting intimate with Catwoman, or Bruce Wayne being close to Selina Kyle, before their identities were exposed. It always felt a little strange, almost like cheating on oneself. Leon and Kate are fine. After all, Leon doesn't have a second identity. Whether it's Batwoman or Kate Kane, they both like Leon. The Magic Lady, her real name is Zatanna Zatara, is said to be a direct descendant of Da Vinci. For a long time, she was once a magician. Kate Kane recounted the information she had uncovered. Upon hearing this, Leon's eyes immediately lit up. Even he had heard of Zatanna's name. She was a powerful sorceress. Of course, the reason he knew about her was through his research on Constantine. Given how treacherous Constantine was, the fact that Zatanna could remain unscathed spoke volumes about her strength. Being Constantine's enemy was dangerous, but being his friend was downright deadly. The man could even deceive an innocent little girl into going to hell. Leon wouldn't believe for a second that Constantine wasn't mentally unhinged. That's why Leon had no desire to interact with Constantine. Life was already good enough. There was no need to get involved with a lunatic. Gotham already had Batman as its resident madman. That was more than enough. Can you get in touch with her? Leon asked urgently. Search, find novel website ZXSW8. This article is free to read. Kate glanced at him. If she hadn't known he was doing it for his goddaughter Siri and that girl named Rachel, she might have thought Leon had other intentions. No luck, Kate shook her head. She's very mysterious. Even the publishing house doesn't have her contact information. Besides, she stopped being a magician long ago. Otherwise, we could have gone to see her performance. She took out her phone and opened the photo album for Leon. Leon took a look and saw that the photo featured a beautiful magician. The female magician was tall and slender, dressed primarily in a tailcoat-style evening gown with a black top hat. However, the rest of her outfit was quite daring. A crop top, black stockings, high heels, and her long legs were fully on display. These days, even magicians are pushing the boundaries. But it's nice to look at, and I love it. Leon regretted it deeply. If he had known there would be such a magic show, he would have sold everything to buy front-row tickets. Not satisfied with what he had seen, Leon flipped through his phone, but the photo was no longer of Zatanna. Instead, it was a private photo of Kate Kane. Hey, don't just flip through. Kate was startled and quickly snatched her phone back. Leon thought of the private photo from earlier and said, "What is there to hide about our relationship? Who has a relationship with you?" Kate's face immediately turned red, and she glared at him. After that, the two finished their coffee and prepared to leave. Kate came over on her motorcycle, and when she got into the driver's seat, Leon quickly sat behind her, wrapping his arms around her. "Hey, I've never ridden a motorcycle before." Leon decided to take the initiative. That private photo earlier showed that Kate had a great figure. Moreover, the two had already been flirting for quite some time and had kissed twice, so it was time for a breakthrough. Perhaps Kate was thinking the same, as she didn't say much and put on her helmet, twisting the throttle. "Should I take you home?" Kate asked. Since there were others at home, Leon naturally couldn't take her back. So he said, "I haven't been to your house yet." Kate didn't respond, but instead accelerated. The motorcycle wove through the streets of Gotham, and Leon had to hold on a little tighter. The scale-like tight-fitting suit had a great texture, and the double-sided zipper design was simply amazing. They arrived in northern Gotham, and it was Leon's first time realizing there were so many luxurious houses by the sea. Kate's house was perfectly situated by the shore, with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the ocean, providing breathtaking views. It was also quite spacious, extravagantly luxurious, exuding a sense of wealth both inside and out. A home is a woman's last line of defense. Now that Leon was at her home, Kate no longer hesitated. After entering, she immediately took out a bottle of red wine, although it was still daytime. The atmosphere between them was very romantic. "Cheers." The two shook their wine glasses and clinked them together. "Is there anyone else at home?" Leon asked. "I usually live alone. My father doesn't come often," Kate Kane replied. "It must be nice to be rich, living alone in such a big house. This is Gotham, where every inch is worth its weight in gold. But thinking about the Kane family's power, I feel relieved. The Wayne Manor is even more extravagant. However, the Kane family has truly diminished compared to the Wayne family. In this generation, there is only one person left. Why are you doing this? You could be enjoying life," Leon gradually asked after having some drinks. If he wanted to connect with her on a deeper level, he naturally had to understand her inner thoughts. This question made Kate a bit silent. She took a sip of her drink and rasped, "That day, on my 12th birthday, I went to a restaurant with my sister and mother. On the way to the restaurant, a gang attacked us, and we were all taken hostage." As Kate spoke, she seemed to sink into her memories, tears flowing unconsciously. Leon felt a bit regretful, wishing he hadn't asked. He could only reach out his hand and gently embrace Kate, who did not refuse. There was no doubt that her mother and sister had been murdered. "I got into the military academy, and after coming back, I was inspired by Batman, which is why I became Batgirl." Kate shared her story, feeling much better afterward. She had never expressed her inner thoughts to anyone before, not even to her father. Of course, what she didn't mention was that she had a relationship with a female classmate at the academy and ended up getting expelled. It wasn't important. Leon held her in his arms and set down his wine glass. Then, he lifted Kate's chin with his finger. In this situation, Kate Kane indeed had no intention of resisting. Leon took advantage of the opportunity. "I have only kissed Batwoman, but I haven't kissed Kate Kane yet." Leon's words also set Kate Kane's heart ablaze. Immediately after, she straddled him, pulling his head down for a fierce kiss. Rip! The double zipper on her outfit was instantly undone. Then, on the sofa in the room, against the floor-to-ceiling window, traces of their passion were left everywhere. By the weekend, ever since their last encounter, Kate no longer avoided Leon and often came over. Harley Quinn found it a little strange, but as long as she remembered Kate's orientation, she relaxed. After all, Kate Kane had always been into women. That image was deeply ingrained in Harley's mind. She didn't believe Leon could actually fix her. In reality, Kate Kane hadn't changed either. After her time with Leon, she simply realized she was bisexual. She also made it clear to Leon, from now on, he would be her only man, but he shouldn't interfere with her relationships with women. Leon also agrees with this. He doesn't enter life. But that's just talk. In fact, both sides have already entered life. For example, it's the weekend now, and Harley Quinn has been busy all night trying to catch up on sleep, while Kate has come over, ready to play the role of godmother. Now that it's a holiday, Leon will take his goddaughters out to have fun. Deepening their relationship this way is the best, and the intimacy will increase quickly. He believes that it won't be long before both goddaughters can reach an intimacy level of 80 points. Siri, what are you planning to do? Kate Kane clearly prefers Siri and doesn't pay as much attention to Kara. Leon pulled Kara and said, "We agreed to go watch a movie. How about it?" "No problem. I haven't seen a movie in a long time. The last time was with my ex-girlfriend." Kate Kane naturally had no objections. Upon hearing this, Shiri immediately said, "Ex-girlfriend? Aunt Kate, do you have many ex-girlfriends?" "Not really." Kate counted seriously, "Just two." "Oh, what's it like to have a girlfriend?" Shiri asked innocently. Ahem. Leon hurriedly stopped Shiri, shooting a glance at Kate, wondering what she was talking about in front of a student. Be careful not to lead Shiri astray. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that his little princess Shiri was also a twin. Kate immediately fell silent. Downstairs, Kate had specifically driven a Maybach this time. Upon seeing the car, Leon felt as if the BGM was playing in his ears. "You came from Don Dong, exchanging my whole life for Snow White, wanting to eat Cantonese cuisine. Get in the car, let's go pick up Rachel." Kate took the driver's seat while the two students sat in the back. Last time, she had personally witnessed Rachel's magic, so she naturally knew that this girl was extraordinary. Later, she also asked Alfred, who confirmed that Rachel possessed magic. Therefore, they couldn't forget Rachel now that they had an outing. It was better to keep her with them than to let her interact with others. Speaking of which, Rachel was like a ticking time bomb. Her magic could erupt at any moment. Soon, the Maybach arrived at Rachel's place, and she was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Carla and Siri, she immediately broke into a smile. "Aunt Kate, Uncle Leon." She greeted them obediently and squeezed into the back seat. The three girls immediately started chattering away, filling the car with laughter and joy. After that, Kate drove to the mall. The family happily went shopping since she, the wealthy lady, was footing the bill. In all of Gotham, there was no wealthier lady than her. If she wanted, she could even buy the entire mall. Oh no, perhaps she should check if this mall was under Wayne Enterprises. The three girls hopped and skipped ahead while Leon and Kate secretly played a hand-holding game in the back, afraid of being seen by their students. "Did you hear that Wayne Enterprises has started acquiring the Elliott family's businesses?" Leon asked. Kate Kane looked unusually serious and then nodded. She never imagined that Silence was actually Thomas Elliott. Now Silence had been sent to Arkham Asylum, and it was said that he had gone mad. Kate Kane didn't dare to think too much about this. With Thomas Elliott gone, the Elliott family's business naturally became a hot commodity. Considering it had many enterprises in Gotham, it was better for Wayne Enterprises to take over. Kate wouldn't refuse this kind of action, as it represented huge profits. Who would complain about having too much money? Don't think about it, it's all in the past. Leon comforted her a bit. Now that she thought about it, Geronimo only took $5 million from her. But now her billion-dollar fortune was all out in the open. What a pity. Kate nodded slightly and walked over to ask, "How much is all this?" She saw three girls lingering in the Barbie doll store, so she simply asked. The clerk looked a bit confused and asked, "Hello, which ones are you referring to?" "All of them," Kate replied, and then she couldn't be bothered to know the price anymore, just swiped her card. "Deliver it all to the Diamond District." She told the other party her address. Leon immediately said, "I can't fit so much at home." "You can fit," the three girls said in unison. They had never bought things like this before. It was just too exhilarating. What a lavish spending spree. After that, they went to buy some Marvel comics. And, just like before, all the comics were wrapped up by Kate. They bought 3 copies of each one to take home and read. She had never seen these before, only vaguely knew about Spider-Man. After all, she was a superhero herself. Who would watch this? After buying all this, the three girls sensibly expressed that they didn't want anything else. Although this wasn't much money for Kate, it was enough to shock them for an entire year. Leon spoke up. "All right, let's go to the movies." Okay. A few of them headed towards the cinema, where a Disney animated film was showing. Disney, known as The, produces movies that are generally suitable for all ages, what is commonly referred to as family-friendly films. These are the most suitable for families to watch together. Moreover, the several girls also really liked it, especially the Disney princesses. Who doesn't want to be a princess? Shirley said, being a princess isn't as fun as being on Earth. The Hollywood rating system is indeed good, with classifications like R-rated and PG-13. Disney movies are mostly rated G. G-rated means suitable for all age groups, with no explicit content, violence, or even a single curse word. For a concerned father, this is the most reassuring rating. In this era of increasing internet access, children can easily be influenced negatively. This was also Kate's first time taking so many people to the movies. Fortunately, the three girls were very quiet. Unlike other children who tend to make noise in the cinema, although they were only in their teens, they were much more mature than their peers. In every aspect, they seemed much more grown up. Only in their hobbies did they resemble others their age. After watching the movie, Kate took them to a high-end restaurant for a seafood lunch. The average cost per person was over $1,000. which Leon usually couldn't afford. But for Kate, this was just a regular meal. In Gotham, one could enjoy cuisines from around the world. This is the advantage of living in a big city. If they went to the neighboring metropolis, there would be even more culinary options available. Regardless of where people are from, their love for food remains the same. The only difference is in taste preferences. Hence, even Kara and Sheely had already been conquered by Earth's food. They enjoyed this seafood meal very much. At the dining table, Kate said, "It's a pity Gotham doesn't have an aquarium or a zoo. Otherwise, we could go play in the afternoon. Gotham's land is too small. After all, it's an island. The land resources need to be utilized." The three girls felt a bit disappointed. Kate quickly added, "But the neighboring metropolis has them. You can go play when you have a break." Hearing Kate say this, Leon hesitated. Going out so openly could easily lead to trouble. Therefore, he expressed his concerns to Kate. "It's fine. We have Wayne Enterprises." Kate smiled. She knew about the situation of the two, just not what they had done. Ask Batman. He won't say anything. But as long as they go out with Wayne Enterprises' reputation, there shouldn't be a problem. Wayne Enterprises even has a branch in Metropolis. Kate confidently stated that Wayne Enterprises not only controls Gotham, but also has many interests elsewhere. Metropolis is so close to Gotham, and many areas have been influenced by Wayne Enterprises. Of course, strong dragons do not suppress local snakes. Metropolis also has many local businesses. So Wayne Enterprises' influence isn't as significant as imagined, at least not compared to Gotham. Leon felt much more at ease upon hearing this. In the realm of capital, the Wayne Group could accomplish many things. No matter what anyone did, they had to consider the wrath of the Wayne Group. By the afternoon, several people continued to enjoy a ride in Kate's car, but Kate clearly avoided some neighborhoods that were unsafe. Many could notice that Gotham was becoming increasingly dangerous. Dada. In the evening, Leon went out, preparing to head to the Iceberg Club. However, before nightfall had completely descended, the distant sound of a Chicago typewriter could be heard. The citizens of Gotham were somewhat accustomed to this, and they quickly returned home to secure their doors and windows while it was still light. In this world, Gotham had been rated as the most dangerous city in the world by the media for several consecutive years. Reports indicated that, on average, 150 people per 100,000 residents died from homicides, and the case resolution rate was low. Gotham experienced 6 to 7 shootings on average each day. This only accounted for reported incidents, meaning unreported shootings were not included. Moreover, gang shootings were the most prevalent in Gotham, and gangs rarely reported incidents against each other unless they escalated to a level that attracted the attention of the Gotham Police Department. Thus, Gotham truly deserved its title as the most dangerous city in the world. At the same time, Gotham was also the city with the most gangs, with different factions controlling almost every district, along with supercriminals. Viewed this way, the people of Gotham were indeed living in dire straits. At that moment, a gang drove by, firing wildly. The vehicle zigzagged through the city, endangering innocent lives. The vehicle bore the markings of the Street Demons gang, clearly having lost all sanity. Having been targeted by the Penguin's men and the Falcone family for days, they had reached a dead end. Such reckless gunfire would easily attract the attention of the Gotham Police Department. Sure enough, the sound of police sirens echoed behind the vehicle. The Gotham Police Department was not far from the Diamond District, and patrol cars were out on various streets every day. At this moment, the response was extremely swift. The Street Demon's vehicle fled frantically, and the police car struggled to keep up. Leon had no time to care about this matter. He was currently protecting a little girl, shielding her from the stray bullets flying around. In this situation, the stray bullets were the most terrifying. It was uncertain from which direction a bullet might ricochet back. As the vehicles whizzed by, Leon spoke up, "Hurry home, don't stay outside." The little girl fixated her gaze on the nearby cake shop and didn't respond for a moment. "Do you want to eat cake?" Leon asked. Today is his sister's birthday. The little girl looked somewhat disheveled and wasn't wearing a school uniform. "Sister? We live in the same tent, and she is younger than me." Looking at the messy little girl, Leon thought of a term unique to this place. Homeless. In Gotham, there are too many homeless people. Even Selena Kyle was one of them when she was a child, known as Little Cat. That's why she developed the habit of stealing. It's the only way to survive. Leon cannot change the current situation, which is something the Wayne Group cannot do either. Or rather, the Wayne Group does not want to. He can only try his best to help the little girl in front of him. Come on, choose one for yourself. Leon took the little girl into the cake shop. The shop owner was about to close the door when he saw Leon bringing in a dirty little girl, and he immediately frowned. Nobody likes homeless people. However, it's foolish to turn away business. So, the shop owner forced a smile and urged, Which one do you want? Hurry up and choose. The little girl could sense the owner's impatience, so she timidly glanced at Leon, thinking maybe they should just leave. Leon smiled and said, choose whatever you like, go ahead. He gave the little girl confidence, and seeing him so gentle, the little girl calmed down. Thank you, brother, the little girl said softly. Leon's heart melted instantly upon hearing that. This cake must be bought, just because she called him brother. Clearly he was still young. A man at 31 is in his prime, and he hadn't even reached that yet. However, under the influence of Carla and Hillary, Rachel called him uncle, which left Leon somewhat helpless. Now, he was suddenly overjoyed. So, he saw the little girl staring at a rather expensive cake for a while. Then she chose a cheaper one. Leon immediately said, buy this expensive one, it tastes better. He looked at the price, over $100. Not cheap. Leon increasingly feels that working a job won't make him any money. After working hard for a month, he's afraid to buy an expensive cake. No wonder those with some ability in Gotham turn to become supervillains. No wonder only Bruce Wayne can be Batman. If Bruce Wayne didn't have his billions, he'd probably be mixed up in the underworld. Thinking back, how many superheroes in Gotham are actually broke? The Bat family is all wealthy. Even Black Canary and Huntress, who are with Harley, don't seem to be short on cash. It turns out that the threshold for being a superhero in Gotham is money. At this moment, the shopkeeper smiled and quickly packed the expensive cake. The little girl felt a bit lost and could only thank Leon again. Thank you, big brother. It's nothing. Leon paid the money and then handed the cake to her. You should hurry back and stop wandering outside. Okay. The little girl nodded and then hurried away. Leon followed her all the way to protect her and saw her arrive at a homeless camp, where she slipped into a tent. She was very clever, sharing the big cake with everyone instead of eating it alone, which prevented her from being targeted. Once he confirmed she was safe, Leon left. He couldn't change the environment of Gotham, so he could only show a little kindness. On the way, he still saw the street demons gang's vehicles racing by. However, this time, not only the Gotham Police Department was involved, but the vigilantes of Gotham had also mobilized. Just at that moment, a vehicle sped past, and an arrow pierced through the driver's side window, accurately striking the driver's neck. The vehicle instantly lost control and crashed into a newspaper stand on the street. The officers immediately got out and surrounded it. However, the members of the street demons gang did not surrender. Instead, they continued to resist, and a gunfight broke out. This was the true dream of a gun battle for 300 million people. Arrows were occasionally fired from above, taking out hidden members of the street demons gang. And soon the officers gained the upper hand. At this point, the street demons gang finally considered surrendering, and the remaining members were all captured. Leon looked up and saw the tall female hunter standing on a balcony, her long legs resting on the railing, striking a sniper pose. However, what she held in her hands was a crossbow. She noticed Leon's gaze and exchanged a brief glance with him. She was quite curious about Leon. She had seen clearly what happened in the warehouse that day. He did not seem human. However, Harley Quinn cherished him dearly and refused to reveal anything. She and Black Canary could tell that Harley Quinn was afraid they would steal her man. After all, this was Harley Quinn's only acknowledged true love. The two did not communicate further, and upon hearing a distant horn, the female hunter quickly moved, weaving through the tall buildings. With a leap of her long legs, it seemed as if she was crossing mountains and rivers. Over 8 meters tall and in high heels, it was terrifying. At the Iceberg Club on the 2nd floor. Search Novel Soul Zayashuen. This article is free to read. The 2nd floor of the Iceberg Club had not been utilized before, but now Penguin Cobblepot felt that the number of clients was increasing, and relying solely on the 1st floor was insufficient. Therefore, he had the 2nd floor renovated, preparing to move the bar upstairs for more space. Moreover, he thoughtfully installed an elevator to the 2nd floor. This place is really nice, Penguin. The Penguin showed his esteemed guest around, who then said, hearing you call me Penguin, I don't mind. Mr. Freeze, you see, I have a lot of money. Penguin Cobblepot said, as long as you help me with my work, I'll give you what you want. Mr. Freeze, dressed in high-tech, low-temperature armor with his head covered, looked cold and imposing. He was the assistant Penguin had recruited to help him unify Gotham's underworld. Mr. Freeze replied, I am not a criminal. I just want to make money. Hearing this, the Penguin chuckled, tapping his umbrella on the ground. In Gotham, how do you plan to make money? Don't tell me it's through research. Mr. Freeze replied without hesitation, by making money through organized crime. Isn't that the case? Batman won't let you off the hook. The Penguin laughed. This guy is lenient with capitalists, but strictly limits us. So what you're doing is no different in his eyes. Mr. Freeze became anxious. I'm not making money for enjoyment. I just want to treat my wife. I need money for experiments. I understand. The Penguin took out a cigar to savor, then exhaled a ring, But Batman won't understand you. He will just catch you and lock you up in Arkham Asylum. Mr. Freeze fell silent. His real name was Victor Fries. He was originally a cryogenic scientist who, due to his beloved wife Nora suffering from terminal illness, used high-tech devices to freeze her and pause her life state while researching a cure. But one day, the company funding his research chose to suspend financing due to profit issues, halting the experiments. Victor, unwilling to accept this, clashed with the company in the laboratory, ultimately causing a leak in the freezing equipment. This incident led to changes in his cellular structure, turning his body into a cold-blooded condition. This meant he could only survive if his body temperature remained below 0 degrees. That was why he wore low-temperature armor. Like many others, he just wanted to make money in Gotham and continue his experiments to revive his wife. But clearly, Batman would not agree. Because such niche research would not attract the attention of large corporations, earning money through experiments was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Just like Poison Ivy, as a botanist, how could she make money? Therefore, Mr. Freeze had no choice but to turn to organized crime for income. It proves that choosing the right major in college is very important. Otherwise, like Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy, even with a diploma, they might struggle to find work. Mr. Freeze was persuaded by the Penguin and asked, "What do you want me to do?" The Penguin smiled, took a puff from his cigar. "Now the old district is already in my pocket. The street demons have been dealt with. The Upper East Side is now managed by 2 women. Take them down, but don't kill anyone." The Penguin reminded him. After all, Leon was still working here, and creating a mess would not be good. Although he didn't think much of Harley Quinn, he always regarded Harley Quinn as just the Joker's sidekick. Now that she was out on her own, how could he tolerate it? "I won't kill them." Mr. Freeze nodded, taking his laser-freezing gun and leaving. "Frank, have you ever thought about leaving the gang?" In the bar on the first floor, Leon was drinking with Frank. His current job was quite leisurely. He would just sit at the Iceberg Club, and, generally, no one dared to cause trouble, so he didn't need to act as a manager. This was why Leon chose to stay. Although he was making money now, and interacting with wealthy women like Kate Kane, Leon didn't feel he was just living off others. "No." The big guy shook his head, somewhat naively. "What can Gotham people do if they don't join a gang?" Don't you have any skills?" "I do." Frank proudly said, "I can fight. Kids growing up in Gotham must fight from a young age." It sounded like a living hell. "Then your future is really bright." Leon said helplessly, "Mr. Cobert is calling you." At that moment, a waiter walked over. Leon finished his beer and let Frank continue drinking by himself, then followed the waiter to the elevator. Just as they entered, Victor Sauce happened to come out and glanced at Leon with indifference. Leon sat in the elevator, arriving at the 2nd floor. Leon and the Penguin Mr. Kobo were sitting in the newly decorated lobby. A stage had been specially set up for performances. The Penguin had a deep obsession with performances. "Mr. Kobo." Leon walked over. "Please sit," the Penguin said. "Is Harley Quinn still with you?" "Yes." Leon sat down and focused. "How did it suddenly come to Harley Quinn? If she hands over the Upper East Side to me, I can agree to all your conditions." The Penguin had made 2 preparations. In his view, it was also very important for Leon to get Harley Quinn to give up her territory. Upon hearing this, Leon was not the slightest bit tempted. He simply said, "I cannot make the decision for her." He would not let outsiders affect the harmony of his family. No matter how well the Penguin spoke, it was not as important as Harley Quinn's happiness. Harley Quinn had given him all the beauty, and Leon naturally could not hurt her feelings. "Can't you even handle a woman?" Penguin Cobblepot joked. Leon also laughed a little and then said, "This is respect, Mr. Cobert." Just like he has never called the Penguin Man. "Respect." The Penguin Man Cobert nodded. "Good. Then I'll take my leave. There are still many things to do." Leon didn't stay long and quickly took his leave. The Penguin darkly watched his back, wanting to make a move countless times but holding back. Sophia Falcone had high hopes for Leon and had already asked him for people several times. Although he didn't know how Leon attracted Sophia, he couldn't make a move against him. On one hand, it would worsen his relationship with Sophia, and, on the other, it might push Leon towards her. Although they were cooperating now, it was naturally impossible to fully trust each other. Was it because he was handsome? Or was it because he was good in bed? The Penguin was baffled, as if Sophia was meant for no one but Leon. It wasn't April Fool's Day or Halloween. What kind of cosplay was this? Harley Quinn looked at the unexpected guest in front of her, holding a baseball bat and asking. The Freeze had a laser-freezing gun in his hand and was unfazed by Harley Quinn's taunts. "You're Harley Quinn? Damn, is there still someone who doesn't recognize me?" This question made Harley Quinn very unhappy. She flipped her pigtails, stood up from her chair, and prepared to show the Freeze what she was made of. "I've heard of you. You're just a Joker's sidekick." This completely angered Harley Quinn. She widened her eyes. "Have you frozen your brain? Or are you suffocating in that suit?" The Joker isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Besides, I've been out on my own for a long time. The Freeze nodded upon hearing this. Then it's you. Hand over the Upper East Side. Ha! Harley Quinn laughed. So you're a lunatic? Kill him for me. Since taking over the Upper East Side, many had come to provoke her. So the Joker's girl wasn't angry. Really not angry. She just couldn't control her urge to smash something. She raised her baseball bat, ready to smash it towards a Freeze. However, she saw the Freeze raise the laser freezing gun in his hand, and in an instant, all her minions were frozen. ZZZZ. The laser freezing gun created ice and instantly turned people into ice sculptures. My hair. Harley Quinn was stunned. Where did this freak come from? Just a few shots, and all her minions were frozen. I said again, leave the Upper East Side. The Freeze looked coldly at Harley Quinn. He was a true, cold-blooded creature. But he wasn't cruel. He was calm, stable, and collected like a block of ice. But taken to the extreme, it also meant a disregard for life. So he repeatedly reminded the Joker's girl to leave, and then unhesitatingly turned people into ice sculptures. In his view, life was meaningless. Only freezing could make things eternal. Harley Quinn gritted her teeth and didn't back down. Instead, she was filled with fighting spirit. As long as she didn't get hit by a strange gun, she would be fine. So, Harley Quinn immediately began to parkour. You wish. The Freeze didn't hesitate and shot at her figure. Bang! Anything hit would turn into an ice sculpture. Harley Quinn became increasingly alarmed. Seeing a shot from the freezing gun come her way, she immediately dropped to the ground. The pool table blocked her, but the entire table turned into an ice sculpture. Then, the Freeze shot at the ground. Bang! The entire floor was frozen. But this inadvertently helped Harley Quinn. Idiot. You don't know I'm a skating expert? Harley Quinn's speed on the ice instantly increased, and she spun around the Freeze. She dodged 3 consecutive shots. Seeing this, Harley Quinn's confidence soared as she leaped into the air, swinging her baseball bat down like she was hitting moles. Harley Quinn's expression was rich, laughing heartily as if she could see the Freeze being smashed to pieces. Then, bang! The Freeze shot at her in midair, and she instantly turned into an ice block, crashing down to the ground. Harley Quinn still maintained the pose with her bat raised high, looking incredibly comical, her expression even more vivid. If it were an ordinary person, seeing such a beauty frozen would surely take advantage of the moment. But the Freeze just glanced at her. He had long had someone in mind and left. The mission was completed. He had already found out that now, in the Upper East Side, there was only Harley Quinn left. That other one, called Black Canary, had voluntarily given up her territory to her. Inside the ice sculpture, Harley Quinn felt her consciousness growing weaker. She couldn't even move her eyeballs. Am I going to die? Harley Quinn felt inexplicably panicked. She wasn't done living. She still wanted to keep going with Leon. Leon, save me. The first person she thought of was Leon, as his shadow had long since filled her heart. Then there was Kara and Siri. These few seemed to be the most important people in her life. As for the Joker, she had long forgotten what he looked like. For Harley Quinn, he was the one who caused her to lose her job as a psychiatrist and made her unable to return to being an ordinary person. Kutta, I can no longer be your godmother. In the room, Kara was turning off the lights, preparing to sleep. She was wearing Barbie pajamas, looking completely adorable. The corners of the bed, the table, and the corners were all filled with Barbie dolls. The Barbie dolls she bought last time at the mall had all been divided among the 3 goddaughters. There wasn't a single proper book on the bookshelf in the room. It was all Marvel comics. There was no other way. Kate Kane didn't treat money like money, so they naturally had to accept it with a smile. Now Kara didn't have to worry about not having anything to read. She had just been reading comics until now, and it was a bit late. Fortunately, she was a Kryptonian, so not sleeping wasn't a problem. She just had developed the habit. She lay down on the pillow, and suddenly a voice came to her ear. Kara, who had her eyes closed, instantly opened her bright eyes, which were very clear even in the dark. The darkness naturally had no effect on her. Who? Kara only felt that the voice came from deep within her heart, so she quickly activated her super hearing. Kryptonians have a special ability called super concern. Only those who have a very deep relationship with them will automatically sense when in danger. For example, Superman's wife, Lois Lane, has been thrown off rooftops countless times, all to make Superman appear. Because whenever there is danger, Superman will know no matter where he is. It was the same this time. Harley Quinn? She's in danger. Kara didn't hesitate and immediately got up. She sensed that Harley Quinn was in danger. Although she usually didn't like having her as a godmother, Kara couldn't just ignore it. Deep down, she didn't actually dislike her that much. Moreover, people are creatures of habit. After spending time together, she had also gotten used to this crazy woman. Kara opened the window and then realized something was off. She was still wearing her pajamas. Fortunately, She had already prepared her battle suit. It was different from the version she had shown her godfather. She had added all the necessary elements. In an instant, Kara transformed into a whirlwind, and in a flash, her pajamas changed into Supergirl's battlesuit. The S logo was prominently displayed on her chest. The next moment, she flew out of the window, and even though the building was tall, she didn't forget to close the window. That a good habit. Boom! Like a sonic boom, Kara soared through the night sky of Gotham. She reached the sky, activated her supervision, and scanned below. No building could block her sight. It was like playing a game with a wall hack. The world felt completely transparent. Her ears activated super hearing, and countless chaotic sounds flooded her mind. In the past, she would have been overwhelmed and collapsed. But now, her super brain began to categorize all the sounds and distinguish the one she needed. This allowed the Kryptonian to find what she wanted in the vast sea of people. The special concern felt like a forced notification that couldn't be blocked. Since it was her first time doing Find Someone, it took her 2 seconds to locate Harley Quinn. When she saw Harley, she immediately flew towards the Upper East Side. Kara pushed her speed to the limit. In such a small place as Gotham, she arrived in an instant. She flew in through the window and saw that the inside had turned into a frozen world. Kara opened her mouth and quickly closed it. If another breath of frost came, there would be no need to save the person. She quickly found Harley Quinn, who was frozen in a strange position, looking particularly comical. Sensing that Harley was still alive, Kara wasn't in a rush. She first took out her phone and snapped a picture for a keepsake, then picked up the ice block. The freeze from the Frost King wouldn't take Harley Quinn's life. It only reduced her bodily functions, and she could even survive like this. But living in an ice block, what difference did it make from being dead? Kara didn't dare to act recklessly. She knocked on the ice and found it very solid. So she simply used her heat vision. She controlled the temperature, and her eyes instantly turned red. Zing! The intense heat from her vision immediately began to melt the ice block. Soon, Harley Quinn's head was exposed. She took a deep breath, feeling completely frozen. An indescribable chill piercing through her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar little face staring at her. The heat vision that once chilled the black mask was directed at her. "Oh, Kara, are you trying to murder me?" Harley Quinn screamed in fright. She still vividly remembered the night the black mask got scorched. "Shut up." Kara stopped, feeling exasperated. This woman not only wanted to be a godmother, but also wanted to be a real mother. Harley Quinn realized that Kara was saving her. So she weakly said, "Can you at least free my arm?" Fortunately, Kara wasn't really angry. She sped up and melted the ice around Harley Quinn's whole body. The melted water still emitted heat, which raised the temperature in the room, and the other ice blocks began to gradually thaw as well. Harley Quinn waved a baseball bat. "Where's that bastard?" "I don't know." "Kara, let's go teach him a lesson together. With you around, there won't be any surprises." Harley Quinn was a vengeful woman and immediately wanted to retaliate. "That's your business. I'm leaving." Kara remembered her godfather's words, and she didn't want to deal with Harley Quinn's gang issues. She was too disgusted. "Hey!" Harley Quinn had no choice but to watch her fly away. "When will I be able to fly too?" She envied her, looking at her frozen little minions. Phew! Blowing her bangs, Harley Quinn felt the urge to smash something. Not hitting the Frost King earlier had already made it hard for her to control herself. Bang! Bang! She lifted her baseball bat and smashed it towards the frozen minions, and the ice immediately shattered. Luckily, they hadn't been frozen long, so the little minions didn't turn to pieces along with the ice. Phew! That felt better. After a flurry of smashing, Harley Quinn finally felt relieved. That guy in the ridiculous cosplay, just wait. She took out her phone and quickly contacted her sisters. She needed to rely on the birds of prey. "Girls, I've been bullied." Time slowly passed. Leon discovered that Harley Quinn hadn't gone out at night for a while, mumbling something like "the enemy is in the light. I am in the dark." She expressed her anger, stating that just during her short absence, all her underlings had betrayed her. Indeed, there was no loyalty in Gotham. Soon, Leon realized that it must have been the Penguin who took action. The territory that Harley Quinn had worked so hard to establish had been taken over by the Penguin. "Cobblepot," Leon asked, "what is your plan?" In his opinion, Harley Quinn was clearly not someone who would give up easily. Sure enough, Harley Quinn confidently replied, "I'm going to pull out the Penguin's canine teeth. That damn Mr. Freeze has frozen me. So I'm going to take a step back to move forward. I've already found the lair of that cosplay fanatic. Once I get my stuff, I'll deal with him." Harley Quinn had a fierce look on her face. If it weren't for Kara saving her that night, she would probably still be an ice sculpture. Speaking of which, Leon really wanted to see a Harley Quinn ice sculpture. "What about the Penguin?" Leon asked. Although the Penguin gave them a job when they were at their poorest, If Harley Quinn really fought with the Penguin, Leon would naturally help his woman. Don't worry, he was doomed. Harley Quinn clearly had a trick up her sleeve. She looked at Leon and said, "Darling, how about I give you a gift later?" "Little I haven't given you anything yet." Leon said somewhat shyly, "You're the best gift." Harley Quinn excitedly widened her eyes as she looked at Leon. Leon naturally gave himself to her. Later, when he went out this time, he didn't forget to prepare a gift for Harley Quinn. He was rather conventional and bought a bouquet of roses. Then, he prepared some things because Kara and Hiri would be on summer vacation soon. Middle school students in America have a relatively comfortable summer break, lasting nearly 3 months, about 10 to 11 weeks. Kara and her friends would be off from early June to early September. Like many fathers, Leon felt that his daughter hadn't been in school for long before it was time for vacation again. Meanwhile, Kara and Hiri were extremely excited. They had already agreed to leave Gotham and go to Metropolis for fun during the summer vacation. Although Metropolis was not far from Gotham, it was like New Jersey and New York. Even though they were neighbors, New Yorkers often viewed New Jerseyans as country folk. Despite being only a bridge apart, New York was considered good, while New Jersey was seen as poor. Gotham and Metropolis had a bit of this trend as well. After all, Gotham was known as the city of crime. "Darling, I love it so much." Although it was just flowers, Harley Quinn was thrilled and pulled Leon to close the door. According to her, it never gets boring, no matter how many times. At night, at Arkham Asylum, Commissioner Gordon turned on the bat signal, and it wasn't long before he heard a voice behind him. Without turning around, he knew Batman had arrived. "What's going on?" Batman asked in a deep voice. "Amanda Waller is here. She wants to take Bane away," James Gordon said, somewhat headache-stricken. After all, Amanda Waller was a high-ranking member of the Eye of Heaven and a representative of the American High Command, responsible for handling superhuman affairs. Clearly, she had set her sights on Bane this time. As long as she claimed that Bane was a superhuman, even the Gotham Police Department couldn't stop it. After all, the two sides were not on the same level. Batman naturally knew Amanda Waller, who had always been wary of him. Amanda Waller was a staunch patriot, believing that superheroes posed a potential threat to the nation. Even someone like Batman, a human hero, was met with her distrust. In fact, the Gotham Police Department initially didn't like Batman, thinking that this vigilante was abusing his power. It wasn't until they learned that Batman had a no-kill principle that they accepted him. Commissioner Gordon was even more proactive in cooperating. "I'll go meet her," Batman said in a deep voice.